Jiang Chun traveled to this world of cultivators as a young man. Thinking he lacked any talent for cultivation, he settled for running a street stall to make ends meet. Little did he know, he'd been granted broken maxed-out skills in every possible craft. A simple egg he carved casually turned into a treasure worth 10,000 gold pieces. A random scribble on a painting could manifest a heavenly sword intent capable of suppressing the 8 desolations. He's just a shopkeeper, but his clientele is strange. If they aren't sex saintesses, they're imperial princes. One day, an injured girl happened to stumble past Jiang Chen's shop. To her disbelief, her wounds were instantly healed by the sheer density of spiritual energy there. The girl assumed this must be the secluded residence of some legendary supreme master. But the one who came out to greet her was a young man, Jiang Chen himself. After a brief greeting, the girl expressed interest in buying a wooden puppet from a shop. I thought I'd finally landed a big spender today, someone to give me enough cash to buy some decent food at the market. But as it turned out, she didn't have a dime on her and could only offer her bracelet in exchange. I'm speechless. Why bother dressing up so fancy and wearing all that makeup if you're flat broke, lady? The next day, Jiang Chun didn't wait at the shop. He headed to the market to set up his stall. Before long, a young man in yellow arrived with an attendant, wanting to buy his calligraphy. Learning from my last mistake, I made sure it was cash on delivery this time. No money, no deal. But my luck is just terrible. Neither of them had any money on them either. Seriously? You bring an attendant along, but don't carry a single cent? Give me a break. I'm getting the same kind of customers as that girl from the other day. I'm going to starve at this rate. This sucks. Just then, the attendant reminded the young man in yellow to check if he had anything else on him. Hearing his servant's suggestion, the young man suddenly had an idea. He reached into his robe and pulled out a dagger. He intended to use the weapon to trade for Jiang Chen's painting. I was a bit reluctant, but in the end I agreed. I just hope I can pawn this dagger for enough money to buy some groceries. With a heavy sigh, I tossed the dagger into a box and packed up to go home. If I keep running into nightmare customers like this, I'm going to die of hunger. However, Jiang Chun had no idea that the 2 customers who bought his items were anything but ordinary. The girl from yesterday was named Mu Yinhuang. Her elder sister is the saintess of the Ascension Immortal Sect. As for the young man in yellow, his father is the emperor of the Great Yin Divine Dynasty. The reason they didn't carry money was that, in their eyes, gold and silver are merely trifles for mortals. If I knew that, I'd be fuming. You don't need it, but I sure as hell do. Meanwhile, inside the Ascension Holy Hall, after obtaining the treasure from Jiang Chun, Mu Yinhuang's injuries had completely healed. Not only was her cultivation restored, but she also successfully awakened the undying imperial physique. Just then, a girl in green entered the hall. The moment they saw her, the disciples immediately bowed in respect to the saintess. She was Manhwa Huang, the elder sister of Mu Yinhuang. A chosen one who awakened with extraordinary talent, she stands above every other disciple in the Ascension sect. As soon as she entered, Manhwa Huang asked her sister with concern, "Did you kill a middle-aged man 2 weeks ago?" That man was a disciple of the 100-blood Taoist. He is a great elder of the Tai Holy Hall. Word is his cultivation is profound, easily rivaling the holy lords of other sacred lands. Hearing this, Mu Yinhuang wasn't scared at all. Instead, she spoke with total confidence. "He's just an elder. I can handle him myself." With those words, Mu Yinhuang immediately acted. She unleashed her undying imperial physique, leaving her sister, Manhwa Huang, utterly stunned. Mu Yinhuang stood tall, radiating a brilliant glow like a goddess. Manhwa Huang still couldn't process the shock. Is this really the undying imperial physique? Even the Holy Lord said my sister would never be able to awaken her physique. What happened? How did she manage to do it? Thanks to her newly awakened physique, the Holy Lord of the Ascension Holy Land, Wu Shunji, promoted Mu Yinhuang to a core disciple. Her sister couldn't help but press for answers. "Yinhuang, what is the meaning of this? How did your power become so overwhelming all of a sudden?" The younger sister just puffed out her cheeks. "I'm not telling. That master is a recluse. I can't just go around telling everyone about him. Not even you, sister." Manhwa Huang was happy for her sister, but she feared she was being manipulated by someone dangerous. It seems there's more to this than meets the eye. I have to investigate this thoroughly. Back with Jiang Chun, he noticed a sudden influx of cultivators entering the city lately. Judging by their attire, some were rogue cultivators. Others were disciples from various powerful factions. Annie Wong, why are there so many cultivators around lately? Is something going on? If there's trouble brewing, I should probably get out of here fast. You haven't heard? A few days ago, a genius appeared within the Ascension Immortal sect. Apparently, she awakened some incredible power and was promoted to a core disciple. They call her a core disciple, with talent that commands the elements. She's supposed to be incredibly powerful. Jiang Chun let out a long sigh. Cultivation really is the way to go. Not only can you avoid danger, but you also get a long life. But right now, everything seems to be going south for me. A few days later, Jiang Chen's stall was as deserted as a ghost town. The core disciple ceremony had brought his business to a complete standstill. He didn't even have enough money for his daily meat anymore. That core disciple better hope I never find out who they are, or I'll give them a piece of my mind. Jiang Chun muttered to himself. Even though I have plenty of fruits and vegetables in the garden, and I won't starve, if I have to eat greens every single day, I'm going to turn into a rabbit. Meat is where the real flavor is. Jiang Chun decided to go hunting himself to improve his diet. Several hours later, Jiang Chun was famished. Forget rabbits. I haven't seen a single living soul or creature. How can a forest this thick be completely empty? Suddenly, a rustle came from the bushes. Jiang Chun lunged toward it like a bolt of lightning, ready to strike. But instead of a rabbit, he sees a fox lying face down on the ground. Jiang Chun is taken aback. I wonder if I've ever tried fox meat before? The fox's name is Tu Shanmo. She lies wounded in the heart of the forest. Her heart is heavy with regret. I can't believe I've fallen this low. She recalls the past. She regrets the day she decided to run away from home. Her enemies found her and hunted her down. Now, she is gravely injured. Her power has faded, and her human form is failing. Tu Shanmo is the daughter of the Fox Emperor. She was raised within the sacred sanctuary of the Fox clan, born with a pure bloodline and 6 tails. She was the darling of the clan elders. Her status was beyond noble, but a life of boredom drove her to escape. She never expected disaster to strike the moment she left home. Right then, a powerful presence emerges. In Tu Shanmo's eyes, it feels like a primeval behemoth is charging straight at her. A man suddenly bursts through the thicket. His eyes are gleaming, and he's actually drooling. He looks absolutely famished. A fox? I've never tasted fox meat before, he mutters. His words send a shiver through the tiny fox. She's paralyzed with terror. Inside Tu Shanmo's head, a million questions race through her mind. He's never eaten fox? Wait, how exactly does he plan on eating me? How can anyone look at a cute fox like me and think of food? Her thoughts are cut short, and in an instant, Tu Shanmo passes out and hits the dirt. Jiang Chun, standing right beside her, is now completely bewildered. Is this fox sick or something? If she's diseased, I can't eat her. Besides, she's way too skinny. There wouldn't even be enough meat for a light snack. And now she's fainted on me. Jiang Chun sighs to himself. Tu Shanmo has fallen into a deep sleep. She lies motionless in Jiang Chun's arms. He watches the fox for a moment. Jiang Chun weighs his options. Maybe I should just let her go? But looking at her silky, silver fur, this has to be a rare breed. Deep down, a new plan begins to take shape. It would be a waste to just throw her back. Maybe I'll take her home and raise her. Once she's nice and plump, she'll make a fine delicacy. A while later, Tu Shanmo wakes up and realizes she's somewhere unfamiliar. Where am I? Wait, I didn't get eaten? She cautiously scans her surroundings. The house looks simple enough, but it radiates a mysterious power. I knew it. This place is encased in a massive, high-level formation. Tu Shanmo realizes the gravity of her situation. But nothing can hold me back. Here goes. She immediately taps into her spiritual sense to break the array. I'm the princess of the Fox clan. I am powerful, but every effort is futile. How is this possible? I can't break through. My spiritual energy is almost drained. Tu Shanmo panics. She quickly retracts her spiritual sense. If she hadn't stopped in time, she might have vanished into nothingness. Who on earth brought me here? Is it some powerhouse with a twisted hobby? Who specializes in kidnapping spirits as pets? Tu Shanmo imagines a strange old man in red clothes with a flowing white beard, sitting on a sleigh pulled by reindeer. The Tushan Fox clan possesses an extraordinary bloodline and boundless power. Because of that, They're always targeted by powerful human cultivators. Tu Shanmo, given her noble status, refuses to be turned into anyone's pet. While Tu Shanmo is lost in her confusion, Jiang Chun suddenly appears. He's carrying a small bowl of medicine. His voice is full of concern. "Oh, you're awake?" The moment she sees him, Tu Shanmo snaps into a defensive stance. It's him again, trying her best to look fierce. Tu Shanmo bristles her fur, but Jiang Chun just tries to calm her down. "There's no need to get your fur up. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you should drink this. Even if it doesn't cure you completely, it should at least save your life. I'm actually quite confident in my medical skills, even if I'm just a little fox." Jiang Chen's words stung Tu Shanmo's pride. "Give it a rest," she snapped back. "Stop resisting. I am the daughter of the Fox Emperor. I'd rather die than ever submit to people like you." Despite her defiance, Tu Shanmo couldn't help her growing curiosity. She edged closer to the bowl of medicine, her eyes darting toward it. "You think a tiny bowl of medicine will make me surrender?" "Not a chance," she told herself. But as the fragrance of the medicine began to drift through the air, Tu Shanmo was instantly captivated. "Wait, the scent. How can it be this enticing?" This medicine was clearly anything but ordinary. The bowl was brimming with spiritual water and rare elixir. The rising steam was thick with pure, spiritual energy. Tu Shanmo felt a mix of fascination and nerves. Finally, she couldn't resist any longer. She lapped up every last drop. The wounds covering Tu Shanmo's body began to heal before her eyes. The taste was so divine that she couldn't hide her look of pure, blissful satisfaction. It felt like she was drifting through the ninth heaven. Jiang Chen watched her, looking pleased. "Go on, eat up. Eat plenty so you can grow big and strong." Jiang Chen's words sparked a hint of suspicion in Tu Shanmo. Why is he so insistent on me growing bigger? She wondered, wagging her tail as she continued to drink. Tu Shanmo had no idea that Jiang Chen was actually daydreaming about having meat for dinner. A few hours later, her wariness gone, Tu Shanmo snuggled right into Jiang Chen's lap. She took the opportunity to scout out the house. What is this place? Why are there so many divine artifacts just lying around? Who on earth is this man? She thought to herself. Tu Shanmo's gaze swept across every item in the room. Then her eyes settled back on Jiang Chen. Suddenly, she remembered the stories her father used to tell. Could this be the person father always talked about? A legendary hidden master with peerless power. She had read many ancient records before. Records detailing figures exactly like this. The little fox imagined an old man dressed in flowing white robes, with a kind, benevolent face. In the little fox's eyes, Jiang Chen seemed a bit strange right now. So, I've actually met a hidden master who likes to raise spirit beasts, she thought. Before she could get lost in her daydreams, Jiang Chen pulled her tightly into his arms. His only concern at the moment was what to have for dinner. Sigh, no meat to eat again. Is this really my fate? To be a little princess in distress? Tu Shanmo felt a wave of regret. She thought he wanted to keep her as a pet. Who would have thought he still wanted to eat such a cute little fox? That is just too much. Meanwhile, at the imperial city of the Great Yin Empire, today marked the birthday of the Great Yin Emperor. As one of the most powerful cultivators of the era, his birthday celebration drew the attention of countless masters, whether they were invited or not. Everyone scrambled to attend just to witness the ceremony. Most of the major sects, even a holy palace, had sent representatives to present gifts. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. The announcement thundered through the air. At that moment, a bolt of essence like a lightning strike appeared outside the palace. It shot straight into the Grand Hall. Ji Yuanxia, the Great Yin Emperor, appeared and greeted the crowd. "I thank you all for coming to celebrate my birthday." The entire hall erupted with blessings from the assembled guests. May the Great Yin Emperor shine as bright as the sun and moon. May his reign be eternal. Brilliance like the sun and moon. Eternal reign. While everyone was celebrating, Gu Xian stood off to the side. He was trembling with nerves, knowing it was almost his turn to present his gift. Seeing this, his attendant asked, "Your Highness, you seem a bit anxious. It's just a gift from my father, after all. But don't worry, I'm fine." The most anticipated part of the birthday gala was the gift-giving by the princes of Great Yin. Unlike in the Holy Palace, where talent and strength determined one's standing in the imperial court, climbing to the top depended entirely on the emperor's favor. It was time for the princes to present their tributes. The first to step forward was the first prince. This was the first prince of the great Yin Empire. Your son wishes imperial father a joyous and grand birthday. In his hands, he held a mystical jade glowing with 7 brilliant colors. This is the rainbow scale, soul-nurturing jade. Your son hunted and slew 307 colored flood snakes in the North Sea. Then, I used an ancient technique to refine them into this jade. Wearing this jade will nourish the soul, and more importantly, I humbly offer it to you, Father. The origin of the jade left the surrounding crowd in shock. What? He killed 307 colored flood snakes? Is the first prince really that powerful? But the snakes weren't the real issue. It was the ancient technique the first prince mentioned. From what I know, that ancient technique was lost ages ago. Indeed, the magical properties are what make it truly remarkable. It seems this gift will please the Emperor of Great Yin immensely. Even the jewel seems to blush at such overwhelming praise. I will cherish it dearly. This gift isn't bad. I quite like it. The 2 bystanders from earlier immediately shouted, as expected. However, the Emperor was thinking something else entirely. It's merely a treasure that can nourish the soul. Nothing particularly precious. It was the second prince's turn to present his gift. The prince ordered his servants to bring the item forward, carefully instructing them to avoid any mistakes. This is the ancient mirror of heaven and earth. It can locate dragon veins within a certain range. The 2 bystanders chimed in again. As expected of a prince of great Yin, nothing but extraordinary treasures. After hearing his elder brothers present their treasures, Jishin trembled even more with nerves. His heartbeat echoed louder than ever before. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Jishin. 5th brother, I wonder, after losing to me at that auction last time, have you found a better gift for father? If not, I'm afraid you'll disgrace father this time. The 3rd prince, son of the empress, not only of noble birth, but he had shown extraordinary talent since childhood. He was deeply favored by the emperor. The 3rd prince's mother was the empress of Great Yin, who had always been at odds with Jishin's mother. This made the relationship between the 2 brothers like fire and water. They competed in everything, but Jishin was always the one who suffered. Don't trouble yourself, 3rd brother. I've already prepared my gift. The 3rd prince was surprised. Is that so? Usually, when I provoke him, he just takes it. This time, whatever. It's my turn to present. He stepped forward to present his gift to the emperor. Your son wishes imperial father a long life and a joyous birthday. This is the 7 saints' mysterious heart pill, refined with the blood and sweat of 7 ancient human saints. I obtained it within the ancient realm of the 7 saints, and specifically brought it as a gift for you, father. May imperial father live for 10,000 years, and may Great Yan's reign last forever. As the news spread, the entire hall immediately erupted in excitement. The 7 saints' heart-refining pill. Hasn't that recipe been lost for ages? Regardless of the pill's effects, the name of the 7 saints alone is enough to shock anyone. Jishin couldn't help but be stunned. How is this possible? How did he manage to get that? It seems he only stole that item from me at the auction to spite me. That's right. It really is the 7 saints' heart-refining pill. The emperor appeared extremely satisfied, stepping down personally to inspect it. The crowd cheered wildly at the sight. His Majesty is coming down to receive it himself. The 3rd prince looked smug, soaking in the attention. Ji Yuanxia's eyes were filled with emotion. You went through so much danger to prepare this for me. It almost makes me feel guilty. As long as you are pleased, father, no hardship is too great for me. The 3rd prince replied with the face of a devoted son. Now, 5th brother, did you really think I'd use some mundane junk from an auction as a gift? You're too naive. He laughed loudly in Jishin's face. Compared to the 3rd prince, the 4th prince seemed far less impressive. Everyone was still marveling at the treasure that had just been presented. Praise for the 3rd prince echoed everywhere, while the 4th prince quietly stepped back, unnoticed. Finally, it was 5th prince Jishin's turn. He gathered all his courage to introduce his gift. Your son wishes imperial father a long life and a joyous birthday. I happened upon this painting by chance during my travels. It features 2 lines of poetry written by a master with an imposing presence. It is incredibly profound. I humbly present it to you, Father. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone stared in wide-eyed surprise at the fifth prince's peculiar gift. The crowd was baffled, unable to understand what was happening. The other princes offered priceless treasures. And he gives a painting? The third prince sneered, looking on with pure contempt. Whispers about Ji Xian filled the room. Has the fifth prince lost his mind? How can this even compare to the third prince's gift? The third prince's offering is definitely the most valuable item at this banquet, no matter what the fifth prince gives. He can't possibly top that. You should just give up. It's just a painting. It's not even worth putting on the table. I knew the fifth prince lacked exceptional talent, but I didn't think he'd be so pathetic as to offer a mere painting. After the wave of murmurs subsided, all eyes turned toward the third prince, who wore a smug smile. Gu Xian looked on with a face full of shame, and the crowd cast looks of disdain upon the fifth prince. Oomph. At least he has the heart. On the surface, the emperor said this, but his inner thoughts were different. Seriously, how can a mere painting serve as a tribute? The fifth prince smiled subtly. Then he spoke up loudly. Imperial Father, this painting is very special. Please trust me. In the young prince's emerald eyes, determination and sincerity shone through, exuding an aura of trustworthiness. Next page. I beg you to open it and enjoy it together with the distinguished guests here. The emperor sighed. Fine, I'll give a kid a chance. Taking the painting from the fifth prince, the emperor prepared to unfurl it. At this moment, the third prince looked on with a face full of anticipation, as if waiting for his younger brother to self-destruct. Gu Xian was incredibly anxious inside. The emperor slowly opened the scroll. The instant the painting was revealed, a surge of majestic sword intent erupted, leaving the emperor stunned. Everyone around was also thrown into disarray by the sword intent. What is happening? Where is this sword intent coming from? This level of sword intent. The power is terrifying. The force of the sword intent even whipped the robes of the people standing nearby. The great Yin Emperor's eyes were opened wide in absolute shock. But it seemed he had comprehended something. So that's it. I understand now. This sword intent is horrifying. It's unbelievable. Waves of sword intent poured out. A force that felt like it could destroy all of creation. The Emperor immediately realized that this painting was no ordinary object. It contained Tao rhythms within. Just by opening it and taking a single glance, my own way of the sword has begun to increase drastically. However, this powerful surge of energy seemed to exceed what the Emperor's body could withstand. I can't keep this up. If I get sucked in, I won't be able to break free on my own. Furthermore, today is his birthday celebration. With such a large number of guests present, if he continued to meditate on it, I fear it would cause a major commotion. Xianer, come with your imperial father for a moment. Thank you, fellow Taoists. The rest of the birthday banquet, I will appoint someone to preside over it. The fifth prince and I will take our leave first. If there are any shortcomings in the hospitality, I hope you will forgive us. After the announcement, the royal father and son quickly departed, leaving the guests unable to regain their composure. What just happened? Is the banquet going to end abruptly like this? Could the cause be that sword intent that just appeared? The calligraphy painting the fifth prince of Great Yin presented seems to be no ordinary tribute. Meanwhile, the third prince looked annoyed. What's so special about it? The party ends just like that? Elsewhere, the emperor hurriedly asked his fifth son, Xianer, tell your imperial father, where did you get that calligraphy painting? After hearing Gu Xian explain in detail, the emperor nodded. I understand. You mean this painting came from the hands of a reclusive sword Dao expert? Jiang Chun in Yuhua City, is it? Could this be some old monster from the Yuhua Holy Land? Whatever. He lives in seclusion, yet he can infuse sword intent into ordinary paper. Even I have never encountered such a thing. Imperial Father, is the sword intent in this painting really that powerful? Indeed, even I can only comprehend 20 or 30% of the sword intent within it. It is truly terrifying. Even the emperor could only understand a small fraction. Sword chi sweeps across 30,000 miles. One glint of sword light chills 19 provinces. Good poem, beautiful calligraphy, extraordinary sword intent. But the phrase 19 provinces left the emperor deep in thought. No, could it be? I understand now. The fifth prince was surprised. What do you understand, imperial father? 500 years ago, The Great Yin Dynasty fought a battle with a golden-winged roc in the Basin region. Regrettably, in that battle, our Great Yin Dynasty not only lost, but was forced to cede the southern province. The golden-winged roc, a powerful race from the demon domain. Aside from the human domain, there is the devil domain, the demon domain, the Buddha domain, and the immortal domain. Except for the immortal domain, the other four domains all border each other, forming a vast world. The southern border of the Great Yin Dynasty is exactly where we border the demon domain. From this, we can see that everything was arranged by that expert beforehand. The expert knew you were struggling to choose a gift, so he intentionally went there to wait for you. Finally, the expert gifted you this calligraphy precisely because he wanted you to bring it before me. The verse, "One sword freezes 19 provinces," is depicted so vividly here, with the ultimate goal of the Great Yin Dynasty reclaiming the 19 provinces. Why didn't the expert just give this directly to you, Imperial Father? Wouldn't that have been much simpler? The Emperor explains calmly. You are still too young and haven't experienced enough of the world. A true expert only speaks half of what they mean. The other half must be realized on one's own. This calligraphy made me realize how laughable my hesitation over these past years has been. The Great Yin Dynasty reveres the sword. A sword cultivator must possess the spirit to forge ahead, never retreating, never hesitating. Gong Yuanxia speaks solemnly. 500 years have passed. The oppression we've endured from the demon race should finally come to an end. No matter what Imperial Father decides, I am willing to give my all for you, Imperial Father. Very good. Starting today, the Great Yin Dynasty prepares for a decisive battle against the Golden-Winged Roc clan. News of the impending war between the Great Yin Dynasty and the Golden-Winged Roc clan spreads rapidly across the world. Meanwhile, at Jiang Chen's house, the little fox is being fed. Jiang Chen wonders. Logically speaking, foxes are carnivores, but it doesn't seem to mind the vegetarian dishes I make. Moreover, it eats them quite happily. This saved me a lot of trouble. If it demanded meat, I wouldn't know where to find it. Come to think of it, with my cooking skills, if I opened a restaurant in Wuhua City, business would definitely boom. But it's too much of a hassle. From prepping ingredients to hiring staff, to the daily grind of running the place. Opening a restaurant isn't easy. Whatever, I won't think about it anymore. There's another mouth to feed now. I have to watch my spending. Over the next few days, while Jiang Chun sulks about having to eat vegetables every day, the little fox thinks to itself, these dishes, is this really what I get to enjoy every single day? To be honest, at first I resisted, but from the very first bite, I couldn't stop myself. It seems living here isn't so bad after all. My cultivation is improving, and I have plenty to eat and drink. The fox startles, realizing it's having such strange thoughts. Jiang Chun appears with a gloomy expression, startling the little fox. Its fur is still shedding a lot. Is it because of the vegetarian diet? I should go hunt something. I'm starving. But what if something happens? I'm heading out. You stay home, okay? He says. Jiang Chun leaves to go hunting, leaving Tushan Mo alone in the house. The little fox finds it hard to describe. Just by eating these vegetarian dishes, its injuries have completely healed. It has even reached the divine ability realm. It's just one step away from forming a demon core, which is equivalent to a human cultivator's golden core. Suddenly, the little fox feels a strange sensation. Its dantian begins to heat up. A powerful force is surging straight into it. What is happening? Its tails appear one after another. There are 6 just like before, but this surge of power continues. It's uncontrollable. What should I do? Is the power of my bloodline erupting? Then, suddenly, a 7th tail appears. The little fox is shocked. It's so hot. It's too hot. The little fox cries out. Its eyes go wide, staring at the new tail. This is the 7th tail. The ancestors of the Tushan fox clan once possessed 9 tails. They held superhuman power, a terrifying bloodline, known as the 9-tailed celestial fox. But since the ancient era, after a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering war, the Tushan fox clan suffered heavy losses and was cursed by a supreme powerhouse, causing the 9-tailed divine vein to never appear again. Since then, the 9-tailed bloodline seems to have been sealed. It has vanished from Tushan. Currently, the strongest bloodline in the Tushan fox clan only manifests 6 tails. Even my father, the Fox Emperor, only has 5 tails. The little fox stares at its new tail, its thoughts racing. According to the clan ancestor, the appearance of a 6-tailed fox like me was already a once-in-a-millennium event. But now, a 7th tail has emerged. Could it be that the food Jiang Chun fed me activated the hidden potential within my divine veins? So, the expert never intended to keep me just as a pet from the start. He actually wanted to help me awaken the fox god vein, evolving into the 9-tailed form. The little fox blushed and mumbled, "I know what to do now." But Boss Jiang doesn't have a clue. I completely misunderstood the senior. I've decided, when the senior comes back, I'll take human form and repay this great kindness. But then anxiety struck. No, I can't. The senior doesn't want anyone to know his true identity. If I transform and try to show my gratitude, senior will definitely kick me out. Then I won't get to eat those delicious treats anymore. Tushan Mo hatched a plan to freeload with smug satisfaction. As long as I keep clinging to the senior, my evolution won't stop. Then I'll become the first of the Fox clan to break the curse and evolve into the 9-tailed fox. In that moment, Tushan Mo tossed away the very last shred of her dignity. Spiritual energy flooded the area. It even spilled out beyond the house. Mu Yanhuang suddenly appeared at Jiang Chen's door. The breakthrough ritual is too complex. I wonder if the senior is still here? I've arrived. Senior? I am here, senior. She swallowed nervously. Her heart was full of tension, yet her eyes held a hidden eagerness. Mu Huang seemed to have been tailing Mu Yunhuang from a distance. I knew sneaking after her would pay off. She's definitely hiding something. No wonder she hasn't been focused these past few days. Yue Huang followed closely, but Yin Huang remained completely oblivious. Yue Huang stared intently at the small wooden house. Simple. Ordinary. What's she doing here? From a distance, Yue Huang saw Yin Huang run into the house. Just minutes later, she ran back out, face flushed red, hands trembling, heart pounding. What is that expression? No way. Yue Huang stared wide-eyed as her beloved sister brushed past, not even noticing her presence. For the first time in her life, Yue Huang saw such a look on her sister's face, leading her imagination to run wild. No, it can't be. Has my sister fallen for some random mortal? She just awakened the immortal phoenix Tao body. Her path of cultivation is limitless. If she gets held back by a mortal, it would be a complete disaster. At this thought, Yue Huang's aura suddenly surged. She steeled her resolve. No, I absolutely cannot let this happen. Let me see which mortal has the audacity. Saying this, Yue Huang stepped toward the house. As she approached the door, a strange suction force from inside the house pulled her in. Dao rhymes filled the air. What is going on? Is this not just a normal mortal dwelling? Even with my strength at the 8th stage of the Golden Core realm, Yue Huang was completely helpless against the terrifying power of this place. A supreme existence. This is truly the home of a supreme existence. She realized in shock. He's here. Jiang Chun walked over, never forgetting to politely welcome the stranger. Welcome, valued guest. In Yue Huang's eyes, Jiang Chun was an absolutely terrifying entity. Haha. Jiang Chun flashed a friendly smile at the person before him, but Yue Huang was so terrified her face went pale. Is my face really that scary? Yue Huang was now on high alert. She glanced around the room. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. She had heard of these terrifying beings more than once. They could disguise themselves as ordinary people. She scanned the building. The formations and furnishings all radiated immense power. Then she glanced at the little fox, who was puffing itself up arrogantly. That fox belongs to the Tushan lineage, and its status is definitely not low. Beings like this often seek out cultivation prodigies to corrupt them, turning them into servants for the rest of their lives. Yue Huang turned green with fear. She looked at Jiang Chun with extreme wariness. Jiang Chun seemed confused and a bit annoyed at being stared at, but he still politely invited her. Guest, please have a cup of water first. Yue Huang eyed the cup. She was surely afraid it was drugged. Jiang Chun calmly urged her on. Here for you. It's getting cold. I'm doomed. What do I do now? The young woman was completely petrified, convinced she couldn't escape this calamity. In Yue Huang's imagination, come on now, drink this, and you'll be mine to control. Hey, just drink the so-called water already. Yue Huang made up her mind. She decided to trust him this once. No matter what happens, as long as I can escape this place later, I'll handle it. She immediately took the cup. Just a sip of clear water. Whoa. No adverse reaction at all. What's going on? Even my cultivation base is surging significantly. Jiang Chun remained completely oblivious to the changes taking place. From Jiang Chen's perspective, do cultivators get weirder the richer they are? I just don't get them. What brings you to my humble abode, miss? He asked. I saw my little sister coming this way. I was worried about her, so I followed. Ah, so you're Miss Yun Huang's elder sister. My apologies. She only came here to ask for some advice regarding stone carvings. Stone carvings? Yu Huang asked in return. That's right. Sensing a business opportunity, Jiang Chun immediately whipped out a stone carving to pitch a sale. These are the ones right here. Would you like to take one? Come on buy it. I Jiang Chun am starving. These sculptures, they unexpectedly contain boundless divine power. It feels like they're trying to latch onto my very soul. No, I have no interest in stone carvings. I almost gave him an opening to exploit me. I will absolutely not submit to these things. He's not giving up yet. Jiang Chun produced a scroll from out of nowhere. Then how about this painting? Good heavens. Not again. This painting. Upon seeing the image depicted in the scroll, the young woman's eyes suddenly lit up. The moment she laid eyes on it, her very origin began to surge uncontrollably. It's as if something missing is being replenished. This man is truly terrifying. He even knows that my frozen hell ice phoenix physique lacks its essential origin. How could he possibly know that? Both this man and this painting are terrifying. I can't refuse. Let's try switching to calligraphy and painting. I've already sold two like this recently. It turns out Jiang Chun was merely trying his luck with this painting. In truth, he didn't put much thought into it. Should I accept it? Yu Huang hesitated. The power within this painting can restore the origin of my frozen hell ice phoenix physique. But if I accept the deal he's offering, I might fall completely into his trap. However, if I can just restore my origin, my path of cultivation will undoubtedly be wide open. But I refuse to become a pawn in this man's hands. Oh, that thing over there, isn't that a sword case? Isn't that the possession of Ji Xian, the fifth prince of the Great Yan dynasty? That is the divine sword he used to condense his life-bound weapon. What does it mean for a life-bound sword case to appear in a place like this? Did Prince Ji Xian also make a deal with this man? My little sister has awakened the undying Tao Phoenix physique, which means her potential is limitless. And lately, Ji Xian has been highly favored by the Great Yan Emperor. He is very likely to become the next emperor of Great Yan. As long as these two don't stray from their path, they will become titans of the cultivation world. To trade with both of them, could this azure-robed man before me be orchestrating some grand scheme? And now he's targeting me. Does he intend to bring every prodigy of the current cultivation world under his control? Meanwhile, shopkeeper Jiang stood to the side, his eyes gleaming with pride. He wears such an innocent expression, as if he knows nothing. But wait, perhaps it's not that simple. According to rumors from the higher-ups in the Holy Temple, the Great Yin dynasty seems to be preparing for war against the Golden-Winged Rock clan. And all of this started happening right after 5th Prince Ji Xian presented his birthday tribute. Could it be that the masterminds behind the scenes are manipulating everything, causing the ancient era to be buried in oblivion, not only controlling the top powerhouses, but also burying all the geniuses of that era and inciting war? Will my sister and I become mere puppets in his hands this time? Impossible. Whether it is to stop his plan to overturn the world, or for the sake of my little sister, I must take action. This might be the only way. I will agree to the transaction for now. I'll use this painting to elevate my strength, and then find an opportunity to escape. I truly do like this painting. You have a keen eye, miss. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but rejoice. Yes, finally made a sale. Yu Huang accepted the painting and left in a hurry. She still couldn't believe she was allowed to leave so easily. He just let me go like that? Heavens. It's unbelievable. In the item exchange. Jiang Chun, however, felt a bit disappointed. Compared to the glass beads her sister gave me earlier, this cultivator was truly generous. Unlike that rich-looking playboy who just gave me a toy sword to brush me off. If they come back next time, I should probably jack up the prices a bit. 300 miles away. Yu Huang returned and questioned her beloved little sister. Do you go to that wooden house often? Have you been stalking me? For so many years. You never cared about me at all. But now that I've gone off the rails, suddenly you show up? What's your problem? Mu Yin Huang couldn't help but raise her voice. That place is dangerous. It is absolutely terrifying. I am ordering you. From now on, you are forbidden from stepping foot in there again. The man in that wooden house is the most terrifying existence in this world. He has the power to overturn the world and snuff out the lives of billions. He is a demon, a true monster. You can't mean Senior Hong Chun? How could Senior Hong Chun possibly be someone like that? Well, my life hung by a thread. It was Senior Hong Chun who saved me. Did you just say his name is Hong Chun? That really is a terrifying name. My sister's face, she looks truly frightened. But Senior Hong Chun is the one who changed my destiny. You can say whatever you want about me, but if you slander Senior, even if you're my own sister, I won't accept it. No matter what you say, I will follow Senior Hong Chun to the end. Sister, I never expected she would be brainwashed by that man to this extent. If I keep pushing this, I might actually cause a rift between us. It's all because that man is too terrifying. To think even my own flesh and blood would turn out like this. If it were anyone else, she might have become even more extreme. I can only rush to improve my own strength. Then, I'll crush his plans while they're still in the cradle. As for my sister, I'll let her make her own decisions for now. At this point, saying anything else is useless. The only option left is to confront the mastermind behind it all. If I have to choose between Senior and my sister, Yun Huang's determined eyes have already made the decision. I choose to trust Senior. Meanwhile, in front of Hong Chen's house, right here. Thank goodness we found it. If we delayed any longer, His Majesty might have found out. How dare they imprison our adorable princess? Insolent fools. Ever since the Golden-Winged Eagle clan found out we possess the six-tailed, two-Shan bloodline, they haven't stopped provoking us. The seal His Majesty left on the princess has gradually weakened. It proves the Golden-Winged Eagle clan has heavily injured her. Otherwise, how could this tiny wooden shack trap our little princess? Damn mortal. The princess holds the most divine bloodline of our clan in this era. To be held captive by a mortal is a massive humiliation. Today, we will definitely bring the princess back. Charge. Inside, Jiang Chun is preparing for his morning exercises. And he can't stop sneezing. Is the little fox still sleeping? Probably still recovering her stamina. Whatever. Better to worry about myself than her. Naturally, this swordsmanship is a top-tier skill Hong Chun acquired in the game. Morning exercises. Good for the health. Saying that, he swings his arm. The two fox clansmen charge forward, roaring with killing intent. But before they could do a thing, they are blasted away by Jiang Chen's sword chi, suffering heavy injuries. Meanwhile, he is still completely oblivious to what's happening around him. What's going on outside? Out by the gate. The old man rushes over to check on his beloved disciples. Oh God, my beloved disciples. The two disciples have no idea what just happened. They don't even know why they're suddenly critically injured. Before they could even see the owner of the house, blood is already gushing from their mouths. A moment later, the three intruders finally regain their senses. In this room, what kind of monster is inside this room? Could be we guessed wrong? Actually, inside is a peerless, supreme expert. Furthermore, we've already been detected. It's just that our bloodlines are so inferior. He didn't even bother to properly attack us. He's warning us. It seems we can only return to Tushan first and report to His Majesty. These so-called supreme experts, they all have their own eccentric temperaments. If he didn't kill us right at the start, then he probably won't kill us later either. Thinking this, the old man and his two disciples scurry away in defeat. So, Her Highness the Princess should be safe for the time being. You must wait for our return. Meanwhile, at the Yuhua Sacred Land, Yu Huang is still diligently cultivating inside. I broke through to the 9th stage of the Golden Core realm, but I still can't make up for my physical deficiencies. She realizes with bitterness, if I can't raise my realm, how am I supposed to protect my little sister? How can I fight against that terrifying powerhouse, Jiang Chun? No, I absolutely cannot submit. I must use magic to defeat magic. The frosty aura within this painting. This painting is emitting an incredibly pure aura of frost. It instantly froze Yu Huang's entire tower. Meanwhile, the tower on Yun Huang's side is endlessly spewing fire. The two guards outside are terrified by the scene. Are these two sisters getting more and more exaggerated with their cultivation lately? If they keep this up with their hard work, their status in the Yuhua sacred land will surely rise. At the same time, inside the Yuhua heavenly palace, the palace master. How is the current situation? Ancestor Wu Xinji has made it very clear. He intends to finish the battle promised all those years ago. The ancestor is the supreme powerhouse of the Ascension Sacred Land. It is fair to say that the current glory of the Ascension Sacred Land is largely due to him. To the Holy Hall, nothing is more important than him. We cannot let anything happen to him. I understand what you all mean. But since the ancestor has already made his decision, even we cannot interfere any further. I still don't understand why the ancestor insisted on agreeing to this fight. Initially, he was an outstanding genius, with extraordinary talent. Among those of his generation, he had virtually no rivals. Along with the ancestor of the Qingyun sacred land when they were young, they were considered the two shining stars of our race. Eventually, the ancestor of Qingyun's sacred land altered an appointment, deciding to battle the ancestor of the Ascension sacred land. This appointment has dragged on for thousands of years. We thought it would just pass into history, but the result is that it still cannot be canceled. Listen, everyone, even though the two ancestors are fighting, we strictly should not interfere. But if a critical moment arrives, and Wu Xinji is stopped, everyone here understands the hidden meaning behind those words. If it truly reaches the point of extreme danger, they will have to intervene. After all, Qingyun's sacred land has two ancestors at the immortal fetus stage. Even if they lose one, it won't affect them too heavily. But we only have one. Currently, our sacred land has just produced two geniuses with supreme physiques, an omen of great prosperity. In this situation, we need the protection of a powerhouse more than ever. That is the only way. This action is truly sinister, unworthy of the reputation of the Holy Hall. But for the sake of the Ascension Sacred Land's legacy for tens of thousands of years to come, we can only say, we are sorry, Ancestor Qingyun. A loud sneeze echoes from Ancestor Qingyun's residence. Must be those disciples talking about me behind my back again. Scene shifts to Jiang Chen's farm. This male lead is harvesting vegetables to prepare lunch. Hey, grubs up. Looking at the little fox, its personality is much livelier than when I first picked it up. Could it be that it has recognized me as its master? Tu Shanmo's eyes were filled with enchantment, though it didn't affect Jiang Chun in the slightest. After eating its fill, Tu Shanmo slumped over and fell asleep. Its mouth kept mumbling words like evolution, 9 tails. Jiang Chun stood by, observing and remarking. It eats pretty cleanly, I'll give it that. But having said that, this thing's fur is getting shinier by the day. Is it about to turn into a monster or something? Oh, whatever. This afternoon, I'll set up the stall. If I make some money, I'll improve the meals for you. Heading out to the street, everyone around happily greeted Jiang Chun. Boss Little Jiang, long time no see. It's been nearly a month. Looks like you still haven't saved enough money. Huh? A villager joked. Boss Little Jiang. Boss Little Jiang. Suddenly, a panicked voice called out. Bad news. Something happened at Shopkeeper Lee's house. Shopkeeper Lee's daughter last night. Shopkeeper Lee's daughter suddenly fell critically ill last night. Why didn't you say so sooner? If Xiaoshuang was sick, you should have found me last night. Li Xiaoshuang. Shopkeeper Lee's daughter. She's only 7 years old this year. Obedient. Sensible. She often takes food from the shop to share with the small vendors nearby. The elders all adore the little girl. However, she has been frail and sickly since childhood. Now that this has happened, everyone is even more worried. At first, they thought it was a minor illness. Who knew that over a dozen doctors would be helpless? Her condition is getting more serious by the minute. Then why aren't you leading the way? We can't delay this. Uncle Lon. The footsteps of a young lady appeared from nowhere. Turns out it was a master and servant pair taking a stroll. What are those people doing over there? It seems someone's daughter is sick. They are inviting that young man over to treat her. The girl's eyes flashed with sadness. She's just like me. Let us go and take a look too. Xiaoshuang's illness is very strange. Whether it's the pulse, her breathing, or her body temperature, everything is normal. But the little girl's condition is incredibly unstable. I have never encountered this illness before. Clearly, everything in her body is just like a normal person's. But why is it Little boss Jiang, please, I beg you, save little Shuang. If you could just save her, I'll give up my entire fortune. I'll work like a dog for her. Please, you two, don't be like this. I will definitely do my best. Even your best is useless. The problem with this girl isn't something a mortal can handle anymore. Little Shuang's mother flared up instantly. What did you just say? Calm down. Don't get agitated. It's that girl with the two-toned hair from earlier. I say, your daughter's condition is beyond the means of ordinary mortals. This girl isn't sick. She's been tainted by something obscure. Furthermore, if a powerful cultivator doesn't step in to purge it, she will fade away very soon. Can you save my child? The father was instantly filled with hope. Do you have a way? As for your daughter's illness, I'm also powerless. But Uncle Lon is here. Uncle Lon? She continued. Just treat the girl as that person's child. This affliction can be cured, but there will be damage. Do you accept that? Is the damage serious? Best case scenario, she will be plagued by illness for the rest of her life. She will be feeble-minded forever. This bad news struck like a bolt from the blue. Boss Lee and his wife looked ready to collapse. There's no other choice. We only have this one daughter. As long as she survives, we'll pay any price. Just save our daughter. We agree. Hold on. If you two can't cure her, then shut your mouths. Leave it to me. I can restore little Shuang's health completely, with absolutely no lingering side effects. Facing Jiang Chen's rock-solid affirmation, Jiang Linger and Uncle Lon both looked astonished. Boy, do you realize what you're saying? Of course. Jiang Chen's gaze made it clear his words were well-founded. My title as divine physician isn't just for show. There are many ways to live. I know Shuanger. She is very lively. She loves to play and run free. To love without any restrictions. If the price of survival is stripping her of everything, then I absolutely will not allow it. Jiang Linger was speechless, but his words seemed to awaken something in her. Fine then. She's your daughter. You decide who treats her. Or perhaps, let little Boss Jiang try. When it comes to Boss Jiang, we trust him more. Ling aside. The only reason I wanted to save her earlier was because I felt a bit of empathy. If they've chosen that mortal, then let them be. This girl was born tainted with an unknown energy. But because this power is extremely mysterious, it usually doesn't reveal itself. It only manifests as a frail, sickly body. However, the older she gets, that unknown power grows stronger. Age 7 is a great calamity. What can that young mortal possibly do? Jiang Chun pulled out a needle. He observed carefully, then slowly, meticulously inserted it into the girl's body. Is that acupuncture? The uncle and niece were both shocked by the scene. The entire process was executed with extreme detail and precision. Truly worthy of the name divine physician. Uncle Lon, do you see? After the insertion, he isn't using any magic power at all. What kind of technique is this? He doesn't need magic power, yet he can still force the mysterious force hidden deep in the bone marrow out. Jiang Qin paid them no mind. He continued to focus on the acupuncture. By now, hundreds of needles have been inserted, covering all of the girl's acupoints, making her look like a cactus. It seemed the needles were taking effect. A stream of strange demonic energy began to escape from the girl's mouth. Little Shuang's illness has been cured. She just needs plenty of rest. She will make a full recovery. Jiang Chen's voice was full of confidence, even though his forehead was beaded with sweat. In no more than 3 days, she will be happily playing by your side again. Little boss Jiang, thank you so much, truly. When Jiang Chun turned to greet them, the other two had vanished. They were just standing there a moment ago. Now they're gone. Those two, they were right here just now. At this moment, little Shuang woke up. By the bedside, her parents wept aloud with joy. Daughter, how are you feeling now? Thanks to Brother Zhang's blessings, I'm feeling much better. Jiang Chun was surrounded by a crowd. People couldn't stop praising him. Boss Little Jiang, you really are amazing. It was simply the right thing to do. You're all being too polite. After receiving Jiang Chen's treatment, Su and I had completely recovered. The city returned to its former peace and happiness. Time to head back and cook for the little fox. While walking down the street, Jiang Chun suddenly ran into the two people from earlier. Their expressions showed they had been waiting a long time. Fine, I'll take a different route. Just as Jiang Chun turned to leave, the two hurriedly called out, Young master, please wait a moment. It was clear they had been waiting here specifically for him. Jiang Chun glanced at the girl. It seemed a single glance was enough for him to notice something unusual about her body. This humble girl is of a Jiang family. My name is Ling, and this is Uncle Lon. Are you two looking for me to treat an illness as well? Jiang Linger flinched. She felt her spirit waver. He had seen through everything. Jiang Linger, a person of noble birth. She was once expected to become the heavenly maiden of the Jiang clan, possessing limitless potential and a boundless future. But everything was severed by the heavenly, severed meridian, the most terrifying condition in the cultivation world. No matter how gifted, the afflicted cannot live past 18. It not only prevents the generation of magic power, but also slowly corrodes one's foundation, subjecting the victim to excruciating pain. Miss, have you truly decided? Your condition is completely different from those mortals. We have tried for years without success. He is merely a mortal as well. Even with superb skills, can he really do it? Jiang Linger. That's a lovely name, though it's a rather rare surname. I know, but I am out of time. Jiang Linger grimaced, accepting the cruel reality. In that case, follow me home first. Home? The uncle and niece looked at each other. After a moment of thought, they decided to follow. Thus, Uncle Lon and Linger followed Jiangchen home. The moment they stepped inside, their faces went pale with shock. This is my home. Make yourselves comfortable. This is an array formation. This entire courtyard is a formation. Could we have guessed wrong? This handsome young man in green robes, with such an extraordinary aura, is he actually an old monster with godlike power? This power, it must be at least the immortal embryo realm. What should we do now? He doesn't intend to attack us, does he? The two followed the wafting aroma. They realized the scent came from the bowl of food Jiang Chun brought for the fox. Just as it was about to eat, the fox suddenly noticed the two strangers. Afraid they would steal its food, it hurriedly gulped down the soup in a flash. Uncle Lon, isn't that from the Tushan Fox clan? 2 days ago, we heard the little princess of that clan went missing. Was she captured by this man? Regardless, let's just pretend we know nothing. Meanwhile, the little fox fell asleep after stuffing itself. It loved the expert's food, doing nothing but eating and sleeping all day. If it ate just a little more, it might break through. A moment later, Jiang Chun examined Ling. He checked her feet and discovered the strange ailment. It was the first time he had encountered this. To treat this, it's difficult, very difficult, just as I thought. Linger's face turned ashen on the verge of tears. Wait, I didn't say there was no way. As long as it's treated correctly, it can definitely be resolved. Jiangchen quickly corrected himself. Hearing it could be completely cured, Linger's heart blossomed with hope. But this is the heavenly, severed meridian. Can it really be fully cured? With me here, what does a mere heavenly, severed meridian matter? Jiang Chun smiled gently. As long as you're not dead, give me time, and you will recover. Immediately, Linger knelt down and begged. Then I beg you, young master, please cure this heavenly, severed meridian for me. I would be eternally grateful. Because of this heavenly, severed meridian, she had paid too high a price. Once the clan's heavenly maiden, she was now despised and rebuked. Despite her superior talent, she had surpassed all her senior brothers. But she was unable to condense her spiritual energy, forced to watch as everyone left her behind. Even her own father couldn't be bothered with her anymore. Now, Jiang Chun is her only hope to escape the torment of the heavenly desolate veins. Miss, please stand up. There's no need for that. Besides, your condition is a bit complicated. It will take a long time to treat. Can you two stay here? Stay? Is it absolutely necessary for us to stay? If we don't return in time, I'm afraid father will be furious. The next morning, just as the sun began to rise. Food is ready. The shop is set up today, but we aren't officially open. All I can say is, I guess you'll have to keep eating these vegetarian dishes. Jiang Chun sensed the arrival of some uninvited guests. It turned out to be Ling and her uncle, just returning from gathering firewood. Watching them silently, Jiang Chun assessed them. Only demonic energy, no spiritual power to be found. These two might be cultivators, but their strength is average at best. Uncle Lon, are we really staying here? Linger asked. She looked at Jiang Chun as her absolute last hope. As for the sovereign, I will explain everything clearly when the time comes. Uncle Lon whispered. Jiang Chun called out to them. It's time to eat. Cultivators like us have no need for food. The fox gave a look of pure disdain. How ungrateful. Don't come crying to me for a bite later. Countless miles away in the feathered Holy Lands, a majestic voice thundered. So you're saying MONI is currently being held captive by some unknown human powerhouse? Though her life isn't in danger, she's being kept as a pet. That's right, Your Majesty. I saw it all with my own eyes. The Fox Emperor erupted in fury. Hu Yao, the Fox Emperor, one of the most powerful beings in the demon realm, appeared to the human emperor and the lords of the Holy Lands. A truly supreme existence. And yet someone dares to imprison my daughter. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Tu Shanfu knelt in a panic. It seems I'll have to make this trip personally. Tu Shanfeng, tell me everything you know about this human. That man is a master of the sword. He'll be very difficult to deal with. Therefore, Your Majesty should not act rashly. At the very least, we need time to retrieve the sacred relic of Tu Shan. It will make bringing the princess back much easier. Having the sacred relic would definitely be better, since its specialty is defense, especially against sword arts. Then it's settled. The priority is bringing Mo and I home. I want to see if this brat who dared to cage my daughter can withstand the wrath of the Fox Emperor. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun remained blissfully unaware of the disaster heading his way. Huh, sir, are you all right? I'm fine. Now, where were we? All right. The heavenly desolate veins you mentioned are of a nature, since you were born with them. The energy has condensed and begun to corrode your heart meridians. What we need to do first is flush out that internal energy to restore your yin-yang balance. Grind these herbs every morning, mix them with fresh water, and drink up. Is that it? Just these herbs? Linger asked in disbelief. What? Is there a problem? No, none at all. A moment later, Linger brought the herbs to Uncle Lon for inspection. He claims just drinking these will balance your yin and yang. Uncle Lon looked skeptical. Whatever. Might as well give it a try. Uncle Lan's reaction was a bit unexpected for Linger. Even so, she decided to trust them both. All right, here I go. This has to work. Linger took a sip of the herbal medicine. Oh, this cool, tingling sensation, it feels like my whole body is being washed clean. My lady, how do you feel? Uncle Lon asked urgently. This medicine, it actually works. Linger shouted with joy. The power of the heavenly desolate veins is fading. Really? Yes. This is wonderful. Regarding the sovereign, I still need to make a trip back. You're leaving? It's only temporary. Once I explain things clearly to the sovereign, I'll be right back. Besides, I don't have to leave this second. Uncle Lon stopped mid-sentence. His gaze locked onto the man standing across from them. It was Jiang Chun practicing a health-boosting routine with his sword. Linger and her uncle froze in shock. Uncle Lon, do you see that? Sir, is also a grandmaster of the sword. The little fox at his side watched the whole thing play out, posturing like a wise elder. They must be used to this after seeing it so many times. Those two act like they've never seen the world. Time to eat. Jiang Chun treated his two guests to a vegetarian feast overflowing with spiritual energy. The pinnacle of music, the king of chess, a top-tier poet, a Picasso reborn. The young master has reached the pinnacle in every single field. Uncle Lon, I don't want to leave. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was assisting Jiang Linger. War had erupted between the Great Yin Dynasty and the Golden Eagle tribe in the region. The result, the Great Yin Dynasty suffered a defeat. The Great Yin Dynasty launched a war against the Golden Eagle tribe in the Nether Realm. To support the war effort, the Great Yin Dynasty issued an order summoning all human cultivators within its territory to join the battle. The battle was described as extremely fierce. Cultivators were falling every single day. Blood flowed like rivers during the major clashes. The fifth son of the Great Yin Emperor, though lacking the outstanding talent of the others, showed great courage by leading the charge in the very first battle. He displayed a resilient and decisive spirit. However, the defeat in the opening battle forced the emperor to summon the princes to discuss strategy. You are aware that our Great Yin Dynasty has suffered a defeat against the Golden-Winged Eagle tribe. Morale is dwindling. The emperor realized that Great Yin had lost ground to the Golden Eagle tribe and needed to secure a victory in the second battle to turn the tide of the war. The emperor believed that the expert who had helped them previously could assist them once more. If that expert gave you this painting, It proves he holds goodwill toward our great yin. Therefore, I wish to seek his aid once again. Imperial Father is truly thorough. I feel ashamed, Guxian said. I will make preparations and visit the expert once more. Wait, I shall go with you. Guxian was surprised. Scene shifts to Jiangchun. Jiang Linger had completed the first phase of her treatment and rested for 7 days. Her body's yin and yang were now in balance. Now, we begin the second phase. I will use acupuncture to stimulate the major meridian points in your body. Linger's eyes lit up. I will follow whatever arrangement you make, young master. After a few days of treatment, Linger was completely captivated by Jiangchun. This look on Linger, it's so familiar. Just like when I was treating Xiao Shuang. She was covered in acupuncture needles, looking like a cactus. Uncle Lon, I've applied the needles. The process needs time to work. It's the perfect time for me to go into the city and prepare some herbs. Thank you, young master. Leave the rest to me. Jiangchun was contemplating how to earn money to make ends meet. After all, the house now held not just the little fox, but 2 additional guests. If he didn't find a way to increase his income, would they even survive? I'll just have to make whatever I can. Jiangchun rummaged through the house and found a painting he had created earlier. This painting, didn't I paint this because I was impressed by that sword technique? The star-severing sword painting. The figure in the painting was modeled after himself. Even though I can't cultivate in the Xinxiao world, I can certainly paint, imagining my own star-severing strike. With that thought, Jiangchun decided to take the painting to the market. I'll take this one. The previous paintings didn't sell, but maybe someone will like this new one. Scene shifts to the market. A local, perhaps a shopkeeper or bystander, was scolding 2 figures in front of him. He was ranting at the 2 men standing there. I told you already. Shopkeeper Little Jiang, setting up his stall, depends entirely on his mood. He might come tomorrow, or maybe next month. Why are you rushing? Honestly, it turned out the 2 men being scolded were the Great Yin Emperor and the 5th Prince. The local shooed the father and son away. All right, that's all I know. Now, Shu, get moving. Don't disturb my wife's business. The Emperor and Guxian stood there, stunned by the scolding. They knew they were in disguise, but they never expected to be hassled by commoners like this. Imperial Father. It seems the expert really isn't here. Could it be that the expert is intentionally avoiding us? Suddenly, the commoner from before gasped. Hey, you two. Look, shopkeeper Little Jiang is here. You guys are seriously lucky. He's here. The father and son spoke in unison. Amidst the crowd, Jiangchun slowly emerged, radiating a mysterious, cold beauty. His eyes held an unfathomable depth. He carried a cloth sack of goods over one shoulder. A faint smile played on his lips. At least, that was how he appeared to outsiders. Seeing him, Ji Yuanhao reacted like a fangirl meeting a male idol. The expert. That is definitely the expert. A villager leaned in close and whispered to Little Jiang. Listen, I have to tell you something. Someone's over there looking for you. The 2 of them turned their gaze toward the other side. Ji Xin quickly spoke up, boss. Over here. Little Jiang suddenly remembered. It was true. A rich-looking kid had once traded a toy-like sword for one of his paintings. That's the guy. And this person is... This is my father. The Emperor looked a bit suspicious, with a slightly strange, intense look in his eyes. His cheeks were flushed a deep red. I offer my greetings, Boss Jiang. A chill ran down Little Jiang's spine. His face stiffened. On my last birthday celebration, my son presented me with a piece of calligraphy as a gift. Though I don't understand it perfectly, even I could recognize the profound meaning hidden within it. I have spent every day since then trying to grasp its essence. And yet, I still haven't fully mastered it. That is why I asked my son to lead me here to meet you. Now that I see you, you truly possess an extraordinary aura, boss. Your presence is magnificent. You flatter me, guest. It was just something I wrote on a whim. So, what brings you 2 here today? That painting of yours. Its sword intent spans 30,000 miles. A single strike that strikes fear into 19 provinces. Not only is the calligraphy beautiful, but the underlying meaning is incredibly deep. However, we simply cannot fully comprehend it. Tell us, how can we truly achieve a strike that terrifies 19 provinces? The Emperor wanted to find the secret to achieving that ultimate strike that terrifies 19 provinces. How to strike fear into 19 provinces with one sword. How should I know? Aren't you just making things difficult for me? Should I just be honest and say I don't know? But wouldn't that just be embarrassing myself? Jiang Chen didn't want to lose face. So he pulled out a new painting of swordsmanship he had recently finished. It contained a sword intent far more powerful than the last. I painted this a few days ago. It's my personal realization regarding the way of the sword. The power within this is much stronger than that one strike from before. I can use this painting and improvise a little. If they ask, I'll just let them figure it out for themselves. As he revealed the painting, Jiang Chan put on a serious face and spoke to them. Everyone has their own unique perspective. Even if I explained it, it might not be the right path for you. What matters is how you perceive it yourself. If you truly wish to comprehend it, you must observe more and reflect more. I happen to have another painting here. It concerns the sword. Perhaps what you're searching for is contained within this. The moment the painting was unfurled, a massive surge of sword intent erupted, shocking everyone present to their core. The stars shine brilliantly. An infinite power. It makes my very soul tremble. Who is that? Isn't that the great master? The starlight itself has been shattered by that sword intent. It's like shimmering stardust and smoke. This painting was definitely destined for our great Yin dynasty. Boss, what must I do to obtain this painting? How lucky. I just got here, and there's already a business opportunity. And with returning customers, no less. Well, that depends on how much sincerity you're willing to show. They look wealthy. They'll surely be generous, right? Surely the father brought some cash with him. There's no way he came empty-handed, right? Sincerity? Ordinary items certainly won't satisfy a man of his talents. Sincerity is vital. But what could possibly represent it? Boss, would you consider this item in exchange for that painting? This is the imperial seal of the great Yin dynasty. I can't believe it. Why is it another one of these things? Is money just not a thing anymore when buying stuff? Why is it so hard to just make some actual cash? I didn't expect this father and son duo to be so stingy. Is being a cheapskate genetic? Fine, I'll just consider this a good deed. The emperor held the painting in his hands. His face was filled with pure excitement. Father, is it really okay to trade the imperial seal for this painting? No, this was actually the best move. That imperial seal is merely a symbol. It has little practical value. But by accepting it, it means he has accepted my invitation. In other words, he is now officially aligned with our great Yin dynasty. In the future, if the great Yin dynasty ever finds itself in peril, they certainly won't sit idly by. Ji Xian couldn't imagine the true significance behind his father's actions, even in his wildest dreams. The old man really is a step ahead of everyone else. This homecoming marks the beginning of a new era of prosperity for our great Yin. The scene shifts back to Jiang Chen's home. All right, that's the acupuncture done for today. Next, we'll use the herbal decoction to stabilize the yin and yang energy within your body. Thank you, young master. Even though I've only had one session with the master, I can already feel a profound change within me, especially in my meridians. Before, I couldn't absorb any of the world's spiritual essence. But now, they're completely clear. It's unbelievable. Lon, the medicine. I feel so much stronger. Maybe I don't even need to fully purge the heavenly yin deficient meridians. I might actually be able to break through to the divine sense realm. This is wonderful. But miss, the heavenly yin deficient meridians are still there. You must remain cautious. Don't worry. I'll definitely be careful. You're right. When someone helps you this much, you have to find a way to repay them. But what could I possibly give him in return? At the Qinyao Pass, tens of thousands of demons and golden eagles are preparing for war. The war drums thunder, signaling the start of a bloody conflict. A demon ambush. The demon army has launched a surprise attack. Cries erupt from every direction. Why did the golden-winged eagle clan suddenly mobilize their army? What do we do? His Majesty isn't at the pass. If a full-scale war breaks out, with just the two of us, how can we possibly hold them back? The two officials are overcome with anxiety. Suddenly, the third prince appears and speaks up. Everyone, please, just wait a moment. Listen to me. I have two solutions. First, no matter what they do, we avoid the fight. We can't afford any casualties. Second, we send a diplomatic envoy to negotiate. It wouldn't hurt for our great Yin to take a step back and compromise. The two officials fall silent after hearing this. They hesitate, unable to find their words. Who said anything about great Yin taking a step back? The emperor's voice bellows across the field. The emperor has returned. The third prince quickly tries to explain himself. Father, if the golden-winged eagle clan wants a fight, then Great Yin will certainly not back down, he declares firmly. The second great war begins. Have faith. I will not let my people down. With the help of a hidden master. From this day forward, Great Yin no longer fears the golden-winged eagle clan. A master? The third prince is stunned. Father went out alone with the fifth brother. And he went looking for a master? Something this secretive. Could it be that father intends to make him the crown prince? Moreover, everything Ji Xian has now is because of that calligraphy painting he gave father for his birthday. He claimed he got that painting from a master, too. Could it be that the master father's talking about is the same person? Once the battle commences, fresh blood stains the very sky. Great Yin fights alone against both the demons and the Golden Eagle clan. Casualties are mounting. The losses are devastating. The situation looks bleak. The king of the golden-winged eagle clan howls. Thousands of years ago, our Great Yin was defeated. We were forced to cede the southern province. That wasn't just a humiliation for the imperial court. It was a stain on our entire nation. Today, I will utterly crush the golden-winged eagle clan. I will reclaim the southern province and restore the destiny of our people. Don't make me laugh. How many times have you said that already? Look at how the last war ended. Gong Yuan Hong, you're nothing but a loudmouth. Today, I lead the golden-winged eagle clan to wipe your Great Yin off the map. Fine then. Your soldiers are practically finished, and yet you still dare to talk big? You really don't know when you're beaten. Watch me take you down with a single blow. The king of the golden-winged eagle clan glares. What the? A painting? Have you lost so badly that you've finally gone insane? No one can understand what the emperor is trying to do. The human soldiers and the demon beasts alike are baffled. The demon king feels insulted. This is a mockery, an absolute insult to me. All of you, charge. At his command, tens of thousands of golden eagles swarm the emperor of Great Yin. The time has come. The scroll is finally unfurled. The emperor screams the name of the technique, or rather, the title of the painting, Starlight. Inside the painting is an image of Jiang Chun, wielding a sword. The image in the painting pulses with a fierce, living energy. It manifests in the sky. Don't be afraid. This is nothing more than a bluff. It's a projection of Jiang Chun, with a surge of overwhelming sword intent. He delivers a devastating strike toward the Golden Rankings forces. Before everyone's eyes, a brilliant radiance pierces through heaven and earth. The stars in the sky tremble, and the very earth shudders. Everything in existence is consumed by its light. This terrifying power far exceeds the imagination of any living soul on the continent. The great Eagle King of the Golden Ranking and his entire army were completely annihilated in an instant. But that wasn't even the most horrific part. The rift torn into the sky is the real nightmare. The void itself was sliced in two by a single swing of the sword. The great Eagle King sits in stunned silence. He's right. That strike just now made him feel the cold touch of death. Great Eagle King of the Golden Ranking. Do you realize your mistake now? I have said it before. You only need to return the southern provinces that Great Yin ceded. I ask for nothing else. I accept. How would I even dare to refuse? If I actually said no, I'm afraid I wouldn't have life left to live. The southern lands that belonged to the humans and Great Yin were finally reclaimed after the battle. A crowd begins to gather. The air is thick with frantic whispers. This is unbelievable. Great Yin actually won the second battle, even though they were clearly outmatched. Something strange happened. I heard a man in green robes stepped out from a painting. With one swing, he split the void and brought down the stars. He drove back the entire demon army on his own. Was that an ancient saint? Or perhaps a hidden ancestor of the Great Yin? Just then, Empress Yu appears. Her gaze is sharp and cold. She speaks with absolute certainty. That's not it. I know exactly who that was. The golden-winged Eagle Clan, a powerhouse within the secluded realm, possessing ironclad discipline. In the clash between the Great Yin Empire and the golden-winged Eagles, Great Yin achieved an overwhelming victory. However, this victory didn't truly belong to the Empire. It was likely orchestrated by a master pulling the strings from the shadows, Jiang Chun. Everything is within his grasp. No, that's impossible. Has he really become that powerful? Has the great Yin Empire already fallen under Jiang Chen's control? Surely not this quickly. If he truly holds the great Yin Empire in his hand, there's no telling what he might do. They're the strongest force of the human race. Any decision made will affect the entire cultivation world. Perhaps he hasn't fully seized control of the empire yet. I can't overthink this. Empress Yu. After a moment of deep thought, she suddenly turns back to the painting hanging on the wall. A bone-chilling frost emanates from the canvas. Since that day, I've been constantly meditating on this painting to repair my damaged foundation, and the results have been remarkably effective. I can clearly feel my frozen purgatory empress physique changing. My cultivation is not only smoother, but far more powerful. But I still feel like something is missing. Even though this 1,000 miles of frost, painting helps me break through my limits. It feels like my frozen purgatory empress physique has hit a wall. The foundation has been repaired. And yet, it's still slightly incomplete. At first, I thought it was just an illusion. But the more I practice, the more intense this feeling becomes. Could it be? Is this another trap set by that man? He knew I wanted to fix my frozen purgatory empress physique. So he gave me this painting. But in reality, not only is this painting unable to fully restore my foundation, it might even be having a negative impact on me. On the surface, he seems to be helping. But in truth, he wanted to walk right into his snare, step by step, until he has me completely under his thumb. I've been played. It's my own fault for being too impatient with my cultivation and ignoring the consequences. Now, these flaws in my foundation will surely haunt my future progress. I used to think I could fix my core to quickly gain the strength, to finally face Jiang Chun. But now, that plan has crumbled. Moreover, if he is truly as powerful as I suspect, I can't even mention this to the Holy Master or the Elders. He is an entity that even the Holy Land cannot oppose. If I speak of it, it will undoubtedly bring disaster upon us. It seems there is only one way left. The one who started this must be the one to end it. I'll have to pay him a visit myself. Scene shifts to Jiang Chen's house. At this moment, Jiang Chen is performing acupuncture on Jiang Linger. Her soft groans echo through the house. My lord, may I ask, are we finished yet? Jiang Linger is so exhausted she can barely find the words. Jiang Chen understood and promptly gave the word. The acupuncture is finished. Next, we just need to brew the medicine and drink it. I've really been swamped lately. Every single day, I have to head to Wuhua City to prep those herbs. On top of that, I've got to handle the acupuncture sessions for Jiangling. Ever since I transmigrated to this world, I don't think I've ever worked this hard. Well, whatever. I'm going to take a quick nap. I'll leave things in the house to you guys. Jiang Chun stretched his arms wide. We've troubled you, young master. Please, leave the household affairs to us. My lady, the medicine is finished. It'll be cool enough to drink in just a moment. Huh? Look at the young master's pet. Lan Shao, look. Her evolution is almost complete. From what I know, the strongest bloodline of the Mount 2 Fox clan is the Fox Emperor. Even they only have 5 tails. But this little fox seems to be even more powerful than that. If I'm not mistaken, she must be the daughter of the Fox Emperor, the hexaphase bloodline of Mount 2, Tushan Mo. If she really is Tushan Mo, being raised by Senior is a stroke of incredible luck for her. Ever since the Great War of Antiquity, the bloodline of the Tushan clan has been cursed. Since then, no pure-blooded descendants have ever appeared again. Tushan Mo possesses 6 tails, though it's far from her ancestors' peak. As long as she stays by Senior's side, she will continue to evolve. Reaching 9 tails isn't just a dream, it's entirely possible. A 9-tailed Tushan fox, huh? I wonder how many years it's been since one last appeared. Oh, she's back to having only 1 tail. It looks like she still needs to sleep for a while longer. My lady, it's time for your medicine. The servant gave a gentle reminder. All right, Jiang Linger replied. She picked up the bowl and downed the medicine in one go. She could clearly feel the stifling weight of the heavenly desolate veins weakening through the treatment. The young master said that after the second session, everything would change significantly. And once the 3rd step is complete, the heavenly desolate veins will be completely eradicated. When that time comes, I can finally focus on cultivation and choose my own path. Suddenly, she felt a bone-chilling aura envelop the area. My lady, someone's here, the servant reported. At that moment, Yu Huang appeared. Oh, who are these two? A man and a woman. Could they be Jiang Chen's accomplices? No, impossible. A terrifying figure like Jiang Chen wouldn't bother with sidekicks. Of these two, one has a pathetic cultivation level, while the other is only slightly better. They definitely aren't worth Jiang Chen's attention. I see now. They're just pawns. Cannon fodder, even. It seems I'm far more valuable than they are. Jiang Linger caught the blatant contempt in Yu Huang's eyes, and it rubbed her the wrong way. How strange. I've been here a long time, and I've never seen a visitor. But she scanned Yu Huang from head to toe. She's got some looks, I'll give her that. Maybe just a tiny bit prettier than me. God, she's annoying. Linger puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Lan Shuo, the man standing beside her, noticed Linger's childish reaction and spoke up. My lady, this might be the young master's guest. But since the young master is taking a nap, it would be rude for no one to receive her. Fine, then I'll be a gracious host. Linger forced a fake smile. Hello there, dear guest. But Yu Huang ignored her completely, treating her as if she were invisible. Who are you? The young master is resting. I won't allow you to disturb him, Linger said. What does that have to do with you? Yu Huang shot back with a cold, dismissive attitude. Seriously? She's getting more unbearable by the second. Lan Shuo, seeing the guest's blatant disrespect, stepped in. Young lady, acting this way is quite improper. Yu Huang frowned. She channeled her spiritual energy, turning the surrounding air ice cold. She looked ready for a fight. Inside the house, the sleeping Jiang Chun felt a sudden chill. He began to shiver in his sleep. Why did it suddenly get so cold in here? As Yu Huang tried to force her way in, Lan Shuo blocked her path immediately. Young lady, I told you, this behavior is uncalled for. This old man's strength is actually on par with mine. Lan Shuo, Linger called out. Without a word, Yu Huang continued to surge her power, unleashing her phoenix true intent. The sheer pressure signaled her readiness for battle. Whoa! Jiang Linger gasped in shock. This is the phoenix true intent? You're the Saintess of Wuhua. Mu Yu Huang, aren't you? If you know who I am, then get out of my way. Well, so what if you're the Saintess of Wuhua? Linger stood her ground firmly. Does the Jiang clan fear the likes of you? I can't hold back anymore. Is Linger also moving to intercept Yu Huang? That name struck a chord with Yu Huang. The Jiang clan. The ancient kin inherited from the primordial era, though they are a branch of the human race. They are unlike any other power. The Jiang clan usually hides within mysterious pocket dimensions. They rarely show themselves, even when humanity faces extinction. Thus, despite being fellow humans, their reputation in the cultivation world is less than stellar. There are even rumors that the destruction of the primordial era was linked to these very remnants. No wonder. They're in contact with him. So, Jiang Chun really is the mastermind behind the primordial collapse. And now he's plotting something new. But so what? Yue Huang ignored Uncle Lan's threats. She pressed forward. I intend to enter this place. Do you really think you can stop me? How arrogant. Uncle Lan was furious, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Yue Huang refused to back down, fully prepared to face the Jiang clan. Then allow me to test your strength. As both sides prepared for battle, Jiang Chen finally woke up. Stepping into the courtyard, he was hit by a sudden chill, causing him to sneeze. However, the terrifying aura from both sides instantly vanished into thin air. What just happened? Was it that sound? Jiang Linger's eyes lit up as she looked toward Jiang Chun. It was as if she had been waiting for this very moment. How is this possible? Yue Huang was shocked. Her magic power had been completely suppressed. And why is it suddenly so cold? Wait, why is there such a commotion out here? Oh, is that Miss Yue Huang? Business has arrived. Jiang Chun, currently depressed over his lack of funds, felt like a drowsy man who just found a pillow. Miss Yue Huang, you truly are a distinguished guest. Please come inside. Someone the young master knows? Linger's jaw dropped. As for Yue Huang, she wasn't surprised that Jiang Chun knew she was there. From her perspective, it was obvious Jiang Chun had predicted her arrival. Her constitution's root cause hadn't been fully resolved. This was definitely a trap. Thus, Yue Huang followed Jiang Chun into the house. Cool me. Hurry inside. It's a bit chilly out here. Jiang Chun flashed a warm, welcoming smile. Yue Huang was trembling all over, not from the cold, but from sheer terror. Young master, Linger whispered quietly. Uncle Lan, what do you think is the relationship between this Mu Yue Huang and the senior? The senior's realm is too high. I cannot speculate. Although the saintess of the feathering sect has immense talent, she still wouldn't catch the senior's eye. If there is a relationship, it is likely just a senior giving pointers to a junior. A senior guiding a junior? Huh. Uncle Lan's words made sense. The feathering saintess. Although her looks aren't bad. What kind of figure is the senior? He long ago ceased caring about such worldly things. The reason he smiled and welcomed her, it must be to offer guidance. Correct. That must be it. At most, they are mentor and student. Unlike me, I've been by the young master's side all this time. He spent so much effort on my heavenly terminal meridian. We're together day and night. If we talk about relationships, I'm definitely closer to him. That Mu Yue Huang. The young master is just being kind and hospitable because he has a good heart. It's just like with Tu Shanmo. But what if the young master prefers women with strength and talent? In that case, I have to work even harder. Effort. You can do this. Witnessing his niece's growth and her somewhat childish train of thought, Uncle Lan could only sigh. The young Mrs. Affairs. I'll let her resolve them herself. After entering the room, Jiang Chun quickly poured tea for Yue Huang. Yue Huang took a sip, while glancing around the room, sensing the peaceful and comfortable scholarly atmosphere of the place. Lady Yue Huang, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Jiang Chun asked with such a calm tone that Yue Huang jumped, nearly spitting out her tea. That was close. This man is truly dangerous. Are you all right, my lady? Jiang Chen's voice was gentle. His friendly smile was enough to make anyone feel an instant sense of goodwill. The atmosphere surrounding him was peaceful and comfortable. It was the kind of vibe that made people lose themselves in it. However, in reality, Jiang Chen's mind was racing with calculations. Lately, my expenses have been outweighing my income. I absolutely have to seize this opportunity. It's a good thing this lady showed up when she did. Xiao Yao was so excited she didn't hesitate to flash her best customer service smile. If it weren't for her stable cultivation base, Yuan would have been swept up in this act long ago. She told herself to stay sharp. She couldn't let herself be swayed. Boss, that painting from last time truly benefited me greatly, but there are still a few points I can't quite grasp. It feels like something is missing from that painting. Perfect. I made myself clear enough. I realized early on that you set a trap in that painting. Now, let's see how you try to explain your way out of this. Jiang Chun was genuinely confused. Missing? Like what? Hearing Yue Huang's words, Jiang Chun took a moment to think seriously. You say something is missing, but what exactly could it be? The best answer is just to say I don't know. I mean, how am I supposed to know what's missing? That painting of the frozen realm for 1,000 miles. I didn't think my work was half bad. The brushwork was there, the artistic conception was there. Everything was perfect. How could anything be missing? Watching Jiang Chen's expression, Yue Huang sat across from him, observing his every move meticulously. Maybe he's already seen through my little scheme. He's testing me. I've got it. Lady Yue Huang, since you took that painting home, have you been studying it every single day? That is correct. Well, that explains it. By observing and meditating on it that way, you've only grasped the surface. You haven't truly tapped into the underlying artistic conception. It's like painting a portrait. You've only captured the skin, but failed to capture what's underneath. You haven't painted the bones of the intent. Yes, exactly. The intent. But honestly, I can't blame you. I painted that piece with my own hands. The technique is master level and the intent is profound. While you caught a glimpse of its meaning, it's still a bit too early for you to fully comprehend the entire work. That's right. You're still too green. I'm talking about you. But what does this man mean by that? Is he implying that I'm too obsessed with that one painting? Or is it because I was too rushed in repairing my physical essence and neglected other things? But what did I miss? Did he intentionally leave a flaw in the painting just to keep me under his thumb? All right then. I'll show you one more painting. You'll understand immediately. Wait a second. I remember leaving it somewhere. Jiang Chen muttered. What on earth is he planning? Yue Huang was lost in thought. Ugh, my head hurts. Forget it. I'll stop overthinking for a second. Wait. On the display shelf where the sword gall and the carved stone used to be, there's a new item right next to the sword gall. It has the word Great Yin engraved on it. Could it be an artifact from the Great Yin Imperial Court? Why does this look so familiar? I think I've seen this in an ancient record before. Those records contained all sorts of secrets. One of them featured a pattern exactly like this one. It looks identical to the object right in front of me. Could it be the Great Yin Emperor's Seal? It is. It really is the Great Yin Emperor's seal. This is definitely the Great Yin Emperor's seal. It's blinding. The Great Yin Emperor's seal. The legendary treasure left behind by the founder of the Great Yin dynasty. Possessing this is the same as being the Emperor of Great Yin. It's just like the Imperial Jade Seal of a mortal kingdom. But the Emperor of Great Yin usually keeps this on him at all times. How could it possibly show up here? Unless the Emperor himself gave it up willingly. Did the Emperor surrender the seal to Jiang Chun as a trade, just to ensure victory over the golden-winged great apes? If so, that means Great Yin has sacrificed half of its sovereignty. If that's true, doesn't that mean Jiang Chun is effectively pulling the strings of the entire Great Yin dynasty? Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was still rummaging around. Where did I put it? Why can't I find it? Terrifying. This is truly terrifying. This man's methods and schemes are far more frightening than I ever imagined. This guy is way too dangerous. What should I do? What am I supposed to do now? Maybe I should just make a run for it. Found it. Hearing his voice, Yue Huang scrambled back to her seat. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lady Yue Huang, take a look at this one. I feel like it's much more suited to your current situation. Oof. At this moment, Yu Huang put on a weak, pitiful, and helpless expression. There's no time to escape. Jiang Qin noticed Yu Huang's suspicious expression. He couldn't help but wonder. What in the world is going on? If you say it's suitable, then it must be suitable. Why was I so stupid to actually come here to do business? This is no different from walking right into the lion's den. If something were to happen, I could lose my life in an instant. Thank goodness I haven't told the Holy Master about this. Otherwise, the Yuhua sacred land could be annihilated. You haven't even looked at it yet. How could you possibly know I'm right? Why do I feel like I'm being strong-armed into this deal? I didn't threaten her, did I, boss? The boss's cultivation is profound. Whatever you say is right. I am merely a junior. I just need to obey. What? My lady, you're being far too polite. There's no need to bow. Please stand up. It is better for this junior to remain kneeling, Yu Huang said, her eyes wide. Then just take this painting. The old rules still apply. I don't get it. I should just get this over with quickly. Yu Huang pondered. His rules, huh? Then what's the price going to be? In Yu Huang's eyes, Jiang Chun looked no different from a demon. I see now. It's just like last time. Once I complete the transaction with him, I can leave this place. Hurry up. What else do I even have on me that I can give him? I already gave him my most precious heavenly cold hell ice phoenix last time. He'd definitely sneer at anything else I own. What'd I do now? The Great Yin Emperor used the Imperial Seal for his transaction. If I just offer something random, he'll definitely be displeased. What is this trash? I want your life. I was wrong. Please, spare me, my lady. I haven't done anything to you. Jiang Chun was truly bewildered. I have no choice but to use my last resort. Yu Huang then took out a treasure from within her. What is this? Seeing this item emerge from Yu Huang, Jiang Chun was quite surprised. Because this thing naturally radiated a chilling aura. It would make a great refrigerator. Here, you can call it the Hell Phoenix Amber. Will this do? One look, and you can tell this is even more valuable than the silver needle for last time. Is a single painting really worth this much? Jiang Chun thought to himself. The Hell Phoenix Amber, a treasure condensed from the Hell Ice Phoenix body. This treasure contains the Ice Phoenix's true intent. Although it's not a magical artifact, its value is unparalleled. It is equivalent to Yu Huang's very life. In other words, Yu Huang is using her life to make this exchange. This was a last resort, as the Great Yin Emperor had offered half his kingdom. If she had used only a few external items this time, it surely wouldn't have satisfied his greed. Why do wicked people always love to control others like this? Yu Huang could only helplessly accept her fate, shedding tears in despair. Damn it. I still fell into his trap in the end. Outside, Uncle Lan and Linger were watching as Yu Huang came out. Uncle Lan, what's wrong with Empress Yu Huang? I'm not sure. She was fine when she arrived, but she left as if she were fleeing for her life. Perhaps she received some benefit from the senior that she doesn't want others to know about. Every one of the senior's works is rich with profound meaning. You can gain so much just from a single glance. Linger pouted, displeased. I want that too. I have to cultivate diligently, so I can receive the young master's guidance. You can do it, young miss. A few minutes later, Yu Huang arrived back at the Yuhua mountain range. I finally got away. That was a truly devastating loss. To escape, I had to place my very life in his hands. But if I hadn't paid such a price, I probably wouldn't have been able to get away at all. Now, all that's left is this painting. I have to examine it carefully. As she unrolled the scroll, an intensely cold aura surged forth. The glacial presence of this painting is immense. The flaws in Yu Huang's spiritual soul began to mend. So that's it. I understand. He said I was too focused on the artistic intent of the painting while ignoring myself. My innate hell ice phoenix body has awakened. I only knew my physique was powerful, but I completely neglected to cultivate my spiritual soul. That's what created the weakness. Now, I see everything clearly, just by looking at this painting of the snow mountain. The snow mountain is still a snow mountain, but the point isn't to be detached from it. It's about seeing myself as the snow mountain, situated between the vastness of heaven and earth as time flows. My divine soul will only grow stronger, and its flaws are gradually being mended. The ice phoenix frost and the power of the divine soul seem to be merging into one. This painting, it really is too powerful. Not only does it help repair my physical foundation, but it also enhances the cultivation of my divine soul. I'm afraid this isn't something even a saint could achieve. No, wait. Why am I starting to worship that man again? He's a mastermind who wants to destroy the entire world. I paid a massive price to obtain this painting. It was just a transaction. There shouldn't be any respect involved. Forget it. Never mind. First, I need to calm down. I must reclaim my eternal composure. Yet the calmer she tried to be, the more Empress Yu's mind drifted toward Jiang Chun, and the more she thought of him, the more charming he seemed to her. Has he already etched himself into the very depths of my soul? I've already sacrificed my phoenix true essence. I fear my very life is now held in the palm of his hand. I'll just have to take it one step at a time. If the day truly comes where both my body and mind are under his control, I'll just have to hold fast to my true self. Empress Yin, what are you doing here? Empress Yin looked at her older sister. Her expression was solemn. She seemed to be giving some final instructions before she spoke. Tomorrow, I must head to the Ascension Holy Ground. The Ascension Holy Realm, that is the cultivation site belonging to the Ascension Holy Land. Not only is it overflowing with the intense spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but it also contains the various insights left behind by the Holy Land's ancestors. It is a land of divine providence. Only those bestowed with the title of true disciple are qualified to enter and undergo secluded meditation there. But if one isn't careful, a cultivator could very well become completely submerged in it, causing their divine soul to be sealed away, leaving them unable to ever wake up. Mui Huang had entered the Ascension Holy Realm once before, but she nearly failed to make it out. Therefore, Mui and Huang felt a flicker of fear that she might not return this time. That's why she came specifically to say goodbye. They were biological sisters, after all. No matter what had happened, the bond of blood remained. Then you'd better be careful. I know. At that moment, Yin Huang noticed the painting hanging behind her sister. Her eyes flared as she shouted angrily. You went to see the senior too, didn't you? That's right. Wait, what am I even afraid of? You clearly gained something from Senior Jiang. Gained something? I nearly lost my life back there. If I hadn't sacrificed my very essence, I wouldn't have been able to escape at all. Yue Huang's voice turned sharp. Where I go is none of your business. None of my business? Do you really think I want to care? What irritates me is how you say one thing and do another. You kept saying Senior Jiang was terrifying. Yet here you are, reaping the benefits. You even brought back a painting. If you truly feel that way, why don't you give that painting to me? I'll return it to Senior Jiang myself. You're really something else. You stop others from seeing Senior Jiang, while you sneak off there yourself. Are you kidding me? I traded my own life for this. How could I possibly just give it back? My business is none of your concern. Stay out of it. You should worry about preparing for the Ascension Holy Realm. Come talk to me when you've actually gained some real power. I knew it. You're still afraid that if I awaken my immortal Tao Emperor physique, I'll threaten your position, aren't you? That's why you went behind my back to see Senior Jiang. Mui Huang. Oh, Mui Huang. I never expected you to be this kind of person. I don't care that you want to see Jiang Chun. I don't object to that. I'd even support it. But what you absolutely should not have done was taking gifts from him while slandering him behind his back. The senior didn't do anything wrong to you. He isn't a bad person. What you're doing is despicable. You really are two-faced. saying one thing to my face and another behind my back. I never had any intention of taking your title as Holy Maiden, but now I've made up my mind. Once I leave the Ascension Holy Realm, I am definitely going to challenge you for that position. I'll settle this grudge and give Senior Jiang a proper surprise. I'm leaving. What is it now? Watching these two sisters is truly exhausting. Inside the Ascension Celestial Palace, the sound of hushed discussions echoed. The ancestor of the Azure Cloud Holy Land hasn't much longer to live due to his old injuries. He knows this better than anyone. That's why he will undoubtedly go all out in this confrontation. Even though I have the utmost confidence in our own ancestors' cultivation and strength. But this time, the opponent is a madman who doesn't care if he lives or dies. Are you all prepared? Reporting to the sect leader. Everything is ready. Regarding that matter, the ancestor should be aware of it by now, right? He knows. But even after finding out, he didn't do anything to stop us. That's good then. Remember, this must not be leaked to anyone outside of those present here. Understood. If word of this gets out, it will cause a massive problem. No matter what happens, this battle must be kept a complete secret. About 500 miles from the feathered sacred ground, there are things that Yunlan must do. That great war years ago, with my ultimate defeat, it remains an eternal, bitter regret. Now that my life is nearing its end, even if the outcome of this battle is the same as back then, I won't regret a single thing I've done. Very well. I shall accompany you, ancestor, as expected of my most devoted descendant. Ever since you were a child, I've nurtured Yunlan in the hopes that another peerless powerhouse would emerge. Having a descendant with such a constitution makes my life feel complete. All right, let us set out. But there are still 3 days until the challenge date. We can take our time. Yes, ancestor. What is that? Why is there a wooden cabin in the middle of this wasteland? At Jiang Chen's house, Jiang Chen's fingers glide swiftly across the zither strings. Each clear, resonant note rings out, leaving everyone nearby deeply moved. Wow, the master is playing the zither. The spiritual power in my body is starting to surge. It's increasing again. Someone just remembered they haven't practiced in a while and decided to relax a little. Every note the senior plays contains an incredibly profound artistic conception. To have such skill, he must truly be an immortal. Even though we don't understand music theory, our bodies can't stop swaying to the rhythm. Well, that's enough for today. Huh? Suddenly, uninvited guests have arrived at the door. Uncle Lon? Who is it? Not sure. But they're definitely no ordinary people. This person's arrival, whether intentional or not, is radiating a powerful aura. It's creating a terrifyingly heavy atmosphere. The masked figure pulls down their veil. The ancestor's face is revealed. But why does he look like an ostrich? Is something the matter? That music just now, was it you playing? Yes, it was. Upon hearing confirmation from a musician, the ancestor jumps down. A stunningly beautiful girl appears before Jiang Chun. She holds an exquisite zither. It looks very expensive. As expected, her skill is extraordinary. Uncle Lon and Linger gasp in surprise at the same time. That's a backrest? It turns out that not long ago, the master and disciple heard music echoing from a mountain. So it was just a mortal? 2 cultivators, and an old man with a decent cultivation level. Why is there a mortal in a place like this? This place is very close to the feathered sacred ground. It's full of hidden dangers for those on the path of cultivation. They might be putting their lives at risk, because mortals usually find it hard to survive here. To be honest, I've never met a real mortal in my entire life. It's the music, a very special kind of music, completely different from anything I've ever encountered. The theory and the feeling behind it are fundamentally different. Music theory I've never even heard of. If even Tantai Yunlan hasn't encountered it, then doesn't that mean the opponent is at the saint level? Let's go. Let's go take a look. The reason we are here is this junior has studied the art of the zither quite deeply. But the more I immerse myself, the more I feel the vastness of the way of music. I was wondering, could I invite the senior to listen to this junior play a piece? If there are any flaws, please, I beg for your guidance. So these two came all this way because they want me to critique their playing? The two of them hear the word customer but don't quite understand it. This beautiful girl's zither looks way more expensive than the one I'm holding. From the looks of it, this old and young pair might be some high potential customers. Maybe they can start with the music. Please, miss. I must try to clear all distracting thoughts from my mind. to enter a state of pure emptiness. Playing the zither isn't just about technique. You have to pour your emotions into it. Yinlan begins to play for Jiangchun. The music sounds like crashing ocean waves, like flowers blooming in unison. The artistic conception is anything but ordinary. Uncle Lan, this girl's music is remarkable. Indeed, her playing harmonizes perfectly with the world around her. It contains a profound artistic intent. The notes of the zither rang out. As she played, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered around her. I've never seen a cultivation method like this before. To be able to cultivate just by playing music and raise one's realm, it can only be the legendary heavenly music saintly body. The heavenly music saintly body. There's no doubt about it. She must be the current holy maiden of the Qingyun Sacred Hall. Then that old man must be Qingyun Zi. Whether it's Dantai Yunlan with the heavenly music saintly body or Qingyun Zi himself, both are famous and respected figures in the cultivation world. I heard that when he was young, Qingyun Zi suffered a grave injury, and now he doesn't have much time left. It seems he wants to spend his remaining time nurturing the heavenly music saintly body. Although I'm no expert in the way of music, it's clear that Dantai Yunlan has met a true senior. This will make her path forward much easier. Indeed, let's just wait and see what happens. Yunlan finished and spoke. This piece is called Soulmate. It's a reflection of my feelings over the past few days. Senior, what do you think? In the Sacred Hall, everyone addresses me as the Holy Maiden and treats me with great respect. But I've always felt so alone. I've always longed to find a soulmate who truly understands me. And that's why I composed this piece. After listening, Jiang Chun said just one thing. The style is all flash, no substance. Pretentious. Everyone was completely stunned. Dantai Yunlan, the one who possesses the heavenly music saintly body, the current holy maiden of the Qingyun sacred land. She doesn't need to cultivate in the traditional sense. As long as she comprehends the true way of music, she can easily become a saint. In the sacred land, everyone reveres her. Juniors respect her. Seniors cherish and protect her. But Yunlan knew she was different. The heavenly music saintly body forced her to walk a lonely path. Soulmate was the cry of her heart, a desperate wish to find someone who understood. However, to Jiang Chun, this piece was nothing but pretentious flair. Yunlan crumpled to the ground in anguish. Yunlan, you've gone too far. This student of mine, though young, her skill with the zither has reached the pinnacle. Are you sure you aren't mistaken in saying such things? Her piece, Soulmate, is beautiful, yes, but its artistic intent is far too shallow. I know she wants to convey the idea of searching for a soulmate, but the arrogance in the music is too blatant. Her attitude is too lofty. This isn't a search for a soulmate. It's just her thinking she's above everyone else. But it's understandable. She has been cherished since she was a child. She's never known true hardship. How could she possibly play a piece with any real depth? While I don't have a deep understanding of music theory, what he said isn't wrong. The Qingyun sacred land has sheltered Yunlan too much. We were so focused on her growth that we never let her experience any real struggle. I see now. Senior's teaching is right. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. This junior has realized that when I play, there is indeed arrogance in my heart. Then, may I ask, Senior, how can this junior's piece be fixed? Yunlan's expression grew solemn. Qingyun Zi couldn't help but feel a surge of pride as he watched his disciple mature. Yunlan, my child, truly, this sets my heart at ease. You've finally grown up, but this piece cannot be fixed. It's completely broken. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yunlan felt like she would shatter. Broken? It's broken. Get back here. Yunlan was distraught. Her mind was a complete mess. Senior, Yunlan has studied music since she was a child. Her passion for it runs deep. I beg of you, please say a few kinder words. Otherwise, she might truly break. Yunlan, is that really necessary? Look, everything I said was the honest truth. If she can't hear it, or can't accept it, there's nothing more I can do. Well then, Jiang Chun then took out his zither to show Yunlan how the music could be improved. This is something that can only be felt. It's beyond words. In that case, listen to me play a piece. Afterward, compare my melody to the one you composed yourself. If you can hear the difference, then there's still hope for you. But if not, then I suggest you give up on this path entirely. Do you wish to hear it? Please, Senior, guide me. Jiangchen's skilled fingers began to graze the strings. The music gradually drew everyone in. It felt as if they were being transported to another world. A divine melody spread between heaven and earth. The sound was as lyrical as a stream bubbling through the mountains. Vivid images began to manifest. There was a noble monk, a master of poetry, consumed by a passion for music. He spent his days accompanied only by his qin. One day, while the monk sat in the mountains playing a soulful melody on his instrument, he suddenly noticed a woodcutter standing in the desolate wilderness. The man clapped in admiration. Curious, the monk began to speak with the woodcutter. To his surprise, he realized the woodcutter possessed a profound understanding of music. From that moment on, they became kindred spirits, true soulmates. They didn't just share their thoughts in the forest. They performed magnificent duets together. Time passed. 3 years later, the monk had to depart for a time due to sect matters. The two promised to meet again the following spring when the flowers were in full bloom, to play their music together once more. But when the monk returned, he was met with tragic news. The woodcutter had passed away 6 months prior due to illness. Heartbroken, the monk went to the grave of his kindred spirit. With tears streaming down his face, he played one final, mournful song. When the music ended, the monk let out a harrowing cry. He felt that with the woodcutter gone, there was no one left in this world who could truly understand his music. In a fit of agonizing grief, he smashed his instrument and swore he would never play again. And indeed, from that day until the moment he died, the monk never touched another musical instrument. As the song faded, someone asked, "Senior's playing. This is what it truly means to find a soulmate." "Senior, what is the name of this piece?" The monk replied, "A melody to sever the world. Where in this vast world can one find a kindred spirit?" The other person spoke up again. "This piece is called High Mountains and Flowing Water." Hearing the name, everyone stood there dazed. The meaning behind High Mountains and Flowing Water is a legendary tale. Immediately, Yunlong knelt and said, "Please, senior, teach me. If you take me as your disciple, I would walk through fire and ice for you." "Very well, but I only know how to teach music." "Of course. You must pay respects to your master. Learning music requires immense patience. I wonder if you two will be able to come here every day?" Yunlong replied, "That's simple. I'll build a cabin right next to yours." "Wait, what? Uncle Lon, is this Tantai Yunlong really planning to stay here long term?" Meanwhile, the ancestor had been closely observing the decorations in the living room and was deeply shaken, setting aside the stone sculptures and self-portraits for a moment. "If I'm not mistaken, that is the 9 Heavens frigid frost phoenix needle, and that amber contains the true essence of a phoenix, along with the 2 Shan Fox clan artifacts and the Great Yin Emperor seal. Previously, the Great Yin dynasty defeated the golden-winged Great Ion clan, but no one knew exactly how they won. All they knew was that a world-shaking sword technique had been used. Could it be related to this man? Old man. Jiang Chun stared at the ancestor and continued, "You don't have much longer to live." "You're right. I really don't have much time left. Have you never thought about seeking a cure?" "I haven't just thought about it. I've tried everything, but it was all useless." Thinking back to my youth, Qin Yunzi was once a renowned powerhouse in the cultivation world. Back then, I was full of vitality. Handsome, elegant, refined, and graceful. I was truly a rare talent. And yet, I never expected that an accidental injury in my youth would end up damaging my very foundation. But as the ancestor of the Qing Yun Holy Palace, I didn't just sit around waiting for death. Over the years, I've exhausted every resource the Holy Land has to offer. From 1,000-year-old spirit herbs to divine treasures and miraculous arts. Even longevity pills, but nothing worked. I've eventually learned to accept my fate. I've watched my lifespan slowly wither away over the years. I gave up hope a long time ago, but now, my only 2 remaining wishes are to see this final battle through and to finish mentoring Tantai Yunlong. As for everything else, I made my peace with it. I don't ask for much anymore, though I wish I could keep on living. And even though my heart still clings to so many regrets, this is simply my fate. I've accepted it. Now hold on. There's no need to act like this is a final goodbye. Old man, the problem is just that your previous methods were all wrong. Don't be so dramatic. I'd say you're still very much salvageable, provided you use the right approach. This little issue of yours is actually quite easy to fix. What? Did you just say it's simple? Are you saying my condition is easy to resolve? Don't get so worked up. I'm worried your heart won't take the excitement. You might be up there in years, but your physical foundation is still decent. The problem isn't a lack of medicine. It's your regimen. How should I put this? Right. Wellness. Do you understand the concept of wellness? A wellness regimen? Those words hit the patriarch like a ton of bricks. They weighed heavily on his mind. He couldn't help but feel completely stunned. A wellness regimen. It seems this master doesn't realize that my very foundation has been ravaged. My lifespan is spent. To put it bluntly, I've simply run out of time. Even longevity pills are useless at this point, let alone some wellness regimen. How could that possibly work? Sir, you don't understand. That kind of thing won't have any effect on me. I say it works. So it works. If you're willing to try, that is. I won't force you if you're not. Well, in that case, I'll give it a shot. That's more like it. I have something that's perfect for you. Hang on a second while I go grab it. Oh, it seems I still can't truly let go of the hope of living. The moment I saw even a glimmer of chance, my heart started racing, desperate to seize it. When they say a lifespan is exhausted, it means no ordinary measure can extend it, unless one could somehow flood the body with vitality once more, to live a second life. But such a thing hasn't happened since ancient times. Oh well, I might as well try. Sorry to keep you waiting. Take a look at this. As he spoke, Jiang Chun placed a book on the table. The Encyclopedia of Wellness. This is the life force coming off. This is incredible. How is this possible? Just by looking at the title on the cover, I can feel the vitality in my body starting to stir. This is a book I put together in my spare time. It contains my personal insights into the healing arts. Go ahead, flip through it. The patriarch swallowed hard. His hands trembled with anticipation as he opened the book. Then I shall broaden my horizons. Look, as long as you follow the wellness path laid out here, you can't go wrong. I'm not saying it'll completely reinvent you, but buying yourself some more time is definitely not a problem. Oh, right. Focus on the movements in the first section. Those are exercises I developed based on my own understanding of life. Practice them every day. It'll definitely help your condition. This sensation is terrifying. It's as if the infinite life force of heaven and earth is surging into my body. Every movement holds an indescribable miracle. I've gained so much already, and that's just from one glance. This knowledge of physical and mental wellness, it's beyond profound. I am certain of it now. If I follow these movements and practice diligently, in less than 2.5 years, I will be able to enter my second life. Now that you've looked it over, what do you think? I wasn't lying, was I? This book is truly... You're absolutely right, sir. This will undoubtedly solve my current predicament. Qin Yunzi's face was now glowing with vitality. It was as if he had aged backward by hundreds of years. Just who are you? This book is simply miraculous. Please, let me study it a bit more. With every read, I gain entirely new insights. Sir, you are the one who is truly miraculous. Old man, you certainly have a sharp eye. Compiling this book took a lot out of me. What? You are the one who wrote this? Then this book is far too precious. I cannot possibly accept such a treasure for free. Even as he spoke, Qin Yunzi was already tucking the book securely into his robes. His words and actions didn't quite seem to match up. Don't worry about it. It's yours. Keep it. They're my disciples' family. After all, giving them a book like this is really no big deal. This master doesn't just possess unfathomable cultivation. His state of mind has reached an incredibly profound level. If this were out in the world, powerhouses would surely fight to the death over a manual like this. And yet, he gives it away so easily without asking for anything in return. This is what a true, peerless master looks like. But this book is far too precious. The master might be comfortable giving it away, but I cannot simply accept it without giving something back. Everything in this world comes at a price, especially something of this magnitude. Under these circumstances, I must do this. I, Qin Yunzi, have roamed this world for thousands of years. I keep my accounts clear and my debts paid. Since you truly intend to give this to me, I must offer something in exchange. Take a look. Would you be willing to trade that book for this? With those words, Qin Yunzi took out the Qing Yun Decree. It was an heirloom personally carved by the founder of the Qing Yun Holy Land. There's only one like it in the entire world. The holder of this token can command the Qing Yun Holy Land to perform any 3 tasks, no questions asked. In other words, with this in hand, Even the holy lord of the Qing Yun Holy Land must obey. Sure, that works, Jiangchen replied, though internally he was completely clueless. It's not gold, and it's certainly not silver, but I should at least get something for my trouble. And so, the Qing Yun decree was casually tossed aside by Jiangchen, right next to the Great Yin Imperial Seal. Qing Yunzi decided to stay for a while. How carefree. For now. Qing Yunzi's greatest desire was to thoroughly study every detail of the Encyclopedia of Health. Ancestor, Master invited you inside, just now. Did something happen? It looks like this old ancestor of yours won't have to die after all. The old man literally jumped for joy. Ancestor. At the same time, the group from the Ascension sect. As evening approached, when Jiang Chun stepped outside, he saw that the new wooden cabin was already finished. Without thinking much of it, Jiang Chun began preparing dinner. I'll just make enough food for 2 more people. Dinner will be ready in a bit. Everything felt perfectly natural, except for the little fox who had just woken up. What's going on? Where did this old guy and the kid come from? Furthermore, these 2 are even stronger than the last ones. I only took 1 nap. You too. We don't need to eat, they said. Stomach growls. It would be a waste not to eat. Whatever. I'll eat first and worry later. I have 7 tails now. As long as I keep eating, it won't be long before my divine veins are restored. This food, this vitality, it's pure life force. I never expected. You really haven't seen much of the world, have you? Over the following days, Jiang Chun continued his acupuncture treatments for Jiang Linger. Thanks to the progress of the treatment, the influence of the heavenly desolate veins grew weaker by the day. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun began teaching Dantai Wanlan the fundamentals of music theory. These lessons were like a guiding light, helping Wanlan resolve doubts she had held for years, making her feel as though she had entered a paradise of knowledge. Not only that, but Jiangchen also took the time to answer Qing Yunzi's questions regarding health and longevity. Even though life was busy, Jiangchen felt truly happy, especially since he got to spend every day in the company of 2 beautiful young women. During this time, Jiang Linger and Dantai Wanlan grew much closer. Once strangers, they had become the best of friends, sharing every moment, even their bath times. Uncle Lan and Qing Yunzi also talked frequently, getting to know one another, though they weren't exactly soulmates. Finding a good friend at this stage of life was a rare treasure. They often shared a drink together, savoring these rare moments of peace. These tranquil days brought a sense of comfort to all 4 cultivators. It even made them reflect on their past days of cultivation. They wondered, if the ultimate goal is immortality, then why must everyone spend their lives killing one another? Sister, you have to try this. All right, little sister, let's have a toast. To us. And so, time flowed by in peace and happiness. But then, one day, demonic energy suddenly flooded the sky. So, the place where Moer is being held is nearby. It turns out Dushan Mo's relative was her father all along. Looks like we have some uninvited guests. And it doesn't seem like they've come with good intentions. Jiang Chun was currently deep in his nap. It was an unbreakable habit of his whenever he wasn't heading to Ascension City. Every day, he would set aside 4 hours to rest, and his sleeping face was absolutely not to be disturbed. Let me go stop him. With the ancestor taking action, nothing bad will happen for sure. Wanlan watched the ancestors departing back with a worried expression. No matter what happens, it'll be fine. With Senior's incredible talents, no matter how strong the opponent is, they won't be able to break in. If Senior is awakened, I don't know if he'll be angry, but it will definitely be terrifying. I'm afraid no one will be able to survive his wrath. At this moment, Tawashan Mo was still fast asleep when he sensed his father's aura. This breath, it's coming from outside. The Fox Emperor is unleashing an overwhelming power. Everything in the vicinity is being pulverized. Suddenly, a bolt of white lightning strikes down. A glowing blue sphere appears. Inside is none other than the Qingyan Patriarch. He has arrived to intercept him. Qingyan Zi, what are you doing here? Turn back now. Don't come any closer. Don't block my path. I need to find a mortal in that room. Even if you're the Patriarch of the Qingyun Holy Palace, you cannot stop me from saving my daughter. Save your daughter? There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Listen to me. It's not too late to turn back. You are no match for the person you're looking for. Suppress your demonic energy. Do not disturb his slumber. Only then can we talk. You're telling me, the Fox Emperor of the Tawashan clan, not to disturb his sleep? He's in there with my daughter. Inside the Fox Emperor's mind, his fury has reached a breaking point. What the hell are you talking about? In that instant, the Fox Emperor lost all control and lunged into an attack. With the Qingyun Patriarch's current cultivation, facing the Fox Emperor head-on seems like an impossible challenge. Is this all the great Qingyun Z is capable of? The situation turns critical. The Qingyun Patriarch has no choice but to open the Book of Health. Immediately, Qingyun Z appears in his youthful prime. The Fox Emperor is taken aback. Who are you? And what is that book? This Book of Health can temporarily restore Qingyun to his peak state. I don't care. Take this. Instantly, the Fox Emperor charges with terrifying speed. The Qingyun Patriarch doesn't back down. He unleashes a barrage of sword chi to counterattack. The two forces collide, creating an explosion that shakes the heavens. Strange plumes of purple smoke fill the sky. This is a battle between two of the continent's ultimate powerhouses. It's truly impossible to tell who will win. Fox Emperor, I suggest you listen to me. Behind you is the secluded residence of a supreme master. If you provoke him, forget your daughter. Even you will face divine punishment. Is that so? I'm not interested in your lies. The situation remains dire. But no matter what, Senior cannot be disturbed. He really is something arrogant and obsessed with fighting. There's only one way left. As soon as the words left his lips, Qingyun Z burned his divine blood, temporarily boosting his cultivation level. The power radiating from him is absolutely horrifying. He has sealed off the entire sky for thousands of miles. This is the true strength of a human race powerhouse. If that's how it's going to be, let's settle this once and for all. The Fox Emperor unleashes his ultimate technique. The Tawashan Heavenly Fox Claw strikes directly at his opponent. Qingyun Z doesn't flinch. Using the Qingyun Heaven-Slaying Finger, he manifests a giant hand aimed straight at the Fox Emperor. The two moves collide at a staggering velocity, sending out violent shockwaves. The blast has the destructive force of a massive atomic bomb. On the ground, everyone is filled with anxiety. That roar, is that the true power of the Qingyun Patriarch? The Patriarch has burned his divine blood. What do we do? I'm so worried about him. Don't worry. With Senior here, the Qingyun Patriarch will be fine. Linger takes Yunlan's hand, gently comforting her. You're right. As long as Master is here, everything will be okay. Burning divine blood can provide a temporary power surge, but the aftermath is severe. Even though you've burned your divine blood, you can't keep this up for long. In the long run, you will definitely lose. And there's only one outcome for failure: death. At this point, the Patriarch had to teach the Fox Emperor a lesson, to show him what a real master looks like. Oh, I'm so scared. Out of my way. To his surprise, the Emperor backed off. The supreme treasure, the nine-tailed celestial fox robe. Even though he brought it, he hasn't used it yet. Saving my daughter is more important. There's no time for second-guessing. As the Fox Emperor stepped into the courtyard, old ancestor Qingyun whispered to himself, to be young and reckless. This is... Suddenly, the grand array within Jiangchen's courtyard was triggered. A terrifying power surged within the formation. The Fox Emperor was instantly forced back into his true form. He was reduced to a mere five-tailed fox. What on earth is happening? Standing behind him, old ancestor Qingyun broke into a triumphant grin. Animals really are man's best friend, aren't they? Humans and their own kind, while animals simply depend on them. Humans are naturally highly evolved beings, possessing wisdom far superior to any beast. Yet a deep, inseparable bond still exists between them, as tangled and connected as vines. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Qinjianzi's eyes went wide. How adorable. With that, Qinjianzi scooped the Fox Emperor up and pulled him into a tight embrace. No matter how much power he once held, he couldn't break free from those arms. It was as if he'd never cultivated a day in his life. Terror gripped his heart. My cultivation, has it been completely stripped away? The Fox Emperor suddenly remembered Qinjianzi's warning. It turned out every word that man said was the absolute truth. I told you so, but you just wouldn't listen to me. Now look over there. Old Qinjianzi pointed toward where Jiangchen was sleeping. The room was overflowing with celestial qi and the very laws of the universe. Jiangchen's silhouette flickered on the roof. This aura, this pressure. Tu Shanmo came rushing over to see her father, The Fox Emperor. I did warn you. Luckily, the senior isn't angry. He only reverted you to your original form. The Fox Emperor was now paralyzed with fear. Just what kind of being is he? A true master, a peerless powerhouse. Perhaps a being on par with the ancient saints. No way. If he were an ancient saint, why would he live in seclusion in a remote wasteland like this? An ancient saint, with methods that defy the heavens. For those who have already ascended to immortality, there is no other explanation. I want to become an immortal too, to possess boundless power. In this place, this is his sanctuary. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I tried, but you refused to listen. You were just too stubborn. Back in the ancient era, even though the Fox Emperor's clan was incredibly powerful, their strength was exactly why some masters captured them to be raised, treating them as mere pets. My daughter was captured too. It wasn't Kinji Unzi. What am I going to do? It's all right, it's all right. At that moment, two Shamo arrived. Father. The two were reunited in an explosion of overwhelming joy. The moment they saw each other, they ran into a tight embrace, refusing to let go. Moa. Father. Oh, father. A family reunited. The scene was warm and thick with emotion. Moa. Are you all right? Did anyone bully you? How have you been all this time? The Fox Emperor asked, his voice trembling with concern. The senior has been very kind to me. If you don't believe me, look. Tu Shanmo chirped, bouncing excitedly in front of her father. Her face was radiant with happiness. Hearing the little fox's laughter for the first time, everyone couldn't help but find her precious. Are you really okay? Father, I know you were worried, but once you see this, you'll feel much better. Tu Shanmo then showed off her 7 shimmering tails. Oh, so cute. Yin Lan and Ninger couldn't help but gasp in admiration. 4, 6. It really is 7. You've evolved into a 7-tailed fox. But you only had 6 tails before. What on earth happened? The Fox Emperor was utterly stunned. With newfound confidence, Moa began to tell her father the whole story. I've never heard of such a thing. That food, it can actually trigger evolution? Unbelievable. If we could get our hands on that food, we wouldn't even need the whole clan. If just a few of our geniuses ate it, the Tushan Fox clan would surely dominate. The senior has shown me special favor. Maybe it's because I'm so cute. As for everyone else, they're all just ugly. To think I actually tried to pick a fight with him before. How embarrassing. In our clan, having one person with a 7-tailed bloodline is enough. Any more than that would only lead to bottomless greed. Senior has taken such wonderful care of me and even helped me evolve. This debt of gratitude is truly immense. And what about Father? That silhouette, formed by the convergence of Tao Rhyme. It gradually dissolved into the world, returning everything to a state of serene stillness. Everyone present could feel that Senior no longer concerned himself with this matter. Oh, Father, Senior is truly, incredibly magnanimous and forgiving, isn't he? I was far too reckless. Being able to follow Senior is the greatest fortune of my life, no matter what happens in the future. Without Senior's permission, I will never leave of my own accord. Furthermore, if the opportunity arises, I will surely repay this kindness. To the rest of you as well. From now on, I'll have to trouble you all to look after Moa. If she ever steps out of line, please do not hesitate to discipline her. Rest assured, Fox Emperor. Father, go on, go see Senior. He is very gentle. He definitely won't hold a grudge. Well, I'm not going. The fact that Senior could forgive my insolence is already an act of great mercy. Sigh, if I continue to be stubborn, it wouldn't be right to risk upsetting him further. And so, the Fox Emperor began his journey back. Then please, travel safely, Father. Give my regards to Old Two for me. When I have the chance, I'll come back to visit everyone. Moa showed deep filial piety toward the Fox Emperor. Tu Shanmo maintained her carefree expression. After bidding farewell to his daughter, the Fox Emperor departed. Phew, he's finally gone. The little fox breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Luckily, Father didn't force me to go back with him. On one side is my father, on the other is Senior. One is a bond of blood and deep affection, while the other is a path to supreme fortune and destiny. Just thinking about choosing between the two is enough to give me a massive headache. Lost in her own thoughts, a hand suddenly reached out, picking Tu Shanmo up and rubbing her head. Let's go, little sister. Senior must be waiting for us right now. Linger and Yunlan both pulled the little fox into their arms. Hee. I feel like staying a little fox in this place is much better. Even if I transformed into human form, I could never compare to these two big sisters. Meanwhile, Uncle Lon cast his gaze toward Linger and the others. His mind was racing with calculations. It seems there are some matters that need to be settled as soon as possible, he thought to himself. Elsewhere, the Fox Emperor returned to the mountain where his subordinates were waiting. It's His Majesty. His Majesty has returned. The cheers of Tu Shanfeng and another subordinate rang out with excitement. Amidst the sound of the Fox Emperor's heavy landing. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! How did it go? The two of them rushed forward with a barrage of questions. They didn't even give the Fox Emperor a moment to catch his breath. What happened? Where's that man in green? Did your Majesty defeat him? Where's the princess? Why didn't she come back with you? The Fox Emperor's expression grew irritated. Veins popped on his forehead as he roared. Shut up. The two subordinates instantly fell silent. They didn't dare utter another word. There's no need to discuss these matters further, the Fox Emperor said coldly. But what about the princess? That is her destiny. What is it to you? We're going back. With that, the Fox Emperor led his subordinates and flew away. Back in the courtyard, Jiang Chun stepped out with the face of someone who had just woken up. Everyone's eyes followed him, filled with a mix of respect, adoration, admiration, and reverence. Why did the way they look at me change so strangely after just one nap? Jiang Chun wondered. 5 pairs of eyes, bright as stars, were fixed intently on him. Since he had been fast asleep during the Fox Emperor's visit, Jiang Chun had no idea what had happened. Why? Did something happen? Well, it doesn't matter if I don't know. How is the book I gave you coming along? Is it working out? I have gained many insights from it. I believe we will see the results very soon. Your studies have been progressing well lately. I'm quite satisfied. However, on the path of music, you need to develop your own unique understanding. Yes, master. Next about you. Linger will follow your every instruction, senior. Linger was overjoyed to be the last one addressed. Uncle Lon couldn't help but worry about Linger's delusions. Your condition has shown good progress after several rounds of treatment. Your health has also improved significantly. Now, only the final step remains. We must completely uproot the affliction within your body. Normally, this is an incredibly dangerous process. However, thanks to the meticulous care I gave you during our last 2 sessions, this final stage should go off without a hitch. Uprooting it completely. Is such a thing truly possible? This phantom ache has haunted me for so long. How could this be happening? Is this truly the heavenly desolate pulse? Does this mean the child will never be able to cultivate? A descendant of an ancient clan who cannot cultivate. Isn't that essentially a death sentence? This child is a defect, a failure. Those words echoed endlessly in Linger's mind. Linger drifted back into her childhood memories. Since she was small, she had always clung to Uncle Lon, mainly because her own father wouldn't even spare her a glance. Uncle Lon, my lady, what's wrong? Does father hate me that much? Did I do something wrong? You are a very good girl, my lady. You've done nothing wrong. Your father is just stressed trying to find a cure for you. That's why he's so short-tempered. But why has he never once looked me in the eye? Uncle Lon froze, unable to answer the young girl's question. He could only offer a trembling comfort. Don't overthink it, my lady. Your father is simply very busy. Focus on getting your health back first. Once you succeed in your cultivation later on, we'll give your father a grand surprise. Okay? Okay, Uncle Lon. But I knew everything. I knew I possessed the heavenly, desolate pulse. I was destined to never walk the path of cultivation. I knew my clan prioritized heritage and strength above all else. Power was the only thing that mattered. I knew my status in the clan was lower than low. I had to endure endless humiliation. I knew my older brother was ashamed of me. And in my father's eyes, I was nothing more than a speck of dust. Disposable. It wouldn't matter if I existed or not. But all of it, was because of the heavenly, desolate pulse. If I could just break the limits of this pulse, if I could prove I could shatter this curse, I believe father would finally see me differently. I refuse to believe this is it. No matter how hard it gets, no matter how much effort it takes, I will find a way to completely cure this heavenly, desolate pulse. But no matter how many books Linger searched, she found nothing. Instead, She was met with a sharp slap to the face from her father. Give it up. The heavenly desolate pulse is fate. If it is your destiny, you must accept it. Curing the heavenly desolate pulse? Don't be ridiculous. Stop looking for a solution that doesn't exist. My lady, are you all right? Lost in her daze, Linger was suddenly pulled back by Uncle Lan's voice. It took 3 attempts before she finally snapped out of it. Uncle Lan asked worriedly, My lady, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly zone out like that? Is something the matter? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Linger replied softly, I'm fine. I just lost my train of thought for a moment. Where were we? Uncle Lan was taken aback. What? Did you not hear what he said? It's all right. I will repeat it one more time. This affliction has tortured your body for many years. On the surface, it seems like a disaster, but in reality, meeting me might actually turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Jiang Chun explained calmly. Linger's eyes suddenly lit up. She was filled with hope. A blessing. It seems my hypothesis was correct. As long as I can control the energy in her body to a certain degree, I can then convert it into pure energy. For example, think of Jiang Linger's energy as a type of medicinal ingredient. They say all medicine is 3 parts poison, but if used correctly, even the deadliest poison can save a life. With my consciousness, I can absolutely make this happen. Linger was stunned. Am I hearing this right? Senior, are you saying the heavenly desolate pulse that has tortured me all these years will become my blessing? Jiang Chun gave a firm nod. That's right. You didn't mishear me. Your condition is essentially a massive accumulation of energy. It damages your foundation, which leads to all your physical ailments. But from a medical perspective, women are naturally of the element. A little extra energy isn't inherently a bad thing. If I keep the energy within a specific range, so that it's no longer a threat to your body, while simultaneously turning it into something that nourishes your foundation, then what? Then not only will your illness be cured at the root, but your body will grow stronger by the day. Hearing this, Linger couldn't hold back her emotions, and silent tears began to stream down her face. Of course, this is just my personal perspective. Over these past few years, you have endured so much suffering. But now, you have the right to decide your own future. Whether you want to completely cure the condition in your body or keep it, the choice is entirely yours. Hearing those words, Linger broke down and sobbed. Don't cry anymore. Yes, I understand. Can this really be true? It's unbelievable. That is the heavenly sever meridian we're talking about. To any cultivator, it's considered an incurable terminal affliction. I have wandered the world for so many years, and I've never heard of anyone being able to resolve this condition. When the senior first showed he had a way to actually improve the state of the heavenly sever meridian, I was already beyond shocked. But now, he's saying this curse could actually become a blessing for Jiangling. If what he says is true, then this is nothing short of a divine opportunity. Could it really work out like that? The very thing that has tortured me for all these years. The reason I haven't been able to cultivate since the day I was born. It's been like a never-ending nightmare. Can it truly become my greatest fortune? To be honest, I'm terrified. Even though a part of me wants to rip this curse out of my body right this second. Look who is standing in front of me. He's offering me this chance now. Who knows how much I might need it in the future. Even if I fully cure the heavenly sever meridian, and I slowly build my strength to make a name for myself. What would it matter in the end? I'm starting far too late. If I want to catch up to those geniuses with sacred bodies, that's just a pipe dream. Without a miracle like this, the road ahead will be impossibly difficult. I'll keep in my body. I trust you, Senior. You are very brave. Rest assured. Since I've suggested this method, I won't let anything go wrong. If I say this illness will become your blessing, then that is exactly what will happen. Thank you, Senior. Then it was Uncle Lan's turn. The iron-willed man finally broke down in tears. This is wonderful. This is truly wonderful. The young miss has finally. She held on long enough for this moment. Sob. This is truly great news. All right then. Get some good rest today. We'll start fresh tomorrow. Understood. That evening, Uncle Lon went to see Linger to discuss matters. Young miss? Is that you, Uncle Lon? Young miss. I plan on leaving today. I need to make a trip back to the clan. Are you going to tell Father that Senior is about to cure my condition? That's right. You've been away from the clan for quite some time now. Even though the sovereign allowed you to leave, there was a time limit. I originally intended to return only after you had fully recovered. But after today's events, I'm worried. If the sovereign comes looking for you himself, you know what your father is like. He is the sovereign of the Jiang clan. Not only is his cultivation immense, but he is an incredibly dominant man. His word is law. If he tracks us down here, I fear a massive confrontation will be unavoidable. It's best if I go back first and explain everything to him. Memories suddenly came rushing back. So what you're saying is, you finally faced reality? Linger was bowing before her father. Yes, I realize now that the heavenly severed meridian cannot be cured. Now I just want to go out for a while to clear my head and see the world. After that, I will settle down and live a quiet life within the clan. I won't chase impossible dreams anymore. Fine then. Just make sure you have a set return date. The rest is up to you. Thank you, father. But you must realize that I will always be worried about you. You must realize that I will always be worried about you. Those words had haunted Linger until this very moment. She couldn't escape them. Young miss, your treatment has reached a critical stage right now. Because of that, you absolutely cannot leave. As for the heavenly severed meridian, with Senior here, nothing will go wrong. So, the only thing we need to worry about is how to persuade the sovereign. Uncle Lon, you know father's temperament even better than I do. If he gets wind of this, I'm afraid it will only cause more trouble. From the start, father never approved of me trying to cure the heavenly severed meridian. He believes this is my fate and that I should just accept it. If you go back to the clan now and tell him, I'm afraid things won't go smoothly. Once father finds out, he definitely won't be pleased. He might even force me to accept my fate, just like before. Once Senior cures the heavenly severed meridian, it will be a done deal. No matter how unhappy father is, he won't be able to change it. Young miss, this must be reported to the sovereign. You can't keep him in the dark forever. Don't worry. If the sovereign loses his temper, I'll be right there with you. I will do everything in my power to persuade him. My lady, for all these years, you have patiently endured so much, waiting for this day, overcoming countless hardships and moments of despair. You've done remarkably well. This might be your very last chance. Even though the sect master may be displeased when he finds out, I have to at least try. I must convince him to accept this. That way, when you return to the clan, my lady, everything will change drastically, and you will have far more resources for your cultivation. Lan Shu, thank you. Thank you for always looking out for me all these years. But you must promise me one thing. If my father is furious and tries to stop us, don't push him too hard, Uncle Lon. You must be careful. Lan Shu suddenly recalled the moment Linger's mother was on her deathbed. Lan, are you there? I'm here. I'm right here. I have one last favor to ask of you. My daughter, please take care of her for me. I promise you I will. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was busy preparing for the following day. A gentle, spiritual energy drifted through the house, where he worked with tireless focus. That evening, Yinlan paced restlessly in the courtyard. Qing Yunzi appeared. He shook his head gently, offering Yinlan some advice. Don't disturb Jiang Linger right now. At a time like this, all we can do is trust them. Inside the room, Linger was deep in concentration, circulating her energy, preparing herself for the upcoming treatment. Jiang Chun stepped out into the garden. He gathered the necessary medicinal ingredients. A basket full of various spirit fruits and herbs had been meticulously prepared. He gave everything one final, careful check. Everything is ready. We can proceed to the next step now, Jiang Chun said. Just then, Linger and Yunlan approached. Senior, you look well. It seems you've conditioned yourself perfectly. Now I'll explain the details of this final treatment. First, you need to drink this medicinal decoction I've brewed. The purpose of this step is to stabilize your internal origin, to ensure you don't collapse from exhaustion during the process. For the second step, I will use acupuncture. By stimulating the pressure points on your head, I will fully release your spirit and completely suppress the affliction within your body. As for the third step, that depends entirely on your own willpower. My willpower? Linger asked. Exactly. You must manually integrate the pure Yin power with your body's foundation. I can help you through the first two steps. But for this last one, you must rely on your own resolve. Are you ready? Linger took a deep breath and replied, I am ready, Senior. Very well. Preparations are complete. Let's begin. at the Wuhua Sacred Ground, within the sacred halls of the Wuhua Heavenly Palace. Sacred Lord Wu Shunji led a group of disciples. They all bowed and shouted in unison. We offer our greetings to the ancestor. That powerful man was the Wuhua ancestor himself, known by his Taoist title, Shun Xiaozi. Regarding the news of Qing Yunzi, how much have you gathered? Shun Xiaozi asked. Reporting, ancestor. According to the information we've received, Senior Qing Yunzi left the Qingyun sacred ground a long time ago. He was accompanied by the saintess, Danteo Yunlan. They were heading toward our Wuhua sacred ground. By all accounts, they should have arrived yesterday, but there is no sign of them. As you know, Qing Yunzi possesses immense magical power and a profound cultivation level. I'm afraid we lack the capability to investigate him thoroughly. In the Great Hall, a low murmur broke out. Everyone was eager to voice their opinion. Word of Qing Yunzi leaving his sacred ground is easy enough to come by, but trying to track his exact journey, knowing what he did along the way, or where he might have stopped to rest, that is an impossible task. Hearing this, Shun Xiaozi frowned in thought. Did that old man break his promise again? Shun Xiaozi and Qing Yunzi have been rivals since their youth. These two titans had faced off in countless life and death battles. Because of that, they shared a strange sense of mutual respect, knowing his rival was gravely injured and didn't have much longer to live. A pang of regret surged in Shun Xiaozi's heart. You've really become a shriveled old man, haven't you? Shun Xiaozi used to tease Qing Yunzi. You're the one who's small, but regardless, there are fewer and fewer people left from our era. Hardly any of us remain. If Qing Yunzi truly passes away, Shun Xiaozi would be the only one left from that age. 2 men, 2 generations. Both understood that this match might be their very last chance to meet. No matter what happens, this duel must take place exactly as scheduled. Shun Xiaozi believed this was the final silent understanding between the two of them. But now, how dare that old man keep me waiting like this? Shun Xiaozi was so enraged he could barely contain himself. Patriarch, please calm your anger. The disciples rushed to soothe him. Patriarch, I was thinking, is it possible that Senior Qing Wanzi has already passed away? Everyone knows he didn't have much time left. Perhaps on the way to the Ascension Holy Land. He simply couldn't hold on any longer. Hearing this, Shun Xiaozi let out a heavy sigh. That makes sense. It's not outside the realm of possibility. His injuries were incredibly severe. It's already a miracle he managed to persist until now, even with the powerful foundations of the Qing Wan Holy Land supporting him. However, Shun Xiaozi quickly shook the thought away. Stop speaking nonsense. With a cultivation level like Qing Wanzi's, no matter how badly he was hurt, he wouldn't just pass away in total silence. I suspect it's because of that brat, Tantai Wanlan, the one with the heavenly sound saint body. That kind of constitution doesn't reach enlightenment through standard cultivation. They probably delayed their journey because of a breakthrough in her training. After all, Qing Wanzi should have at least sent word. Forget it. There's no point in sitting here playing guessing games. Send a message to the Qing Wan Holy Hall. Qing Wanzi and Tantai Wanlan have both gone missing at the same time. The ones who should be the most worried are their own people. Let them sweat for a bit. As for the duel, we can put on hold for now. By the way, how has Yu Huang's cultivation been progressing lately? Reporting to the Patriarch, Yu Huang's training has seen a massive breakthrough recently. It won't be long before she takes another step forward. Excellent. With the younger generation coming into their own, I can finally rest easy. Patriarch, I have some more good news to report. It concerns Yu Huang's younger sister, Yin Huang. Not long ago, she miraculously awakened the immortal Tao imperial body. The Patriarch couldn't hide his shock. What? She awakened the immortal Tao imperial body? Even I was powerless to help with that constitution. So how on earth did she awaken it? Regarding that, Mu Yin Huang was quite vague about it at the time, and I didn't press for details. So, it seems you don't know either then? The Patriarch let out a small, disappointed huff. Fine. As long as it was achieved through a righteous path, it doesn't matter. Besides, doesn't this mean our holy land has gained yet another top-tier genius? Indeed, and her constitution is on par with Mu Yue Huang's. 2 peerless geniuses in one holy land. This is truly a cause for celebration. At that moment, Mu Huang arrived at the gates of the Ascension Celestial Palace. With the Patriarch present and the Mu sisters coming into their power, the future of the Ascension Holy Land is destined to stand firmly at the peak of all nations. Haha, well said. Everyone, listen up. This girl's name is Xiao Huang. Lately, something has been weighing heavily on her mind. The reason is simple. Her secluded cultivation has been going far too smoothly. Her strength has been skyrocketing. In fact, she's reached a point where she can no longer even sense her own limits. Xiao Huang never expected her soul and physical body to begin fusing so seamlessly, eventually becoming one unified whole. The speed of her progress has far exceeded her wildest expectations. After only a short period of seclusion, her cultivation level has surpassed what would normally take 10 years of grueling effort. If word of the speed got out, it would undoubtedly leave countless people in shock. And all these miracles stem from one fundamental source. Xiao Huang possesses a seemingly ordinary painting. As long as she has this painting, she can break through her current realm without any obstacles at all. Back when she first entered the Ascension Holy Realm, her cultivation had never been this easy. Doesn't this mean that the painting surpasses the collective wisdom of all the seniors in the Holy Land? The person who gave me this painting is truly terrifying, Xiao Huang thought to herself. Moreover, at the thought that she and her sister might just be playthings to that person, she couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. Xiao Huang stood there awkwardly, her body swaying slightly, her heart swirling with a mix of anger and anxiety. She didn't know what to do. The opponent she faced was powerful beyond her wildest imagination. With her current strength, she was completely helpless. Perhaps the only way is to report this to the Holy Lord and the elders, and then face that person head-on. She would have to rely on the power of the Holy Hall. Xiao Huang took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. Then, gathering all her courage, she stepped inside. She clasped her hands respectfully and spoke. Disciple Mu Huang requests an audience with the Holy Lord and the elders. Wu Xinji turned in surprise to consult the Patriarch. Wasn't Mu Huang supposed to be in seclusion? Why is she out already? The Patriarch nodded, signaling for her to enter. Mu Huang slowly walked into the hall. When she saw who was gathered there, she froze in shock. Not only were the Holy Lord and the elders present, but even Shen Xiaozu, the Patriarch who usually remains in permanent seclusion, had appeared. This is actually the perfect opportunity. With the ancestors' formidable power, he will surely be able to help her resolve this concern. Thinking this, Mu Huang felt a wave of relief wash over her. Clutching the scroll in her hands, she spoke with a faint smile. Disciple Mu Huang pays her respects to the ancestor, the Holy Lord, and the honored elders. Wu Xinji offered a gentle smile. There is no need for such formalities. Mu Huang, weren't you supposed to be in meditation? What brings you here today? Mu Huang replied. I have completed my closed-door cultivation. The reason I've come today is because of this painting. I hope the ancestor, the Holy Lord, and the elders could take a look at it. Her words caused a sudden silence to fall over the hall. The elders, and even the ancestor, looked on with confusion. Even the ancestor couldn't fathom what she wanted them to see. The painting was presented for everyone to admire, but the material was just ordinary paper. There was nothing special about it. A murmur began to spread through the crowd. Most of them didn't see anything remarkable at all. Their skepticism was understandable. Even though Mu Huang had anticipated this, she felt so embarrassed she wanted to sink into the floor. Finally, the ancestor spoke up calmly. It is quite all right. He then reached out his hand. Bring it here. The scroll was suddenly enveloped in a layer of spirit flames. Mu Huang released her grip on the painting, respectfully inviting the ancestor to inspect it. The ancestor took the scroll in his hand, channeled his spiritual power into it to investigate. The results showed that this was just an ordinary painting. There were no significant energy fluctuations whatsoever. However, the ancestor glanced at the painting and then back at Mu Huang. It made him suspect that there was something hidden within this piece. Fine then. Let's just open it and see. The ancestor muttered to himself. He slowly unfurled the painting. Suddenly, the entire ethereal palace seemed to freeze over, leaving everyone in a state of shock. A bone-chilling air filled the room. This is terrifying. The once solemn setting descended into chaos. Everything was being encased in ice. Frigid winds and snow swept through the hall. Not even the elders or the Holy Lord could escape the frost. The ancestor fared slightly better, but even he was covered in a thin layer of ice and snow. He spoke with a tremble. Just where did this painting come from? The freezing mist slowly began to dissipate, but the frost remained, gripping the very space itself. Suddenly, one of the elders let out a sneeze, and like a chain reaction, the other elders began sneezing one after another. The atmosphere turned bizarre and tense. The ancestor pondered for a moment before slowly asking, Mui Wehuang, where exactly did you get this painting? Mui Wehuang hesitated, her eyes flickering with a hint of distress. Ancestor, Holy Lord, and elders, you all know that my cultivation has made extraordinary progress recently. The main reason is this painting. It contains a supreme artistic conception of ice and snow, which perfectly complements my Frost Empress physique, allowing my training to go much smoother. As for the origin of the painting, as she spoke, the image of a certain man suddenly flashed through her mind, throwing her thoughts into total disarray. That man had suddenly appeared in her dreams, gently lifting her chin. His voice was soft yet utterly captivating. So you've come? In that moment, Mui Wehuang was completely naked, her soft body fully exposed before Jiang Chen's eyes. It made her feel both deeply ashamed and completely flustered. Jiang Chen suddenly let out a low chuckle, his eyes full of intent. You want me to draw? He picked up a brush and said in a teasing tone, but I'm all out of paper. How about you become my canvas instead? Huh. Those strange images became clearer and clearer in Mui Wehuang's mind, making her head spin. Her face turned bright red. She struggled to suppress those thoughts and continued. This painting, I obtained it from a mysterious individual. It seems he painted it with his own hands. I had to use my body to trade for it. Every time I meet him, I always end up sob. He almost drew all over me. He even wanted to do weird things to me and my younger sister. Mui Wehuang choked back a sob, tears streaming down her cheeks. Even though I only crossed paths with that mysterious person a few times, one thing is absolutely certain. He is weaving a sinister plot, one big enough to throw the entire cultivation world into absolute chaos. Mui Wehuang suddenly cried out. Her voice was laced with pure terror. Wu Shunji and the patriarch stood frozen, completely stunned. What on earth is this child talking about? They exchanged glances filled with doubt. A heavy, profound silence fell over the sacred hall following Mui Wehuang's declaration. The patriarch furrowed his brows. After a long pause, he asked in a low, gravelly voice, so if I understand you correctly, the Great Yin Imperial Dynasty's easy victory over the golden-winged Great Eagle clan. The painting that allowed your cultivation to break through so smoothly. And even the reason Empress Yun suddenly awakened the immortal Tao Phoenix physique. All of it stems from a mysterious man in green. Furthermore, this individual practices a terrifyingly sinister demonic art, one capable of manipulating the human heart. His goal is to control the two most brilliant disciples of the Ascension Sacred Hall. And perhaps his demonic claws have already reached into two of our nation's greatest powers, the Ascension Immortal Palace and the Great Yin Imperial Dynasty. Mui Wehuang felt a chill run down her spine, but she nodded in confirmation. The patriarch's power suddenly erupted as he let out a thunderous roar. Fine. Excellent. This is getting interesting. It seems I must meet this mysterious figure myself. Beneath the sacred hall, the crowd began to break into a frantic stir. The patriarch continued to roar in a fit of rage. I want to see exactly what he's after. If he truly poses a threat to the entire world of cultivation, then even if it costs me my life, I will stop him. Mui Wehuang trembled under the patriarch's overwhelming pressure. Trying to keep her hair from whipping wildly in the wind, she cried out, Patriarch, please wait. That man in green possesses unfathomable strength. We must prepare thoroughly before we make a move. The others joined in, clamoring to follow the patriarch. But the patriarch only silenced them with a stern, piercing gaze. If even I am no match for him, what good would you all be? Don't worry. I know my limits. This time, Shinji, Yuehuang, and I will handle this. Furthermore, I intend to ask the Ascension Immortal Realm for their support. With the protection of the Immortal Realm, there won't be any issues. Mui Huang, Wu Shunji, and the elders within the hall were struck speechless. Their shouts echoed throughout the Ascension Immortal Palace. What? The Patriarch wants to summon the Ascension Immortal Realm? Outside the walls of Wuhua City, two figures emerged from the city gates. A middle-aged man walked alongside a youth dressed in golden silk robes. Indeed, they were the Emperor and the Prince of this realm. Gu Xian fidgeted nervously with his fingers. He looked at his father hesitantly and asked, "Father, is it really all right for us to pay our respects to the senior without bringing any gifts? Won't that be rude?" Fearing his father didn't understand his concern, he asked more bluntly, "Shouldn't we at least bring something?" The Emperor suddenly pulled out a pair of sunglasses and put them on. With an air of supreme authority, he said, "Xiener, you're overthinking this. Hidden masters like the senior don't care about material wealth, even if we brought endless treasures. Do you really think such things would move a man of his stature? With just a single painting, the senior helped the Great Yin Imperial Dynasty crush the golden-winged Great Eagle clan. Masters of that level only care about their cultivation. Nothing else can sway them." Gu Xian nodded slowly. He pulled out a brush and paper to take notes. The Emperor looked at him with a gaze full of confidence and advised, "Gu Xian, remember this well. The more powerful a master is, the more they value fate and destiny. Meeting the senior was your destiny. Receiving his guidance was your fate." Gu Xian didn't quite grasp it, but he nodded anyway. "Uh-huh, I think I get it." The Emperor smiled and continued, "Without that fated connection, even if the senior were standing right in front of you, you wouldn't even recognize him. Therefore, when we meet him, we must act as natural as possible." Gu Xian nodded in deep admiration. "Father, your wisdom is truly profound. The ways of a master cannot be judged by common logic." The two quickly made their way through the forest toward Jiang Chen's residence. Gu Xian led the way. As soon as he caught sight of the house, he pointed and laughed. "Father, look over there." Jiang Chen's manor appeared before their eyes. The Emperor marveled at the sight. The wooden building was simple, yet it radiated an ancient aura. Just looking at it from a distance made his eyes shimmer with awe. A sense of profound peace washed over him. It was as if the primordial great Tao itself was swirling within those walls. He spoke with excitement, as expected of a master's secluded retreat. "It truly is extraordinary." Gu Xian suddenly scratched his head, looking confused. "Father, look. Besides the senior, there are several other people in the courtyard. Could they be the senior's friends?" Emperor Lu jumped in surprise. "What? Friends? Where? Where? Ah, I see them. It's two young women and an old man. As for that old man..." The Emperor fell into deep thought. There is an extraordinary power hidden within his body. If it were to erupt, even I would have to be wary. However, despite his high cultivation, his life essence dried up long ago. It seems he is nearing the end of his lifespan. The Emperor stroked his beard and laughed. "I'm certain this old man isn't the senior's friend." Gu Xian looked puzzled. "Father, you just told me his cultivation level is incredibly high." Emperor Lu began to explain. "Father has met countless powerful experts, and I am one myself. To be a friend of the senior, one doesn't need world-shattering cultivation, but they must at least surpass your father. That old man is strong, but he doesn't quite reach that level. A master's friend must naturally be a being on the same level." The Emperor held his head high. "That old man is at most on par with me. Therefore, it's clear he is not a peer of the senior." Gu Xian nodded in admiration. The Emperor continued, "But if you look closely, the most noteworthy person is that barefoot woman sitting next to the senior. Her cultivation is very low, yet her body hides a massive source of energy. Furthermore," Gu Xian asked, "Father, have you noticed something?" The Emperor's face darkened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He spoke in a hushed tone. "Look, he's holding a silver needle." Jiang Chen stared intently at the silver needle and then decisively drove it down. The silver needle was inserted into the pressure point at the crown of the girl's head. From the silver needle, a strange flow of energy seemed to be unblocked. It surged through her entire body. It was as if a miraculous healing process was taking place. However, this ailment possessed an inexplicable, eerie quality. The next scene horrified the Emperor so much he couldn't help but gasp. How is this possible? The chaotic forces inside that girl's body are actually being transformed. They're turning into a controllable source of power. This girl, her future is limitless. The emperor was so stunned he broke into a cold sweat. His mouth hung open, unable to close. But what amazed him most was that the senior was only using the simplest methods. Yet he completely suppressed the special power within the girl's body. What kind of divine technique is this? The emperor fell back into deep contemplation. The heavenly Een sever meridian was a congenital defect. It was impossible to cure because it was fused with the body's very origin. This meant the person could never cultivate. That's why it was considered an incurable disease in the cultivation world. To put it simply, the senior is utilizing that strange energy to help Jiang Ling'er cleanse her marrow. He's reconstructing her body, creating a physique perfectly suited for cultivation. Suddenly, the old man sensed something strange and turned his head. He discovered the emperor and Gu Xian watching them from a distance. Immediately, the old man recognized the emperor's identity. The emperor stood there with a smile as bright as a blooming flower. Yin Lan whispered in surprise, "Master, is that the emperor of Great Yin?" The old man nodded in confirmation. "Yes, he is one of the top figures of our nation. His status is equal to that of the holy lords of the temples." Jiang Chun, having just finished the acupuncture, called out, "Yin Lan, is a medicinal bath I asked you to prepare ready?" Yin Lan nodded and smiled. "Yes, everything is prepared." Yin Lan walked toward the medicinal barrel. She gently lifted the covering cloth. As the scent of the medicine spread, she couldn't suppress her shock and excitement. Is this really just medicinal water? It seems to be emitting a miraculous glow. Yin Lan cried out. The old man nearby was also startled. He rushed over and asked, "What ingredients did you add to this?" Yin Lan was still in a daze. She stammered in reply, "Just the plants master told me to pick from the backyard." The strange fragrance reached the hiding spot of the emperor and Gu Xian. Emperor Liu hurriedly told his son to take a scent. The list of ingredients included nutmeg, the dried fruit of the cardamom plant belonging to the ginger family. It warms the qi and promotes circulation, assists digestion, and is good for the stomach. Grains of paradise, a traditional medicine from the ginger family. Mace, used to treat digestive ailments. This is a tropical plant, adapted to hot and humid climates. It warms the large intestine and treats chronic conditions. Woody root. It is the dried root of the Aucklandia costis, an herb from the Asteraceae family. A staple in traditional medicine, extracted from the roots of the perennial herb Kaempferia galanga, a herbaceous plant belonging to the ginger family, with tuberous rhizomes along with nutmeg, cloves, and Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, fennel, and dried ginger. These spices are excellent for clearing heat and detoxifying the body. Yin Lan's mind starts racing as she processes all this. She nods to herself, deep in thought. I think I finally get it. The herbs growing in Senior's backyard might look ordinary at first glance, but in reality, every single one of them is a rare and precious treasure. These so-called divine artifacts were hidden in plain sight. We just weren't enlightened enough to recognize them. Yes, that has to be it. Yun Lan stares at the herbs, her eyes shimmering with unconcealed longing. Jiang Chun watches her obsessing over the medicine barrel and sighs helplessly. A look of exhaustion washes over his face. Jiang Chun looks at Yun Lan and says, "Yun Lan, I've used silver needles to completely seal Linger's 5 senses. She can't perceive anything from the outside world right now. Put her in a wooden barrel and start the medicinal soak. And as for those two over there," Jiang Chun glances toward the emperor and Gu Xian. He had noticed them lurking a long time ago. It's those guys who were pretending to be loaded. Jiang Chun feels a wave of annoyance at the memory. What the hell are they doing here? Yin Lan cradles Linger and looks at Jiang Chun. "Master, Miss Linger is still fully clothed. Won't that interfere with the medicinal soak?" "Oh, that. He hadn't really thought that far ahead." Jiang Chun ponders for a moment before answering. "It might be slightly less effective. But Miss Linger is a young lady, after all. I'll leave that decision up to you. The soak needs to last for a significant amount of time. I'm leaving her entirely in your care during the process." Yin Lan replies enthusiastically. "Understood." She immediately places Linger into the water and begins swiftly removing her clothes. Jiang Chun adds one more thing. "Once you've settled Ling, make sure to go and receive our guests. The Emperor and Gu Xian are still trying to hide behind the bushes when Yun Lan approaches and speaks respectfully. Distinguished guests, my master requests your presence. The Emperor jolts in surprise. He nearly has a heart attack. The old man stammers, and master? Don't tell me Senior Jiangchun is actually your master? Yun Lan nods, her expression calm and natural. Master was kind enough to take notice of me. Stumbling upon such a destiny was truly an unexpected blessing. The Emperor nods repeatedly. He forces a complimentary smile. To be accepted into Senior's inner circle, the holy maiden of Qin Yun is truly blessed. But internally, his blood is boiling with anxiety. I can't believe the Qin Yun sect moved this fast. This is bad. We have to find a way to secure our own position. The old emperor fumes silently. He shoots a sharp look at his son and whispers, Shinner, when we meet the senior, I don't care how thick-skinned you have to be. You're staying here no matter what. Gu Xian asks in shock, Father, why would I do that? The old emperor narrows his eyes, explaining with grave seriousness. I may have offered him the Great Yin Imperial Seal, and he may have accepted it. But right now, I still don't feel our future is secure. Just look at that Qin Yin geezer. They actually sent their successor to become the senior's disciple. Think about it. If the Qin Yin sect ever faces a crisis in the future, do you think the senior would just sit by and watch? The more the emperor speaks, the more agitated he becomes. We need our own trump card, and the senior is the best one we could ever hope for. He places a heavy hand on Gu Xian's shoulder and speaks from the heart. Shinner, if you truly manage to stay by the senior's side, do not ever leave. Do you understand? Gu Xian looks at his father, completely bewildered. What do you mean, father? Are you saying you don't want me to return to Great Yin? The emperor laughs out loud and explains, Oh, Shinner, with your current status, the highest you could ever hope for is to become the emperor of Great Yin. That is your ceiling. But if you stay with a figure like the senior, your cultivation and your future will soar far beyond anything I could ever achieve. Gu Xian nods, the realization finally sinking in. By now, the two have reached the spot where Jiangchun is waiting for them. The moment Jiangchun sees them, he asks, What brings you two here? The emperor answers honestly, Your reputation in Wuhua City is legendary, senior. We only had to ask around a bit to find your residence. Jiangchun is annoyed, but he keeps his customer service smile plastered on his face. I see. So, what can I do for you today? The old emperor clears his throat and speaks up. Your painting has meant the world to my son and me. We've come to express our deepest gratitude and to ask for your guidance in the art of painting. In fact, my son, Gu Xian, I'm also quite passionate about painting. If I'm lucky enough to be accepted as senior's disciple, I promise to fulfill any request you might have. Ji Xian blinked, looking utterly lost. Painting? Emperor Liu placed a firm hand on his son's shoulder. Ji Xian caught on instantly and nodded. Oh, right. Your artwork has given me such profound insights, senior. That's why I truly wish to study under you. I want to dedicate myself to the study and practice of painting. If I could have this honor, it would be the greatest blessing for my entire family. Jiangchen's face immediately darkened. He gave a flat, blunt refusal. No, I'm not taking any more disciples. After taking in Dandai Yinlan, he had already realized what a massive headache it was. Even if the student had peerless talent in music, it still required so much effort to teach them. Besides, he was a man of principle. Now someone else wanted to be his disciple. If he said yes, wouldn't his life become even more of a hassle? The emperor and Ji Xian were stunned when Jiangchun turned them down. The color drained from their faces. Senior refused? But why? They simply couldn't believe it. Jiangchun replied coldly, I'm a lazy man by nature. I have absolutely no interest in taking on a student. However, seeing how sincere you are, I've decided to give you one chance. He figured these two were used to being waited on hand and foot. Surely they'd back off if he made them do manual labor. So he continued, Well, let's put it this way. This is a test. If you can pass it, I'll agree to take you in. How about it? Both the emperor and Ji Xian were overcome with excitement. Ji Xian nodded vigorously. As long as you're willing to take me as your disciple, senior, I go through fire and water or climb a mountain of blades. I won't back down. Jiangchun felt smug about his little scheme. He let out a few grunts and then smiled. The test is very simple. You'll be doing laundry, cooking, and cleaning. Internally, he hoped they would refuse right then and there. But to his utter surprise, this request was nothing to Ji Xian. The boy agreed instantly. Jiang Chun was so shocked his expression completely changed. Ji Xian beamed with a wide grin. I accept. To be able to stay by the side of a master like you. I'm willing to do anything at all. Jiang Chun stared at Ji Xian, dumbfounded. He felt like he had just dug his own grave. The air around them seemed to freeze. What did you say? He stammered. Ji Xian replied enthusiastically. I accept your terms, senior. From now on, even if I have to walk through hellfire, I won't hesitate for a second. Jiang Chun felt like a cold blizzard had just swept through his soul. It seems I underestimated their character, he thought. Even though they come from a wealthy family, they're actually willing to accept such harsh conditions. I guess it's fine to take him in then. He let out a long sigh and spoke. If you're willing to stay and do the chores, you'll have a chance to become my formal disciple later on. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. Wait, there's a bonus? This time, both father and son were so shocked their faces twisted in disbelief. Jiang Chun walked over to his bookshelf. He rummaged around for a while, muttering to himself. I haven't been painting much lately, so I don't have any new works. Finally, he pulled out a wooden sword and said, This sword is just made of ordinary wood, but it was meticulously hand-carved. Out of all the things I've made, it's definitely one of my masterpieces. Take this as a small token of my appreciation. The emperor and Ji Xian stared at the sword. They were beyond stunned. In their eyes, this was a divine, peerless blade. A terrifying, legendary treasure. Even without holding it, they could feel the magnificent sword intent radiating from it. Emperor Liu quickly bowed his head in deep reverence. Since this is a gift from you, senior, we humbly accept. In the future, if you ever have need of us, just say the word and it shall be done. Jiang Chun looked at the old emperor, completely bewildered. His head was filled with question marks. Huh, it's just a wooden sword. What's so precious about it? Just take it already. Why are two grown men being so dramatic? It's literally just a piece of wood. Why so solemn? Is everyone in this world this overly polite? He thought back to his experiences so far. Ever since he transmigrated here, every single person he's met has been incredibly formal, whether they're a man or a woman. Even the elder of his own disciple. Could it be this Xuanhuan world isn't a place where the strong devour the weak, but a world of love and peace? Jiang Chun shook his head. Pushing the thought aside, he asked, Oh, right? I still don't know your name. Ji Xian quickly replied. This junior's name is Ji Xian. Jiang Chun nodded. Then from now on, I'll call you Little Xian. Ji Xian gave a strained smile. Sure. Jiang Chun spoke again. All right then. If there's nothing else, you two take this wooden sword and get to work. I have other matters to attend to. I'll be leaving for a bit. After Jiang Chun left, the old emperor's expression suddenly changed. His calm demeanor vanished, replaced by sheer anxiety. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. He exclaimed, My heavens, Ji Xian. The senior is truly generous. This wooden sword is an unparalleled divine artifact. It's unbelievable. The old emperor cautiously reached out to touch the sword. Suddenly, as if it had a soul of its own, the sword opened its mouth and bit down on his hand. The emperor yelped in surprise. He shook his hand with all his might, but couldn't break free from the sword's tight grip. The bizarre situation left him utterly bewildered, watching his father rush about in a panic. Ji Xian had a sudden realization. I get it. This is the master's real test. If father can't figure out a solution, not only will he be unable to use this divine weapon, but he'll also be seen as a fool. The Emperor of Great Yin ran in circles, one finger clamped tight by the sword. How strange. One man, one sword. The comical scene unfolded inside the room. After a while, the sword still refused to let go. The old emperor turned to Ji Xian. Think of something to help me. Ji Xian stammered in reply. Your son. I don't know what to do either. The emperor turned back to the sword and said decisively, Then the only way is to use brute force. But this strange sword was not to be trifled with. The moment he tried, a burst of sword energy erupted. Ji Xian jumped back in terror. This thing is terrifying. When the dust settled, the old emperor appeared, covered in grime. With an exhausted look on his face, he sighed, Ji Xian, you were the one who came to seek a master. So why am I the one being tested? Ji Xian replied awkwardly. Your son doesn't know either. Then, a thought suddenly struck him. Wait, could it be? I understand. Ji Xian quickly grabbed a broom and, while bustling around the room, said, I'll start working diligently right now. Only by properly completing the task the senior gave us. Can I pass this test and free your hands, father? Just as Jiang Chun had predicted, these two were indeed of incredibly noble status. Take Ji Xian, for example. He was originally, but now he was obediently holding a broom, doing tasks meant only for servants. This child has endured so much for my sake and for great yen. The old emperor saw it all. Regret now gnawed at him. Thinking back, the punishment from this unparalleled divine sword wasn't without reason. He owed this child too much. He had witnessed everything that had happened before, but he had never once comforted Ji Xian. And yet, Ji Xian still endured the hardships to introduce such an unparalleled master to his own father. The emperor was moved to tears. Father has wronged you. After letting out his emotions in the room, the old emperor stepped outside. Wiping his tears, he said, Ji Xian. Ji Xian smiled, as usual, and replied, Don't worry, father. I just need to be diligent. But in the next instant, the emperor pulled him into a tight embrace. You've had it hard all this time. Although he didn't understand why, tears streamed down Ji Xian's face. He whispered, Why are you saying that? Golden sunlight bathed them. Yun Lan and his grandson, holding bowls, cautiously approached the pot with Linger's medicinal bath. Looking over at Ji Xian and his father, they remarked, We don't know what happened, but this is truly touching. That medicinal pot was truly miraculous. Its fragrance spread everywhere. Even the wooden sword was drawn in by the aroma, causing it to release the old emperor's hand. The old emperor looked at his swollen hand. He was crying and cheering at the same time. I'm free. Finally, I'm free. Ji Xian was equally thrilled. Father, you were amazing. Emperor Liu sat down on the ground, exhausted. He looked at Ji Xian and smiled. So, is this the expert's trial? I understand now, Ji Xian. From now on, I will reflect on my actions often. I won't just be a worthy emperor, but a father you can be proud of. Ji Xian nodded. Father, no matter what, I will always support you. The scene of father-son harmony was touching, but the reality was a bit different. The azure divine sword was simply lost in that intoxicating fragrance. There was no trial at all. The sky was clear, and a gentle breeze blew. The golden sunlight was brilliant. Jiang Chun emerged from hiding somewhere, massaging his aching shoulders. Ouch, that hurts. He had been busy all afternoon, tending to Jiang Linger's illness. Man, I'm beat, he groaned. The moment he stepped back into the yard, Jiang Chun saw Ji Xian, his father, and the others gathered in a lively group. The scene before him left him completely baffled. What the? These people actually seem to be getting along. They're chatting away like old friends. Jiang Chun was a bit stunned as he walked over. He greeted them with a smile. Even though the house is getting crowded with freeloaders, everyone seems to be getting along quite well, doesn't it? Only Dushan Mo wore a long face. The fox looked utterly annoyed. The number of people eating for free just keeps growing. His food portions were being split up. That food is vital for increasing his spiritual power. Speaking of which, it was dinner time. Dushan Mo rubbed against Jiang Chen's leg, acting cute. Master, I'm hungry. Jiang Chen looked down at him. He checked the time. Sure enough, it was time to start cooking. But there weren't enough ingredients to feed such a large crowd. Dushan Mo thought to himself, I'll help you kick them all out. Suddenly, an idea popped into Jiang Chen's head. He happily called everyone together. They all looked at him with excitement and asked, Does the expert have instructions for us? Jiang Chun smiled and said, Since we're running low on ingredients for dinner, why don't we head into the mountains to forage for some? Although Jiang Chun simply meant finding food, the others interpreted his words in a completely different light. Could this be a new form of cultivation training? Ji Xian thought deeply. Is this the second trial? Yun Lan and the old man both assumed they were searching for legendary spear ingredients. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun just smiled innocently and asked, No one has any objections, right? Of course, no one dared to say a word. After all, they were just here to scrounge a meal. It's not like they had anything better to do. Seriously, Dushan Mo thought arrogantly to himself. Master truly has the heart of a saint. Even though no one spoke up, Everyone had their own hidden agenda. However, when it comes to peerless ingredients, my pine mushroom self feels the urge to take on the challenge. This mushroom's scientific name is Tricholoma matsutake, commonly known as the matsutake mushroom. It grows at the roots of pine trees. It possesses a uniquely rich and savory flavor. It is a rare and precious medicinal fungus prized across the world. A true pine mushroom powerhouse must be able to ward off 10,000-year-old spirit beasts drawn to its incredible effects, as well as withstand fierce attacks from powerful human cultivators. My roots go deep into the molten rock, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. I cannot be uprooted. I contain infinite mysteries within. This is the true power of a mushroom. Suddenly, the pine mushroom powerhouse sensed movement nearby. The duel of masters is about to begin. It glanced at the newcomers and thought, not bad at all. I sensed the aura of powerful human cultivators. Two peak-level experts, quite the famous figures. The mushroom was overthinking things. Meanwhile, the emperor was secretly feeling competitive. His son had joined the sect, but was ranked below his rival's granddaughter. He had to perform exceptionally well this time. He absolutely could not lose face. He glanced at Jiang Chen's two disciples. Yun Lan, at that moment, felt a strange sense of goodwill toward Ji Xian. Despite being a prince, he doesn't seem to mind this rugged mountain life at all. He's surprisingly down-to-earth and approachable. A true talent. As for Ji Xian, he thought Yun Lan looked like a fresh morning hibiscus. Her smile is so beautiful. Jiang Chun led them to a clearing and said, "All right, everyone, let's split up here. We'll regroup in 4 hours." The mushroom couldn't sense a single ripple of spiritual power from him. It thought, is this guy just a servant? As long as it's not that servant, I don't care. Anyone else is welcome to come and challenge me. The mushroom quietly observed Jiang Chen's every move. It let out a sigh of relief as it watched him walk away. Suddenly, it felt a hand reaching out, intent on plucking it. When it saw the gentle and beautiful Yun Lan standing there, it thought to itself, I've hit the jackpot. Suddenly, Yun Lan grabbed a mushroom and pulled it up. 1, then 2, then 3, and finally the 4th one. But something strange happened. When she reached the 4th mushroom, she couldn't pull it up no matter how hard she tried. Yun Lan stared at the mushroom in shock and muttered. There were clearly 4 of them. Where did the 4th one go? The mushroom began to feel helpless. It even had tears welling up in its eyes. Why won't it come up? The mushroom glanced at Yun Lan with a look of pure arrogance, thinking, you think a little brat like you can pluck me? Not a chance in hell. You're still way too green. Right then, another hand reached down and plucked the mushroom with ease. It was Jiang Chun. He had returned without anyone noticing. Standing behind Yun Lan, he finished the job. Held firmly in Jiang Chen's hand, the mushroom began to break into a cold sweat. The clash between the two powerhouses had reached its end. The mushroom was tossed into the basket. The other mushrooms looked at it, laughing as they asked, So, brother, did you get caught too? Nearby, Jiang Chun gave Yun Lan a stern lecture. It's just picking a few mushrooms. Don't waste so much time on this ever again. The mushroom's eyes turned red with rage, but no matter how much it screamed, it was all over. Victory belonged to the human powerhouse. In another corner, having finished gathering the ingredients, Jiang Chun stepped into the kitchen and began to cook. Everyone else returned to their spots, getting busy with their own tasks. The great Yin Emperor was obsessively kissing his sword, looking absolutely overjoyed. Prince Ji Xian, who was naturally clean and disciplined, was busy tidying up the place. Meanwhile, Qing Yunzi was working up a sweat practicing his health exercises. Qing Yunzi walked over and asked, You two, what are your plans after we eat? Ji Xian replied, The senior has kept me here to work for him. As long as I stay here, my father won't be leaving either. After speaking, he went back to his sweeping. Yin Lan found herself feeling a special sense of respect for Ji Xian. She hadn't expected a prince to be so humble. On the contrary, he seemed remarkably mature and dependable. Yin Lan nodded with a smile and said, Being able to stay for dinner is quite a blessing in itself. When the time comes, you both will definitely be amazed. Her words piqued their curiosity so much they couldn't look away. She continued to laugh and said, Haha, you just have to wait and see. I'm going to change Ling Air's medicinal water first. You two should take a little break. The courtyard is quite large, so please make yourselves at home. With that, she turned and left, leaving the father and son, Ji Xian, standing there staring at each other. Ji Xian decided to get back to his cleaning, while the old emperor nodded and said, "In case, I'll go take a walk around." As the old emperor wandered about, he suddenly spotted Qing Yunzi sitting cross-legged under the shade of a tree. He looked deep in thought. Is this old guy done with the singing and dancing? Has he switched to playing chess now? Ji Yuanhao approached, stroking his beard as he focused on the chessboard. Is this a game in progress? What exactly is it about this layout that's making Qing Yunzi look so troubled? Ji Yuanhao was consumed by curiosity, but the moment he laid eyes on the match, he lost his composure completely. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force pulled him in. His soul felt as if it were being dragged into another world. Ji Yuanhao gritted his teeth and screamed, "Stop!" When he managed to open his eyes, the sight before him left him paralyzed with fear. The ground beneath him had turned into a giant chessboard that spanned the heavens and the earth. Or rather, this had become an entirely different realm, a place where all living beings were like black and white pieces, arranged at the whim of a higher power. Even the great Yin Emperor was nothing more than a tiny pawn on this grand board. No, this can't be. If this continues. Just as he was spiraling into a panic, Qing Yunzi's aged voice rang out. Ji Yuanhao, withdraw your divine sense at once. Ji Yuanhao snapped out of it, jolted awake. Withdraw your spiritual sense immediately. A look of sheer terror still lingered on his face. Qing Yunzi looked at the old man and explained, "This is a board layout set by the senior himself. If your spiritual sense sinks too deep into it, I'm afraid you won't be able to pull yourself out. It's a good thing you escaped in time. If not, your spiritual sense would have been utterly crushed. This game encompasses the very stars and the earth, every living thing and every speck of matter." I was shaken to my core when I first saw it too. Gong Yuanhao clutched his chest, trying his best to steady his mind. Qing Yunzi gasped in awe. I never imagined this game would hide such profound cosmic truths. The great Tao within is truly mystical and unfathomable. Not only could I not grasp it all, but I felt myself being sucked into its depths. If the senior hadn't snapped me out of it, I might have been lost in there forever. Suddenly, he asked, Gong Yuanhao's wooden sword follows the same principle, doesn't it? Items crafted by the senior's own hands all contain endless wonders. A peerless divine sword like this, even in the entire cultivation world, would be considered a supreme, peerless treasure. Gong Yuanhao drew the sword. Tears of pride welled in his eyes. It is exactly as Qing Yunzi said. He gripped the sword tight, feeling a surge of absolute confidence. Gong Yuanhao bragged with smug excitement. Let me tell you something, but keep it under wraps, okay? The senior even gave my Xianer the chance to become his disciple, as long as she passes the trial. My Xianer and your saintess will be fellow disciples. Qing Yunzi nodded in admiration. Really? That's fantastic. Gong Yuanhao grew even more animated, boasting with everything he had. First, the chance for an apprenticeship, then the gift of this peerless divine sword. If it were anyone else, they certainly wouldn't receive this kind of treatment. Qing Yunzi watched him with a sharp, calculating gaze. Finally, he let out a long sigh. I might not have what you have, but the senior gave me a method to live a second life. Emperor of Great Yin. Look, it's right here in this book. Qing Yunzi opened the book. Gong Yuanhao stared with wide, shocked eyes. Instantly, he felt a strange surge of energy flowing through his body. He cried out, I can feel it. This book contains such a powerful life force. Then, Gong Yuanhao suddenly reverted to his youthful form. This vitality feels like it's bursting right off the pages. This book can definitely help someone live a second life. Suddenly, Qing Yunzi slammed the book shut. Gong Yuanhao reverted to his original appearance. He looked incredibly frustrated. Qing Yunzi said playfully, the free trial ends here. Please pay the fee to see the premium content. Qing Yunzi asked smugly. My talent is dull. It's hard for me to grasp all the wonders inside. Well, did the Emperor of Great Yin notice anything? My book is just as valuable, right? Cutting him off like that. How infuriating. Gong Yuanhao couldn't hide his admiration. He exclaimed, it truly is a miraculous book, unlike anything I've ever seen. Even my divine sword pale in comparison to it. But you've already memorized it, haven't you? Qing Yunzi gave a subtle reminder. I've memorized the contents of that page. I'll practice that part first and see. Squeezing out a freebie really is the best. 18 exercises for health. Move 1. The mountain lean. Gong Yuanhao began to practice the movements. The two of them continued comparing their treasures like a pair of children. In the secular world and the cultivation realm, both were top-tier figures that everyone looked up to. Qing Yunzi only lost today's contest because he was using a free trial. The two juniors watched them, judging silently. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun took advantage of a break while cooking. He held a pouch of silver needles. Each needle had a color similar to the pine truffles he picked earlier, sparking a connection. Jiang Chun didn't say much. He simply took the needles and applied them to Jiang Linger's 49 major acupoints. Once finished, he instructed Yinlan. All right, Jiang Linger has been drugged. Wait, no. The medicine has taken effect. Just keep changing the bandages as I told you. Yinlan nodded. I understand, master. Jiang Chun stretched his stiff muscles and said, Well then, I'm going back to finish preparing dinner. After Jiang Chun left, Gong Yuanhao and Qing Yunzi gathered around to examine Jiang Ling. Their expressions grew grave. He didn't just completely remove the effects of the heavenly Yin curse. He's using its unique power to help her rebuild her body. Just how profound is this method? To actually transform someone into a special physique. It's truly beyond imagination. Gong Yuanhao asked in utter shock, what? This young lady possessed the heavenly Yin severed meridian? And Senior actually reconstructed her entire body. The way those two seniors are looking at her seems a bit improper. They both nodded in unison. This is truly mind-blowing. Tu Shamo walked over, looking annoyed. She sent the two of them flying with a strike. The heavenly Yin severed meridian isn't the only thing you two are staring at, is it? Time ticked by slowly. Gong Yuanhao began to feel restless. Shouldn't we be helping Senior? Are we really just going to sit here and wait? Qing Yunzi replied softly. Help him? There's nothing we can do. Only Senior can handle a matter of this magnitude. As for why, you'll understand once we've finished dinner. Gong Yuanhao grew curious. What kind of dinner could be so mysterious that both the Saintess and Qing Yunzi keep mentioning it? In this world, once cultivators reach a certain stage, they no longer need earthly food and never feel the pangs of hunger. Yet here were two masters and a spirit beast, acting as if they were starving. Only someone who hasn't experienced it yet wouldn't understand what was happening. But the moment a divine aroma wafted through the air, Gong Yuanhao tried his best to maintain his dignified composure. That scent, it really is rich and captivating. But as a cultivator, what's a mere meal worth? A second later, he was eating his words. Casting his dignity aside, he rushed toward the kitchen. Inside, Jiang Chun was focused on kneading dough. He prepared a mixture of flour, honey, yeast, and warm water. He added some ginger juice. After kneading it thoroughly, he pressed it flat and brushed it with honey. He sprinkled on some sesame seeds and slid into the oven. And so the taiga cake, a piece of China's intangible cultural heritage, was complete. This cake is sweet, but not cloying. Crispy, but doesn't crumble. It's rightfully called the king of pastries. Gong Yuanhao and Gong Xian, father and daughter, both stood there with identical, wide-eyed expressions. After finishing the cakes, Jiang Chun began preparing matsutake mushrooms. He sliced the mushrooms into perfect, even pieces. He turned them into a rich soup and grilled some on the side, to be served with the taiga cakes. Everyone, Jiang Chun called out, it's finally time to eat. Everyone picked up their chopsticks at once. They began to eat with sheer abandon, throwing all etiquette out the window. The moment Gong Yuanhao and his daughter tasted the food, they were overcome with excitement. They practically jumped for joy. Within that single bite resided a massive surge of spiritual power, woven into a flavor that was indescribably delicious. The two of them were completely stunned. Is this the fortune Qing Yunzi was talking about? Normally, it would take years of bitter cultivation to reach this level of insight. But with just one dish made by Senior, everything seemed easier than ever before. Qing Yunzi slowly approached the table, his eyes full of curiosity. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun picked up his chopsticks. He held a cake in his hand, skillfully stuffed some matsutake inside as a filling, and quickly finished his homemade vegetarian sandwich. With a look of pure satisfaction, he turned to offer the cake to Yinlan and asked, Yinlan, want to try? I used to eat them like this all the time when I was a kid. Yinlan didn't hesitate for a second. She took the cake and took a bite immediately, as it melted in her mouth. The flavors of the matsutake blended so perfectly that she froze for several seconds. Then, she suddenly burst out, "Oh!" Seeing Yinlan trembling, Jiang Chun asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is it not good?" Yinlan replied with a shaky voice as she ate, "No, it's too good." It was so delicious that she couldn't hold back her tears, weeping as she ate. Jiang Chun nodded. He felt a quiet sense of pride. Good. It seems my cooking skills haven't changed a bit in this world. No one has ever tasted my food without being amazed. Even my stinky tofu with fried pig intestines is a masterpiece. He felt a surge of confidence in his abilities. Suddenly, Jiang Chun picked up a strange vibe. Before he knew it, Tu Shamo was standing right in front of him. With a pouty, demanding face, she asked, "Where's my portion?" Jiang Chun was speechless, but quickly prepared dinner for Tu Shamo. The little girl ate happily, looking utterly content. Before long, everyone had finished their dinner. By now, it was late at night. The bright moonlight spilled across the ground. Qing Yunzi went back outside to sit at the chessboard, and Gong Yuanhao slowly approached him. As soon as he saw Gong Yuanhao, Qing Yunzi asked, "You're still here?" Gong Yuanhao replied, "Since Senior hasn't kicked me out yet, I'd like to stay in this courtyard for one more night." Senior's secluded home may look ordinary, but it actually hides many wonders. I want to stay and try to grasp the mysteries hidden here. Naturally, the old man couldn't admit he simply didn't want to leave. Qing Yunzi nodded in agreement. Fair enough. Ever since Brother Lon left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. The two of us can explore the profound secrets within this chessboard together. Gong Yuanhao took the opportunity to ask, by the way, "Senior Qing Yunzi, who is this Brother Lon you keep mentioning? And that girl too, what's the story there?" Qing Yunzi's answer left Gong Yuanhao stunned. "What? That girl is from the Fragrant Tribe? An ancient clan from the primordial era? This is truly incredible." Qing Yunzi leaned closer to Gong Yuanhao's ear and whispered, "There's more. Did you see the little fox in here? I'll let you in on a secret. That's actually the daughter of the Fox Emperor. A few days before you arrived, the Fox Emperor suspected Senior had kidnapped his daughter. He barged in here to confront him and nearly had his entire cultivation base destroyed. Talk about a dramatic turn of events." Gong Yuanhao scratched his head in awe. Senior truly lives up to his reputation. Even in seclusion, everyone who visits is an extraordinary figure. Qing Yunzi chuckled softly. Perhaps that is exactly where Senior's true strength lies. He draws all kinds of people to him. Whether they're legendary masters or someone with a terminal illness like me, we all gather in this one place. Some find the strength to grow on their own, while others literally defy heaven to change their fate. Gong Yuanhao was deeply moved. Tears welled up in his eyes. Meeting Senior is truly the greatest blessing of our lives. Qing Junzi nodded happily. Exactly. To celebrate. Let's have a drink together. The two of them spent the entire night drinking and talking under the moonlight. The next morning, the sun slowly rose from the east. The greenery was lush, and the birds were singing. The world felt full of life. But all good things must come to an end. It was time for Gong Yuanhao to depart. Qing Yunzi asked, "Aren't you going to say goodbye to Senior?" Gong Yuanhao replied, "There will be other chances to come back in the future. For now, I'll have to trouble you to say goodbye on my behalf." Qing Yunzi nodded. "Very well. Make sure to visit often. Otherwise, it's going to get pretty lonely around here." Gong Yuanhao turned to give instructions to Qi Xian. "Xianer, being allowed to stay with Senior is the greatest fortune of your life. No matter what, you must seize this opportunity." Qi Xian replied solemnly, "Understood, Father." Gong Yuanhao placed a hand on his son's shoulder, his voice warm and steady. "Under Senior's guidance, your path of cultivation will reach far greater heights. You might even achieve things that I, your father, could never dream of. One day, you will become the strongest pillar of the great Yin Empire." After giving his final advice and bidding everyone farewell, Gong Yuanhao took to the skies. But only a moment later, he flew right back. Qing Yunzi looked at him in surprise. "That was fast." Gong Yuanhao replied coldly, "I haven't left yet. Someone is coming, and their presence is incredibly powerful." Gong Yuanhao explained, "I was about to leave, but I suddenly sensed the aura of a powerful master. Actually, it's more than one person. What do you think? Are they coming to pay their respects to senior like I did? Or do they have other intentions? Qin Yunzi grew pensive. He released his spiritual power to sense the energy. This aura, it's definitely him. No doubt about it. Gong Yuanhao asked urgently, Who? Is it someone you know? Qin Yunzi nodded. I recognize this energy perfectly. One of them is definitely Shen Xiaozi. Gong Yuanhao frowned. Moreover, it feels like they're coming with the intent to fight. I heard you once made an appointment for a duel, but failed to show up. Could it be that he's tracked you down? Qin Yunzi gave a dry laugh. Huh, now you're just making fun of me. A man has to maintain a little mystery. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaozi approached. His face was a mask of pure fury. He never imagined he would actually end up here. Flying might be faster, but it'll likely be seen as a provocation. And then, this is the place. I see it now. The sky is clear, the wind is gentle. The sunlight is brilliant. It truly is beautiful. Gong Yuanxia and Qin Yunzi suddenly rushed out from the house. The sight startled Shen Xiaozi, who stood frozen, staring at Qin Yunzi. He turned to Mu Yuehuang and whispered, Yuehuang, did you see Qin Yunzi here the last time you came? Mu Yuehuang answered honestly, I never saw him, master. Hearing this, Shen Xiaozi grew even more guarded. It wasn't just Qin Yunzi. Even the great Yin Emperor, Gong Yuanxia, had appeared here. A soft breeze swayed the grass. The two sides faced off, the air thick with tension. Qin Yunzi stepped forward, frowning. I didn't expect Shen Xiaozi, Wu Xinji, and Mu Yuehuang, three generations of peak talents from the Huau Holy Land, to appear here all at once. May I ask what brings you all here? Shen Xiaozi gritted his teeth and replied, What a coincidence. Great Yin Emperor. Old friend, we only came to pay our respects to a peerless master. I didn't expect to find you here as well. Two strangers, with no prior connection. What exactly are they doing gathered here together? Shen Xiaozi couldn't help but feel suspicious. Seeing Shen Xiaozi's insincere attitude, Qin Yunzi's expression darkened. Pay your respects to the senior? The senior is resting. Your timing is terrible. Please leave. Shen Xiaozi's face also turned grim. We only came to pay a visit. Nothing more. If the senior is resting, we can wait. Gong Yuanxia snorted to himself. Nothing more, he says. That looking for trouble aura of theirs can be felt from miles away. Do they think I'm so old that I've lost my senses? Qin Yunzi spoke again. The senior really is resting. You've truly come at a bad time. Please leave. You say you want to wait, but the senior won't be seeing you today or anytime soon. Provoked, Shen Xiaozi gritted his teeth and let out a cold laugh. Is that so? I recall the duel we agreed upon should have happened long ago. So why are you here now, trying to chase me away? Are you just looking for an excuse to hide? Are you too cowardly to keep your word? Seeing Qin Yunzi remain silent, Shen Xiaozi pressed further. I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Huh? Qin Yunzi said irritably. That was nothing more than the recklessness of youth. You defeated me back then through sheer strength. That much is true. And I can admit that for now, I'm still not your match. But those are two separate matters. I'm advising you to leave for your own good. The last time someone came here to cause trouble, they nearly had their entire cultivation base crippled. Shen Xiaozi flatly refused to believe him. He sneered, trying to scare me with baseless nonsense. Shen Xiaozi, won't be easily fooled by your fabrications. Qin Yunzi let out a weary sigh, another one with a death wish. Honestly, standing beside him, Gong Yuanxia said coldly, You focus on dealing with Shen Xiaozi. I'll handle the rest. The situation forced the battlefield to be split once again. Holding the book on health cultivation in his hand, Qin Yunzi's body gradually shifted back into his youthful form. Shen Xiaozi smirked. When did you learn a rejuvenation technique? Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you look like you did in your prime. You'll pay for your arrogance. Suddenly, Qin Yunzi's technique struck out. Though slightly startled, Shen Xiaozi quickly shifted into a defensive stance. He luckily escaped injury, but his rage boiled over. Before he could even react, Qin Yunzi said coldly, An eye for an eye. Shen Xiaozi immediately formed a hand seal. Surging flames wrapped around his body and arms. He cupped his hands together, facing each other, with his palms turned toward the sky. One finger pointed up, while the other hand formed a two-fingered sword seal. The flames erupted with violent intensity. His fingertips crossed, creating a massive ring of fire. He pointed his thumb toward the heavens. The technique was completed in the blink of an eye. The sky ignited in a brilliant crimson, as if a river of flames was surging everywhere. Shun Xiaozi launched a frenzied assault, laughing maniacally. Taste the wrath I've bottled up all these years. The flames roared and raged, coming on like a soaring dragon. Qing Wanzi remained composed, holding only the book in his hand. He channeled the technique, facing the ferocious blaze. A soft green barrier shimmered into existence, blocking every wave of the attack. Qing Wanzi continued with the second form of the 16 health cultivation arts, stubbornly neutralizing Shun Xiaozi's flames once again. But Shun Xiaozi was no ordinary opponent. After being pushed back slightly, he immediately began weaving hand signs again. A small spark flickered from his mouth. His finger traced a circle in the air. The boundless lock sphere technique was unleashed. Countless red-hot iron chains filled the sky, striking at Qing Wanzi all at once. Qing Wanzi dodged with cold indifference. Then he used the first form of the health arts, the Iron Mountain Lean. Like walking through a dense mist, a strange energy suddenly surged from the ground as the smoke cleared. Shun Xiaozi felt completely unaffected. No pain, not even an itch. The move looked grand, but in reality, it was just a health-boosting exercise. How could it possibly possess such destructive power? Qing Wanzi could only lament. How can this be happening? Gong Yuanhao observed from below and spoke calmly. It's quite simple, really. You completely misunderstood the meaning in the senior's book and tried to force the technique. So it's only natural that you can't draw out its full potential. Is it over on your end? Gong Yuanhao smiled and replied, indeed. To keep things fair, that young lady didn't even join the fray. Wu Xinji has already been defeated. This, Shun Xiaozi couldn't help but feel suspicious. What is going on? In theory, the two of them should be evenly matched in strength. How could he fail so quickly? What the hell actually happened? Gu Xian looked out from the courtyard and said, "It seems one side's aura has vanished. Looks like we have a result. Care to guess? Is the winner our side, or?" Yin Lan gave a casual smile and said, "It's definitely our side." After receiving the senior's guidance, everyone has made massive strides. I have full confidence in our people. Gu Xian nodded in agreement. Fair point. Meanwhile, Empress Muyue stood by watching. She was also feeling a bit bewildered. This great Yin Emperor is much stronger than they imagined. In the end, should she intervene or not? No matter how you look at it, this battle is full of surprises. Take on Yuan Hao, for example. He knew his strength was neck and neck with the master of the ethereal sanctuary. Yet now, he's able to completely suppress his opponent. Gong Yuanhao couldn't help but wonder to himself, asking if he had truly become this much stronger. But he dismissed the thought immediately. This result was all thanks to the divine sword Jiang Chun gave him yesterday. Even though it's only been one short day, this sword has been silently nurturing his sword intent, deepening his understanding of the way of the sword with every passing second. Shun Xiaozi let out a roar. Unbelievable. To think you could make Wu Xinji surrender that fast. Qing Wanzi is exhausted now. He's no match for me. You take his place and fight me. If you lose, you'd better be ready to drag that person out here. Gong Yuanhao let out a mocking laugh. You sure talk big, but if you dare set foot in this place, you can kiss your cultivation level goodbye. Empress Muyue sighed. After a moment of deliberation, she decided not to get involved and would just watch from the sidelines. Shun Xiaozi formed a seal, unleashing the 8 trigrams wandering dragon. A colossal fire dragon manifested behind him as he screamed. I'll take your word for it then, but I'd love to see just how much of my power he can actually take. Shun Xiaozi gritted his teeth, commanding 8 fire dragons to strike directly at Gong Yuanhao below. Just before the 8 dragons slammed down, Gong Yuanhao vanished into an afterimage. The collision of flames triggers a massive explosion. At that moment, Ji Yuanhao teleports directly behind Shun Xiaozi. His hands weave through complex seal signs. He glares intensely at Shun Xiaozi. He begins to chant an incantation. The thousand-hand Nyurai sword formation is unleashed. Countless blades spiral into a circle around Ji Yuanhao. The sword chi is razor-sharp. An unrivaled aura surges forth. Shen Xiaozi bursts into a loud laugh. The thrill of battle seems to have pushed him into a state of pure euphoria. He raises both hands high. A massive fireball manifests in midair. It burns with a violent intensity. From within that sphere of fire, another flame dragon takes shape. This technique is known as the Blazing Dragon Guardian Claw. This dragon appears to have been evolved. It's on a completely different level compared to the last one. It tanks Ji Yuanhao's attack without taking a single scratch. If anything, it looks even more enraged now. Ji Yuanhao grits his teeth. Damn it, this guy's a real handful. He's in a totally different league than Wu Xinji. I can't let Shen Xiaozi interfere with the seniors. Ji Yuanhao looks at the object in his hand. He wonders anxiously to himself. If I use this, will I be able to hold him off? Even though I haven't fully mastered it yet. Suddenly, the sword in Ji Yuanhao's hand bites down on him, turning his face pale. Why now of all times? To his surprise, the sword clamps onto his hand and starts dragging him along. Ji Yuanhao's body is being jerked around by the sword. He's completely unable to resist. What kind of ridiculous stunt are you pulling in the middle of a fight? Even Shen Xiaozi is at a loss for words. But he realizes this is his golden opportunity. He quickly forms a hand seal. He unleashes a torrent of fire to incinerate Ji Yuanhao. I don't know what just happened, but I'm finishing this now. In an instant, both Ji Yuanhao and the wooden sword are scorched black. The sword clamped onto Ji Yuanhao's hand is now absolutely furious. The sword is so livid it starts recounting its own life story. Anyone who's read about me knows I'm a wooden sword. And right now, I'm extremely displeased because while I was sleeping, I kept being pestered by others. Ever since the day I was carved. This is already the second time. It suddenly turns its gaze toward Ji Yuanhao. You human. I've had just about enough of you. I can't believe you didn't learn your lesson from last time. I hate being disturbed. I hate having human fingerprints and breath all over me. I wasn't planning on letting you off the hook, but that fragrance you let me smell last time gave my cultivation a massive boost. I had to close my eyes and meditate for a while to recover my spirit. It was during that time I found the mercy to spare you. I didn't expect that the moment I woke up, you'd be acting up again. The divine sword roars in anger. It transforms into a massive qilin and bellows. Do you really have a death wish? Seeing the qilin appear, Shen Xiaozi looks like he's been struck by a bolt of lightning. The qilin continues, but that guy facing us is even more obnoxious. How dare he try to burn me with fire? Furthermore, I sense a great deal of malice from him toward the master who created me. So for this one time, I'll take your side. You're no match for him on your own. I'll lend you my strength. But it comes with a price, mind you. With that, the qilin transforms back into a sword. Ji Yuanhao's body feels as though it's being flooded with a surge of overwhelming power. His hair literally glows. He's ecstatic. A goofy, excited grin creeps onto his face. This body, it's overflowing with energy. This is a miracle. Shen Xiaozi watches Ji Yuanhao's sudden transformation. Doubt begins to cloud his mind. He has a very bad feeling about this. Ji Yuanhao slowly reaches out and grips the wooden sword. This is the gift bestowed by Senior Jiang Chun, a supreme divine artifact, containing an invincible sword intent. A peerless treasure. Ji Yuanhao draws the sword. He strikes a badass pose. He lunges forward with the blade. In a mere heartbeat, Ji Yuanhao transcends his normal state and achieves the realm of man and sword as one. Before this absolute level of power, Shen Xiaozi's dragon is nothing but a joke. Before Shen Xiaozi can even react, he's blasted into a mess of smoke and fire. He's left battered and broken beyond recognition. Qing Wanzi, having returned to his original form, walks over to Shen Xiaozi to explain. That sword in his hand was a gift from Senior Jiang Chun. You know, the very person you were so hell-bent on hunting down to settle a score with. The sword returns to its original, plain appearance. It gives Ji Yuanhao a stern warning. You better oil and polish me every single day. And another thing, and you still owe me a whiff of that fragrance. Ji Yuanhao nodded repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at grain. Qing Yunzi heaved a sigh and spoke. It's only natural that you couldn't beat him. Shen Xiaozi was now completely exhausted. He no longer had the strength to argue back. However, he still felt disgruntled and grumbled under his breath. To think a single divine, peerless sword could make the great Yin Emperor bow his head and willingly stand guard at the door. So, what exactly is the reason you're guarding this place? Qing Yunzi replied with an innocent, cheerful smile. Senior has taught me the method to live a second life. Shen Xiaozi asked back in shock, what? A method to live a second life? He stepped closer to Qing Yunzi. His voice was low but deadly serious. Qing Yunzi, you can't just throw words like that around. A second life? Setting everything else aside? In our respective sacred lands alone, countless ancestors have failed to achieve such a feat. Don't let that person deceive you. Qing Yunzi flipped open his book. Reverting to his youthful appearance, he laughed and said, regardless of what you think, the truth is still the truth. I have indeed received a method for a second life from Senior. As for your claim that Senior is controlling me and Ji Yuan Hao, forcing us to work for him against our will, well, you're just overthinking things. We are standing here entirely of our own volition. Shen Xiaozi thought to himself again. Could they really have been brainwashed? I didn't even get a chance to use the artifacts I brought. It seems that person is even more powerful than I imagined. It's best not to rush into using my final trump card just yet. First, I should head back and come up with a long-term plan. There are just too many unexpected variables. The 3 members of the Spirit God Rain Palace all retreated. The 2 meddlesome juniors also appeared to pay their respects. Ji Yuan Hao murmured, is it finally over? If they had just listened sooner, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. I wonder how long it's been. Senior should be waking up soon. After the great battle, the area finally regained its tranquility. Yinlan walked up to Qing Yunzi and asked, is it over, master? Qing Yunzi sighed and replied, it's over. He tucked the book into his robe and said, I'm exhausted too. I think I'll go rest for a bit. Yinlan glanced at Ji Yuan Hao and exclaimed, I never imagined the great Yin Emperor would suddenly become so formidable. He turned the tide of the battle in the blink of an eye. Even though Senior Shen Xiaozi didn't use his full power, that sword intent still clearly terrified him. Qing Yunzi let out a soft huff. His expression turned sour, even though they were both granted precious items. Now that someone else had outperformed him, it was only natural for the old man to be annoyed. Qing Yunzi said, I'm going to go study the way to live my second life. With that, he stormed off in a huff, leaving Yinlan standing there dazed, wondering what she had done wrong. Suddenly, she remembered Gu Xian was still there and rushed to find him. But when she arrived, she only saw Gu Xian holding a broom, standing still as a statue, letting out a long sigh. Yinlan couldn't help but sigh along with him. A chaotic mess was scattered all over the ground, and Ji Yuan Hao had already flown off. Gu Xian was so angry he felt like he was going crazy. He grumbled, leaving me with this whole battlefield to clean up. My resentment is truly beyond words. The scene shifts to Ji Yuan Hao's flight path. The divine sword flew alongside Ji Yuan Hao. It thought to itself with sheer joy, since the moment I was forged, this is the first time I've ever left the house. This form is so hard to move in. Watch this, poof. The sword transformed into a cute little girl wearing dragon-scaled clothes. She was absolutely adorable. The little girl laughed and asked Ji Yuan Hao, who was flying beside her. This is so exciting. Where are we going now? Ji Yuan Hao stared in shock at the divine sword beside him. His eyes practically popped out of his head. The divine sword continued to gaze innocently at the scenery below and said happily, there are so many sights I've never seen before. Hey, baldy uncle, where exactly are you taking me? Ji Yuan Hao's shiny bald head was drenched in sweat. He asked in a trembling voice, are you really that divine sword? The divine sword laughed cheerfully and replied, yep, that's right. My previous form was way too inconvenient for moving around. Isn't this much better? Let's go on an adventure together. Ji Yuan Hao's face was now pale with utter terror. Oh, Senior, great one. Just how much power does that divine artifact of yours actually hold? And another thing, this makes me feel like I'm babysitting a grandchild. On one side, there was laughter and joy. On the other, a bitter retreat after a crushing defeat. Empress Muyue flew alongside ancestor Shen Xiaozi for a while. Unable to hold back any longer, she asked, Ancestor, why do we have to leave so suddenly? Shen Xiaozi knit his brows in doubt. If they had truly gone all out in a head-on clash, it wasn't certain they would have lost. Furthermore, they hadn't even touched their ultimate trump card yet. Even if they had unleashed the Ascension Immortal Mirror, they could have directly suppressed Qing Yunzi and the Great Yin Emperor. But regardless, they would eventually have to face that man. In Shun Xiaozi's imagination, that person was a truly terrifying figure. But he had no idea that Jiang Chan was actually just a clueless nobody. Shun Xiaozi spoke in a low, heavy voice. This man can make both Qing Yunzi and the great Yin Emperor bow their heads and turn them into his pawns. Just think about it. How powerful must he be himself? Qing Yunzi and Empress Muyue both fell silent, especially Wu Xinji, the man who had literally been stripped of his clothes by the force of the blast. Empress Muyue frowned, lost in thought. I never expected that even the elders of the Holy Land working together couldn't handle Jiang Chun. The master of that wooden shack, the ancestor, and the Holy Lord both possess profound strength. Yet they were powerless against him. The last time I came here, things weren't nearly this bad. It's hard to imagine that if this continues, what the situation will eventually turn into. By then, even if all the great powers of the cultivation world unite, I'm afraid it might be useless. But they couldn't just walk away and let it be. Qing Yunzi scowled and spoke up. The existence in that wooden shack is indeed beyond terrifying. Perhaps even for our Ascension Holy Land, it would be a difficult hole to climb out of. But what kind of world-ending scheme is this man brewing? If he wasn't up to something, he wouldn't be controlling the great Yin dynasty and the Qing Yin holy sect. Furthermore, it looks like he's already succeeded. As he spoke, Wu Xinji circulated his energy to change his clothes and continued. When I fought the great Yin Emperor, that sword was constantly funneling energy to him. That must have been orchestrated by the man behind the scenes. He's been standing in the shadows, silently controlling the entire battle. If he ever decides to step out and act personally in the future, he won't just be a threat to the Ascension Holy Land. He'll be a threat to the entire cultivation world. Empress Muyue's brow furrowed. Her expression turned grim. Qing Yunzi is right. What if we unite with the great powers of the other races and strike together? After listening to Wu Xinji's report, Shun Xiaozi spoke. With the might of our Ascension Holy Land, there are truly very few in this world who should give us pause. I understand what you're thinking, but have you considered that if we ally with other races and expose our true strength, will they not do the same? When that happens, can we avoid an all-out war between the great powers? If that comes to pass, even the Ascension Holy Land will find it hard to control the fallout. Empress Muyue knit her brows. She was the youngest one there. But in truth, she had her own hidden motives. It seems more and more factions are being dragged into this mess. Originally, I only wanted the ancestor to scout the situation. I didn't want to make a scene. But if the entire Holy Land gets involved, that's a different story. My little sister trusts Jiang Chun far too much. She sees him as some legendary master. She even thinks she owes him her very life. Right now, she is still cultivating within the Ascension Holy Realm and hasn't come out yet. Once she finishes her training, will she fall even deeper into this obsession? While she's still inside, we have to settle this matter immediately. Not just for her sake, but for the entire cultivation world. I must convince the ancestor. Empress Muyue pondered for a moment. Then she stepped toward Shin Xiaozi and said, Ancestor, I agree with the Holy Lord's idea. Right now, Senior Qing Yunzi and the Great Yin Emperor have both become Jiang Chen's puppets. If we continue to hesitate, there's no telling how many more powers will be lured to his side. By then, our forces will only grow weaker, while his strength will only continue to surge. While we still have the chance, we must act now. Shin Xiaozi placed a hand on Wu Xinji's shoulder and nodded. You both are right. Xinji, as soon as you return, immediately contact the holy lords of all the major holy lands and the emperors of the other dynasties. Tell them they are required to make a trip to the Ascension Holy Land. Empress Muyue was stunned. She hadn't expected Shun Xiaozi to agree so quickly. Shun Xiaozi frowned and said, I've actually given this a lot of thought. We still have a window of opportunity right now. If we keep dragging our feet, our chances of winning will only get slimmer. That's why we need to be fully prepared. We have to account for every possibility. Most importantly, what we're doing must never be leaked to the outside world. Everything must be done in absolute secrecy. Otherwise, failure is inevitable. Muyue Huang nodded blankly. Understood. Even though she had achieved her goal, their behavior was becoming increasingly strange. The scene shifts to Jiang Chen's extraordinary residence. In the music courtyard, Jiang Chun is busy instructing Yinlan. After listening to the piece, he nodded in approval. Not bad. You've definitely made progress. However, your improvement is strictly technical. The most vital part of music is the expression of emotion and personality. I don't know how much music theory you studied before this, but there is one thing I must emphasize. Following your own path is what matters most. Yinlan nodded in agreement. Learning from those who came before is easy, true. But one day, that very thing will become your own bottleneck. I hope you take this to heart. If you don't focus on this now, you'll eventually hit a wall. A lifetime of effort will end up at a complete standstill. Yinlan replied, Yes, master. I understand. Jiang Chen nodded, then turned his gaze toward Qing Yunzi and Ji Xian. Yinlan followed his gaze and spoke up happily. Ancestor. Qing Yunzi looked remarkably younger. His hair was jet black and shiny, his skin was smooth, and his eyes were much brighter. Yinlan said excitedly, Ancestor, you look so much younger. Qing Yunzi gave a broad smile. Indeed, thanks to studying that encyclopedia of health, I've gained some insights. My vitality is finally starting to recover. Jiang Chen nodded. Not bad at all. Keep at it. There will be even greater changes in the future. Ji Xian looked at Jiang Chen and smiled. Senior, I've finished cleaning the entire surrounding area. Is there anything else you'd like me to do? Jiang Chen scanned the area. He saw that the courtyard had been swept spotless. Everything was organized and in its proper place. This rich kid is actually quite handy, isn't he? The man had finally escaped the mountain of chores. He was so overcome with joy that he was nearly moved to tears. Even if I can't touch the path of cultivation, since I'm staying with them, helping out is the right thing to do. I spent half my life rushing around and ended up with nothing. Now that I have a chance to start over, I should obviously live more freely, just like this secluded life I have now. Time passed by in the blink of an eye. The day had finally come for Jiang Linger to finish her treatment. Yinlan changed her to a much larger cauldron. She peered into the cauldron and asked the ancestor nervously, Are we almost there? Is it going to work? Qing Yunzi shook his head. I honestly don't know. Reshaping a special constitution. Even for me, this is a first. But Senior's methods are profound. There shouldn't be any issues. For now, we just have to wait and see. Suddenly, a strange fragrance began to waft from the cauldron. Elsewhere, a crowd was buzzing, eyes fixed on the sky, shouting, a celestial phenomenon. It's the light of an auspicious star. Meanwhile, in other realms, flowers began to bloom in a sudden, vibrant display. And right here, an overwhelming fragrance filled the air. Qing Yunzi turned pale, completely dazed by the sight. Yinlan couldn't help but blush, staring in a trance. Everywhere the scent reached, fragrant flowers burst into full bloom. The hills were blanketed in blossoms, creating a sight rarely seen in this world. Jiang Chen nodded, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. It looks like everything was a success. The cauldron lid opened, and several drops of shimmering gold liquid splashed out. A hand reached out, followed by a body, piece by piece, pure and translucent. The scent of medicinal herbs filled every corner. Jiang Linger's body slowly drifted into the air, rising from medicinal water. She was draped in a shimmering veil of light. Could this be the legendary elixir that can truly transform a human soul? The light swirling around Jiang Linger grows more intense. It radiates a dazzling, divine glow. From deep within her body, a layer of soft fabric begins to take shape, forming into a complete set of robes. Jiang Chun casts a cold, indifferent glance, while Ji Xian, Yinlan, and Qing Yunzi are all moved to tears. The light is blinding. A graceful, slender silhouette appears. Jiang Linger steps out. She is now fully clothed in her new attire. Her once salt and pepper hair has turned back to a pure, lustrous black. She slowly opens her eyes and looks around. This means they actually succeeded. Yinlan rushes over in a hurry. She throws her arms around Jiang Linger's waist. Perfect. Not a single flaw. Sister Ling, how do you feel now? Is anything bothering you? Jiang Linger replies with a soft smile. Thanks to Senior's blessings. That strange sensation from the heavenly sound, severed meridian, is completely gone. I feel a warmth spreading through my entire body. With that, she lets go of Yinlan. She walks toward Jiang Chun. Finally, she has been liberated from her suffering. Jiang Linger drops to her knees. She speaks to Jiang Chun with utmost sincerity. Linger offers her deepest thanks for Senior's gift of rebirth. I thought I'd spend my whole life as a useless person, with no hope of ever cultivating. But because I met you, I've been given a second chance at life. Words cannot express the depth of my gratitude. As she speaks, Jiang Linger looks as though she's about to burst into tears. Jiang Chun walks over calmly. He reaches out a hand to her and speaks gently. There's no need for all that. Jiang Linger looks up in surprise at the hand offered to her. The future still holds many surprises, but something new has certainly begun to bloom in her heart. Jiang Chun smiles. Meeting me was fate. Saving you was fate as well. Everything is simply meant to be. Jiang Linger stands there dazed. Her cheeks flush a deep crimson. She can't take her eyes off Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun continues softly. If you have the chance to start over, you must seize it. Don't let yourself live with regrets. Don't leave anything unfinished. Give it your absolute best. Jiang Chun reaches out and gently pats Jiang Linger on the head. She nods slightly, her voice a tiny whisper. I understand. After the expressions of gratitude are finished, Jiang Chun speaks up again. All right then. If there's nothing else, I need to go sit on my stall. I'll leave the house in your hands. Yinlan happily walks over to Jiang Linger. She hugs her tight, laughing. Linger, congratulations. Jiang Linger replies excitedly. Sister Yunlan, let's work hard together from now on. Seeing the two of them getting along so well, Qing Yunzi is overjoyed. He lets out a booming laugh. Ha! This girl is looking more spirited by the second. Now it's Ji Xian's turn to be introduced. Yinlan quickly fills her in on everything. Ji Xian stands there stiffly, stammering. Hello. Jiang Linger nods for a moment before asking. Sister Yunlan, Elder Qing Yunzi, Uncle Lan hasn't returned yet? Wait. The moment they hear Ying Lan's name mentioned, their expressions instantly darken. Only now do they realize something was wrong. The scene shifts to a desolate wasteland. Large splatters of blood stain the ground. A figure approaches. He reaches down to swipe at the blood on the earth. This blood isn't dry yet. Looks like he managed to get away. The man chuckles darkly. You'd better lead the way, Ying Lan. Lead us straight to the young lady. Ying Lan is now severely wounded. He coughs up blood as he runs. Asterisk cough. Cough. Asterisk. He looks as if he could collapse at any second. Ying Lan grits his teeth. His brow is furrowed in pain. His face is dark, yet his skin is deathly pale from the massive blood loss. His clothes are soaked in crimson. He thinks to himself, I can't keep this up, but I have to get back to the young lady. Young lady, please don't ever go back. That place isn't home anymore. Meanwhile, at the Jiang clan, a gloomy, ominous atmosphere hangs over everything. The main hall is shrouded in a bone-chilling frost. The man sitting upon the patriarch's throne looks down coldly at the figure kneeling before him and asks, what is the situation? This man is the current patriarch of the Jiang clan. He is also the biological father of Jiang Ling. However, his current expression is indistinguishable from that of a villain. The man kneeling on the floor reports respectfully, reporting to the sovereign. We have released Ying Lan. It appears he is searching for the young miss. However, he is severely injured. I'm not sure if he has the strength to hold on until he reaches her. The Jiang clan patriarch replies coldly. He'll make it. Knowing his stubborn nature, he would crawl to her side, even if it cost him his last breath. The kneeling man pauses for a moment in thought, then asks, Sovereign, why do we have to release Ying Lan? With your level of cultivation, finding the young miss shouldn't be a problem at all. The Jiang clan patriarch gazes into the magical prism before him and speaks indifferently. Under normal circumstances, I could have found her easily, but this time, even when using my spiritual power, I see nothing but a dense, blinding mist. I can't find a single trace of her. That is why we must let Ying Lan lead the way. However, there's one thing that troubles him, that there's still a place in this cultivation world that even he cannot peer into. Could what Ying Lan said actually be true? Has Jiang Linger really found a way to cure the heavenly and desolate pulse? Blood flows relentlessly from Ying Lan's wounds. He has finally found his way to Jiang Qin's residence and reached Jiang Linger, but his injuries have taken a turn for the worse. Ying Lan grits his teeth. He coughs up a mouthful of blood. His body collapses toward the ground. The blood continues to pour from his wounds without stopping. Jiang Linger rushes over in a panic. Uncle Lan, what happened to you? Are you okay? Ying Lan struggles to speak. Young miss, I'm fine. It's so good to see you again. Jiang Linger turns pale. Crying and trembling, she asks, Uncle Lan, why are you covered in so much blood? Witnessing this horrific sight, Yin Lan and Ji Xian both stand there, frozen in shock. Grief-stricken and furious, Jiang Linger screams. Who did this to you? Qing Yunzi rushes forward and says, Brother Ing, don't say a word. Let me treat your wounds first. Qing Yunzi channels his spiritual power into Ing Lan's body. The wounds begin to close. But suddenly, the healing process goes wrong. Qing Yunzi, who is performing the treatment, senses something incredibly strange. Ing Lan's condition seems to worsen. He continues to cough up blood violently. Jiang Linger asks Qing Yunzi in a panic. What's going on? Even Yun Lan feels a surge of dread. Qing Yunzi shouts in frustration. Damn it. This is impossible. Brother Lan, what kind of injury is this? There's a frigid, absolute zero energy eating away at your life force. My spiritual power is only making it worse. Qing Yunzi explains. Slumped in Jiang Linger's arms, Ing Lan speaks weakly. It's no use. The power inside my body is unique to the Jiang clan. Unless someone from the Jiang clan intervenes, no one can heal this wound. The old man frowns and says, Could everyone please step away for a moment? I need to speak with the young miss in private. Yunlan looks at Qing Yunzi. She nods in agreement. Despite his deep concern, Qing Yunzi has no choice but to leave. Once everyone is gone, Jiang Linger presses Uncle Lan for answers. Everyone is gone now. What on earth happened? Ing Lan grits his teeth and says, Young miss, from this day forward, you must never return to the Jiang clan. Jiang Linger asks in horror, What are you talking about? Why are you suddenly telling me I can't go home? What happened at the house? A look of agony crosses Ing Lan's face as he speaks. There are things I intended to tell you much later, but now I have no choice. Your mother and I both belong to an ancient remnant clan. We are descendants of the Ing clan. However, compared to the Jiang clan, our Ing clan was small and lacked influence. Moreover, our inherited bloodline rarely manifested. Because of that, our clan withered away over time. By your mother's generation, fewer than 100 of us remained. Our Ing clan possesses an incredibly unique bloodline inheritance. It is the ability to gather the pure Yin essence of heaven and earth, condensing it within the body. The more pure Yin energy one accumulates, the more powerful they become, especially when it comes to cultivation. One could say they're already halfway to success. Your mother possessed the purest Ing clan bloodline seen since the ancient era. She was born with extraordinary talent. Back then, countless geniuses admired her. I was merely one of them. Your father was a master of deception back in those days. He was incredibly attentive and devoted to your mother. Furthermore, as the young lord of the Jiang clan, his status was prestigious and illustrious. Ordinary geniuses simply couldn't compare to him. Later, he promised your mother he would use the Jiang clan's power to rebuild the Ing clan. Because of that, your mother turned down all other marriage proposals. At the time, I also gave up on pursuing her. Eventually, I joined the Jiang clan to serve them. Everything seemed to be going well, until your mother gave birth to you and suddenly passed away. It was at that exact moment that my hair turned from black to snow white. I was consumed by rage back then. Ing Lan, keep going. I questioned your father about what had happened, but he suddenly changed into a completely different person. He became cold and distant. No matter how much I pried, he remained tight-lipped and refused to say a word. I even saw a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. But I wasn't afraid. I was determined to uncover the truth behind your mother's death. And so, while caring for you, a young lady with no one else to lean on, I secretly investigated the cause of your mother's passing. Jiang Linger felt her mind falling into total chaos. She didn't know what to think. She asked Uncle Lan, So, what happened after that? Ing Lanner grit his teeth, his eyes overflowing with hatred. As the years went by and you grew up, I never stopped searching for the truth about your mother's death. But in the end, I could never find a single clue. Until I returned this time, I was attacked by those very people from the Jiang clan. Naturally, with my current cultivation level, I could only endure the blows and suffer the injuries. There was nothing else I could do. The moment Jiang Ingtian received the news from Ing Lan, he flew into a violent rage. With bloodshot eyes, he hissed a venomous question. You're saying Linger found a cure for the heavenly Yin Desolate Pulse? I've been plotting and scheming for so long, and you dare to ruin everything. In a split second, Inglan realized the horrific truth. It was all a sinister plot orchestrated by Jiang Yingtian. Back in Wuhua City, the sunlight stretched across the streets. Jiang Chun was taking a leisurely stroll through the city. He held a red bean cake in his hand. Suddenly, the red bean filling tumbled out. Just as he took a bite, an abrupt sense of unease washed over him. It felt as if something terrible was about to happen. As it turned out, that premonition was correct. Right now, Jiang Linger was in excruciating pain. She placed Inglan's rough hand against her face. Feeling utterly helpless, Uncle Lan's injuries were getting worse by the second. Even though she had been cured of the heavenly, desolate pulse, she still couldn't do anything to help him right now. His cultivation is rapidly fading away. If this goes on any longer, Qing Yunzi let out a heavy sigh. He looked toward Jiang Linger and spoke. The wound was inflicted by Jiang Yingtian himself. Even I have no way to deal with it. It's shameful. That lord of the Jiang clan is far too powerful. Even in my prime, I will be no match for him. Yin Lan cried out in worry. The ancient survivor clan, those words carry an immeasurable weight. Not even the ancestors of the Holy Lands are an exception. Right now, the only person who can help us is Senior. Everyone pinned their hopes on Jiang Chen's appearance. Just as the thought crossed their minds, the door burst open. Jiang Chen stepped inside, looking like he had rushed back in a hurry. He looked at everyone and said, "Sorry, I had a bad feeling, so I came back earlier than planned." The moment she saw Jiang Chen, Jiang Linger let go of Inglan and rushed toward him. She threw her arms around Jiang Chen, pleading desperately, "Senior, please, you have to save him." Jiang Chen looked at her in surprise and asked, "What happened?" "I'm back now." Jiang Linger nodded, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. It was as if she had finally found the one person who truly understood her heart. She sobbed, "But things aren't looking good at all. This is all my fault." Jiang Chen shook his head, trying to comfort her. "Don't be so quick to blame yourself. Take me to him right now." Qing Vancy took the opportunity to cut in. Whoever hurt him left a nasty trick inside his body. It's relentlessly eating away at his life force. I tried to help, but there was nothing more I could do. Jiang Chen walked toward Inglan, who was lying on the bed, and said, "It's okay. I'll take it from here." He quickly examined the wounds. "This is far more serious than I thought. It looks like he's been poisoned. We can't afford to wait another second." Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. If we don't handle this immediately, the consequences will be catastrophic. It seems whoever did this to him was actually quite skilled. He turned to Qing Vancy's group and gave his orders. "I need to treat Uncle Lan right away. You all need to move fast too. Voa Lamb, go to the backyard and gather some herbs. They're just in the 2 plots right out front. Linger, you go prepare some hot water." The 2 of them replied in unison and rushed off. To Jiang Chen, everyone in the courtyard was his guest. When a guest is injured, there's no way he could just stand by and do nothing. For now, he put aside the questions of how Inglan got hurt or poisoned. He focused solely on the task at hand. Jiang Chen then pulled out his acupuncture kit. In no time at all, Inglan had completely recovered and was able to sit up. The children were overjoyed at the sight. Jiang Chen truly lived up to his reputation. He handled everything with such speed and efficiency. Jiang Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke softly. "That should do it. Now you just need to rest. The external wounds aren't a concern anymore. The real worry was that concentrated poison inside you. I'm still not sure exactly what it was, but I've managed to flush it out. You can breathe easy now. Go ahead, try to move. You'll be back to your old self in just a moment." Inglan did as Jiang Chen suggested. Then he clasped his hands in deep gratitude. "The thread inside my body is truly gone. My cultivation is flowing smoothly again. In fact, it feels even stronger than before. I cannot thank you enough, Senior." Jiang Chen looked a bit flustered. He gave a helpless laugh. "Since when did you start calling me Senior too?" "Huh." Just then, Jiang Linger ran up from behind Jiang Chen and called out to Inglan. She threw her arms around her uncle. Bursting into tears, she sobbed, "Uncle Lan." Inglan gave a happy smile. He gently comforted her. "Young mistress, I'm all right now. It's all thanks to Senior." Qing Vancy sighed in admiration. "We're lucky to have Senior here. It makes me feel utterly ashamed of my own skills." Qing Vancy's eyes were filled with nothing but pure respect. Jiang Chen accepted the praise with confidence, thinking proudly to himself, "Well, of course I'm good. Otherwise, how could I claim to have mastered the pinnacle of medicine? The next morning, sunlight once again filled Jiang Chen's courtyard. Qing Vancy hopped over excitedly. He gave Yinglan's firm six-pack a playful poke and marveled. This is incredible. Your body feels even tougher than it did before. I can't even see where the wounds used to be. Yinglan irritably grabbed Qing Vancy by the collar. He lifted him up and snapped. That is quite enough out of you. Qing Vancy looked at him with puppy dog eyes and pouted. But I wasn't done playing yet. Gu Xian's lip twitched as he asked Van Lam, who was standing nearby. Were they always like this? Van Lam nodded helplessly. Suddenly, Van Lam spoke up. Come to think of it. Gu Xian turned to her eagerly. What is it? Ignoring him, Van Lam walked toward Jiang Linger and asked, Linger, have you thought it over? Do you want to tell Master about your situation? Gu Xian, suddenly left hanging, felt incredibly awkward and embarrassed. Jiang Linger looked conflicted. She shook her head and said, I'm still not sure. I don't want to trouble Senior any further. Besides, this is a private family matter. Qing Vancy, with a few new bumps on his head from the scolding, stepped forward. He looked at Linger and said cheerfully, no matter what, with Senior's compassionate heart, he will definitely help you when the time comes. So don't you worry. Jiang Linger thought to herself, even though the heavenly Sever Meridian has been dealt with, that power still lingers within me. Yinlan and Senior Qing Yunzi were right. Right now, only Senior can help me. Jiang Linger's expression was still clouded with worry. Yinlan cheered her on enthusiastically. Linger, you can do it. With Senior here, there's absolutely nothing to be afraid of. Gu Xian gave a thumbs up as well. He nodded in agreement. Even the little fox was cheering for her. It seemed she had finally made up her mind. Jiang Linger smiled and said, I'll wait until tomorrow. I'll tell Senior then. The next day, in the backyard, Jiang Chun was sitting at the stone table sipping tea when Jiang Linger approached him. She stole nervous glances at Jiang Chun. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun sat there relaxed, looking at the teacup in his hand. He blew gently on it and took a slow sip. Jiang Linger clenched her fists tightly. Her hesitation was written all over her face. She was likely debating whether she should actually tell him or not. But then she shook her head to clear her doubts. She had to speak up now. Her eyes filled with resolve. And then, Jiang Linger suddenly shouted, Senior! The shout startled Jiang Chun right in the middle of his tea. He nearly spat the water out. Jiang Chun froze like a statue. He looked at Jiang Linger with a dazed expression. He looked like an innocent cat who had no idea what was going on. Jiang Linger's voice suddenly began to tremble. Actually, there's something I've wanted to tell you for a very long time. Jiang Chen's body went stiff. Based on his experience, Jiang Linger's flustered and awkward behavior made him start to get suspicious. Does she have feelings for me? There's something I've been thinking about a lot, but I didn't know if bringing it up would just cause you more trouble. Jiang Linger continued. Her voice grew quieter. Jiang Chun fell into deep thought. His mind raced with all sorts of wild guesses. A strange sensation crept into his heart. He was stunned for a few seconds before he realized how awkward the situation was. What on earth is happening? Jiang Chun looked at Jiang Linger in shock, a barrage of questions hitting him. Does she really have feelings for me? But I'm nothing special. Besides, she's a wealthy young lady. Why would she ever look at a guy like me? Is this real, or is she just pulling my leg? His thoughts ran wild. Since he wasn't sure what Jiang Linger was about to say, and wanting to avoid any awkward misunderstandings, Jiang Chun decided to stay silent. Jiang Linger spoke up again. Before long, my family might come looking for me here. Jiang Chun swallowed hard. Her family? He started to have his doubts. Even though Jiang Linger was young, she had been traveling with only a single servant. In such a dangerous world, wouldn't her family be worried sick? It seemed this girl had run away from home without permission, and now that her family had found out, they were obviously coming to get her. But looking at Linger's face, does she have a conflict with him? Just as he expected, Jiang Linger continued. I've never gotten along with my family since I was a child. Whether it's the clan members or my so-called siblings, almost everyone looks down on me. Jiang Linger looked at Jiang Chun with tears welling in her eyes. He rested his cheek on his hand, sinking into deep contemplation. It looks like her family is coming to take her back. Linger must have run away because of these family issues. Family, a sociological concept. It refers to a domestic structure consisting of parents and their unmarried children living together. A family environment includes the atmosphere, traditions, and the interactions between its members. It has a profound impact on a child's behavior and psychological development. A harmonious and warm family can nurture a sense of love and security in a child, while a tense and cold family can lead to anxiety and insecurity. Therefore, the emotional bonds between family members play a vital role in an individual's growth and maturity. Now, the family is trying to force Linger to return, but she seems reluctant, even disgusted by the idea. After living together for a while, I've come to understand Linger a bit. She's a smart, sensitive girl who makes you want to protect her. Her refusal to go back must hide some painful secret. Jiang Linger nodded awkwardly and asked, "That's right. Could you help me?" Jiang Chun felt conflicted. After all, this was someone else's family business. It felt inappropriate for an outsider like him to interfere. He was just a small-time merchant. He had no power or influence. If that family was powerful and had ruthless henchmen, there was no way he could handle them. Jiang Linger suddenly said, "If I go back, it won't just be me. Even Uncle Lan's life will be in danger." Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He understood now. So that's why Ying Lan was so badly injured. It was all because of this. He recalled that horrific wound, and his face turned pale. It seemed Linger wasn't joking. This was the cold, hard truth. Things are getting a lot more complicated. Though he didn't consider himself a saint, when human lives were on the line, he couldn't just stand by. Jiang Chun decided to give a firm nod of agreement. He looked at Jiang Linger and spoke. "If they really show up here, I'll do my best to help you." Jiang Linger suddenly felt a massive weight lift off her heart. A single sentence from Jiang Chun was enough to steady her trembling soul. She was absolutely certain of one thing. Once Senior makes a promise, he will keep it no matter what, even though they weren't particularly close. Just because of a single plea, Senior was willing to step up for her. He was even ready to face the ancient desolate clans, a force so terrifyingly powerful, mysterious, and untouchable. Anyone else would have turned her down in a heartbeat. But as long as Senior stepped in, not even her overbearing and selfish father could touch her. Jiang Linger happily wiped away her tears, her heart overflowing with gratitude. "Thank you, Senior. And thank you to Little Fox." She playfully tapped the little fox's nose. The two of them nuzzled against each other, sharing a moment of pure joy. Meanwhile, Qing Wanzi, Yun Lan, and Gu Xian, who were hiding in the bushes, couldn't help but smile along. It looks like everything turned out all right for now. In the days that followed, life gradually returned to normal. Everyone went back to focusing on their own tasks. After learning the truth about her mother's death, Jiang Linger became more determined to cultivate than ever before. Jiang Chen's small courtyard slowly regained its usual tranquility, falling back into a peaceful silence. However, in the world outside, waves were beginning to stir. The Ascension's sacred ground was quietly summoning all the major powers, even extending invitations to old enemies. Simultaneously, the geniuses who once took the cultivation world by storm had suddenly gone strangely quiet. No one knew what was going on, nor did they know who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Having arrived in the Great Yin Empire, they managed to catch wind of some rumors. Holding a secret report in his hand, he fell into deep thought. The masters from the Ascension's sacred ground just returned from Senior's place. Why would they pull a stunt like this? They're clearly targeting Senior. I originally planned to visit Senior's secluded home again, but I'm bogged down with work. I can't get away. I still wanted to ask him more about that wooden sword, too. But given Senior's capabilities, it won't make much difference whether I'm there or not. I'll just finish up here and visit him later. However, at that very moment, thousands of miles away from the wooden cabin, space itself began to vibrate violently. It shattered into a million pieces. Out of the crumbling void, a man stepped forth. Behind him followed several figures in black robes and masks. Judging by the color of his hair, this man bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Linger. This was Jiang Lingwu, the son of Jiang Ingtian. He frowned, his voice laced with irritation. "Damn it, that bastarding Lan lost us somewhere around here, didn't he?" The men in black replied in unison. "That is correct, young lord." Jiang Lingwu knitted his brows and muttered, "Strange. Father clearly taught me the method to track the heavenly Yin physique. And yet, I can't sense even a trace of her aura. We've reached the very gates of the Ascension's sacred ground and still have no leads. How careless of me. I thought this would be a simple errand. Who would have thought those two could hide so well? If I don't find them, I'll have failed to carry out father's direct orders. At that thought, Jiang Lingwu's face flushed with rage. His reputation was on the line. Even his right to inherit the title of sect lord could be jeopardized. A black-robed man beside him asked, "Young lord, should we make our move now?" Jiang Lingwu spoke up, his tone now cautious. "Wait, we still haven't pinpointed Jiang Linger's exact location. Acting now would be reckless. If this is just a diversion set by Yinglan, all our efforts will have been for nothing. For now, our top priority is finding Jiang Linger. Everything else can wait. Yinglan is severely wounded. He's in no condition to cause any more trouble. Even if he were at his peak, he'd struggle to face the three of you working together. So don't rush. Let's move. We must find their trail." The group immediately set off, but they're still heading straight toward the Ascension sacred ground. One of the men in black spoke up, his voice laced with suspicion. Could he have sensed us? Maybe he's intentionally leading us to the Ascension sacred ground. Jiang Lingwu pondered for a moment before responding. It's also possible they've already entered the sacred ground and used some powerful secret technique to hide. He let out a cold snort. His face was the picture of arrogance. So what if it's the Ascension sacred ground? Jiang Linger and that person belong to my Jiang clan. If they dare to hide them and refuse to hand them over, then that is a formal declaration of war against the Jiang clan. We'll just wipe them out while we're at it. Huh? Jiang Lingwu's laughter echoed through the air. Meanwhile, at Zhangchen's small cove, Jiang Linger was sitting by the riverbank. She was completely immersed in her cultivation. Yinglan and Qing Yunzi stood at a distance, watching her closely. Qing Yunzi asked Yinglan in a soft voice, "Do you feel that? The power of the heavenly desolate veins within Linger isn't just aiding her practice. It seems it could be guided by a special method to actually temper and strengthen her physical body." Yinglan nodded in agreement. "I noticed it too. The young lady's heavenly desolate veins were formed from her mother's pure energy, refined by Lord Jiang Yingtian himself. It holds a massive amount of power, but until now, it's been incredibly difficult to control. The senior has shown extraordinary talent by helping the young lady harness this power. It's truly mind-blowing to think the senior is capable of even this." At the same time, Jiang Lingwu's group had discovered Jiang Chen's small wooden shack. It looked completely ordinary. There wasn't a single trace of spiritual energy coming from it. It clearly looked like the dwelling of a mere mortal. Jiang Lingwu immediately dismissed the idea. Jiang Linger couldn't possibly be here. Yinglan, he's currently injured and his cultivation is significantly weakened. He wouldn't be able to detect our presence, nor could he cast any sort of illusion to hide them. However, the men in black insisted. Yinglan's aura seems to have vanished right here. Jiang Lingwu placed a finger to his forehead, focusing his senses. The moment he finished his scan, he felt something was off. There's definitely no aura coming from that shack. It's not that Yinglan spotted us. It's that there was something wrong with that wooden shack from the very beginning. The master of the house was currently sitting relaxed in the courtyard. A little wine and some snacks were laid out before him. Today is one of those days where I just want to laze around at home. Going to Ascension City is just a necessity of life. Real enjoyment is being in your own home. Besides, the steady sound of a broom sweeping could be heard. I've got someone to clean. I got a bodyguard. I got a dance partner. I got background music. And I've even got a pet and someone to look after it. Everything has been perfectly calculated. Now, if I just had a chef to handle the cooking, life would be perfect. It's because he was injured the last time he came back. In this wilderness, there's nowhere to buy a new set of clothes. Lately, I've been too lazy to head into Ascension City. Jiang Chun snapped his fingers. That's it. I'll just use my own tailoring skills to make him a new set of clothes. I'm just idling at home anyway. Time passed by. Once he finished sewing, Jiang Chun brought the outfit to Yinglan. The moment he saw it, Yinglan couldn't hide his absolute shock. He swallowed hard. Fear was written all over his face. The old man stammered I cannot possibly accept this. In Jiang Chen's eyes, this outfit was just a normal piece of clothing. But to Yinglan, it was shimmering, radiating a brilliant golden light. The item wrapped in this cloth bag hides a supreme, divine mystery. It's making my very bloodline boil with excitement. Yinglan hurriedly shook his head in refusal. Senior, you have already saved my life once before. I haven't even had the chance to repay that debt. To then be granted such a divine treasure. I truly wouldn't dare to take it. Jiang Chen smiled and spoke gently. This is just a replacement for the old clothes you're wearing. It was made specifically to your measurements. So if you don't take it, no one else will be able to wear it. All my hard work would go to waste. Yinglan scratched his head, feeling awkward. Well, this is a stroke of luck I never expected. Then, I shall humbly obey your command. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Just take it. Go on, change out those rags. Once Yinglan put it on, his body erupted in a continuous golden glow. He looked incredibly confident. Jiang Chen clapped his hands in delight, offering a word of praise. It fits you perfectly. He truly is something else. Yinglan adjusted his scarf. A grateful smile directed at the senior. The moment he put it on, he felt a total transformation in his spirit and aura. Hearing this, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief and said with a light chuckle, Well, I have some things to take care of. I'll take my leave now. Yinglan nodded in response. Please don't worry, senior. I'll look after the courtyard. Jiang Chen entrusted everything to Yinglan and departed. Just as Jiang Chen vanished from sight, Qin Yunzi quietly appeared. His eyes filled with admiration as he stared at Yinglan's new attire and blurted out, Whoa, this is truly extraordinary. His face was etched with deep reverence. Qin Yunzi continued, I was just studying the Compendium of Wellness when I suddenly felt a surge of supreme, divine power. So I followed it here. I never expected to see you in possession of such a precious divine artifact, Brother Lan. Truly, congratulations. Yinglan laughed and replied, I really have the senior to thank for this. When I put this on, I felt my blood surging like a tidal wave. The spiritual energy within me is boiling over, flowing like an endless spring. Qin Yunzi urged him eagerly. What are you waiting for? Circulate your power. Who knows? Your cultivation might even make a massive breakthrough. I'm dying to see the results. Yinglan controlled his energy and replied, You're right. I'll take this chance to fully grasp the blessing the master has bestowed upon me. Focusing intensely, Yinglan stared into the void. Suddenly, he unleashed a single punch. Energy surged around his arm like a raging storm. Qin Yunzi was nearly blown away by the shockwave, and even Yinglan could barely control this terrifying power. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingwu and his subordinates remained suspended in the air, carefully observing Jiang Chen's wooden house. He ignored the warnings from his men. A man dressed in black spoke up. Yinglan's aura seems to have vanished. Jiang Lingwu turned to him and said, Perhaps Yinglan and Jiang Linger are hiding in that cabin. How strange. Even my clan's secret techniques can't pierce through it. My divine sense can cover thousands of miles. And with the combined cultivation of you three, we still can't sense a single breath inside. Could someone be helping them? Jiang Lingwu and his subordinates fell into deep thought. Another black-clad man asked, Young lord, what should we do next? Jiang Lingwu smirked. No rush, even though Yinglan is injured. If he desperately activates the Ying clan's bloodline power, it'll be a nuisance. Furthermore, there might be a mysterious powerhouse backing them. To be safe, the three of you will set up the Great Gung Gold Annihilation Array here. The Great Gung Gold Annihilation Array was one of the Sioux clan's most terrifying secret inheritances, possessing horrific destructive and sealing power. This array could manifest 108,000 peerless killing swords, turning the entire area into a dead zone. The array's power was proportional to the strength of those controlling it, with the three of them presiding over it together. Even a holy lord of the human race's sacred lands would struggle to gain an advantage. Using such an array against Yinglan's group was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, a complete waste. But in reality, Jiang Lingwu had no intention of using the array just for Yinglan. His primary target was Jiang Linger. He thought to himself, I am the future lord of the Sioux clan. My position is secure, and my talent and bloodline are peerless. How could I ever accept the existence of such a trash sister? The heavenly mute meridians are a stain on the Sioux clan, and yet fathers still let her live. I'll make sure 10,000 swords pierce her heart just to satisfy my rage. Thinking of that scene, Jiang Lingwu couldn't help but laugh, a laugh filled with pure malice. He was certain that feeling would be absolutely exquisite, and that mysterious person will die too. What a dreamer. Jiang Linger was focused on her training in Jiang Chen's courtyard. Every movement she made exuded a sense of majesty. A golden glow enveloped her body, threads of true essence transforming into a protective veil around her. From a distance, Yinlan and Gu Xian stood watching, their hearts filled with admiration. Little sister Linger has made incredible progress, Yinlan exclaimed. Jiang Linger replied modestly. You're overpraising me, sister. I still have a lot of hard work ahead of me. Yinlan spoke again. I brought some snacks that the senior made. Why don't you take a little break and sit with me? Sits down and smiles. Thank you, sister. Senior snacks always give my cultivation such a massive boost. I'll be able to train even harder once I've finished eating. Yinlan looks at her with a worried expression. I've noticed you haven't rested at all lately. If you keep pushing yourself like this, I'm afraid your body won't be able to take it. Qiu Linger reassures her. Please, don't worry. Ever since my heavenly meridians were cured, I feel like I'm overflowing with energy. This level of training is nothing to me. Gu Xian asks while munching on a snack. But aren't you still worried about the situation between your family and Senior? Linger admits sadly. Is it that obvious? Honestly, the reason I'm training so relentlessly is because I don't want to dump this burden on Senior. This is my family's mess. It's better if I handle it myself. Besides, I want to be the one to settle things with my father once and for all. Yinlan speaks up, concerned. All right, let's not talk about such heavy things right now. Eat up while it's still hot. It won't be as good once it gets cold. Jiangqin's snacks look incredibly appetizing. One look is enough to make anyone's mouth water. Linger picks one up and says, Senior put his heart into making these. It would be a shame to let them go to waste. Suddenly, from far off in the distance, a mysterious and overwhelming force erupts, instantly catching everyone's attention. Linger was just about to take a bite when she felt the aura from outside. Yes, it's a terrifyingly familiar presence. The great Gung Gold Annihilation Array. In the sky just outside the courtyard, a colossal sword, large enough to blot out the horizon, is poised to strike. This is the great Gung Gold Annihilation Array. It is a display of horrific power that Gu Xian is witnessing for the first time. It sends a cold shiver down his spine. Linger looks toward the sky, her mind racing with worry. So they did find this place yesterday. They were lurking in the shadows, watching us the whole time. That's my father's style, all right. And my dear brother, too. He'll stop at nothing to secure his claim to the throne. Father didn't just cause my mother's death. Now he's closing in on me, and he's trying to hunt down Uncle Lon as well. Jiang Linger's heart aches with a sharp, twisting pain. She can no longer just sit by and watch. They share the same blood. They are supposed to be family. So why? Why are they so heartless? They say blood is thicker than water. But for her, that blood has been nothing but a thorn in her side her entire life. She truly cannot understand it. Uncle Lon isn't even related to her, yet he treats her like his own flesh and blood. Senior isn't related to her either, but he gave her a new life. If this is how family acts, then what does family even mean? Seeing Jiang Linger lost in silent agony, and the giant sword looming in the sky, Yinlan grows increasingly anxious. She steps forward and places a hand on Linger's shoulder. Linger, sweetie, is it your family? Are they here? Should we go get Senior? Jiang Linger shakes her head with a faint smile. No, there's no need. If they're the ones causing this pain, then she will be the one to cut the ties. Linger takes a bite of the snack in her hand. Her eyes burn with absolute determination. I'll go talk to them myself. Outside the array, Jiang Lingwu watches intently. His heart is racing with malice. He grinds his teeth, a single question repeating in his mind. Why haven't they come out yet? Did those cowards run away? I can't wait anymore. I guess I'll have to force their hand. With this array, there's no way that pathetic little shack will stand. His eyes glow with a feral intensity. His face twists into a demonic, crooked grin. Jiang Lingwu screams like a madman. Maybe I'll even get to cripple those two little pests while I'm at it. I'll make them wish they were dead. But suddenly, his expression shifts back to a cold mask. He stares at the figure who just appeared with eyes full of resentment. Well, look at that. You actually have some courage after all. My dear, sweet little sister. His voice is dripping with sarcasm. Jiang Lingwu sneers at Jiang Ling. What's the matter? Decided not to run away? Jiang Linger responds coldly. I didn't expect you to move this quickly. She clenches her fists and demands. Answer me. Your problem is with me. So why did you people have to hurt Uncle Lon? Jiang Lingwu burst out laughing. Why? You're actually asking why. Are you seriously asking me that right now? That is rich. Father already made it clear. Both the Yu and the Yingshu must be wiped from the face of history. Hearing this, Jiang Linger's heart sank into utter despair. There wasn't a shred of hope left. She began forming hand seals, her voice turning cold and resolute. What do you think you're doing? If you dare lay a finger on Uncle Lon, you'll have to go through me first. Jiang Lingwu let out a mocking sneer. My dearest little sister, you can barely protect yourself, yet you think you can protect others? Jiang Linger frowned and demanded an answer. Are you saying Father wants to kill me too? Jiang Lingwu gave her a disdainful, sidelong glance. Kill you? No. Father gave specific orders. He wants your miserable life spared. But since you've come out, stop running your mouth and activate the Great Array. Cripple her. Just keep her alive so we can bring her back. He seemed hell-bent on destroying Yinglan and everyone inside the wooden house. The three black-clad cultivators obeyed immediately. They instantly activated the Great Array. Countless swords began raining down upon the house. The numbers were beyond counting. The entire sky was nothing but a blur of razor-sharp blades. As if possessed by a will of their own, they phased right through Jiang Linger. They streaked straight for the wooden house. Watching the carnage unfold, Jiang Linger issued a soft warning. I suggest you all stop right now. If you want to fight me, I'll lead you far away from here. But if you disturb the senior inside, you will live to regret it for eternity. Ignoring the warning, Jiang Lingwu let out an arrogant roar of laughter. Ha ha ha. A senior in the house? Give me a break. You mean the coward hiding behind your back? He's just a turtle hiding in his shell, too scared to show his face. Pathetic. In the midst of his arrogant laughter, suddenly, the sound of a zither rang out. It instantly threw Jiang Lingwu's divine sense into chaos. That melody, it could only be Yinlan. She had stepped in just in time to support Jiang Linger. Yinlan was completely immersed in the music. Her gaze was gentle, as if she and the melody had become one. Her music carried a dominating power. It froze the black-clad men in their tracks, leaving them unable to move. Jiang Linger turned back in joy. Her eyes landed on the figure below. Sister Yinlan had acted just in time to help her. Witnessing this, Jiang Lingwu's eyes turned bloodshot, his face contorted with pure rage. She actually made friends? Reinforcements? How? This useless brat hasn't accomplished a single thing her whole life. Unable to contain his fury, he thrust his hand forward. He prepared to unleash a devastating spell on the house. Just die already. If you want someone to blame, blame yourself for trying to be friends with my sister. A sharp beam of light shot directly toward Yinlan. She looked slightly surprised, but didn't even bother to react. Because, before the light could even touch the house, it was slammed back by a barrier. The attack was deflected straight back at him. Jiang Lingwu watched in absolute horror. It was reflected. Then, a sight unfolded that he could hardly believe. Without him even noticing, a pair of radiant golden butterfly wings had appeared behind Jiang Linger. Countless tiny butterflies swirled around her. The massive wings spread wide. They looked strong enough to withstand every single blade falling from the sky. Jiang Lingwu's teeth ground together. His heart trembled with shock. That's her heavenly sound severed meridian. Her heavenly sound severed meridian. Has it been cured? Not only was it cured, it was now powerful enough to block his own techniques. Unforgivable. This is absolutely unforgivable. Jiang Lingwu screamed in a frenzy. From the ground, countless long, withered hands reached up, as if trying to drag everyone down to hell. Those arms began to latch onto Jiang Lingwu. They swirled around him, enveloping him in madness. So this is why Father values you so much. He wants that mysterious power, the heavenly sound severed meridian. For the sake of my future as the sect leader, I have to get rid of you. I won't let this slide. Jiang Lingwu was consumed by madness. His hair whipped violently toward the sky. A crimson, bloody aura erupted around his body. Behind him, a demonic mask, weeping tears of blood, manifested. Its form was hideous and terrifying. Jiang Lingwu howled like a maniac. So, your heavenly sound severed meridian really is cured. It seems you really did have a master helping you. I want to see exactly who is bold enough to cross the Jiang clan. Seeing this, KHLY couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. She never expected Jiang Lingwu to become so deadly serious all of a sudden, and it seemed his target included that senior as well. Jiang Lingni frowned and turned to Yunlan. Sister Yunlan, leave the Kakata front to me. You focus on stopping that sword formation over there. But you must be careful. Those three powerhouses haven't even shown their true trump cards yet. This is all just the beginning. And that goes for Kakata too. Yunlan nodded firmly. I understand. You be careful as well. She looked extremely wary, her senses on high alert. Jiang Lingni then took flight, soaring toward Jiang Lingwu. The sky above was in absolute turmoil. Blood-red clouds swirled into a violent cyclone. KHLY charged forward like a rising sun, even though she was facing a dangerous enemy who happened to be her own brother. There wasn't a hint of fear in her heart. Meanwhile, the three Ku clan experts were still being held at bay by Yunlan. The sword formation remained stable for the time being. Yunlan sat back down. She used her zither melodies as a lethal weapon. Her attack struck with the force of a breaking wave. She remained calm as she countered the deadly formation. She truly lived up to being someone backed by Zhang Chun. The three experts were momentarily suppressed by Yunlan's music. They fell into a state of temporary paralysis. Jiang Lingwu suddenly burst into laughter. It looks like your little sister over there is struggling quite a bit. The gap between us is immense. I want to see just how long you all can hold out. Listen, if you bow your head and come back with me now, there's still time. KHLY's expression hardened with defiance. Not a chance. I believe in her. She'll be fine. You should worry about yourself first. The butterfly wings on her back flapped violently. Countless butterflies swarmed out. They streaked directly toward Jiang Lingwu in a coordinated strike. Jiang Lingwu clicked his tongue in annoyance. TSH, stubborn. You're at death's door and you're still talking tough? He lunged forward instantly. Massive spectral hands appeared above and below him, amplifying his aura. Though their exact function wasn't clear yet, everything created with such power certainly had a purpose. In this case, perhaps it was just to show off his overwhelming dominance. That demon mask relentlessly spewed out a dark, ominous energy. It carried an indescribable, bone-chilling cold. From high in the heavens, countless golden light streaks flickered and spread everywhere. KHLY formed a hand seal. She aimed her power directly at Jiang Lingwu. At the same time, she chanted an incantation under her breath to activate her spell. Two massive sources of energy collided. They triggered explosions of purple and gold that painted the sky. It looked like two opposing poles of yin and yang clashing. Jiang Lingni suddenly felt a strangely familiar ripple of magical energy. Those men had begun to activate the sword formation. At that moment, Yunlan rushed over in a panic to report. My attack was blocked. What should we do now? The golden slaying formation before them had been re-energized. Jiang Lingwu was ecstatic, unable to stop laughing. Under normal circumstances, KHLY would have been backed into a corner. But she wasn't the same person anymore. She had trained relentlessly. KHLY charged out. She spread her massive wings to shield Yunlan behind her. That small, delicate body contained an unimaginable strength. Unlike Jiang Lingni, Yunlan was currently consumed by anxiety and distress. But more than anything, she felt a sense of failure. She bit her lip, thinking to herself, what are we? What is all our hard work even for? I've studied under Senior for so long, yet I can't help it all when it counts. He told me to find my own style, to find my own path. But how? What am I even doing right now? My abilities are still full of noise. What do I do? Suddenly, the little fox appeared. She giggled, nibbling on a pastry. You really are too upright for your own good, aren't you? There were still crumbs on her face, but she began to lecture them on the philosophy of life. Everyone has a weakness, especially men who have been in secluded meditation for way too long. From the body of Tushan Mo, an intoxicating, seductive fragrance began to drift through the air. While those men were still dazed and confused, a beautiful fox lady, completely unclothed, suddenly appeared right in front of them. The sight left the three high-level cultivators frozen in their tracks. Blood sprayed from their noses in two straight lines. They were completely entranced by Tushan Mo's charm. Truly, when she decides to take action, nothing can compare. Tushan Mo took her human form. Her seal release was currently at about 50%. She playfully stuck out her tongue and smiled at Yunlan. Hey sis, Sometimes, you just have to use a little trickery. Yinlan asked in sheer amazement. Little Fox sister. Tushan Immo smiled in response. I'm here to help everyone. Let's take them down together. Make them disappear. Linger felt a wave of relief wash over her when she saw Tu Shanmo step in to help. It really is true. Good things happen to good people. Yinlan also felt much more at ease after Tu Shanmo lent his support. The unnecessary weight of worry finally lifted from her heart. She nodded and said, Let's go all together now. Then, she sat back down. She focused everything on her zither. This time, the melody transformed into countless interwoven streaks of blue and gold light. They rained down in a relentless assault on the enemies trapped within Tu Shanmo's mist. A thunderous explosion shook the sky, sending shockwaves through the earth. The three figures could only be seen faintly through the haze. It was impossible to tell if they were dead or alive. But one thing was certain. They hadn't been able to dodge or defend themselves in time. Tu Shanmo's seductive fragrance was simply too potent. It had plunged them into an illusion they couldn't escape. Jiang Lingwu realized things were going south and glanced toward them. But it was already too late. There was no way to pull them out of the illusion now. Damn all. There's only a handful of people I utterly despise. And yet I can't even kill them off. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Jiang Lingwu flew into a rage and screamed. He glared toward Jiang Linger and her group. I'm going to hack you all to pieces. Supernatural power exploded from him. Jiang Lingwu suddenly raised both hands. He gritted his teeth and spat out, Die. A massive surge of energy billowed from his body. It was enough to make any opponent tremble. The crazier the enemy gets, the calmer I have to stay. Jiang Linger chanted her incantation while keeping a sharp eye on Jiang Lingwu. She was ready to intercept his attack at a moment's notice. The Su clan originated from an ancient lineage. They had survived the miracle of escaping total clan extinction. Their bloodline power was considered unrivaled. Furthermore, Linger possessed a combined bloodline of both the Su and Ing clans. However, Jiang Chun had warned her before, Linga, you've only just cured your heavenly Ing desolate veins. You can't freely wield these two powers yet. You must not be reckless. As feared, the backlash hit her. Her body was spiraling out of control. Jiang Lingwu saw Jiang Linger suddenly freeze up. He let out a triumphant laugh. Huh, what's the matter? Scared stiff by my power? You absolute piece of trash. Linger gritted her teeth. She forced herself through the agony to keep her technique active. She refused to fall here, no matter how much it hurt. She believed Senior would be there to worry about her and heal her. However, her strength was rapidly fading. At the same time, from within the void, countless hands reached out toward her. It was as if they wanted to drag her down to hell. That wretched man was gloating, blinded by the shock of his own success. He planned to ruin his father's schemes by killing Jiang Linger right here. He was completely consumed by his own arrogance and spite. The butterfly wings on Jiang Linger's back had completely vanished. She faced that terrifying force with no way to dodge. Only one thought remained in her mind. Is this really where it all ends? Linger turned pale, looking at the disaster about to fall upon her. She knew she couldn't escape, but her heart was still filled with defiance. The massive energy drew closer and closer. The pressure was so suffocating, she didn't even dare to keep her eyes open as death approached. When Jiang Linger finally came to her senses and opened her eyes, she realized someone was standing in front of her. It turned out that Inglan had arrived just in time, with his golden hair standing on end and his shimmering outfit. Inglan looked like he had just undergone a transformation, thanks to the special effects of the gear designed by Jiang Chun. Inglan charged forward and clenched his fist. He unleashed the Great Universe Step technique. A massive amount of energy gathered around his fist, creating an incredible aura of power. Jiang Lingwu didn't have time to react. His body was sent flying backward, the impact so violent it made onlookers wince. Yinlan and Tu Shanmo turned around in shock. They focused their attention on Jiang Linger's side. In her eyes, Inglan was radiating a brilliant glow, like a hero who knew exactly when to make an entrance. Inglan turned back to look at Jiang Linger. Still sporting that vibrant golden hair, he said, I'm sorry, little miss. I'm late. Jiang Linger was startled, but she shook her head and gave a quick smile. It's okay, Uncle Lon. You got here just in time. Inglan pumped his fist, showing off his new outfit and gear. Well, how do I look? Don't I look super cool? Qing Yunzi chimed in from behind. Senior made that personally, you know. Jiang Lingwu, having taken the full force of the punch, coughed up a mouthful of blood. It took him several seconds just to clear his head. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, unable to believe what he saw. His stunned gaze remained fixed on the man standing across from him. That guy. Could it really be Ying Lan? How is this possible? Oomph. This is infuriating. Jiang Lingwu glared at Ying Lan and Jiang Lingni as they laughed and chatted together. His heart burned with resentment. How could it end up like this? He had clearly wounded the man's father so severely before. The old man was left with barely a breath in his body. Death should have been only a matter of time. The remnants of the Ying clan should have been wiped out long ago. But now, here he was standing right in front of him. He looked perfectly healthy, as if he hadn't been touched at all. He even had the audacity to land a punch on him. And now he's just laughing and talking without a care in the world, completely ignoring his very presence. Not only that, but Ying Lan's strength had clearly skyrocketed. There was no telling what level his cultivation had reached. Jiang Lingwu was so livid that he spat out another mouthful of blood. This is unforgivable. I'm a prince of the Chu clan. How can I possibly swallow this humiliation? He must have some powerful master backing him up. To dare oppose my Chu clan, I'll grind them into 1,000 pieces. I'll have them drawn and quartered. Not a single soul will escape. Only then did Ying Lan finally take notice of Jiang Lingwu. He frowned and spoke. Such intense bloodlust. It seems you stopped trying to hide your true colors. But if you dare plot against the young lady, or take a single step toward the tomb, don't blame my fist for being blind to your status. Jiang Lingwu shook with pure rage. He gritted his teeth and hissed. You dare threaten me? Ying Lan didn't even give him the time of day. He simply released his true chi and barked a command. I never said I was just making threats. His aura surged forth like a true dragon. Ying Lan's current power far exceeded anything he had shown before. Even though he had always been powerful, he was, after all, known as the genius of the Ying clan. Ying Lan shouted, I truly intend to teach you a lesson. With that, he turned back to Jiang Lingni. His demeanor shifted instantly. He gave her a gentle smile. On second thought, I'll just keep him pinned down. I'll leave the rest for the young lady to handle. As he finished speaking, a blast of true chi erupted from Ying Lan. It surged forward, completely enveloping Jiang Lingwu. It formed a massive sphere that glowed like a ball of fire. The sight of it was truly awe-inspiring. Jiang Lingwu's brow furrowed in panic. His entire body was suddenly paralyzed. By now, Jiang Lingni had stabilized both her strength and her health. She folded her hands. She bowed her head in gratitude to Ying Lan. Then, she began to form hand seals. Preparing to strike Jiang Lingwu once again, Ying Lan chuckled. There's no need for thanks. Young lady, just deal with him as you see fit. Trapped within the tight barrier, Jiang Lingwu grew more and more desperate. He clawed at the air, desperate to break free. Qing Yunzi hopped around nearby, laughing gleefully. He's completely bound now. Even his formation has crumbled to nothing. Qing Yunzi was right. The demonic mask behind Jiang Lingwu had vanished. Jiang Lingni gritted her teeth. She poured everything in her spell. This is my chance. Just a little more, she prayed inwardly. Give me more strength, even if it's just for a fleeting moment. I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity, she screamed. The true chi within her dantian gathered into her golden core. It exploded with immense power. Golden butterfly wings manifested once more, radiating more brilliance than ever before. Jiang Lingwu was now in a full-blown panic. Surrounded by such power, he roared. Stop! You! What do you think you're doing? I am your elder brother. You traitorous brat. Jiang Lingni ignored his desperate pleas. She charged straight toward Jiang Lingwu. Jiang Lingwu cried out in shock. You! Don't come any closer. Jiang Lingni glared at him with narrowed eyes. She clenched her hand into a tight fist. Then, she threw a devastating punch straight at him. She let out a piercing cry, venting all the pain in her heart. This was no ordinary strike. It carried the terrifying, crushing weight of the lunar sacred body. It was powerful enough to shatter a normal man instantly. She's even stronger than Ying Lan. Su Linger let out a sharp cry. This punch is for every time you've humiliated me in the past. This punch is for daring to harm my friends. This punch is for your disrespect towards Senior Jiang. And above all, You dared to push Uncle on, the person who matters most to me, to the brink of death. I will never forgive you. Su Linger's face flushed red with pure rage. Tu Shanmo turned around, stunned. Sister Ling, Yinlan was equally moved. But perhaps Yinglan was the one who felt it most deeply. Su Linger had always considered him the most important person in her life. The little girl he once guided and protected. The one he always worried about. She has finally grown up, and she's become so strong. However, villains always seem to have a persistent grip on life. Jiang Lingwu, despite being beaten until his face was as swollen as a pig's, he was still alive. Truly, no matter how filthy a person's obsession is, it makes them cling to life like a leech. He thought, trembling with malice. I am the young lord of the Su clan. I am destined to be a top-tier powerhouse. Not only that remnant of the Ying clan, but now even this worthless failure dares to wound me. How can I endure such humiliation? If this gets out, the clan will criticize me, and my position as young lord will be shaken. My father cares deeply about this mission, so no matter what, I must take Su Linger back. He tightly gripped a jade medallion in his hand. This was his final trump card. Jiang Lingwu tossed the jade into the air. The runes on the jade glowed brilliantly as he screamed, "Kill them! Take Su Linger! You must kill them all!" He squeezed the jade piece, as if he wanted to crush it into dust. A terrifying force began to ripple outward, saturating the space around them. Blood streamed from his nose and mouth. But Jiang Lingwu didn't seem to notice the pain. He was consumed by a bitter resentment at his own helplessness. By any means necessary, he had to take Su Linger. Jiang Lingwu's eyes were bloodshot with rage. You bunch of losers actually think you can stop me? The object in his hand, Yinglan and Su Linger knew exactly what it was. The ancient god command. This is bad. Jiang Lingwu is trying to summon an avatar of Su Yuantian, the man who is also Su Linger's father. And who exactly is Su Linger's father? He is the lord of the Su clan. Is a powerhouse at the peak of the immortal platform realm about to descend upon this place? As Jiang Lingwu crushed the ancient jade in his hand, a mysterious surge of energy suddenly manifested. The hidden power within the jade began to pour out relentlessly. It radiated an incredibly overwhelming pressure. In an instant, that aura swept across the entire world. At that moment, powerful experts across the land felt the vibration of this massive force. Among them were Xin Xiaozi and Ji Yuandao. They immediately recognized it as the aura of the Su clan, one of the ancient desolate clans, and it was coming from Jiang Chen's wooden house. While Xin Xiaozi suspected Jiang Chen had some secret connection to the ancient clans, Ji Yuandao was more perceptive. He sensed that this aura carried a very hostile intent. The moment he felt it, Xin Xiaozi hastily called out, "Xin Ji, I'm going to go check things out. Keep a close eye on the palace." With that, he vanished instantly. Ji Yuandao didn't hesitate either. He flew out from the imperial palace, even though he knew Jiang Chen was there. He still couldn't help but feel worried. Back at Jiang Chen's wooden house, the explosive aura from the distance made no attempt to hide itself. It radiated a terrifying authority. It filled the air for 10,000 miles in every direction. Not only did it envelop the Ascension Holy Land and the Great Yin Empire, but it also caused countless people within that range to notice the strange disturbance in the heavens. The ancient jade has shattered. Jiang Lingwu was filled with a sense of twisted satisfaction. He laughed maniacally, his voice cold. Haha, you're all going to die, don't you know, within the Su clan, to ensure the safety of a young lord like me. Each of us is granted an ancient god command. This jade can summon an avatar of the current clan lord, my father, one of the most powerful men in the world, the lord of the Su clan himself, the peak immortal platform realm expert, Su Yuantian. From high in the sky, a massive silhouette slowly began to emerge. It exuded a freezing, murderous intent. It was the avatar of Su Yuantian. Seeing her father, Su Linger couldn't help but shudder. It wasn't just because of the painful memories of her past, but also because of the sheer, crushing power radiating from him. A flood of traumatic images from her childhood to the present flashed through her mind. No matter how hard she tried to act tough, when facing the man himself, she couldn't hide her vulnerability. Ling Er reached her absolute breaking point. She collapsed onto the ground. Instinctively, she clutched her head in despair. Inglan immediately rushed forward. He moved to shield her, standing firmly in front of her. In a gentle, comforting voice, he whispered, "Don't be afraid, my lady. We're still here with you." And it was true. To Ling Er, Inglan was the most dependable person in the world. Second only to Jiang Chun. His presence was like an unshakable fortress, always there to protect her. Ling Er slowly began to regain her composure. Just as Inglan said, she wasn't alone anymore. A helpless smile flickered on her lips. Wiping away her tears, she thanked him. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingwu suddenly burst into laughter. It made one wonder how such a villain could be so hard to kill. With a face bloodied and hideously mangled beyond description, he shrieked in a grating, high-pitched voice. "Are you people insane? Death is staring you in the face, and you're making small talk? We're still here. Are you telling jokes now, Inglan? A pathetic ant in the Dharma realm like you dares to act tough in front of my father, even if there were 100 of you. My father could crush you all with a mere flick of his wrist." Up in the sky, Jiang Yuan's avatar suddenly raised its hand. That jade-like palm slowly descended and slammed right into the face of his ignorant, unfilial son. A brat who calls for his father the moment he loses a fight. Lingwu might as well have died 100 times over from that brutal strike by his own father. He was hurled to the ground like a fired arrow. The earth beneath him shattered from the sheer impact. Inglan and the others quickly retreated into a defensive stance, while Inglan made sure to keep Ling Er carefully shielded behind him. The three masters stood there dazed. They couldn't fathom what was happening. On the ground, as the dust slowly cleared, it revealed Jiang Lingwu lying in a human-shaped crater, trembling as he asked, "Father, why?" Jiang Yuan seemed to be in a towering rage. His voice dropped to a low, menacing growl. "You useless trash. You're so pathetic that you actually had to use the ancient god decree." Everyone nearby felt a bone-chilling cold wash over them, likely due to the overwhelming pressure of his cultivation realm. Jiang Yuantian let out a thunderous roar. A hideous, terrifying skull manifested high in the air. Its size and power were 100 times more horrifying than Lingwu's. "What infuriates me most is all of you. You dare to take my heavenly, sound soul veins. It seems the only way is to slaughter every last one of you and find a way to reclaim them." The moment he heard the words slaughter and reclaim the soul veins, Inglan, who had been standing right beside Ling Er, suddenly vanished. In a flash, he had launched himself like a bolt of lightning, charging straight toward Jiang Yuantian's massive, descending hand. His eyes were burning with pure fury and hatred. Jiang Yuantian was likely caught off guard by Inglan's move. In his eyes, Inglan was just a piece of trash he had beaten half to death not long ago. And yet, here he was, overflowing with vitality and power. Inglan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "You absolute scumbag!" He twisted his body midair and unleashed a relentless barrage of violent strikes against Jiang Yuantian's avatar. The sound of fists slamming into flesh echoed everywhere. The ignorant juniors couldn't help but whisper excitedly among themselves. Even Qing Yunzi joined in, cheering happily. "Nice hit. Blow him away." Only Jiang Lingwu, lying on the ground, was paralyzed with terror. He stared up wide-eyed. What is this? Has Jiang Yuan's hand really been knocked back?" Jiang Yuan raised his hand. His arm was nearly numb. He gnashed his teeth, glaring at the insignificant flea before him. His heart was filled with doubt. How did this man suddenly gain such strength? What exactly was the reason for this? Inglan's voice rasped with intensity. He barked straight into Jiang Yuan's face. "This punch is for the young lady's mother. And this next one is for the young lady herself." Even though Inglan was equipped with the gear Jiang Chen gave him, and his cultivation and strength had increased significantly, compared to Jiang Yuantian, he still wasn't a true match. However, Jiang Yuan didn't take Inglan seriously at all. He issued a cold threat. "Impudent fool. You dare lay another finger on me and see what happens." But Inglan didn't show a hint of fear. He swung his fist without hesitation, smashing it hard into the face of Jiang Yuan's massive avatar. The sky seemed to ignite with brilliance. Inglan stood there, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. Jiang Yuantian's face was knocked to the side, and in that split second, old memories came rushing back. He remembered the time before he began pursuing Ling Er's mother. Back then, he had received a report about a man who was always following the eldest miss of the Ying clan. The informant clarified, reporting, my lord. That man is the young lady's childhood sweetheart. Jiang Yuan took the documents from him, but in his eyes, he's nothing but a mediocre nobody. Yinglan isn't even worth a second thought. Just a minor branch member of the Ying clan. Boring. People like him aren't even qualified to enter my sight. He's just a small fry, incapable of making any real waves. Just ignore him. As he spoke, he tore the documents regarding Yinglan into shreds. But now, his own arrogance has come back to haunt him. That pest from the Ying clan he once looked down upon is now the very person attacking him. And he's even gained the upper hand. Yinglan's speed is as fast as a lightning bolt. Chu Bian-Tian blocked the strike and let out a roar. You remnant scum of the Ying clan. Jiang Lingwu was so shocked her eyes nearly popped out of her head. How is this even possible? Even if it's only a reflection. His strength has reached the middle stage of the Sendai realm. Yinglan is at the Dharma image realm at most. How can he suppress the reflection of someone in the Sendai realm? Even Qing Yunzi couldn't hide his astonishment. Yinglan's robes and bared fangs are clearly an immortal artifact. It has the power to boost his strength, allowing him to fight far above his level. Now, an ant truly has the power to slay an elephant. Chu Bian-Tian glared at Yinglan, the veins bulging on his forehead. He gnashed his teeth and barked. Don't you get cocky with me. He then compressed his true form into a smaller size. Clearly intending to concentrate his offensive power, Yinglan continued his charge, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. This time, Jiang Yuan had shrunk his stature, making it much easier for him to maneuver. He reached out his hand, effortlessly manifesting a barrier to block Yinglan's assault. High in the sky, two streaks of blue and gold light collided violently, sending sparks flying in every direction. Yinglan was forced back, and even Jiang Yuan couldn't avoid being blown away by the impact. A wave of panic surged within his heart. What is going on? I would just push back? But why? What the hell is happening? This situation goes against all common sense. It's too strange. It's monstrous. Even Qing Yunzi felt this situation was shrouded in mystery. Even if they were only one minor stage apart within the same great realm, crossing that gap would be difficult. But now, they aren't just a full great realm apart. He's actually fighting him to a standstill. This is like a tiny ant managing to shake a massive elephant. His power and methods defy every natural law of this world. This feeling is just like the image of a silver-haired man flashed through Chu Yuan's mind. Back then, that man had approached him with a smirk and said, "What a pity. It seems you have no hope left of breaking through. Perhaps you should try my method instead." Indeed, Chu Bian-Tian vividly remembered the first time he met that man. He was like a mighty dragon that could overturn heaven and earth. In front of him, Chu Bian-Tian felt like nothing more than a tiny ant. If that's the case, then the one who cured Chu Linger's heavenly severed meridian must be. The more he thought, the more Chu Yuan's heart raced in turmoil. He gritted his teeth, his expression darkening as he thought, this can't happen. I have to seize Chu Linger before that man makes his move. That's the only way. Chu Bian-Tian frowned, his eyes filled with vigilance as he stared down Yinglan. By now, Yinglan was starting to run into serious trouble. His arms were almost completely numb. It seemed he had reached his absolute limit. He frowned, thinking to himself, even if the chances of success are slim, I have to drive this reflection back before I collapse. Besides, I don't know what happened, but he suddenly stopped. He's not moving anymore. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yinglan let out a roar and lunged straight at Chu Yuan-Tian to attack. I'm almost there. Just a little bit more. Suddenly, something appeared that made Yinglan flinch instinctively. He hurriedly tilted his head to dodge. He barely escaped disaster as something whistled past him. Yinglan was bewildered. He turned back to look at what had just flown by, wondering, what on earth was that? Before he could react, countless similar streaks of light shot toward him. Caught off guard and unable to defend, Yinglan was struck repeatedly. Fresh blood sprayed from the wounds opening across his body. Though his body was riddled with cuts, they were mostly superficial, nothing fatal. The real problem was Chu Yuan-Tian. The old man had activated the Great Gung Gold Annihilation Array. High in the sky, Tens of thousands of swords materialized. Their aura was sharp and ferocious. How can this be? Yunlin and Tu Shanamo had been careful to ensure the three experts couldn't trigger the array. But when they looked over at the three of them, they froze in shock. The three experts were being forcibly used as vessels to channel the spell. Each one was being drained of every last drop of their strength. They looked like nothing more than living corpses. This technique is truly diabolical, especially to someone like Qing Yunzi, who held the sanctity of life in high regard. This is absolutely unacceptable. He roared in a towering rage. Chu Biantian, do you care nothing for the lives of your own subordinates? Chu Biantian let out a cold snort and replied dismissively, save your breath. Losing a fight is one thing, but being a sore loser is just pathetic. There's no need for more talk. Action is the only thing that matters now. Under Chu Biantian's absolute control, the swarm of blades streaked through the air toward Yinglan. Facing such a massive, overwhelming force, Yinglan knew better than to meet it head-on. He lunged to the side, desperately trying to evade. Yunlin hurriedly suggested, Sister, let's see if we can find a way to disrupt the grand formation. However, Qing Yunzi cut them off immediately, deeming the idea pure suicide. Chu Biantian seemed to have already noticed their movement. A portion of the formation's power shifted and surged toward them. Qing Yunzi shouted as he threw up a defense. This is madness. This isn't a battlefield where juniors like you can just jump in. With the support of the Great Gung Metal Annihilation Array, this reflection has attained the full power of his true self. You are standing before a peak 10-stage Thai Kingdom Master. What are you waiting for? Get out of here. As soon as the words left his mouth, under Qing Yunzi's cover, the juniors scrambled to flee. But Chu Biantian wasn't about to let them escape that easily. He swung his hand out, attempting to cut them off. Yinglan couldn't let Chu Biantian harm Qing Yunzi's group, so he forced himself to turn back. He dodged through the chaos, looking for any opening to strike. Chu Biantian glanced at him and said coldly, Give it up. Since you're so eager to throw your life away, I'll send you to the grave first. Yinglan's heart skipped a beat. Countless blades tore into him, burying themselves deep in his flesh. Fresh blood stained his new robes crimson. A barrage of spectral sword light descended, slashing down with a razor-sharp, lethal momentum. The onslaught felt like it would never end. Yinglan could only grit his teeth and endure the pain. He couldn't even get close to the man controlling the array. Damn it! Yinglan's transformed state began to flicker and fade. He let out a heavy sigh, thinking to himself, I guess this is as far as I go. It makes sense. After all, this power was only borrowed. Yinglan's massive frame began to plummet under the relentless weight of the killing array. In that moment, only one thought remained in his mind. My lady, please, you must take good care of yourself. Yinglan was down to his very last breath, but he had forgotten that he wasn't alone. In the direst moment, Chu Ling ignited every ounce of her heavenly desolate veins, shooting forward like an arrow to save him. Looking at her now, she was clearly furious. But her anger wasn't directed at Chu Biantian anymore. It was at Yinglan himself. What he had just done was nothing short of a suicide mission. She barked in frustration, Uncle Lan, stop being so reckless. If something happens to you, what am I supposed to do? Chu Biantian, the man who had nearly killed Yinglan, saw his victory snatched away. He was seething. His eyes turned bloodshot as he glared at his rebellious daughter, carrying Yinglan away. The blades continued to rain down on Chu Ling, attacking and blocking her path. But with her extreme speed, she managed to weave through them all. She pulled Yinglan out of the danger zone, pushing forward with everything she had. Chu Ling wept as she ran, her voice trembling. You're the only family I have left. You can't give up on me. Well, almost there. Just a little further. That's right. Just a little further, and they would reach Jiang Chen's wooden house. If they could just make it there, they would be safe. Chu Ling lunged toward the house, which was now finally in sight. She reached out her hand. Just one more step to safety, but right behind her, the Great Gung Metal Annihilation Array was closing in. Life and death hung in the balance of a single heartbeat. A memory from the past suddenly flickered to life. Back then, Chu Ling's mother was at death's door, lying frail in her bed. With hollow cheeks, she weakly called out, Chu Biantian. Chu Biantian. He was holding the crying infant, Ling. He glanced back at her, startled, but his eyes held nothing but contempt and disgust. He even thought to himself, is this woman still clinging to life? He didn't care. He handed Chu Ling'er off to a servant. Her mother whispered with a tremor in her voice, things will definitely not go the way you want. Chu Biantian let out a mocking laugh. Ridiculous. I'd love to hear how exactly things won't go my way. You see, I've just confirmed it. This child you gave birth to, I can't feel a single trace of spiritual power in her. However, at her very core, I can sense a profound surge of Yin energy. This child possesses the heavenly Yin desolate veins. Everything is proceeding exactly according to my plan. Whether it's you or your child, you're both nothing more than my pawns. Su Ling'er's body trembled violently. She slowly reached her hand out from under the covers. With a weak but resolute smile, she whispered, is that you, my child? I knew you'd be all right. Come here, little one. Come to mother. Let me hold you for just a moment. Jiang Biantian spun around in shock. He stared intently as her arm suddenly went limp and fell. A cold thought flashed through his mind. Was that her final breath before the end? He ignored the servants and moved toward her. He began to inspect Su Ling'er with 10,000 times more caution than before. One might take him for a devoted father, but unfortunately, that couldn't be further from the truth. After finishing his examination, a cruel, chilling smirk spread across his face. Just as I thought, the heavenly Yin severed pulse is a success. To think I actually scared myself for a second. What a boring set of last words. Now I just have to wait for the fruit to ripen, slowly, until it's ready for harvest. Back in the present, just as Su Ling'er braced for death, the unexpected happened. She was still alive. She stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Something truly extraordinary was happening. A torrential rain of swords plummeted from the sky. But before they could even graze the wooden cabin, they were blocked by an invisible force and vanished into thin air. A massive shockwave rippled through the air surrounding the house. Even the disciples of Qin Yunzi were paralyzed with terror. The entire area descended into absolute chaos. As for Jiang Biantian, he had been acting so arrogant and composed, until he suddenly froze like a statue. His face twisted into a mask of pure shock. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. With a single boom, thousands of lethal swords had simply ceased to exist. The great gung gold liquid slaughter array was clearly still active. There was nothing wrong with the formation. But why? How? Jiang trembled with a mix of rage and confusion. What the hell just happened? What kind of cultivation level could pull this off? Just how powerful is this person if I couldn't even sense them? To erase every single sword manifested by the great gung gold liquid slaughter array. What kind of divine mystery is hidden inside that cabin? This level of power, it's terrifying. Yinlan turned to the ancestor, her voice laced with anxiety. Ancestor, what just happened? Qin Yunzi replied, his voice trembling with awe. It seems neither I nor that great figure up there understands what's going on. However, the stronger you are, the easier it is to realize one thing. This technique, it represents a level of absolute, overwhelming power. Jiang Biantian let out a guttural roar. What is happening? I will see the truth for myself. Determined to uncover the mystery, he unleashed the full extent of his power. He pushed the great gung gold liquid slaughter array to its absolute limit. Black clouds swirled violently across the darkened sky. The massive array ground into motion. The very earth and space below began to warp and shudder. The man is insane. He actually dares to keep going? This time, the number of swords was beyond counting. They blotted out the sun, swarming the sky in a dense metallic mass. 108,000 swords in total. Every single one was aimed directly at that small wooden cabin. Jiang Biantian looked down. His heart was a mess of panic and anticipation. This time, I'll keep my eyes wide open. I'm going to see exactly how you do it. From the heavens above, tens of thousands of blades tore through the air. Suddenly, the ground around the cabin erupted in a brilliant light. Qin Yunzi watched, mesmerized, as the hidden power manifested. Ancient runes began to emerge from the void. Countless golden sigils flickered into existence between heaven and earth. Jiang Biantian felt his heart skip a beat. A primal fear took root deep within his soul. These golden runes, it was as if someone were reciting the sacred scriptures of the gods themselves. The sight was so radiant, so majestic. that anyone who looked upon it was instantly overwhelmed. It was like celestial flowers falling from the sky, mingling with golden light surging up from the earth. The runes swirled around the house, forming an impenetrable barrier. The moment a sword touched a rune, it dissolved into nothing, completely absorbed by the light. Despite the endless onslaught of blades, the runes erased them all effortlessly. The wooden cabin remained completely untouched, without a single scratch. A cold shiver ran down Jiang Biantian's spine. The overwhelming killing intent of 108,000 swords had vanished in the blink of an eye, like a massive boulder falling into a lake without leaving a single ripple. Could this powerhouse really destroy all those swords in just a few breaths? The person protecting Su Linger was likely powerful beyond his wildest imagination. What he had seen before was truly just the tip of the iceberg. Jiang Biantian's mind raced toward a terrifying possibility, an ancient saint. But ancient saints were nothing more than myths whispered among the ancient clans. He was certain he knew exactly who and what he was up against. But now, such a saint has left him completely disoriented. The mere existence of someone at the saint level is far too terrifying. They aren't exactly the kind of people you meet just because you want to. He's certainly not one of them. The more he thought about it, the more panic surged through Jiang Biantian. No matter how hard he tried to calm himself down, only one single thought remained in his head. Get Linger out of here. If that's the case, there's only one way left. Jiang Biantian let out a guttural roar. His entire cultivation and true essence erupted violently. He was ready to sacrifice his own reflected avatar in the great Jangold annihilation array. He didn't care if everything was destroyed. He just needed to focus every ounce of power into a single point. Thousands of swords suddenly converged, streaking down like a falling star. The killing intent soared to the heavens. It was terrifyingly sharp. The world seemed to vanish, leaving only the blinding light of those blades. Qin Yunzi screamed in horror. He's lost his mind. Is he really going to self-destruct both the array and his own avatar? The power of such a detonation would be absolutely cataclysmic. If he concentrates all that force here, everything within 10,000 miles will be decimated. Meanwhile, Jiang Linger was weeping bitterly. It seemed her father had forgotten she was still here. High in the sky, Jiang's avatar looked as if it had been squeezed completely dry. The old man's power descended. Words can't describe it. The entire sky for 10,000 miles ignited in brilliance. A single blade appeared, looking as if it could cleave heaven and earth in two. Jiang Biantian looked down with cold eyes and screamed, "Break for me!" The converging swords formed a massive crescent blade. It struck down with devastating power. Everywhere it passed, the very air seemed to be crushed and compressed. Silence fell. Not a single sound could be heard. Could this be the deciding moment? The disciples of the Qing Yun sect below screamed out of pure, instinctual fear. Suddenly, Gu Xian appeared by their side to comfort them. Everyone stay calm. He stood there, holding nothing but a simple broom. Even as heaven and earth convulsed, Gu Xian spoke with total composure. Against something of this level, that senior doesn't even need to show his face. Gu Xian was the only one present with such profound insight. He had once gazed upon the painting of the senior who had defeated the golden-winged Great Pawn. Sure enough, as that colossal blade descended, Jiang Qin's humble house suddenly transformed. A surge of overwhelming energy erupted from below. That energy gradually coalesced, taking the form of his silhouette. This figure looked 10,000 times more majestic and powerful than Jiang Biantian. His Taoist aura seemed to envelop the entire universe. Facing Zhang's ultimate strike, the figure merely tilted its head slightly. Its gaze was cold and devoid of emotion. With light reflecting in the depths of his eyes, Jiang Qin's silhouette slowly reached out. With just 2 fingers, he pinched the edge of the crescent blade. A blinding flash of light exploded in all directions. It was brighter than the sun itself. The shockwave rippled out for 10,000 miles. Qing Yunzi and his people couldn't stop themselves from trembling. Even Jiang Linger hadn't expected this senior to possess such terrifying strength. But the most shocked of all was undoubtedly Jiang Biantian. How could a powerhouse like this exist here, casually facing an attack meant to destroy heaven and earth? Jiang Biantian had sacrificed the great Jangold annihilation array and his own avatar as a catalyst. to launch the most fearsome attack possible at the wooden house. The sheer force nearly obliterated thousands of miles of the surrounding area. But the blue figure flying out from the house bypassed that power entirely, like a cosmic entity exerting its will. It made everyone present tremble to their very souls. In that moment, the gathering cultivators suddenly felt a violent surge of worldly power echoing from afar. They began to whisper fervently among themselves, wondering if something had happened at the feathered celestial palace. How could such a strange phenomenon appear in this wasteland? One cultivator cried out, while another muttered under his breath, "I fear this is a life-and-death duel between peerless masters. To think such a major event would happen in a place like this. We must hurry back and report this." Gong Yuan Dao stood silently in a corner. His eyes were fixed intently on the unfolding events. It seemed everything was coming to an end, and he realized his worries had been completely unnecessary. Even Shun Xiaozi had to admit it. The strength of that mysterious figure was indeed extraordinary. It seems the Moon Empress was right. The same thoughts surfaced in everyone's hearts. That senior truly exists, and his presence inspires both profound respect and absolute terror. This time, their fates seemed to have taken a completely different turn. But that was a matter for the future. For now, everyone's eyes were glued to the image of Jiang Chun, a proud figure, blocking a world-ending strike with a single hand. His other hand was tucked calmly behind his back. His sleeves fluttered elegantly in the wind. Suddenly, Jiang Linger burst into tears. She stepped into a space filled only with a deep blue sky and an all-encompassing gentleness. A faint voice called out, "Linga, is it you? Is it really you?" Jiang Linger looked in surprise at the woman lying there, tears still clinging to her lashes. Even though they had never met, she knew with absolute certainty that the woman was her mother. "It really is you." The woman offered a faint, weary smile. In Jiang Linger's eyes, her mother's face appeared blurred and ethereal. Her voice was soft yet trembling with emotion. "Thank goodness. I knew it. I knew it was you." Her mother reached out, her hand shaking uncontrollably. Linger knew exactly who this woman was. "It's all right now. Don't be afraid." Her mother comforted her with a gentle tenderness. Jiang Linger slowly drew closer. Then she suddenly lunged toward her mother, as if terrified that if she stayed back for even a second, her mother would simply vanish. "Come here. Come to me." The woman raised her arms. She looked frail, yet she was radiating pure love. Linger lowered her head. She grasped her mother's descending hand. Whether it was an illusion or reality didn't matter. She felt a wave of warmth and love wash over her. "Mother!" Linger's voice cracked as she called out. She squeezed her mother's hand tight. She broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. "Mom, I finally came to see you. I've been such a failure as a daughter. I'm so sorry I'm late." In her entire life, she never thought she'd get the chance to say goodbye to the person who loved her most. Jiang Linger's mother smiled softly at her. "My little Linger has grown up so much. Come now. Let me just hold you for a moment, okay?" Overcome with emotion, Linger nodded. Yes. She had yearned for this moment for so long. Mother and daughter clung to each other tightly. No words were needed. Only tears flowed, carrying the weight of a lifetime. They had no idea. An invisible hand had orchestrated this reunion, the hand of that mysterious senior. In her mother's arms, Linger felt like a child again. She let it all out, crying freely and without shame. Suddenly, Jiang Yuantian was violently pulled into a phantom realm. He spun around in a panic, eyes darting everywhere. Seeing the figures of a woman and a child before him, he wondered, where the hell am I? The two silhouettes came into sharp focus. Jiang Yuantian stared at them, paralyzed. How is this possible? He gasped. What kind of sorcery is this? Suddenly, Jiang Linger's mother raised her hand and made a sharp, sweeping gesture. With her other arm, she pulled Linger close. A powerful blast struck Jiang Yuantian, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. His usual dignified, arrogant facade shattered instantly. The sky seemed to turn upside down. His very soul felt like it was being shaken to its core. The mother's eyes burned with determination and deep-seated resentment. I told you, things will not go the way you planned. She let out a cold, soft laugh. Don't you dare think you can bully my daughter ever again. Safe in her mother's embrace, Linger stuck her tongue out. She gave her father a playful, mocking look. Back in the present, Qing Wanzi and the others were still dazed, reeling from the terrifying scene they had just witnessed. The sky suddenly brightened. There was no sign of the Jiang clan anywhere. It seemed they had been utterly vanquished. Inglan's first instinct was to look toward Jiang Linger, who was standing there in silence. He asked worriedly, "Young miss, why are you crying?" Linger snapped out of it and turned around. Tears were still streaming down her cheeks. Perhaps even she didn't understand why she was weeping. The tears just wouldn't stop falling. Linger looked lost as she spoke. I don't know. I just can't make them stop." A rainbow stretched across the sky. Everyone was concerned for Linger. But at least, finally, it was over. Jiang Chun stepped out of the house, letting out a long yawn. The center of this whole storm had just woken up from a peaceful nap. He had absolutely no clue what had been happening outside. But as he reached the door, he was surprised to see everyone gathered there. Jiang Chun smiled and asked, "Oh, you're all here? Quite the crowd today." Suddenly, the others rushed over to him, looking delighted. This only made Jiang Chun more curious. "Why are you all covered in dust?" Thinking the senior was just playing along, they replied cheerfully, "We were just doing some spring cleaning around the mountain, senior." Jiang Chun nodded. "I see. Well then, go on and finish up. I'll start getting dinner ready in a bit." While Jiang Chen's courtyard was bathed in peaceful light, the Great Hall of the Jiang clan was a scene of pure chaos. Jiang Yuantian fell to his knees on the floor. He was trembling, paralyzed by the horror of what had just occurred. What on earth just happened? Why did I? He muttered to himself, bewildered. Suddenly, a violent convulsion tore through his body. Fresh blood sprayed from his mouth. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. Crimson stained the floor of the Great Hall. Jiang Yuantian slumped over, coughing violently. But what terrified him most was the fact that his cultivation had plummeted by 3 sub-realms. A single strike from that phantom clone had left him with such devastating injuries. However, Jiang Yutian immediately rejected the thought. "No, that's impossible. If it hadn't been for that phantom clone, my very soul might have been buried there. My physical body would have been obliterated." In the shadows of the Great Hall, a mysterious figure slowly emerged. A cold voice rang out, "So, you failed, didn't you?" For the first time in his life, Jiang Yutian felt an absolute, paralyzing terror. It was as if he were facing the most horrific thing in existence. He sank to his knees on the floor. As the figure slowly approached, they spoke calmly. "What a shame. If things continue like this, there will be no hope left for you. But I should thank you. Because of you, I've witnessed something quite remarkable. We shall meet again, if fate allows." The mysterious figure in green vanished into the darkness. Under the gentle radiance of the sun, Inglan stood in the courtyard. He took a sip of wine from the cup in his hand, then looked up at the deep blue sky and sighed. Finally, back to a peaceful life. Looking back on everything that just happened, it all feels like a dream. Qing Yunzi held up his own wine cup and replied with a smile. "I'm not surprised in the least. With Senior here, the outcome was never in doubt. I was only curious to see what kind of technique Senior would use to blow my mind this time." By now, Qing Yunzi's skin had regained a healthy, vibrant glow. The old man laughed again and said, "I heard that you and Lady Linger finally settled that major grievance. Jiang Yutian certainly won't dare to trouble you again for a very long time." Inglan nodded, replying cheerfully, "Indeed, thanks to the powers Senior bestowed upon me, I've achieved things I never dared to dream of before. Furthermore, I have to thank all of you as well. By Senior's grace, Linger has managed to make a wonderful group of friends. Without you guys, we wouldn't have been able to reach our full potential. Oh, that reminds me. Lately, your Yunlan seems to be getting quite close to that prince, doesn't she?" Qing Yunzi leaned in closer to Inglan, excitedly whispering in his ear. "I noticed that too. According to what Yunlan told me, the story goes like this." Inglan burst into hearty laughter after hearing the tale. "So that's how it is." Qing Yunzi joined in with a silly, innocent laugh. After the Great War, the small wooden house had returned to its former tranquility. However, the feathered heaven realm thousands of miles away was not so peaceful. At Mu Yunwang's cultivation grounds, the sky suddenly erupted in brilliant light, creating a massive, celestial phenomenon. High above, a phoenix spread its wings and soared, both gorgeous and dazzling. But in reality, Mu Yunwang was currently struggling with a massive headache, unable to break through. It was as if she were sinking deep into her own inner demons. She opened her eyes, gazed into the distance, and sighed. Perhaps before I met the master, I was always like this, but now I am a phoenix undergoing nirvana, reborn through the flames. Thinking back to those early days, to awaken the immortal great phoenix physique, I pushed myself to the brink of death more times than I can count, and in the end, there were no results. But after meeting the master, defying heaven to change my fate is no longer impossible. I must find a way to repay this kindness. From start to finish, Mu Yuehuang had been closely monitoring every movement of her younger sister's cultivation. She could clearly sense that her sister's session was nearing its end. For the Feathered Heaven Palace, this meant their combat strength was about to receive a massive boost. Mu Yuehuang decided she would immediately advise her sister upon her return to the palace. After all, I am her elder sister. We grew up together since we were children. In her heart, my words must surely carry more weight than some dangerous figure she only recently met. Right? It wasn't just Mu Yuehuang waiting patiently. Wu Xinji and the ancestor Xin Xiaozi had also appeared. Xin Xiaozi looked toward Mu Yunhuang's cave dwelling and marveled. Xinji and I just finished a discussion with a great human power. Passing by here, we detected a world-shaking transformation in Mu Yunhuang's aura. Mu Yuehuang smiled with pride. Ancestor truly has sharp eyes. I can also feel her aura growing significantly stronger. She should be coming out of seclusion very soon. Xin Xiaozi replied with emotional relief. That is wonderful. Our combat strength has increased once again. A few days ago, the pressure I felt from that mysterious person left me deeply unsettled. That profound, lingering dread was truly unpredictable. Now that Yin Huang has completed her training, the heart I've had in my throat can finally settle halfway. With both you and Yin Huang, our feathered holy land truly is like a tiger that has grown wings. Between the legendary heroes and the elite forces Shunji and I have gathered, our strength far surpasses that of Wu Xinji. The man who had previously plotted the sneak attack chuckled with his subordinates. Exactly. If we can't match them in raw power, we'll drown them in numbers. But honestly, those people are just way too naive. Mu Yuehuang chimed in. Little sister, I believe your eyes are like a clear mirror. You should be able to see the truth for yourself. We absolutely cannot let this world fall into the hands of villains. A moment later, the silhouette of a phoenix lit up the entire sky. Mu Wanhuang had finally completed her secluded meditation. She thought to herself happily, my cultivation has reached a whole new level. I feel like I've even surpassed my big sister now. Speaking of sister, I need to hurry and share this good news with the great master. As soon as she emerged from seclusion, Mu Wanhuang immediately took flight. And it goes without saying, she was heading straight for Jiangchun. Xin Xiaozi's face turned pale from the sheer shock. Even Wu Shunji hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Mu Yuehuang let out a furious scream. This is unforgivable. Sister, get back here right now. Mu Wanhuang, still full of innocent joy, flew toward Jiangchen's location. Her feet touched down lightly on the ground as she let out a long stretch. Her aura was even more vibrant and beautiful than her sister's. Safe landing at last. Oh, this familiar scent, she thought to herself. But almost immediately, Mu Wanhuang sensed something strange. It wasn't just the master's presence here. There were several other auras nearby. Moreover, none of them were ordinary people. They all possessed incredibly powerful cultivation bases. Suddenly, from inside the house, a familiar and elegant figure appeared. Mu Wanhuang looked over, her eyes lighting up. It was the master. He still looked as powerful and mysterious as ever. Her eyes were filled with pure admiration. However, Jiangchun hadn't noticed Mu Wanhuang yet. He was looking at Yin Lan and the others, resting his chin in his hand with a smile. Are you all gathered here? The moment Mu Wanhuang saw Jiangchun, a wave of shyness washed over her. She wondered if showing up so suddenly like this was a bit too forward. But then, she decided she didn't care. Yun Lan stepped forward and spoke affectionately to Jiangchun. Master, you're awake? Jiangchun nodded and replied with a smile. I just took a quick nap at noon. When she saw Yun Lan standing so close to Jiangchun, Mu Wanhuang's jaw dropped in shock. Who is that beauty? And that aura, the heavenly sound saint body? Wait, Is she from the Azure Cloud Holy Palace? Just then, Jiang Ling'er also appeared, stepping out to chat intimately with Jiang Chun. Mu Wanwang grew even more flustered. She had no idea who this girl was. Furthermore, wasn't that old man standing there her family ancestor's mortal enemy? Qing Yunzi? Yinglan stepped outside as well, glancing toward Mu Wanwang and smiling. Oh, hello. I sense we had a guest. Qing Yunzi chuckled happily. Feels like a junior has arrived. Is she an acquaintance of yours, senior? Jiang Chun gave a soft laugh. As for acquaintances, there were indeed 2 of them here before. Mu Wanwang looked incredibly aggrieved. Master, while I was away, how could you do this to me? This is so unfair. Purely on instinct, Mu Wanwang flew forward and threw her arms around Jiang Chun. She poured out all her frustration, while Jiang Chun stood there in absolute, frozen disbelief. His face went stiff, completely unable to process what had just happened. Mu Wanwang's eyes welled with tears, feeling utterly slighted. Yinglan forced a very awkward smile. Qing Yunzi was so stunned his mouth wouldn't close. As for Jiang Ling'er and Yunlan, they were beyond confused. They stared intensely at the beautiful girl who had appeared out of nowhere, and suddenly lunged to hug the great senior like that. In another corner of Great Yin City, a group of thugs had gathered around a young boy. They glared at him, shouting so hard that spit was flying everywhere. You little brat, you think you can scam me with this pathetic amount of change? If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think my words are just hot air. The boy trembled in terror, crying as he spoke. No, please. This is really all I have on me. My mother is sick at home and needs money for medicine. Please let me go this once. Once she's better, I promise I'll pay you back every cent. One of the thugs turned beet red with rage, the veins in his neck bulging as he roared. Cut the crap with me. He grabbed the boy by the hair. He was ready to beat him to a pulp, but then blood sprayed everywhere. The thug froze in shock. He stared blankly at his missing arm. A few seconds passed before the agony finally hit him. Both thugs shrieked in terror. In the distance, a figure slowly approached, his blood-red pupils fixed on the thugs. Behind him, several wraiths hovered in the air, creating a haunting, eerie scene. Whether he was a savior or a villain remained unknown. But one thing was certain. He was terrifyingly powerful, seeing 2 bone serpents with flickering green flames in their jaws. The thugs were paralyzed with fear. That thing, it's a monster from the demon tribe. They scrambled to run for their lives, forgetting all about their pain. Terror had acted as a temporary anesthetic for their physical wounds. The young boy stood dazed for a moment. Then the reality of what happened dawned on him. His eyes lit up as he looked at his savior and said joyfully, "Thank you for saving me. That was incredible. You're my hero. How can I ever repay you?" However, the man's expression remained cold. He asked back with an ominous tone, "Repay me, you say?" A vague sense of dread washed over the boy, but he still managed to stammer, "Yes, that's right." The man stared intensely at him and muttered, "This spiritual root is quite impressive." The 2 bone serpents instantly lunged forward, coiling tightly around the boy's body. From their scales, brilliant green flames erupted. It was as beautiful as it was terrifying. The green-haired man remarked coldly, "What a fine soul vessel." The boy's face slowly submerged into the sea of green fire. In the depths of excruciating pain, he let out a desperate cry. Why? Why are you doing this?" The man gave a short reply. "You possess a rare spiritual root. Giving me your soul is the best way you can repay me." The light faded from the boy's eyes. He became a hollow shell. The man in green turned and walked away, leaving behind the boy's withered corpse and the 2 serpents entwined with his soul. The soul, a sacred gift from the gods, a magnificent miracle. It burns eternally, searching for truth, chasing freedom, turning the impossible into reality. Meanwhile, Mu Yinhuang was clinging to Jiang Chun, her cheeks puffed out and lips pouting. She looked like the picture of grievance. Jiang Chen's face went dark, completely flustered. The bystanders were just as stunned, having no idea what was going on. After being held for a few seconds, Jiang Chun instinctively took a step back. Then, he greeted her politely. "Lady Mu Yin, is it you?" At his age, this was the first time a girl had ever initiated a hug. Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel incredibly embarrassed. He tried to force a smile to hide his awkwardness and asked, "Is there something you need?" Muyin Wang gazed at Jiang Chun, her eyes filled with deep reverence. I came here specifically to thank you, Senior, for the guidance that helped me break through to the mid-gold course stage. I suppose I got a bit carried away and lost my self-control just now. Please forgive me, Senior. Jiang Chun looked at Muyin Wang, thinking to himself, I helped her reach the mid-gold course stage? Wait, wasn't it just that stone statue I sold her? I was just trying to make a little extra cash. This is a headache. He thought anxiously, what do I do now? That was just an ordinary stone statue. Something has definitely gone sideways. Before Jiang Chun could figure out the situation, Muyin Wang spoke up again. By the way, are these people traveling with you, Senior? Jiang Chun asked, surprised. Why do you ask? Qin Yunzi sighed nearby, answering on Jiang Chun's behalf. Indeed, we are all following Senior to learn from him. Finally, she gathered her courage and made a request. In that case, I would also like to stay here and study under you. Would that be all right? Jiang Chun froze. He had no clue what this girl was talking about. Why the sudden urge to stay? Muyin Wang explained slowly. I assume you've already met my sister, Senior. She is currently the saintess of the feathered Ascension Holy Land. Yinglan frowned as she asked the question. The saintess who accompanied Xin Xiaozi before is the star's older sister. Qin Wanzi also had a slight impression of her. He had heard that the saintess of the feathered Ascension Holy Land had a younger sister, but he never expected her power to be on par with her sister's. Muyin Wang pouted. She looked clearly dissatisfied. I want to compete with my sister to see who is truly worthy of the saintess title. I hope Senior can give me some guidance. Yinglan and Qin Wanzi burst in a hearty laughter upon hearing this. Why are two sisters fighting over this? Wouldn't it be better to serve as saintesses together? Muyin Wang looked annoyed. You two seniors don't understand. My sister received favors from Senior, yet she opposes him at every turn. I want to take the saintess position to teach her a lesson. Qin Wanzi couldn't help but chuckle. You think the saintess of the feathered Ascension Holy Land could actually threaten Senior? He laughed and said, little girl, I think you're worrying over nothing. However, staying by Senior's side will definitely increase your strength. You were very smart to realize that, but it's not good to be driven by spite. Furthermore, whether you can stay depends on your relationship with Senior. Muyin Wang fell into silent thought. He is clearly an enemy of the feathered Ascension Holy Land. Yet an ancestor like him is actually considering things from my perspective. Just what did he experience while staying with Senior? Jiang Chun felt like he was about to cry. Oh, for heaven's sake. More and more people keep showing up. I really don't get it. Jiang Chun put on a stiff expression and asked, do you really want to stay here with me? To be honest, he didn't know if he was as great as everyone made him out to be. But he did indeed know her older sister. She had even come to buy things from him before. Though she was a bit eccentric, she didn't seem like the type to go around picking fights everywhere. Could there be some sort of misunderstanding between the two sisters? Jiang Chun stared at her. Her eyes were full of determination. No matter what happened, she wanted to become stronger than her sister. So, she nodded in agreement. For all these years, she had always been compared to Muyin Wang. She wanted to be the pride of the feathered Ascension Holy Land too, not just the saintess's little sister. Suddenly, a slender, soft hand rested on Muyin Wang's shoulder. Yinlan walked up to her side. She gave a warm, friendly smile. You've been traveling for a long time, haven't you? Senior just woke up as well. Let's all sit down. We can rest and chat together. Muyin Wang stared at Yinlan in surprise. Aren't you from the Azure Cloud sect? The others also began laughing and chatting happily. They treated her like family. Their sincerity and warmth left Muyin Wang feeling completely dazed. At the Feathered Ascension Celestial Palace, Xin Xiaozi was nursing a massive headache. Good grief. I've lived a long time, but this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. A corpse sucked dry? This is a real problem. It seems word of that matter has reached their ears. The subordinate cupped his hands to report. Yes, judging by the state of the corpse. It looked like a withered tree. Furthermore, it seems the worldly essence within the body was completely drained. Not a single drop was left. There are only a handful of people capable of this. It shouldn't be hard to track them down. Also, according to the survivor who lost an arm, the perpetrator was a handsome man in green robes with long hair. He had a cold expression. Muyin Wang stood there in silence. That description, for some reason, it felt strangely familiar. A handsome man in green? No way. Could it be him? Muyin Wang's mind always jumped to the worst conclusions. It wasn't just Mu Yuewang. It seemed the others were also beginning to focus their suspicions on Jiang Chun. They all wondered if he had made another move. Shun Xiaozi's headache only grew worse the more he thought about it. If that man is truly the culprit, then the danger is far greater than we imagined. Even though he retreated safely last time, he didn't gain anything. However, he even has Qing Wanzi's group by his side. But I cannot overlook anyone who dares to commit such a heinous act. When I heard Mu Yuewang's account before, I already sensed how dangerous he was. But I never imagined he could be so cruel as to drain a person's soul and essence. Ultimately, what is his goal? Suddenly, another person spoke up. Great ancestor. I just remembered something. There were similar rumors circulating in the mortal realm a while back, but they might have been greatly exaggerated. Many geniuses with extraordinary natural talents have met their end in the exact same way as this young man. Their souls were stripped away, along with all the worldly essence accumulated within their bodies. But there is something even more terrifying. Rumor has it they were all murdered by the demonic arts of the demon race. After death, their souls are refined into monsters far more gruesome and deadly than the demons themselves. The descriptions of those monsters match the appearance of the killer, in this case, perfectly. Let me explain a bit more about the world. The world Jiang Chun was transmigrated into is divided into 3 distinct realms. The celestial border sits at the highest level. The human realm and the demon realm occupy the middle level. The ancient desolate race dwells in the lowest level. Everything beyond these spaces is a void of chaos and unexplored territory. Each demon tribe worships its own sacred tree. The divine power from these trees protects them and aids them in their cultivation. The celestial border is largely isolated from the rest of the world. They rarely interact with the other 2 levels. It is said the immortal realm holds countless rare artifacts and spirit beasts. But gaining entry is incredibly difficult. Only a handful of cultivators can break through their limits and ascend to the heavens. However, once they enter, they never return. The human realm shares a border with the demon territory, leading to constant friction and endless wars. As for the lowest level, where the ancient desolate race resides, the environment is brutally harsh. Heavenly tribulations strike the land constantly. Yet, legends say it's also home to powerful divine artifacts left behind by the ancient tribes. If one is strong enough to survive the extreme conditions, they can find treasures that allow their cultivation to skyrocket. Back in the human realm, a similarly horrifying event has occurred, with the prime suspect likely being either a demon or an incredibly powerful human cultivator. Shun Xiaozi wore a deep frown, lost in thought. To prevent more innocent lives from being sacrificed, this battle has become a matter of absolute urgency. Furthermore, every victim possessed an incredibly powerful spirit root of heaven and earth. If their life force is being drained and these powers are being harvested, what is the end goal? The possibilities are too terrifying to imagine. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly heavy. Mu Yuewang looked toward the ancestor with a worried expression. It seems things are truly serious this time. Meanwhile, at the home of a certain solitary man in green, life continued as usual. Jiang Chun felt a bit awkward about Mu Yuewang wanting to stay. After all, he'd already had a bit of a run-in with her older sister. He wondered if she'd run away from home in a fit of rage. Jiang Chun could only give a helpless smile and say, "About that, I've met Yuewang's sister before. We only had 2 brief dealings with each other. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down and talk this through properly?" Mu Yuewang stared at him with wide eyes, thinking to herself, the master's heart is so incredibly generous. Not only did he help my sister raise her cultivation, but he's even willing to overlook her terrible behavior. How could such a saintly person even exist? A hand reached out and took Mu Yuewang's hand, and then another joined in. Yunlan stepped closer and said warmly, "You can't go wrong listening to the master's word." Qinger, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. "Don't you worry, Lady Yuewang. The senior won't let anything trouble you." Mu Yuewang nodded obediently. Suddenly, her heart began to flutter as she looked at the master before her. His smile was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. His kindness was the most precious gift she'd ever received. She felt like she could gaze into his eyes forever and never grow tired of it. Every smile, every glance, and every breath he took left her utterly enchanted. She loved his sincerity, his kindness, and most of all, his incredible cooking. Muyin Huang looked at the table overflowing with delicacies. The food was so delicious it almost brought her tears. The more she ate, the less she understood how something could taste this good. Beyond that, her cultivation was actually increasing significantly with every bite. Is this not a miracle? Every mouthful seemed to save her 10 years of bitter cultivation. Even if they threatened to kill her, she wouldn't want to leave this place now. Muyin Huang was so happy that even the 2 stray hairs on her head twitched with joy. Seeing her enjoy it so much, Jiang Chun could only manage a helpless smile. Take your time, there's no rush. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to stay here, but you'll have to follow my rules and arrangements. Can you accept that? Muyin Huang nodded vigorously. As long as I can stay, I'll do whatever you say. She was actually excited to see what the master had in store for her. Jiang Chun nodded with satisfaction. Good. Based on what I've seen, when it comes to your actual cultivation path, I probably can't offer you much help. However, regarding your state of mind, I might be able to guide you a bit. When your sister was here, even though her words and actions were a bit strange and tense, she wasn't a bad person at heart. When living together, the most important thing is tolerance. This is also a form of mental cultivation. The more open your heart is, the stronger you will become. By the way, is this the second time you've bought pottery from my shop, miss? I was wondering, would you like to try making some pottery with me? Muyin Huang asked back, stunned. Making pottery? Wait, that's an option. Jiang Chun smiled and nodded. That's right. From gathering the clay and shaping it, to firing, glazing, refiring, and finally polishing. Lately, I've noticed that pottery is becoming quite popular in Featherfall City. If you work as my assistant, and we take the wares to town to sell, who knows? We might actually be able to afford meat for dinner this month. Muyin Huang was still a bit skeptical. Even though she didn't quite understand it yet, she felt deeply moved. She figured a master like Jiang Chun must have his own reasons for this arrangement. Jiang Chun continued. Mud may be a dirty thing, but once it passes through the fire, it can become exquisite porcelain. As long as you have a heart that can embrace it, and don't mind getting your hand a little dirty, if you mold it with patience, you can turn it into something miraculous. Muyin Huang's eyes widened in realization. Jiang Chun added, besides, while we're doing this, we can wait for your sister to arrive. Muyin Huang flinched. Her feathers practically ruffled as she gasped. What? You want her to come here too? Jiang Chun asked innocently. What's wrong? Is that not okay? Muyin Huang felt a bit awkward, but in the end, she gave a slow nod. Whatever the boss says goes. I won't object. Still, deep down, she didn't truly grasp Jiang Chun's intentions. Of course, Jiang Chun didn't want to see the bond between the sisters break. He intended to clear everything up as soon as possible. After hearing Muyin Huang agree, Jiang Chun said with a bright smile, then it's settled. Huh. Send a letter to your sister in a bit. Tell her to come over. We'll clear the air together. The onlookers were filled with admiration. The master truly lives up to his reputation. Despite her lingering reluctance, Muyin Huang eventually agreed to follow along. After all, this was the master's arrangement. Once everything was settled, Jiang Chun made the call. All right, let's stick to the plan. We'll start working right after we eat. Time ticked by slowly. A letter was delivered to Muyin Huang. Holding the paper in her trembling hands, Muyin Huang muttered, This is for my little sister. Wait, what is this? She wants me to come to a wooden hut? Xin Xiaozi was also taken aback and asked, What? Is it a challenge? Wait, like a formal duel? The more Muyin Huang read, the more confused she became. I don't understand this at all. She says she's learning how to make pottery at Jiang Chen's place. Has she actually been brainwashed? A future sanist like you, making pottery? I really can't wrap my head around Muyin Huang's way of thinking. Back at Jiang Chen's wooden hut, Muyin Huang was focused, kneading clay at the pottery wheel. Her eyes were glued to the spinning wheel, but deep down, she was hiding a heavy heart. Since its founding, the Featherfall Holy Land had a strict rule. A disciple's destiny is theirs to forge. No one has the right to interfere. When the sisters were young, an elder had praised them. Well done. To be intersect disciples at such a young age, and to possess 2 top-tier attributes, ice and fire. It is thanks to talents like you that the Featherfall Holy Land has endured. The elder looked at the sisters with immense pride. You two are a pair of genius sisters. The future of Featherfall finally has its heirs. Back then, the bond between the two was incredibly close. They were the envy of everyone who saw them. As the years passed, they both grew up, but life doesn't always go as planned. Mui Huang awakened the abyssal ice phoenix physique, a legendary, rare innate constitution. Even then, Mui Huang remained happy and close to her sister. She even congratulated her with total sincerity. I heard the Holy Lord has taken you in as a personal disciple. That's amazing, sister. Mui Huang smiled in response. Master has also prepared a vast amount of cultivation resources for you. Mui Huang spoke hesitantly, but the Holy Lord and the great elders told me, unless I find a supreme destiny, my undying great phoenix physique will never awaken. Mui Huang gently encouraged her. The person is what matters most, not the physique. Don't worry too much. Just focus on your training. I believe you'll succeed eventually. As she spoke, she patted Mui Huang's head. But despite her sister's comfort, only Mui Huang truly knew how dire her situation was. Even the Holy Lord and the ancient elders of the sacred land couldn't help her awaken her physique. In the end, they could only reach one conclusion. Her only hope lay in tempering herself through life and death struggle. Mui Huang didn't hesitate to risk her life. She threw herself into one perilous, forbidden zone after another. Yet, she still came up empty-handed. The undying great emperor physique, before it awakens, is nothing more than a useless burden. It offers no benefits whatsoever. Meanwhile, Mui Huang was the exact opposite. When Mui Huang was officially invested as the saintess, everyone gathered to offer their joyous congratulations. An elder stepped forward, full of praise. In just a few short years, your progress has been nothing short of miraculous. You've surpassed countless disciples within the sacred hall. You master any divine technique in an instant. It's truly remarkable. Mui Huang bowed her head humbly, clasping her hands. Yue Huang is honored by the elders' kind words. But she was completely oblivious to the look of pure agony on Mui Huang's face as she stood behind her. In that moment, the elder suddenly noticed Mui Huang and asked, "Hey, isn't this your younger sister? What was her name again?" What a shame. Though she showed promise at first, even the most powerful masters in the sacred hall couldn't find a way to awaken her physique. Another elder chimed in immediately, "It's fine. With a sister like you, she'll always have someone to lean on in the future." Then they all burst into laughter. Their laughter echoed throughout the great hall. Mui Huang snapped, her voice cold with anger. "Enough." The two elders jumped, startled. They stared at her, bewildered. Mui Huang grabbed Mui Huang's hand and said coldly, "Yue Huang has overstepped. If you'll excuse us, we'll take our leave." She then pulled her sister away, leaving them behind. Once they were alone, Mui Huang looked at Mui Huang, trying to comfort her. "Yin Huang, don't take it to heart. The elders didn't mean any harm." Mui Huang knew that, but she couldn't stand the pity. She wrenched her hand away from Mui Huang's and said indifferently, "The elders are right. You're extraordinary, and I'm just mediocre. In this world, talent is everything. This is just the way things are." The more she spoke, the more panicked Mui Huang became. She had drifted so far apart from her sister. She couldn't begin to understand Mui Huang's deep-seated inferiority. Mui Huang looked at her sister, her eyes welling with tears as she pleaded, "I'm begging you. Stop talking to me like you're doing me a favor." In that moment, Mui Huang's heart felt heavy, as if crushed by a weight. This was the first time Mui Huang had ever said those words out loud, and they cut deep. She was right. Mui Huang wasn't wrong. In this world, talent is the only thing that matters. This was a burden she just had to endure. From that day on, Mui Huang and Mui Huang were treated as if they lived in two different worlds. Somewhere far away, Mui Huang absent-mindedly touched the exquisite, finely carved jade bracelet on her wrist. It was a precious gift their master had given the two sisters. A pair of identical bracelets, a symbol of the deep bond they shared. Memories of their happy days together flooded back, bringing a faint smile to her lips. Just then, Mui Huang appeared and asked, "What are you smiling about?" Mui Huang flustered, looking like she'd been caught red-handed. She tried to hide her embarrassment by puffing out her cheeks and snapping back, like it's any of your business. Mui Huang immediately scolded her. "All you do is sit there grinning like an idiot. Go practice your cultivation. Stop wasting time. Mu Yanhuang shot back irritably. I just got here, and you're already telling me I'm wasting time? God, quit being so tense. The two sisters continue their bickering. Mu Yanhuang sat there kneading clay, her heart boiling with frustration. Suddenly, she realized with a jolt that she really was wasting time, looking down at the misshapen lump of clay in front of her. She couldn't help but sigh. What on earth did I just make? In the quiet room, during the golden afternoon, a handsome man was lost in his pottery work. His eyes followed every movement with intense focus, as if he were gazing at the love of his life. His nimble fingers worked the clay with master precision. Every movement was rhythmic, like a dance practiced 1,000 times. Pure joy radiated from his face as he poured his soul into every tiny detail, bringing his creations to life. Mu Yunhuang watched him, her eyes filled with admiration. Both the master and his work are absolute masterpieces. Jiang Chun caught her strange expression side and asked, "Hey, are you even trying to learn?" He held up the clay bird he had just finished. He felt a pang of worry. He really hoped Mu Yunhuang would pay closer attention. Jiang Chun regained his composure and began to explain. Pottery is a process that requires many steps, from kneading the clay to the final shaping. Now, let's get to the detailed carving. During this stage, a craftsman must maintain absolute focus. You have to pay attention to every movement of your hands and every subtle change in the clay. This level of concentration doesn't just help you temporarily forget your troubles. It calms your soul. What's more, pottery demands patience and perseverance. Every piece has to go through numerous steps before it's finally complete. Mu Yanhuang gazed intently at Jiang Chun. Her eyes never left him. She listened, completely captivated. It was unclear if she truly grasped everything he was saying. Jiang Chun continued. Every single step requires patience and meticulous care. By persistently seeing each stage through to the end, we can forge our patience and our will. These qualities eventually become a part of who you are. They help your soul become more open and steadfast. To me, this is just an ordinary piece of pottery, but in her eyes, this clay bird seemed to be radiating the brilliant aura of a phoenix. Seeing Mu Yunhuang's expression, Jiang Chun felt a sense of satisfaction. He smiled and said, "So, pottery isn't just a craft. It's a way to cultivate one's character. It helps you relax your mind and trains your persistence and your ability to focus. From that, your soul becomes calmer and more expansive. A state of mind like that is exactly what you need right now." Mu Yanhuang nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right, boss." Jiang Chun set the clay bird on the table and pointed toward the pottery wheel. "Go ahead, why don't you give it a try?" Mu Yanhuang set to work. But the results were incredibly strange. One bird, two birds, then three. By the fourth one, the finished products became even more bizarre. They were twisted and incomprehensible. Jiang Chun looked on in surprise. These clay birds seemed to emit a gloomy energy. He asked, "My lady, are you harboring some negative thoughts in your heart?" Mu Yanhuang didn't want to admit it, but she finally nodded. Her hands kept the pottery wheel spinning. She tried again, over and over, but every attempt ended in failure. Nothing she made took a concrete shape. Jiang Chun didn't show any anger or impatience toward Mu Yanhuang. Instead, he maintained a gentle tone and calmly explained, "Pay attention to your state of mind. Reflect on what you're feeling while you're molding the clay." Mu Yanhuang was suddenly jolted. My state of mind? Back then, her heart had been filled with nothing but resentment and turmoil. Before, whenever she saw her sister's cultivation progressing so rapidly, while she herself seemed to be standing still, the source of her pressure became crystal clear. Even though she had escaped her predicament thanks to Jiang Chun, those feelings of inferiority and self-doubt still haunted her. Every time she witnessed her sister perform high-level spells or display superior power, Mu Yanhuang couldn't help but feel inadequate. She felt helpless and doubted her own abilities. She had started to believe she would never be able to keep up with her sister's footsteps, and the fear of being left behind grew larger in her heart every day. This anxiety and restlessness had become the dominant mood throughout her cultivation. After reflecting for a long moment, it was as if Mu Yanhuang had a sudden epiphany. Her eyes widened in shock as she thought to herself, could it be that the boss wants me to re-examine my own cultivation methods and skills, to change how I train and how I feel, and find the path that's right for me? Cultivation isn't a race. It's a personal journey of growth and understanding. Everyone has their own talent and their own rhythm. Jiangchen nodded slightly. He smiled kindly and offered gentle advice. The essential thing is to focus on your own cultivation. Don't waste your time comparing yourself to others. Hearing this, Mu Yinhuang felt as if she had finally woken up. She blurted out, "That's it. My value doesn't come from how I compare to my sister, but from my own growth and progress." Just a few words from Jiang Chun were enough to bring Mu Yinhuang to enlightenment. The path of cultivation has no end. As long as I persistently pursue my goals, I need to learn to accept my own imperfections. I must learn to cherish my own efforts and achievements. Everyone has their own path to walk. Mu Yinhuang looked down at the pottery wheel. Her entire body seemed enveloped in spiritual energy as she began to mold the clay. She was completely focused, and this time, her heart was different. What matters is holding on to your faith in yourself, to never stop growing and improving. The pieces she made this time were incredibly beautiful. They far surpassed anything she had done before. Jiang Chun stood by her side. Without hesitation, he gave her a big thumbs up in approval. The scene shifts to the Great Yin Imperial Palace. Ji Yuandao was nursing a headache over the recent events in the Empire. Holding the Azurewood sword, he reported, "But I'm not certain if that enemy is truly a master. Is there a greater power hidden behind him, or some secret that cannot be revealed? It is time to make a decision. This incident occurred within my territory. If this continues, our national authority and security will be threatened. It could even shake the very foundation of the Great Yin Empire, bringing about untold disaster." Seeing Ji Yuandao's anxiety, the divine would spoke honestly. "I'm afraid I can't be of much help. I haven't been around for long, so my understanding of the demon race is limited. As for their strategies and intentions, I'm also in the dark. But regardless, caution is essential." Ji Yuandao nodded. "You're right. Protecting the territory and the safety of Great Yan's people is the top priority. I must find the demon race's weakness and a way to counter them." The Golden-Winged Rock Clan and the Flame Emperor have made peace. Will the other demon clans dare to cause trouble again? Anyway, let's stop discussing this. Do you feel that you and I have become stronger lately? The wooden sword answered bluntly, "No." Ji Yuandao fell into deep thought. After a long silence, he spoke slowly. "It seems we need to visit that expert again. Underlying chaos often leads to open turmoil, and the Feathering Immortal Palace is currently the clearest proof of this. For reasons unknown, the Great Hall was packed with people. A buzzing noise filled the air. The disciples looked skeptical and confused by this bizarre turn of events. They had heard everything about the Saintess's younger sister, but no one expected she would dare send a challenge letter. It was unbelievable. She had just been promoted to legacy disciple, and her cultivation realm had just broken through. Yet now, she plans to abandon all the resources and grooming of the Immortal Palace to run after an enemy. Just to make pottery? This isn't just impulsive, it is betrayal. Expulsion from the sect would be getting off light. If she faces severe punishment, then the more they talked, the more Mu Yuhuang felt her head spinning. She felt like she was about to explode from the stress. But right then, a majestic and familiar voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. "Enough! Everyone be silent. Do not be rash." Seeing the silhouette of the ancestor, everyone fell silent. All eyes focused on him, waiting to see how he would handle the situation. Mu Yuhuang rushed over, speaking anxiously. "Ancestor, my sister is young and naive. She doesn't understand the ways of the world. Her actions this time were surely because she was seduced by villains. This is my fault for not supervising her strictly. I beg the ancestor for leniency. Please give your disciple a chance to fix this. I am willing to personally bring my foolish sister back, so she may admit her guilt and await punishment." Although he wanted to be tolerant, Shun Xiaozi had already made a firm decision this time. The moment the words, "no need," were spoken, Mu Yuhuang instantly felt as if she had fallen into an abyss of despair. She hurriedly knelt on the ground, intending to continue begging, but Shun Xiaozi spoke coldly. As soon as Mu Yuhuang saw Shun Xiaozi, she rushed over in a panic. "Ancestor, my sister is young and naive. She doesn't understand the world. Her actions were definitely influenced by bad actors. It is all because I did not discipline her strictly enough. I beg the ancestor to be magnanimous and forgive her. Please give me a chance to redeem this error. I will personally bring my sister back to confess and await the ancestor's judgment. Though his heart wanted to show mercy, Shen Xiaozi was determined. As soon as he uttered no need, Mui Huang felt like she was plummeting into a deep abyss. She quickly knelt down, ready to beg again, but Shen Xiaozi cut her off. Yue Huang, listen to me first. That mysterious person in the wooden house has unknown origins and strength. Suddenly, a figure in azure appeared, draining people's magic power. Added to that are the movements of the Great Yin Dynasty and the Azure Cloud Sanctuary. The situation surrounding the Feathering Immortal Palace is incredibly complex. One slip up, and we will reach the point of no return. Mui Huang understood these words clearly, but Shen Xiaozi continued. Losing your sister is indeed a pity, but that was her choice. I cannot let you and the others continue to take risks because of this matter. Shen Xiaozi slowly walked over to Mui Huang. He placed a hand on her shoulder, comforting her gently. Yue Huang, rest assured. Years ago, I promised your parents I would take good care of you two sisters. As for Yin Wang, the ancestor will handle it properly. Trust me. Mui Huang remained silent. She knew she couldn't refute Shen Xiaozi's words. She could only nod obediently and withdraw. Just then, Wu Xinji stepped forward to report. Ancestor, Yue Huang and the others have returned. Shen Xiaozi pondered for a moment, then called out Shunji. Yu Xinji answered. Shen Xiaozi said, I have a task for you. The scene shifts to the Moon Phoenix Heavenly Palace. This was once Mu Yue Huang's private cultivation grotto. At present, she was busy laying out her entire fortune, from top-tier equipment and precious spirit pills to her life-bound magical treasures. But even with such thorough preparations, she couldn't shake the feeling of anxiety and unease. Mui Huang knew that secretly searching for a younger sister was an incredibly reckless act. It was even a betrayal of her ancestors' trust. And yet, Mui Huang didn't recognize her own folly. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of her sister, blinding her to everything else. The image of her fragile little sister, who needed her protection and care, surfaced in her mind. Mui Huang had made her a promise. So even though this journey was fraught with danger, and even if she had to go alone, she had to see it through. Yu Xinji watched Mui Huang's departing figure and could only sigh. He was all too familiar with her personality. Before long, Mui Huang arrived at Jiang Chen's wooden cabin. The house remained simple, a tranquil refuge nestled in nature, the secluded home of a reclusive master. Hiding behind some nearby bushes, Mui Huang watched the inside intently. Despite her resolve, she still had no idea how to get inside and bring her sister out. Putting everything else aside, this area alone was protected by a massive formation array. Last time, she had barely made it out alive. I was so eager to find my sister that I overlooked the most important thing. This could be the enemy's headquarters. Coming here is like walking right into the lion's den, she chided herself. While Mui Huang was lost in thought, Ji Xian appeared. He was holding a broom, as usual. He happened to sweep over to where she was hiding. Ji Xian smiled innocently and greeted her. Hello, Mississippi. Just those simple words made Mui Huang's heart leap into her throat. She stumbled back in alarm, demanding, Who are you? Why are you here? No, wait. That's the uniform of the Great Yin Imperial Dynasty. You're from the Great Yin Dynasty, so why are you here sweeping the courtyard? Ji Xian maintained his gentle smile and warmly invited her inside. My master mentioned that a female guest would be arriving soon. I suppose that must be you, Mississippi. Everything is ready. Please come in. Mui Huang was filled with suspicion. Suspicious. Way too suspicious. This is obviously a trap. Are they trying to provoke me? Fine. Whatever. I like to see what tricks you people have up your sleeves. But when she stepped into the courtyard, she was completely and utterly stunned. Yinglan was sitting at a stone table, waving her over with a friendly smile. The saintess of the Yuhua Divine Palace is here. Qing Yunzi was just as enthusiastic, asking how her ancestors' health had been recently. Only Su Linger looked a little annoyed, while Yinlan wore his usual gentle smile. From a normal perspective, they looked like a group of good people, getting along happily together. But in Mu Yue Huang's eyes, the Su clan, the Qing Yin Holy Land, and the Great Yin Imperial Dynasty were all gathered together. It was like a den of demons. She had heard that the ancestor of the Qing Yun Holy Land didn't have much time left, yet now his face was glowing with vitality. The middle-aged man from the Su clan was the same. His aura was much stronger than the last time they met. The Qing Yun Saintess and the prince of the great Yin imperial dynasty had also made obvious progress. But what shocked her most was the young woman who claimed to be from the Su clan. The last time they met, she was clearly immortal with no magical power whatsoever. But now, her aura had reached the divine ability realm, and she was even on the verge of breaking through to the golden core realm. This cultivation speed was unbelievable. It was as if she had become a completely different person. Not only that, but a powerful heavenly Yin energy radiated from her. With her current talent, she was in no way inferior to any saintess I've ever known. Could it be that master turned a normal person into a saintess in such a short time? If this method truly relies on his own power, couldn't he build an entire sect of saints and saintesses in no time? Mui Huang was terrified. The more she thought about it, the more dangerous it seemed. If that's true, her faction could be completely crushed. She was panicking now. This information was absolutely critical. Should I use all my strength to escape and warn everyone? If I hesitate any longer, once that master appears, I definitely won't be able to get away. Suddenly, Su Linger stepped in front of Mui Huang. Her eyes, filled with contempt, locked onto her. Linger spoke with a chilling tone. Saintess of the feathering immortal palace, in the near future, I will definitely surpass you. Mui Huang looked back, hesitating, her heart filled with suspicion. Jiang Linger continued calmly. I'm always by the senior's side, receiving his guidance almost every single day. The day my strength far exceeds yours will come. So, don't you dare harbor any ill will toward the senior. A chaotic mess of thoughts suddenly flooded Mu Yue Huang's mind. Thinking about daily guidance, about the method of creating a saintess, her mind could not find peace. She wondered, what exactly is the purpose of training a large number of saintesses? What kind of cultivation method allows one to increase their cultivation just by being by his side every day? Could it be dual cultivation, mass dual cultivation, or maybe even, don't tell me it's infinite tantric cultivation? Mui Huang suddenly realized Jiang Chen's terrifying plan. She felt exposed and helpless in her ignorance. Just then, Jiang Chen stepped out. Smiling carelessly, he said, Is that Miss Huang? Come over here quickly. Your sister is. But before he could finish, Mui Huang retreated 10 meters instantly. Her face was filled with terror. Jiang Chen could only force a smile, wondering why this was happening. He clearly hadn't done anything yet. Yet Mui Huang shouted, Don't come over here. What on earth is going on? Mui Huang's reaction was a bit strange. It was just a greeting, but she looked at him like he was a wild beast. At that moment, Mui Huang walked out of the house. She asked affectionately, Boss, you're up. Why is everyone gathered here? Is something wrong? Jiang Chen turned to look at her. He smiled and explained, Nothing really. It's just. Meanwhile, Mui Huang stood in the back, looking completely confused. She started paying attention to Mu Huang, her own younger sister. Seeing Mu Huang, it seemed her life here was much better than back at the feathering immortal palace. Facing Mu Huang simply greeted her casually. Oh, it's you, sister. Seeing her sister's outfit, Mu Huang froze. She screamed in horror, Yin Huang, why are you dressed like that? The sky was clear, the clouds calm. The sunlight was gentle and warm. The sun hung high above. Jiang Chen stood outside the door, arms crossed, looking into the room. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Clearly, he was in a very good mood. The reason was that the two sisters were sitting opposite each other at the pottery wheel. The two of them were in sync, happily molding clay together in harmony, creating a warm and happy scene. In just a short while, they had finished 2 small birds, shaped after their own likenesses. Jiang Chen watched from the outside, nodding to himself as he thought, The atmosphere is really nice. I told you so. As long as they sit down and talk sincerely, there's nothing between sisters that can't be resolved. But suddenly, Mui Huang flew into a rage. She flipped the pottery table and shouted, Why do I have to be here playing with mud? I told you, this is a waste of time. Mu Huang, who was molding clay, was startled. Seeing this scene, the smile on Jiang Chen's lips froze. He could only think to himself, pretend I never said anything. Mui Huang frowned, speaking sternly. Yin Huang, leaving the immortal palace without permission has caused a huge uproar. It even alerted the Holy Lord and the Ancestor. Clean this up later, then follow me back to the palace. Admit your mistake in front of the elders. If you humbly admit your fault, the Ancestor surely won't punish you too severely. It's so tense. Jiang Chun pondered silently. He felt the situation was truly serious. Is this happening because Mu Yin Huang came to my house? Jiang Chun wondered if he should intervene. But in the end, he decided to keep watching, since this was a private matter between sisters. Hearing Mu Yue Huang's words, Mu Yin Huang's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She took a deep breath. Adjusting her breathing, she asked calmly, "Can we sit down and talk about this properly?" However, Mu Yue Huang seemed to be holding back too much frustration. She flew into a rage without a second thought. Do you have any idea what's going on right now? Do you realize how much trouble you've caused? One wrong step, and you'll be branded a traitor to the Celestial Palace. Getting exiled would be getting off easy. You could even end up a wanted fugitive. It's come to this, and you still want to stay here and play with clay? What you need to be doing right now is finding a quiet place to cultivate in solitude and stabilize your new realm. Otherwise, who knows what kind of lingering side effects there might be. Suddenly, Mu Yue Huang turned to glare at Jiang Chun. Her eyes were burning with rage. As I see it, this is the last place you should be. Get back here, Yin Huang. Everyone is waiting for you. I've made myself perfectly clear. Doesn't Yin Huang understand the difficult position I'm in? Faced with her sister's explosive temper, Mu Yin Huang remained silent. She seemed to be trying her best to restrain her emotions. Right now, her mind was a storm of negative thoughts. She realized that the longer she stayed here, the greater the danger became. It would be best to leave as soon as possible. Mu Yin Huang forced herself to remain calm. She compelled herself to think things through. She recalled the boss's words. The art of pottery requires intense concentration. Focus on every movement of your hands, on the transformation of the clay. This state of focus can help you temporarily forget your troubles. By immersing you in the creative process, it allows the soul to find peace and open up. Suddenly, Mu Yin Huang picked up a piece of clay and began to shape it. Jiang Chun couldn't help but be surprised by her sudden action. In just a moment, she had finished sculpting a rather goofy-looking penguin. Jiang Chun forced a smile. That was fast, but it's a little weird. The atmosphere instantly became tense. After finishing her work, Mu Yin Huang let out a breath and said, "Sister, please listen to me." However, Mu Yue Huang didn't seem to be listening at all. What else is there to say? Don't tell me you still don't realize what you've done? This is unbelievable. Mu Yin Huang's expression immediately hardened. In a cold voice, she demanded, "Sister, let me finish." Seeing Mu Yue Huang get told off was surely a satisfying moment for the reader. Mu Yue Huang fell silent. She stared blankly at her younger sister. Mu Yin Huang spoke calmly. "I apologize for causing the Celestial Palace more trouble. When this is over, I will return to the palace myself and accept judgment from the Ancestor. No matter the punishment, I will bear it. But my time here has not been a waste. Truly, I have learned so much. You know it yourself, sister. This place is the reason I awakened the immortal phoenix body. What's more, everyone here treats me very well. They willingly share their cultivation experience. The boss even teaches me personally. He's always there to answer any questions I have. This is the best place for me to cultivate." It was clear Mu Yin Huang had no intention of leaving. Jiang Chen nodded. He smiled in her direction. After spending that short time with the clay, her state of mind had stabilized considerably. Mu Yin Huang continued to calmly articulate her thoughts. Meanwhile, Mu Yue Huang was drowning in her own negativity. She was completely stuck. She couldn't help but recall the sight of a young Mu Yin Huang, pleading with her. It's that same look again. Mu Yue Huang gritted her teeth. Why do you never, ever listen to me? Mu Yin Huang stared at her sister, stunned. She didn't understand what had set her off. Mu Yue Huang, selfish and completely lacking in understanding, screamed. What gives you the right to be so reckless? Can't you for once try to think about someone other than yourself? You just achieved a breakthrough in your cultivation. You finally have a chance to catch up to me. And yet, at this critical moment, you choose to run away from the celestial palace? Have you even considered how everyone back at the palace will see you? A rare chance to stand on equal footing with the holy maiden is right in front of you, and you're throwing it away. To stay here and play with mud. Everyone thinks you've lost your mind. I think you're just being childish, trying to define me. You're gambling with your own future. You say this is the best place for you, that everyone here is so wonderful. What are you so sure about that? Nothing in this world is ever that simple. You must have forgotten where your current power even came from, and just how strong you've really become. It was as if Manhwa Huang was just spouting nonsense to justify herself. Please, Yin Huang, come back. Listen to me. Come back with your sister. Manhwa Huang's face was grim. Sister, she called out coldly. Manhwa Huang looked up, waiting to see what she would say next. But Manhwa Huang was surprisingly gentle. She simply reached out and took her sister's hand. Manhwa Huang said softly, "There's no need to verify anything. This is my own choice. I will do my best to take responsibility for this decision, so I hope you can respect my choice." It seemed Manhwa Huang's beauty and wisdom were inversely proportional. She paid no mind to her sister's words, loyal only to her own selfishness. She always assumed and insisted that her younger sister must obey her. Suddenly, Manhwa Huang slapped Manhwa Huang, the sharp sound echoing through the air. Manhwa Huang was stunned. Her eyes widened as she stared at Manhwa Huang, whose voice dripped with negativity and resentment as she questioned. "Have you forgotten?" Manhwa Huang looked back, flustered. Manhwa Huang continued. "Every time, it's because of you. You need to take responsibility." "But how? How do you take responsibility?" "That's right, it was because of you back then, too. Because of your willfulness. If you hadn't messed things up then, you've gotten bold, haven't you? Learn to talk back now, have you? I'm trying to be calm and resolve this. But you've thrown reason away, and you insist on seeing everything through your own negativity." Manhwa Huang still tried to explain, but Manhwa Huang had nearly lost all control, hissing through gritted teeth. "Don't you know what everyone had to endure because of your willfulness? If you hadn't been there," painful memories came flooding back. Manhwa Huang looked as if she was about to burst into tears. Suddenly, a gentle but commanding voice rang out, cutting through the argument. "That's enough." Sensing the situation was getting out of hand, Jiang Chun quickly stepped forward, placing himself in front of Manhwa Huang. He looked at Manhwa Huang, his brow furrowed. "Miss, you're getting a little out of line." Manhwa Huang looked at Jiang Chun standing protectively in front of her. A sense of warmth filled her heart. "It's the master. Having him here really does put my mind at ease," she thought. Some words, if spoken without control, Jiang Chun said, become a blade that severs the bond between two people. They become an arrow that pierces the heart. Therefore, I think some things are better left unsaid. Manhwa Huang fell silent. After a long moment, she whispered, "You're right. I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving. You can stay here, sister." She left those words hanging in the air and walked out. On the ground, the ceramic statue they had molded together was now badly misshapen. The conversation between the two sisters was, for now, over. At the foot of a towering mountain, the scenery was like a celestial paradise, with mist blanketing everything. Manhwa Huang walked the path leading to the summit, her heart heavy with sorrow. Images of what just happened replayed in her mind, and tears fell silently. As she walked, she thought to herself, "Little sister, why won't you listen to me? Is that a grave up ahead?" As she drew closer, Manhwa Huang saw an old man standing before the grave and asked, "Senior, is this the grave of a loved one?" The old man nodded, his voice deep with sadness. "Yes, a relative of mine who passed from illness long ago. This is my younger sister's grave." "A younger sister," Manhwa Huang murmured, her eyes filled with a turbulent mix of emotions. She looked at the old man and said softly, "A younger sister again." The old man turned to look at her, his voice cool. "And what about a younger sister?" As if finding someone to confide in, Manhwa Huang told him her story. The mysterious old man nodded. "I see. Your younger sister has been led astray by a villain, and she no longer listens to your advice. Though I'm only hearing your side of the story, I cannot make an accurate judgment, but I want to tell you this. Your sister is still alive. Things can still be salvaged. If not, by the time you reach my age, it will be too late for regrets." All you'll have left to look at is this cold tombstone. The old man's words blew through her mind like the wind, leaving Mu Yuehuang standing silently before the grave, her heart in turmoil. The old man sighed and continued. I understand how you feel right now. Your sister's sudden change has left you suffering and confused. Perhaps this item will help restore your sister's sanity. It is of no use to me anymore. Mu Yuehuang stared in astonishment at the jade pendant in the old man's hand. Although she knew that windfalls rarely drop from the sky, she still chose to believe him. She asked hesitantly, I sincerely hope my sister can return to normal, but I also sense a tremendous power within your artifact. Will it harm her? The old man smiled. I understand your concern. This artifact is an heirloom passed down from my ancestors. It is both ancient and mysterious. It can help calm the mind and restore reason. It will not harm the user. On the contrary, it awakens the kindness and gentleness within. Mu Yuehuang reached out to take the jade pendant. Her heart filled with doubt. Is this thing really that miraculous? Senior, please tell me. You and I are strangers. Why are you helping me? The old man smiled, his voice warm and deep. Because the care and love you have for your sister is something I will never be able to give again. Our meeting today is also fate. You only need to place this artifact near your sister. Let her feel its energy. As for the rest, let your sister decide for herself. But no matter what, companionship, love, and care are the best cures. You also need to believe in your sister's inner strength. During her recovery, always support and encourage her. Companionship and love. Mu Yuehuang muttered softly, a bitterness rising in her heart. It's true. I was truly too selfish. I didn't even listen to what my sister had to say. I only looked at things one-sidedly. Even so, Mu Yuehuang nodded in thanks, accepting the old man's kindness. I will try my best to help her and get her through this difficult time. No matter the outcome, I will always love her. The old man smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with praise and trust. However, if one looked closely, they would see something suspicious in his gaze. As for Mu Yuehuang, blinded as she was, she certainly couldn't see it. She had only one thought in her mind right now, to try and bring Mu Yuehuang back to her side. Remember, love is the greatest power. It can overcome all difficulties. The old man stood there, gazing thoughtfully at the distant horizon, as if sifting through memories from a time long past. In a simple sect, inside a quiet room, a lonely old man sat there, his mind submerged in memories intertwined with pain. Every time he closed his eyes, those images appeared vividly, as if it happened just yesterday. The time they spent happily together, helping each other, growing together, seemed like it had only just passed. He realized he couldn't escape those precious memories. The pain of longing was carved deep into his heart, impossible to ever erase. He remembered the warm smile and diligent efforts of his beloved disciple. His heart overflowed with longing. Every memory felt like a knife cutting deep into his soul. The times of teaching and guiding, sparring together, overcoming countless hardships together, creating beautiful memories. However, that fateful day arrived. A disciple rushed into the room, bearing bad news. Master, eldest senior brother has been killed. The old man didn't remember clearly how angry and desperate he was back then. He only knew the cup in his hand was instantly crushed to dust. He asked in a low, growling voice, "What did you say?" The disciple continued, "It happened a few hours ago. Eldest senior brother was intercepted by Mu Yuehuang of the Feathering Sanctuary. She disemboweled him. He couldn't block it." The old man's heart was filled with killing intent, leaving only hatred and a thirst for revenge. Feathering Sanctuary? Mu Yuehuang. My Tai's sanctuary and her Feathering Sanctuary have no grievances. Why was she so vicious? The disciple explained, "I heard eldest senior brother blocked Mu Yuehuang's path, and she has always been an extremist." The old man roared, "Shut up, my beloved disciple." Now, that pain was unbearable. It was like a great sword plunged deep into his heart, tormenting him for the rest of his life. His screams seemed to rip the sky apart. It was all in the past now. His disciple's death had torn his heart to shreds, leaving him in utter desolation. He felt ashamed, wondering if he had truly fulfilled his duty as a master, if he could have protected his disciple better. He understood that, no matter how much he yearned, his disciple would never return. Self-blame and grief wouldn't bring his disciple peace. The old man stared intently at Manhwa Huang, his eyes cold and filled with hatred. It was time for him to do something for his disciple. The power of love is the greatest power of all, capable of overcoming any hardship. Both longing and pain were transformed into strength, the most powerful and pure kind, even if it was sometimes mixed with malice. Every person who crosses our path in life is a special and precious soul in this world. Even after they are gone, the memory of them will forever be a lighthouse, illuminating our souls, bringing serenity and beauty. Liang smiled, using his spirit energy to drain the soul and life force from the other man's body. His eyes were cold, devoid of any emotion, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. He stood silently before the man, his spirit energy radiating a blue light, both ethereal and real. We find peace and continue to strive for the sake of the departed, as well as for ourselves. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Great Yin was carrying the divine sword toward the wooden cabin. I wonder if the master will be angry when he finds out about this. But with his generous heart, he surely won't hold a grudge. The important thing right now is to catch that shameless disciple and restore the master's honor. The divine sword beside him said, I think we should start by addressing your pathetic technique. Ji Yuan Dao, who had been flying, spun around furiously to argue with the divine sword. You dare say my swordsmanship is pathetic? Wait, my words. Spit them out right now. The divine sword retorted stubbornly. Take a good look at yourself and see if you're so strong. Ji Yuan Dao yelled. Even if I'm not that strong, I'm still a grand martial uncle. Suddenly, Ji Yuan Dao sensed a strange aura nearby, and the divine sword noticed it too. From a distance, a powerful demonic aura emerged, making no attempt to conceal itself. At that moment, Liang had finished draining the corpse and was retracting his spirit energy. At the same time, he also sensed the arrival of a powerful expert. Ji Yuan Dao descended from the sky, his sharp gaze sweeping over the man before him. His voice was like ice. I finally found you. You bloodthirsty murderer. Liang stood there, his gaze like a knife cutting into his opponent. He realized this person was no ordinary man. The aura radiating from him was exactly what he needed. However, he had already met his quota for the day. His body had no more room to hold anymore. So, he let out a soft chuckle, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Old man, if you came here looking for me on purpose, I'd advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Do that, and I might let you live a few more days. Ji Yuan Dao's brow furrowed. His voice was cold. Meddling, he was enraged, though he appeared calm on the surface. When he got serious, the aura of an emperor became palpable, striking fear into the hearts of others. He roared, You dare say I'm meddling? I am the emperor of the Great Yin dynasty. This animal has been slaughtering my subjects. And you want me to just stand by and do nothing? The smile vanished from Liang's lips. He stared intently at his opponent, his voice full of suspicion. You're the emperor of Great Yin? The emperor of Great Yin should be safe in his palace. Why would he appear in a desolate place like this? Do you two take me for a fool? However, from the aura on you, I can sense that you're no ordinary person. You've at least reached the Dharma aspect realm. Ji Yuan Dao replied coldly. What's more despicable is that you not only commit evil deeds, but you also frame others for them. Liang said no more. He recalled his spirit energy, his face flickering in the cold light. Others? You mean that guy on the wanted poster? Ji Yuan Dao was furious. You dare call the master ugly? But what surprised him the most was the wanted poster itself. What's with the wanted poster? The city was still bustling with people. Just then, a young Jiang Chun walked into the city. He carried a bag of pottery in his hand. His heart was filled with joy. Thanks to Miss Yin Huang's help, he could finally set up a stall today. Why are so many people gathered in front of the notice board? Curious, Jiang Chun approached. He wanted to see what the news was. If there were any wanted criminals listed, he would definitely steer clear. But when he saw the contents of the notice, Jiang Chun's face went numb. His heart felt like it had shattered. The poster read, Man-killing, soul-sucking demon. A male in green robes. Appearance as depicted in the portrait. Extremely arrogant. Although it only said similar, Jiang Chun felt like his world was collapsing. His eyes widened in horror as he stared at the notice. Man-killing, soul-sucking demon. A male in green robes. What in the world is going on? As he was staring intently at the poster, an older man walked over. He placed a hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder and asked with a friendly smile, "Boss Jiang, you're here." Jiang Chun stammered, "Yes, I am." The man continued, "We haven't seen you in a long time. Everyone's missed you. Don't you pay any mind to that wanted poster. It's got to be a coincidence. There are countless young men who wear green. Besides, we all know Boss Jiang isn't that kind of person." The others who had been crowded around the poster also came over. They all agreed. "That's right. You must be hungry, right? How about you come to my stall for a bowl of noodles?" Although Jiang Chun was troubled by the drawing, he never expected everyone to be so concerned about him. It felt wonderful to be trusted. Jiang Chun smiled and said, "Thank you, everyone." But then he thought to himself, "But why is even the hairstyle exactly the same? Who is that despicable person?" At that very moment, the despicable person in question was facing off against Gonyuan Dao. His voice was cold and filled with disgust. "That ugly thing. Are they all blind? Not only did they ruin my peerless face by drawing it like that, but what's even more infuriating is that the clothes I wear are white. The green is just a reflection from my spirit energy. This is so irritating." Gonyuan Dao said through gritted teeth, "To commit such evil deeds and still have the audacity to be so arrogant. I must capture him alive, to give the dead an explanation, and to clear the great expert's name. But even though my swordsmanship is masterful, it's not invincible. Moreover, this brat's true strength is a mystery. He must be deliberately concealing it. I don't know what kind of person he is, or how he fights." Mu Jian, standing beside him, smiled confidently. "Don't worry. I won't let you lose. This hesitation of yours is making me lose face." Gonyuan Dao looked at Mu Jian and sighed. "You really are just a kid with a big mouth." Not holding back at all, he looked up. His eyes, filled with defiance, stared straight at Liang. His voice was ice cold. "I'm warning you. You've gotten yourself into some serious trouble. You have unwittingly become the scapegoat for a figure you cannot afford to offend. Compared to him, you are nothing but an insignificant speck. Not just in terms of power. Even that arrogance of yours is worthless." Liang replied calmly, "Is that so?" Gonyuan Dao continued his boastful speech. He spoke with pride of the expert's transcendent wisdom and profound insight. He comprehends the principles and mysteries of the universe. He sees through all the vicissitudes of human life. From that, he guides us on the great path of cultivation. His extraordinary wisdom penetrates the human heart, shattering every layer of illusion and elevating the cultivation of those around him. Unlike you, an insignificant wretch who only sullies the great expert's honor. Hearing this, Liang couldn't help but get annoyed. He asked, "If this person I'm taking the fall for is really that powerful, then I'd quite like to meet him." As he spoke, Liang directed his spirit energy straight at Gonyuan Dao. Two frost snake spirits shot through the air with astonishing speed. They left verdant afterimages in their wake. However, Gonyuan Dao was not so easily defeated. The moment Liang launched his attack, he found an opening to counterattack. Liang sprang up, dodging on pure instinct. His figure seemed to dissolve into the mist, proving he's no ordinary fighter. Maybe he really is the emperor of Great Yin. He actually has some skill. Ji Yuandao laughed heartily. "Haha, young man, your magic is indeed formidable. But true technique requires courage and power, something a lowly cultivator like you could never comprehend." In a flash, Ji Yuandao appeared behind Liang, ready to strike. He knew, whether as an emperor or a true swordsman, one must overcome the fear and unease within, to bravely face unknown challenges. Not just for the senior, but for my people. Focus the mind. Ji Yuandao gritted his teeth, raising the sword high above his head, preparing to unleash his ultimate move. But suddenly, the divine wood swelled up and swallowed Ji Yuandao's head whole. On the other side, Liang, who was ready to counter, was left speechless. He thought, "I still feel like this guy isn't the Great Yin Emperor." Even for a split second, there was no time to mourn for the Great Yin Emperor, preparing for the next battle. Cultivators possess spiritual energy and extraordinary strength. They can absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. transforming it into their own core energy, far exceeding the limits of mortals. They achieve unimaginable abilities like flight, invisibility, teleportation, elemental control, and even grasping the laws of life, death, and reincarnation. Not only that, cultivators carry an unshakable will. They pursue eternal life, transcending the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death, willing to sacrifice and persevere on the path of cultivation, to seek eternal truth. If so, Liang truly wants to know the origin of the truth he once pursued. Perhaps in the beginning, he too was full of passion, but now his eyes are cold as ice. He has no interest left in life. Crimson blood has stained his memories, blurring everything else. He is forever haunted by that sea of blood, and the cold words of those people ringing in his ears. It's someone from the demon race. Demons are nothing but trouble. What can something so small do? Forget it. It's just one of them. What waves can it make? Why? Why? What did I do wrong? He slightly closed his blood-red eyes, as if the tears flowing from them would also be crimson. What did I do wrong? To have to witness that? Ji Yuandao, currently being bitten by the wooden sword, was dizzy and disoriented. He couldn't see a thing. In Liang's mind, a familiar figure appeared, a person in pure white robes, with hair as white as snow, approaching him, asking, "What kind of power do you desire?" Liang snapped out of it, muttering, "Right? Power. I want power. I need power. Only the strong can control the laws of this world. Only the strong can survive and protect themselves and their loved ones. But what am I doing?" Liang looked at his opponent. Confusion rose in his heart. What is this thing in front of me? Why am I wasting time on this? He sighed, speaking coldly. "Hey, Baldy, I'm not in the mood to waste time with you. If you keep messing around, I can't guarantee you'll remain in one piece." Ji Yuandao responded awkwardly. Sure, Chan. Can you cooperate with me for once? We need to face the enemy together. Not have you causing me trouble." Sure sighed. Her voice dripped with sarcasm. "Cooperate? I can't stand your snail-paced swordsmanship." Ji Yuandao replied bitterly, "Slow? As a sword cultivator, if you don't even have confidence in your own strength, you should at least show me some respect." Sure huffed coldly. "Don't talk to me about sword cultivators. I feel like you're far worse than the kids in the neighboring village." Ji Yuandao was frustrated. He gripped the hilt tightly and shouted, "Enough! Stop arguing. If you have an idea, then spit out already." He realized he couldn't defeat this opponent without Shure's help. Of course, Shure wasn't being too harsh. Upon hearing Ji Yuandao's question, Shure Xiang immediately said, "Before you cultivated alone. Now, you need to coordinate with me. Understand? Fine. I guess you don't get it yet. But I know a trick that can make your swordsmanship more fluid. Close your eyes, sense my consciousness, and use your senses to control the sword." Ji Yuandao was still bewildered, unsure of how he was supposed to sense anything. But Shure Xiang continued, "This way, you can unleash your maximum power." Ji Yuandao suddenly erupted in anger, shouting, "And why should I believe your nonsense? You gotta be kidding me. I can't see a thing right now. And I don't even have a weapon. How am I supposed to use any sword techniques?" Shure Xiang suddenly retorted, "Are you sure there's no sword in your hand?" Ji Yuandao was taken aback. He focused his senses again and realized, faintly, that something had changed. He stared at his own hand. It felt as if he had just grasped a sword. And indeed, the old emperor now held a sword in his hand. Its power even surpassed that of Shure Xiang's physical form. Spiritual energy surged endlessly. Ji Yuandao, with his head still in Shure Xiang's bite, leapt into the air, preparing to attack Liang. The thrill of battle had returned. Liang watched this spectacle and said coldly, "Bald old man, stop with the flashy tricks. I could take on many more of you." Ji Yuandao snorted indignantly. "Just a mere demon. You think you can beat me just because I'm old?" Liang replied, "That's not what I meant. It's just that even if you weren't older than me, you still couldn't beat me." Ji Yuandao raised his sword and said, "Young man, your thinking is truly arrogant. Allow me to show you my newfound power." Shure Xiang sighed and said, "Don't get too cocky. The opponent is very strong. His power far exceeds your current level." Ji Yuandao was startled and asked, "For real? Sure, Xiang explained honestly. From my observation, this man is an incredibly mysterious Qi spirit master. When they coordinate with their Qi spirit, they can create techniques that are both bizarre and immensely powerful. Those who can absorb the magical energy of others most certainly rely on coordination with a Qi spirit. However, this power has its limits, such as attributes, status, and the compatibility within the Qi spirit's body. The effectiveness of the energy absorption depends on both quantity and quality. Sometimes, they can't absorb enough energy from the Qi spirit, which in turn limits their ability to cast spells. This coordination requires an unspoken pact and a close cooperative relationship with the Qi spirit. If they can't build a good relationship with their Qi spirit, their ability to absorb power will be affected. A Qi spirit master needs to thoroughly understand the characteristics and abilities of their Qi spirit to adjust and adapt, achieving maximum absorption efficiency. These factors can become weaknesses for those who lack adaptability. But this man has reached the pinnacle of Qi spirit masters. In other words, he's overwhelmingly strong. Ji Yuan Dao swallowed hard. He asked cautiously, "What did you just say?" Sure, Xiang continued. "Although I don't know how he reached that level. If you use your weakness to challenge his strength, it's no different from seeking your own death." Across from them, Liang still showed no intention of attacking. He just glanced coldly at Ji Yuan Dao and let out a soft snort. Ji Yuan Dao asked angrily, "What do you mean, my weakness against his strength? Swordsmanship is the strength I'm most proud of." What a dead fool. Sure Xiang let out a faint sigh and said, "I was referring to the coordination between the two of us." This left Ji Yuan Dao unable to argue, because the two of them had absolutely no synergy. Sure Xiang continued, "If you want to retreat safely, you need to observe carefully. Understand the opponent's behavior and abilities. You could perform some distracting actions to sever the cooperation between him and his Qi spirit. Loud noises, bright lights, or thick fog could all create trouble for them." Ji Yuan Dao nodded and laughed. "I get it. Those things will make it harder for him to absorb power, weakening his ability to cast spells. When he uses his absorption ability, he also exposes his own weaknesses. Attacking those key energy points will reduce his spell-casting capabilities." Enlightened by Sure Xiang, Ji Yuan Dao began to think more strategically. The sword in his hand gradually vanished. "I understand now," he said in amazement. And just like that, Ji Yuan Dao threw his imperial dignity to the wind. After all, Sure Xiang was currently biting his head, so no one saw a thing. They only saw a lion sashaying over, calling out, "Hey there, little brother." The old man sidled up to Liang, trying to coax him. "Let me tell you something." Before Liang could even react, Gan Yuan Dao leaned into his ear and let out a piercing scream. It made Liang jump out of his skin. But just destroying his hearing wasn't enough. Gan Yuan Dao then slapped a handful of powder into Liang's face. This time, it was to destroy his sense of smell. Liang broke into a long, coughing fit. Meanwhile, Gan Yuan Dao stood with his hands on his hips, roaring with laughter, a look of pure delight on his face. According to previous reports, the victims who had been sucked dry were subjected to this dizzying pepper, an incredibly cruel tactic. Affected by that dizzying pepper, Liang's hearing was damaged. Even his eyes were watering from the sting. He gritted his teeth, seething with rage. "You despicable, to use such a low-down trick." Suddenly, a roar echoed. A blinding pillar of light appeared behind Liang. His spirit beast surged up from behind him. Liang frowned, staring straight at Gan Yuan Dao. His voice was cold. "You worthless old geezer playing emperor. You've really pissed me off now." Gan Yuan Dao, both shocked and furious, screamed, "What? Playing emperor? You dare say I'm playing emperor?" He turned into a mad dog, lunging forward while hitting and cursing. "You're the worthless scum pretending to be a great expert. The pot calling the kettle black." Liang gritted his teeth. His eyes were like ice. "Are you looking to die? Who's the real imposter here?" The two clashed. The sky lit up with dazzling flashes of gold and green light, creating a stark contrast. The two seemed evenly matched. Liang stood still. Observing the situation, he thought to himself, "This old geezer actually has some real power." Gan Yuan Dao was no longer underestimating his opponent. He had realized Liang's true strength. He retreated slightly and said to Shi Xiang, "Just as you said, this opponent is no simple matter. Looks like we'll have to use our real skills." Shi Xiang narrowed its eyes contemptuously and huffed. "Looks like you've run into a tough opponent. But this is also a chance to test you." Ganyuan Dao frowned, his resolve hardening. "I will use my sword intent to show this demon what I'm made of. I will never forgive anyone who dares to trample on my great Yin Empire." Liang replied coldly, "Well then, old man, your expectations are about to be shattered. The strong have the right to be arrogant, but..." Ganyuan Dao watched the scene before him with a look of annoyance. How dare this young man be so arrogant? Who gave him a nerve? Liang didn't answer. He just gently raised his hand. A pure green light emanated from his palm. That seemingly gentle light concealed a terrifying power. Behind Liang, several spirit beasts shot into the air. Their forms were ferocious, their might overwhelming. It caused the ground below to shatter and crumble. Liang said slowly, "I'm not being arrogant. Listen closely. I am an existence far beyond you, and that very fact grants me the authority for this arrogance." He clenched his hand. The three giant spirit beasts in the sky immediately tore through the wind and clouds, crossing the vast forest to attack Ganyuan Dao, who was hovering high above. On the ground, the earth continued to be bombarded, shattering into pieces. Ganyuan Dao clicked his tongue. He couldn't help but praise his opponent. "Not bad, kid." From the old man's palm, a sword appeared. He yelled, "Demon subduing sword," swinging his blade forward. The sharp sword chi was filled with righteous energy. It could slay demons and exorcise evil. However, Liang just chuckled and said casually, "Thanks." Two spirit beasts flew out of nowhere. One opened its mouth and swallowed the sword chi. The sword chi trembled and then vanished as if it had never existed. Ganyuan Dao hastily retreated. His eyes were wide with astonishment as he stared at the two spirit beasts. "They even absorbed my sword intent? How is that possible? Is this some kind of system bug?" He turned and asked Shi Xiang, "What do we do?" This time, Shi Xiang didn't bop him on the head, but instead transformed into its lion form. It stood protectively in front of him. It said gravely, "This is bad. My cultivation and my life force are being drained." Ganyuan Dao frowned, his expression decisive. "If we can't deal with his spirit beasts, there's only one way. It's risky, but if I can find an opening, there's still a chance to win. To catch the bandits, you have to catch the king first." He dove down from above, wielding Shi Xiang in its complete form. Liang just scoffed contemptuously. "For an expert of your caliber, your tactics are pathetic. You must have a death wish." He raised his hand. From the ground, another spirit beast emerged. It opened its mouth, intending to swallow Ganyuan Dao whole. Its speed was beyond his calculations. Ganyuan Dao thought worriedly, "I can't get close. The spirit beasts will just drain my cultivation. I'll just get weaker and weaker. This is bad." The other three spirit beasts are closing in. In that moment, he felt a wave of helplessness. He wanted to give up. The last spark of hope in his mind seemed to flicker out. Is there really no other way? "I can't accept this." Ganyuan Dao closed his eyes, waiting for the end. But death did not come. Instead, Shi Xiang transformed from a sword into a person. She stood protectively in front of him, letting the spirit beast drain her own power instead. Her expression was one of agony. But right now, all she could think was to apologize for her flawed intelligence. She had implicated Ganyuan Dao. She screamed, "I'll hold it off. You go get help." Ganyuan Dao's eyes filled with anguish and despair. It was as if he himself were the one in pain. "I'm the one who's supposed to protect you. You've always been the one to guide me. Even if you say our good fortune is thanks to that great expert," whether it was bickering loudly or laughing joyfully, the two of them always looked out for each other. They were happy together. And now, Shi Xiang was telling him to run. Could his conscience, his heart, ever allow that? "You really like to drain things, don't you?" Ganyuan Dao's brow furrowed. Then, he suddenly unleashed the entirety of his power. That spirit beast would surely absorb it all up to a certain point. So he decided to gamble everything on one move and make it explode. As expected, Ganyuan Dao's judgment was correct. The spirit beast latched onto Shi Xiang vanished. Success. He rushed forward, grabbing Shi Xiang and flying away, muttering, "So these spirit beasts really are all connected. They share an energy resonance. When one is destroyed, the others become useless." seeing his spirit beast destroyed. The expression on Liang's face changed in an instant. His eyes burned as he seethed. My precious soul vessel. All the souls I collected, wasted. You damned old man. Don't even think about escaping. Liang gritted his teeth. He was about to chase after Ganyuan Dao. But suddenly a young voice rang out, stopping him in his tracks. A girl appeared. Not to help, but to warn him. Stop. Some idiot has been gone for ages and still isn't back. The master was asking for you. I had to come all the way out here to find you. This is the last time. Liang answered angrily. I had my reasons. The girl shrugged. She ignored his explanation and said coldly, whatever your reasons are, you can explain them to the master yourself. I don't want to get dragged down with you. With that, she vanished into thin air as quickly as she had appeared, having been summoned back. Liang, of course, could no longer stay to fight or pursue Ganyuan Dao. In the distance, Ganyuan Dao sensed that his opponent's aura had disappeared. The immediate danger seemed to have passed, but they were both completely exhausted. If they didn't act quickly, they might not survive. The scene changes to a vast, grand hall. The atmosphere was gloomy and eerie, enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Seeing Liang return, one figure curled his lip in a sarcastic smile. One embarrassment, held up for half a day by an old man and a little kid. You're unworthy of the title Spirit Master, Liang retorted irritably. Cut the crap. That old man was no pushover. What's more, he claimed to be the great Yin Emperor. And the kid that transformed from a wooden sword wasn't simple, either. I absorb a portion of its spiritual power. My cultivation skyrocketed, but also destabilized my soul vessel. That's the only reason the old man got an opening. The other person snorted. Yeah, right. Tell me another one. Liang immediately shot back. Aren't you a demon? As the two were arguing, someone who appeared to be their lord emerged. He smiled lightly and intervened. That's enough. I understand the situation perfectly. It is rare for all four of you to be present at once. The speaker was the purple-haired girl who had brought Liang back. There was also Kuei Yuantian, a bald man with a massive, muscular build. And finally, Liang. These four were subordinates of the white-haired figure, who was also the mastermind behind it all. Although he sat silently, the aura radiating from him put immense pressure on everyone present. Everyone is finally here, he said, but our progress is slower than anticipated. To open the gate to the other world, our current power is far from sufficient. Liang instantly became obedient. He bowed sincerely and spoke. This time, it was truly this subordinate's negligence. I absolutely will not let it happen again. At that moment, another person stepped forward, smiling. While we were returning, I tracked a strange old man and discovered a small wooden house deep in the forest. I sensed a power coming from that house that is very similar to yours, my lord. The white-clad man coldly asked Kuei Yuantian, is the owner of that wooden house the one who beat you half to death? Hearing that, Kuei Yuantian's face suddenly turned pale. You originally intended to sacrifice your own daughter, but instead, you were beaten unrecognizable by his assistant. Does a father like you even have any dignity left? Kuei Yuantian glared, growling, you wretched bitch. She casually ignored him, smiling as she continued. When we passed by, we happened to see someone stepping out of the house. He looked completely ordinary. You could say he was the epitome of a mortal, but the object he carried was terrifying. It contained supreme, divine power, as if the power of the entire universe was concentrated within it. Unconsciously, she sank into a state of infatuation, feeling that strange power flowing into her body. The corners of her lips curled up. She licked her lips lightly and exclaimed, magnificent! The one he serves must be a brilliant expert. Just recalling that power makes me tremble uncontrollably. She hugged herself tightly, sighing. No, I can't take it anymore. Liang spoke coldly. You should know when to stop. I took a close look at the item he was carrying. It is indeed a supreme divine artifact, but that mortal might have just stumbled upon it somewhere. The white-clad man asked slowly, power similar to mine, you say? Regardless, that small wooden house is worth revisiting. One of the group raised their hand to volunteer. Let me go. I really want to see this expert that old man mentioned with my own eyes. Kuei Yuantian glared spitefully, thinking to himself, doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even with my cultivation, I couldn't handle him, let alone a cheap slut like you. Dying early might be a blessing. The white-clad man trusted his subordinate, so he agreed immediately. He sent Liang to accompany her. Before they left, he gave strict instructions. Bring that expert back to meet me. As for the rest, turn them into fodder for your spirit artifact. Elsewhere, Ji Yuan Dao was struggling to fly back to the wooden house. As he went, he gritted his teeth in anger, while Sure lay quietly at his waist. I'm so pissed off. I must report this to the senior immediately. I can't let those bastards act above the law, he thought. Surprisingly, before he even had to search, he saw the senior appear in the distance. Jiang Chun was currently holding an object that looked ordinary, but in the old man's eyes, it was something that concentrated the power of the universe. In his heart, Jiang Chun was happily thinking about firing this batch of porcelain to sell in the city for money. The day of eating meat freely is not far off. What a joy! Seeing Jiang Chun, Ji Yuandao rushed toward him. His face was ashen, startling Jiang Chun. When did you arrive, old Yuan? Ji Yuandao gasped for air. It's bad. His body was so weak he could barely hold on. He struggled to speak. Boss, something terrible has happened. Someone is impersonating you to do evil deeds. Jiang Chun froze, his face changing color. A string of curses ran through his mind. Oh God, even he knows about it. Or did he see the wanted posters in the city? Ji Yuan Dao complained indignantly. On my way here, I saw him sucking out people's souls. He was intentionally showing off. He made his white robes look green. And he even dared to mock you, boss. He's unforgivable. So you ran into the man himself. And he's a murderous demon. To boot? This is all getting a little weird. Gong Yuan Dao handed the sad-looking sword to Jiang Chun and added, not only that, but I used the wooden sword you gave me to fight him for several rounds. As a result, the wooden sword was drained until it looked like this. The scale grass on the hill drooped. It was clearly withered. Jiang Chun froze. He couldn't understand how even the wooden sword had been drained. He looked at Gong Yuan Dao and asked cautiously, did you take care of him? The answer, of course, was a resounding no. The small wooden cabin was filled with the gentle light of the setting sun. After being brought inside to rest, Jiang Chun quickly prepared a simple soup to help Gong Yuan Dao recover his strength. The man wolfed down the entire bowl in a hurry. Jiang Chun and Mu Yin Huang could only stand by and watch in silence. They both thought the same thing. He must have been starving. Gong Yuan Dao drank the soup in one go. He set the bowl down on the table and praised, delicious. This soup is absolutely incredible. Looking at his complexion now, his health seemed to have recovered significantly. Even his bald head seemed to have gotten a bit shinier. Jiang Chun couldn't help but be surprised, wondering how the man's face had changed so much in an instant. Mu Yin Huang also offered a strained smile. He finished it all in a flash. Gong Yuan Dao looked cheerfully at Jiang Chun and asked, excuse me, boss. What kind of soup is this? Jiang Chun was a little embarrassed, but he still smiled and replied, this is pearl jade, white jade soup. But the truth was, he'd run out of rice. There was nothing left in the house but the cold winter wind, even for a man of his talents. All he had left was a single piece of tofu, so he had to improvise. He never expected his guest to enjoy it so much. He must have been really hungry, or maybe he's just trying to save me some face. He's a good person. That was Jiang Chun's sincere thought. But Gong Yuan Dao wasn't thinking that at all. His mind felt as if it had just experienced a great enlightenment. Everything was just as I predicted. This soup can only be found in the heavens. It's not something a mere mortal can easily taste. Just one sip felt like it merged the immortal and mortal realms within me. It's unbelievable. 2 sips, and my depleted body is overflowing with vitality again. My life essence has not only been restored, but elevated. Oh, I feel like I'm in the celestial palace, dancing with fairies, experiencing endless bliss. The thought made him even more excited. He licked the bowl clean of every last drop. If I ever get the chance, I must have this soup again. Haha, this is just too exciting. Jiang Chun gave a weak smile. He thought to himself, looks like he really was starving. But isn't he supposed to be rich? Gong Yuan Dao then asked, so who is this young lady? Jiang Chun smiled and replied, I forgot to introduce you. This is Mu Yin Huang, Miss Mu Yin. Outside, the wooden sword, stuck in the ground, was absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. But its heart was restless. It wanted some soup, too. Gong Yuan Dao was startled when he heard the name Mu Yun Huang. Isn't Mu Yun Huang the younger sister of the Yuhua Holy Maiden? He immediately smiled and said, "Greetings, Miss Mu. I'm Gong Yuan Dao. You could just call me Uncle Gong." Mu Yun Huang was stunned. "Greetings, Uncle Gong. Isn't Gong Yuan Dao the great Yin Emperor?" Jiang Chun, blissfully unaware, just smiled brightly and said, "That's right. Our guest arrived at the perfect time. Miss Mu and I were just about to fire a batch of decorative pottery. You can watch the process if you'd like. You can even pick out a piece or two, and there's a discount if you buy in bulk." Mu Yun Huang stared blankly at Jiang Chun. She thought to herself, what is the boss trying to do by having me get acquainted with the great Yin Emperor? Is there some hidden meaning to this? Jiang Chun really just wanted to sell his pottery. But now, even Gong Yuan Dao was starting to overthink things. He thought, if I'm not mistaken, this young lady must be an important figure in the Yuhua Divine Palace. I see. This move by the master must be to resolve the conflict with the Yuhua Heavenly Palace. In reality, Jiang Chun was secretly calculating. If he didn't speak up, he was afraid there'd be no soup for him to slurp tonight. He had to close this deal. And so, each with their own thoughts, they smiled in unspoken unison. Afterward, Mu Yun Huang and Ji Yuan Dao followed Jiang Chun to his pottery workshop. From Jiang Chun's perspective, the pottery-making process was quite simple. He did it rather casually, placing the pottery into the kiln in a normal fashion. Then, he stacked the firewood and lit the fire. Smoke billowed from the kiln. Finally, when the product was finished, in Jiang Chun's eyes, it was just an ordinary piece of pottery. He paid no mind to the astonished expressions of the two people standing behind him and just nodded with a smile. The finished product is basically like this. Although it's not perfect, it expresses a youthful, fledgling quality, something rare on the market. Jiang Chun turned to look at Ji Yuan Dao and asked with a grin, "I wonder if you're interested, sir?" However, both Ji Yuan Dao and Mu Yun Huang, without missing a beat, wore expressions of absolute terror. They were smiling, but inwardly, they were sweating bullets. What did I just see? What just happened? Jiang Chun was startled. What's with these two? This time, we'll observe from the perspective of Ji Yuan Dao and Mu Yun Huang. It all began when Jiang Chun casually led them to his pottery workshop. First is the display room. This is where I usually keep finished products and pottery-related materials. If you like anything, you can tell me anytime. Of course, feel free to look around. Mu Yun Huang and Ji Yuan Dao were immediately stunned by the atmosphere in the room. If their eyes weren't deceiving them, the aura radiating from every single object in this room was immortal qi. That's right, all of it was immortal qi. Jiang Chun took out a tray of pottery. On it were a few small items. He began his introduction. These are some of my semi-finished pieces. From these pieces, you can see the material. Yes, they were just looking at semi-finished pieces. But in their eyes, it was as if they had just witnessed the entire universe. The laws of all creation. The light was blinding. This was overflowing earth attribute spiritual qi. There was no mistaking it. This was clearly spirit-nourished, immortal soil. This type of soil, rich with earth attribute spiritual qi, was considered the best soil for cultivating all kinds of spiritual herbs. Only spiritual herbs grown in this soil could reach their true medicinal potential. Moreover, this soil could also be used as a supplementary material in the artifact refinement process, enhancing the quality and properties of the final product. It could even increase the success rate of pill alchemy. For any cultivator, spirit-nourished immortal soil was an incredibly precious resource. However, this type of soil had all but vanished from the world. If even a small piece were to appear, it would undoubtedly cause sects to fight to the death over it. And a large amount of spirit-nourished immortal soil could even ignite a bloody war. Ji Yuan Dao asked, trembling, "Master, where did you excavate this soil?" Jiang Chun laughed and replied, "You mean this dirt? It's right outside my door." Mu Yun Huang, who had been here for a while, could only manage a helpless smile. This was nothing new to her. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan Dao had cried all his tears out. Why is it outside? The Emperor of Great Yin would probably die if he knew such a precious or was in his own backyard. Putting the matter of the soil aside, their next destination was the kiln. This time, a seemingly ordinary process left them both frozen in place. If in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was just a common kiln, then in their eyes, This thing was comparable to an immortal-grade pill cauldron. And the things Jiang Chun used as firewood, in their eyes, were all extremely rare spirit woods of all different colors. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate, continuing to add wood to the kiln. Every time he added a log, Ji Yuan Dao felt his heart bleed, because these spirit woods were all over 1,000 years old. Besides the wood attribute, they also radiated spiritual qi. A single piece of this spirit wood was priceless, and yet he was burning it just like that. Ji Yuan Dao asked again, "Master, where did this firewood come from?" Jiang Chun, though not quite understanding, still answered honestly, "You mean this firewood? They're all just trees from the foot of the mountain." Gong Yuan Dao fainted on the spot. The great Yin Empire possesses vast territories and abundant resources, but it's a shame its ruler is so useless. Mu Yin Huang, of course, also recognized that those items were no ordinary things. A hint of worry rose in her heart, but she said nothing. Is it really okay to burn this spirit wood one piece at a time? She wondered. Suddenly, something extraordinary appeared in her eyes. The flames in the kiln seemed to have sparked a deep epiphany within Mu Yin Huang. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Yin Huang moved closer, and in the very next second, she was drawn into another world. It feels like something is about to erupt from deep within my body. It's so hot. My body is burning up. I can't take it anymore, she cried out. Immersed in the fiery light, Mu Yin Huang felt with even greater clarity that this was no ordinary fire. Before, thanks to the guidance and artifact of the great expert, I advanced for the 3rd level of the divine power realm to my current state. Could it be happening again? So that's it. I understand. She thought deeply. Fire is used to forge artifacts, and my own origin is also fire. The two are intrinsically linked. That's why the great expert had me stay here and make pottery with him. At first, I didn't understand, but now I realize his true intentions. Mu Yin Huang couldn't help but think with excitement. Am I about to reach the Dharma idol realm? Could it be that, like the Holy Master, I can step into the legendary celestial embryo realm? I wonder why the great expert is going to such lengths to help me advance. Meanwhile, that so-called great expert had absolutely no intention of helping her advance. Suddenly, he sneezed. Mu Yin Huang couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that the great expert? While Mu Yin Huang was focused on raising her cultivation, and Jiang Chun was obliviously making pottery to sell, back at the Yuhua sacred land, a certain hateful person was filled with resentment for Jiang Chun. Mu Yin Huang bit her nails. Her expression was anxious. She thought to herself, Jiang Chun, how dare you bewitch my little sister? Just then, Shun Xiaozi approached and asked with concern, Yue Huang, you don't look well. Is something the matter? Mu Yue Huang bit her lip. I made the ancestor worry. I'm fine. I'm just a little emotional. I've finally waited for this day. All the distance between us. I want to take this opportunity to clear everything up. Hearing this, Shun Xiaozi laughed heartily. He looked towards the figures riding the clouds and said, Ha ha. Rest assured, Yue Huang. We've got your back. No, the entire Yuhua sacred land has your back. We can't let them run wild any longer. These people are truly a lost cause. Mu Yue Huang spoke again. Ancestor. Although there are many of us this time, you've seen for yourself how terrifying he is. Who knows what other evil arts he might have that we don't know about? Shun Xiaozi nodded in agreement. You're right. We cannot let our guard down around this person, despite being renowned as powerful cultivators. Many of those gathered here couldn't sense the slightest aura from the other group. He gazed into the distance and muttered, so menacing. I never expected them to be able to gather so many formidable cultivators. Get over here and look at this. I can't believe we were so successful. All we did was stir the pot a little, and they've mobilized their entire force. Liang frowned and said, You call that stirring the pot a little? You nearly blew up the whole city. This was clearly my mission, but you just had to meddle. What for? She turned to look at Liang. She replied nonchalantly, This? Isn't it obvious? It's because he's just too handsome. Liang could only look at her in silence, then said helplessly, What I saw and what you're seeing are two completely different things. You still haven't even met Jiang Chun face to face. Hearing Liang say this, she looked a little doubtful. Liang continued to explain. After I saw him in person, my spirit beasts wouldn't stop trembling. They were all telling me one thing. That old man wasn't wrong. He really is a terrifyingly powerful existence. She clicked her tongue and smirked. Oh, your instincts, you mean? Well, if we're talking about instincts, her mind was filled with images of herself rushing forward, being held in that person's arms. And then she couldn't help but be overcome with joy. Liang looked at the picture she'd conjured. He was speechless. So this was her true nature. Paying him no mind, she walked over to Liang's side. She smiled intimately and asked, "Are you jealous? Don't worry. No one can ever replace you in my heart." Liang snorted and said, "Who's with you, you pervert? Careful, or I'll suck you dry." She asked a little too eagerly, "Oh, where do you want to start?" Liang was exasperated. He didn't say another word. His thoughts returned to where they were before. He still had a bad feeling that something terrible was about to happen. The scene shifts to a house filled with sunlight and a spring breeze. Everyone was still relaxing and chatting in the small courtyard. In front of them was a small jug of wine. Qing Yunzi said with a smile, "I told you that even sweeping the floor could improve your cultivation. Just look at little brother Gong Xian." Gong Xian clasped his hands and replied humbly, "Senior, you flatter me." Suddenly, Gong Xian sensed a familiar aura. Once Gong Xian noticed it, the others immediately sensed it too. This presence was extremely familiar. Qing Yunzi sighed. "It's an old acquaintance again." Jiang Ling'er frowned, looking annoyed. "Looks like we have another visitor. But their aura doesn't feel very friendly." Yinlan nodded in agreement. Mu Yanhuang had also sensed that familiar presence. Not just Mu Yuehuang's, but many others, including the Holy Master and the Ancestor. Their aura was aggressive. In the sky, Shun Xiaozi flew, thinking to himself, "Yin Huang, you are truly foolish." Putting aside the fact that Yin Huang is young and easily deceived, why were even you, Qing Yunzi, taken in? To sell your soul to that murderous, unblinking demon. I truly cannot understand. Moreover, this demon's power has been growing in secret. The insight of our Yuhua celestial palace was insufficient from the very beginning. We've truly lived in peace for far too long. Thinking back, during the chaotic wars for territory in the celestial realm, the human realm, and so on, the invasion of the ancient races, the indiscriminate slaughter of demonic beasts, the Yuhua celestial mirror was created back then to intimidate the demon armies. Speaking of the Yuhua celestial mirror, I didn't have a chance to use it last time. This time with the celestial mirror in hand, plus the high-level cultivators behind me. This can be considered a safe move. Lost in thought, he was suddenly called out by Mu Yuehuang. "Ancestor, we may have to stop for a moment. Something's not right about the area we just passed." Yu Shinji said, "I felt the same way when I passed through here just now. My whole body went numb. Although Yuehuang and I are fine, those behind us." Shun Xiaozi turned back to look confused, and there, behind him, a formation array had appeared out of nowhere, trapping the others. Those with slightly weaker cultivation were all trapped. Shun Xiaozi gasped and yelled, "What in the world is going on?" Except for the three of them, everyone else was trapped in the formation. A few days ago, the work was finally done. The pottery pieces had been carefully prepared. Jiang Chun happily packed them up. He hoped that if he could sell them, his living expenses for the near future would be covered. He lifted the heavy bag. Mu Yanhuang came from behind to help him hoist it onto his shoulder. Jiang Chun said with a smile, "Let's get going. Thank you for watching the house, Miss Mu Yanhuang." Mu Yanhuang waved goodbye to him. "Travel safely, boss." On the way, Jiang Chun hoped he could sell the pottery for a good price. Who knew that, just a short way down the road, a piece of pottery would fall out? Jiang Chun watched it go in despair, but it was too far away to retrieve. It eventually rolled into the water. The piece of pottery slowly sank. Jiang Chun sighed. "Just my luck. Haven't even made it to the city, and I've already lost one. Oh well, I'll just have to leave it here." In reality, Jiang Chun had no idea that this event had been orchestrated from the start. Back in the present, after being trapped, they were all panicking and arguing. "This formation is massive. We're clearly still a long way from our destination. When was this formation set up?" Shun Xiaozi was anxious. "Impossible. We investigated multiple times and found no trace of this array. The plan for this raid was kept strictly confidential. How can this be? This grand array is just as described. Every move we make is within their sight. They discovered us long ago." Shun Xiaozi frowned. "This is my sincere advice. It would be better for us to retreat. Just then, another person approached, chuckling. Old Xiao, don't tell me you plan to give up halfway. That's not like you at all. We're used to situations like this, aren't we? Shun Xiaozi stared in shock at those righteous sect leaders. Sect Master Ling Muzi of the Flying Cloud sect spoke sternly. Shun Xiaozi, you truly are something else. That mysterious act of yours was just a ploy to lure us down the mountain, wasn't it? The sect master of the Mystic Heaven sect, Qi Jinren, stroked his beard and whispered, in my experience, this is the Nine Heavens Stardust Dome Mystic Dreamscape. Old Madame Jio chuckled. Old Xiao, even now, do you still intend to hide it from us? Hide what? Ancestor Lei Wampa of the Thunderclap Sanctuary frowned and said, sudden anomalies have appeared in this place. I was only suspicious before, but now I am certain. This is undoubtedly the ruins of an ancient cultivator from the primordial era emerging. The people from the feathering immortal palace cried out in panic, wait, everyone has misunderstood. How could you imagine such a thing? Even though their own imaginations were quite vivid as well. Those ancestors immediately flew toward the formation. Their hearts were overflowing with excitement. The last time a secret realm appeared was hundreds of years ago. It had been a long time since they felt this exhilarated. Meanwhile, Yinglan, Qing Yunzi, and Ji Xian stood below, gazing silently at the desert. After a long while, Qing Yunzi asked, does anyone know when this grand array was set up? Of course, they didn't know, because after all, that formation was only small scale. Outside was noisy, but inside was peaceful. What amused them most was how those people were recklessly trying to force their way in. There were even a few familiar faces. It seems they still don't grasp the situation. Yinglan sighed. They truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Qing Yunzi smiled and asked, should we stop them? Beside them, Mu Yanhuang's face looked uneasy. The aura of the ancestor, the palace master, my sister, and the other elders have all appeared. What? Is it because of me? If this continues, it will cause trouble for the boss. What should I do? Suddenly, Jiang Chen's gentle voice rang out. Is everyone here? Perfect timing. Jiang Chen walked over, holding a large watermelon in his hands. He smiled casually and showed it off excitedly. The watermelons have all ripened recently. Come over and have some melon. Everyone was stunned. Was he implying they should just sit back and eat melon while ignoring everything else? Above, the group of high cultivation ancestors were discussing their attack. Lei Wampa shouted, me first. He opened his mouth, shooting out a bolt of lightning with terrifying power. Below, Jiang Chun placed a knife on the chilled watermelon. Chop, he sliced down. The lightning bolt hit the barrier and bounced right back. The watermelon split open. The lightning rebounded toward them. Its power was even stronger than when it was unleashed. How is this possible? Their attack reflected back at themselves. Below, Jiang Linger and the others held watermelon slices in their hands, eating carefree. Above, the cultivators were battered and scorched, struggling to defend themselves. Old Madame Jio was also injured, but she still tried to shout to reassure everyone. Everyone, be careful. Just a little more. Below, Yinglan and the others each ate a piece of melon. This melon is so delicious, it numbs the senses. This is truly the life of an immortal. Above, the group was furious because they couldn't break the formation. This formation is too tough. They kept shouting, don't stop. The formation will definitely break. Ling Muzi gritted his teeth. It seems I have no choice but to use that move. A massive formation appeared beneath his feet. He threw out several more flags. Is he planning to use a formation to break the formation? That person casually set up the array with nothing but a lump of clay after finishing his melon. Then he stretched and yawned. He smiled and said, I'm going to take a nap. I'll leave the rest to you all. Remember to clean up the house after you're done eating. After that, everyone clearly understood the boss's intention. He wanted to assign the task of handling these people to them. This was a test. Jiang Chan was just about to enter the house when he suddenly stopped. He almost forgot something. He turned back to look at Mu Yanhuang, called her over, and gave her a task. Outside, after dozens of attacks and high-level spells, the formation still stood tall, completely unmoved. They were exhausted, looking utterly bedraggled. Shun Xiaozi wasn't surprised, as he knew this action was bound to fail. Suddenly, The formation opened up. Lei Wampa shouted. Everyone look. There seems to be a hole in the formation. Huh. So our attacks were effective after all. It was just a delayed reaction. Delusion sometimes brings temporary joy. But reality is often different. Shin Xiaozi frowned and said, wait. Someone is coming out from inside. Everyone pay attention. Stay on high alert. But no one expected that Inglan, Ji Yuandao, and Qing Yunzi would walk out. Each of them looked rosy-cheeked and happy, greeting them comfortably. Shin Xiaozi was so furious he saw stars. Why were they eating watermelon? It was as if they didn't respect anyone there. While in reality, it wasn't even worth bothering about. Watermelon, with its sweet taste and cooling properties, contains a water content of over 90%, providing a heat-clearing effect, reducing body heat and dispelling melancholy. In the sweltering summer, enjoying watermelon not only helps cool you down, but also increases urination, thereby supporting the reduction of bilirubin levels. Inglan struck a pose while eating watermelon, while the great Yin Emperor, Ji Yuandao, with his shiny bald head, also enjoyed it happily. Furthermore, watermelon is rich in water and easy to digest, helping to soften stool and maintain smooth bowel movements, he said. The ancestor of the Azure Cloud Sanctuary, Qing Yunzi, with his glowing complexion, also didn't hesitate to munch on the melon. The great Yin Emperor shared more. Watermelon contains a lot of water, which can dilute alcohol concentration in the blood and accelerate alcohol excretion after intoxication. The high water content in watermelon not only hydrates the skin, but also promotes pigment metabolism. Additionally, with the presence of amino acids like alanine, glutamic acid, and arginine, watermelon also helps enhance the physiological activity of the skin, repairing damaged cells and bringing about smooth, elastic skin. Shun Xiaozi, with a grumpy face, expressed his suspicion. I understand all that, but why are more and more people appearing? And why is their power increased so drastically? What is the background of that watermelon that allows them to accumulate energy after eating it? He asked with evident frustration. Eating watermelon to welcome us. Are you looking down on me that much? Through the watermelon, Shun Xiaozi could sense a massive silhouette looming in the mist, carrying a deep, ancient aura that radiated a terrifying pressure across heaven and earth. Who exactly is the person standing behind them? Today, I must investigate this to the end. He decided. It seems that to approach that wooden house, I must capture them first. How dare you still come here? I don't know what to say to you. He continued. Why wouldn't I dare to come? That villain has done so many evil deeds and harmed so many lives. Qing Yunzi, are you blind? Qing Yunzi sneered. You are the blind one. The one doing evil deeds is someone else. Your intelligence is too low. You can't understand, so you just make things difficult for others. Shun Xiaozi shouted. Good. Very good, Qing Yunzi. You dare look down on me like that. Clearly, not long ago, you were on the verge of death. The person behind you, although granting you a second life, certainly didn't do it without reason. Today, I will force open those blind eyes of yours. Qing Yunzi frowned. I say, why are your inner demons so heavy? Sigh. When your heart is heavy, you naturally only see what you want to see, ignoring the truth entirely. How should I put this? Ji Yuandao stepped forward and spoke seriously. Ancestor, not long ago, I confronted that villain myself. Actually, the real culprit is someone else. I am willing to stake my character to guarantee this. Shun Xiaozi frowned and retorted. I see you've been thoroughly bewitched. It's obvious your great Yin territory has suffered the most casualties. All the evidence points in one direction, and yet you still insist on covering for him. I guess your brain is as empty as your scalp. Baldylocks. Ganyuan Dao's bald head flushed red with fury. Veins bulged on his forehead. The old master roared. Who are you calling Baldylocks? You red-furred monkey. Qing Yunzi quickly grabbed Ganyuan Dao's robes, gently advising, calm down, calm down. This time, the old masters began to argue and blame one another. Meanwhile, Muyue Huang stood aside, observing the situation. For some reason, she felt a strange sense in her heart this time. It wasn't just Shun Xiaozi. The other masters had also joined the fray. Xuanji Jinren shouted, Emperor of Great Yin, are you still siding with the murderer? You even brought the prince to such a dangerous place. I see you've truly lost your mind. Ling Muzi snorted and said with a smirk, let's put other matters aside for now. If the Great Formation is already broken, then there's no reason to hesitate. Let's go. As he spoke, he lunged toward Ganyuan Dao's group. Shen Xiaozi quickly yelled, hey, don't do anything reckless. We can't underestimate their strength. But his warning came too late. A golden butterfly fluttered into the air. Su Ling'er stood in front of Yunlan, saying softly, seniors, my apologies. I'm afraid I'll have to be rude this time. Another divine technique shot toward them, crashing into the barrier and slowly dissipating. Shen Xiaozi frowned. He thought to himself, this isn't good. Su Ling'er's power has grown significantly this time. The golden butterflies were agile, their power immense. She held her own against the high-level masters without faltering. Shen Xiaozi raised both hands into a defensive stance, eyeing his opponent warily. It seems I have no choice but to step in myself. As he spoke, he flew towards Su Ling'er. A dragon of fire roared to life, illuminating the sky. The image of a great dragon soared through the air. This move was called Dragon Without Regret. But before the fire dragon could even reach Su Ling'er, Shen Xiaozi appeared and dispersed it with a spell. Qing Yanzi held a book on life cultivation. His white robes fluttered in the wind. He declared magnanimously, your opponent is me. Don't you dare bully a junior. Mu Yuehuang's eyes darted around, trying to find Mu Yunhuang, but she was nowhere to be seen. Could she be with Jiang Chun? Did he know my goal was to bring my sister back and deliberately keep her from the fight? That infuriating man. As she was lost in thought, a beautiful girl with silver, moon-like hair glided past Mu Yuehuang. Mu Yunhuang looked at her older sister and called out, sister. Then, she flicked a small flame toward Mu Yuehuang, a little welcome gift. Though it didn't cause any serious harm, it was enough to annoy Mu Yuehuang. Mu Yuehuang blocked it, her expression cold as she said, well, little girl, you seem to be doing just fine. I thought Jiang Chun was scared and wouldn't dare let you fight. As your older sister, I haven't fulfilled my duty. This time, I'll make it up to you bit by bit. Let's see if this so-called progress you've made with him is enough to surpass me. Hearing this, Mu Yunhuang's smile vanished. She replied seriously, what you said really pisses me off. You obviously had a master guiding you to get where you are today. Why are you so ungrateful? Today, I will make you accept your defeat, heart and soul. As she finished speaking, Mu Yunhuang unleashed a spell. A fiery phoenix materialized and shot straight toward Mu Yuehuang. Indeed, her power and temperament had both grown considerably recently. Mu Yunhuang stared intently at Mu Yuehuang. This was the power she had attained thanks to Jiang Chun. As for Mu Yuehuang, though she appeared calm on the outside, she couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. Mu Yunhuang raised her hand, activating her defense. A chill aura enveloped her. She really has gotten stronger. It looks like I'll have to use my full strength. I have to bring her back. Ice met fire, instantly vaporizing. The air was momentarily filled with a cloud of mist. The old masters, who were about to make their move, had to stop as their vision was obscured. It was unclear what was happening. As for Su Ling'er, she couldn't help but worry for Yunhuang. The fog is so thick. I can't see a thing. This is the mist created by Yunhuang and Yuehuang. Ji Yuandao also felt anxious. The mist conceals a massive amount of spiritual energy. It is completely abnormal. It can block one's line of sight. Even Shen Xiaozi found it strange, saying that Yunhuang had arrived earlier, yet he couldn't see her. They were originally sisters, yet now they are slaughtering each other. If it's that person's doing, it truly is unforgivable. But suddenly, Qing Yunzi pointed to the sky and spoke. Everyone look, inside the mist. A massive rainbow has appeared, a truly magnificent sight. Mu Yunhuang stood amidst the mist. Flames burned furiously, seemingly scorching hot, yet incredibly calm. On the other side was Mu Yuehuang, usually a cold person, who thinks things through thoroughly. But now, she was blinded by rage. Fighting Mu Yunhuang, she shouted, is all of this because of that man named Jiang Chun? Mu Yunhuang shouted back, this has nothing to do with the expert. Today, I will definitely defeat you and prove my standing as the saintess. Mu Yuehuang frowned, provoking her. Then go ahead and try. From childhood to now, you have never beaten me once. Mu Yinhuang replied, "The past is the past. Things are different now. Don't forget, sister. You also relied on many seniors to reach your current level. In the sky, two beams of light, one fiery red and one pure azure, clashed violently. The speed was extreme. Their strength was quite evenly matched. Love and hatred intertwined. The gazes of Mu Yinhuang and Mu Yihuang were like sharp swords piercing each other. Of course, Mu Yihuang wasn't fighting for real yet, like a gentle spring breeze, like a tragic melody that cannot be expressed in words. Mu Yihuang took out a jade pendant. Then she pushed it into Mu Yinhuang's body. Surprised, Mu Yinhuang asked, "What is this?" Mu Yihuang smiled triumphantly. "Come to your senses." But it was her own ignorance that needed a wake-up call right now. The jade pendant on Mu Yinhuang's chest suddenly shined brilliantly, making everyone look on with heavy hearts, unable to turn away. The mist gradually faded. The two ancestors anxiously turned their gaze in that direction. Vision had returned to normal. But the scene revealed was not a standoff, but a heartbreaking tragedy, especially for those close to Mu Yinhuang. What on earth happened over there? Mu Yinhuang collapsed weakly into Mu Yihuang's arms. Yinlan looked over in shock. Why is Yinhuang like this? Her breathing is incredibly weak. They are biological sisters. How could she be so heartless? Didn't they just want to find the expert to settle a score and bring Mu Yinhuang back? Why go to such cruel lengths? Even Shun Xiaozi hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Flustered, he said, "There must be some misunderstanding with Yihuang." Meanwhile, Mu Yihuang was drowning in the despair caused by her own hands. She clutched her head in torment. What is happening? Why can't I feel Yinhuang's life force anymore? Qin Yunzi walked over to them. Looking at the item on Mu Yinhuang's chest, he asked, "Miss Mu Yihuang, where did you get this thing? It feels like an ancient relic that is ceaselessly absorbing her life force." Mu Yihuang hesitated. "It's a long story." Her answer made Qin Yunzi frown. "This is extremely problematic. This is clearly a lethal object. Why would you put it inside her body?" Mu Yihuang stammered. "The person who gave this to me didn't say that. Besides, I didn't sense any evil power inside it at the time." Qin Yunzi's face turned serious. "It has a curse placed upon it that only activates against specific people. The person who gave you this surely has a grudge against your sister. Could it be?" Mu Yihuang suddenly recalled the scene from back then. That person had said, "I understand your current feelings, Mississippi." Yes, it was that face. Mu Yihuang's eyes widened. How could she ever forget that face? But realizing it now was too late. Mu Yihuang slumped to the ground, devastated. Her eyes lost their focus. Could that person be Daoist Bai? She muttered, trembling, as tears streamed down her face. Why didn't I realize it? That's right, Jiang Chun. Where is Jiang Chun? Jiang Chun can definitely save her. She caused this mess herself, and now she wants someone else to clean it up. Shun Xiaozi, who had been completely bewildered, was beginning to feel a sense of unease. Yinhuang's aura made him suspicious. Could this child really? Wait a minute. This aura, it's not right. This is the aura of impending death. What in the world is going on? He frowned, scanning his surroundings. And as the fog began to dissipate, that strange aura had spread everywhere. Shun Xiaozi suddenly remembered the followers behind him. Now, a crimson mist had appeared. Within it, only a few silhouettes could be seen, their spiritual energy slowly being drained away. They had bizarre forms, exuding a deadly energy. They looked neither human nor demon. One of them looked down and sneered. So, Hao Yang's little scheme has been exposed. Interesting, very interesting. The moment Gong Yuan Dao saw Liang, he shouted, "It's him! The one who faked being a master." Liang looked back coldly and asked, "What happened? Didn't you say the fog would last for a while?" "That was just my guess. Those two sisters are about equal in strength, and they were originally just trying to persuade each other. It should have been a long, drawn-out fight. I don't know what happened. That woman's life force is very weak." Gong Yuan Dao seized the opportunity to yell, "Red-furred monkey! Open your eyes and look. It's them. Their method of killing is exactly the same. They even look similar. But this is the first time I've seen the woman standing next to him." Shen Xiaozi glanced at the two individuals. They might as well have had the word villain tattooed on their foreheads. He didn't deny it, just shrugging and saying with a smirk, Well, this is concerning. Everything the big bald uncle said was true. Veins bulged on Gonyuan Dao's head as he roared in fury. You're admitting it just like that? Who are you calling a big bald uncle? See? I was right, wasn't I? You were all being led by the nose before. Serves you right for being so gullible. Shunxiao Zi said with a scowl. So, it was you two who were running us in circles. Treating human lives like dirt. Unforgivable. Liang sighed and said, Hey Mei, I told you this plan wasn't reliable. The other person just chuckled. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You don't normally see so many cultivators gathered in one place. Wouldn't it be perfect to just suck them all dry at once? That way, we don't have to worry about any of them getting away. Shunxiao Zi was a man who loved justice and hated evil. So much so that he often forgot to think before he acted. And now that the culprits had confessed directly, it was perfect. He seethed. How dare you look down on me like this? If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll tarnish my reputation as an ancestor. I'll make you pay for your blood debt in blood. I'm afraid we'll have to disappoint you, old uncle. Ha! A sense of foreboding crept into Gonyuan Dao's heart. Still, he was furious with these two. Such ignorant and arrogant juniors. At this point, Shunxiao Zi roared with rage. I'm warning you, don't get too cocky. He threatened the group before him. My fist is not so easy to block. His face contorted, his eyes turning fearsome. Liang asked, should we clear a path and head back to the estate? But the other seemed unsatisfied. Leaving now would be boring. I haven't had enough fun yet. Standing on the sidelines, Qin Yunzi observed and thought to himself. They could still chat so casually in a situation like this. These two are incredibly powerful. No wonder they crushed the great Yin Emperor before. He decided, first, I'll see what Shunxiao Zi does. If he slips up, after all our years as friends, I'll have to step in and help him quietly. Su Ling seemed to have lost her composure, wanting to charge into the fight. Gu Xin quickly calmed her down. Let's watch a little longer. Wait for my father to make a move, then we'll all charge in together. Shunxiao Zi had apparently lost his patience. He roared, enough talk. Let's go. His mind raced with calculations. I have to end this quickly to get Yin Huang to safety for treatment. I wonder if the incident with Yue Wang has anything to do with him? Damn all. Such a rotten temper. I hate old geezers like you the most. That remark truly infuriated Shunxiao Zi. His entire body erupted in flames as he seethed. What did you just say? I'm about to attack. Now be good and let me crush you. And with that, he clenched his hand into a fist. The blow flew straight towards them. Two blue dragons stood before the formation. Seeing his old friend so worked up, Qin Yunzi could only sigh. You're getting too excited. Still the same hothead as always. She aimed it right at the cultivators. Because Shunxiao Zi's power was so immense, his strike created a massive explosion, sending the fighting cultivators flying. Gonyuan Dao, seeing his side heavily injured from a single blow, became wary. The attack was redirected to the cultivators on the other side. This is her ability. Gonyuan Dao, having seen through their attacks, shouted a warning. One of them absorbs life force and power from others, and the other can teleport attacks. Be careful. Hearing Gonyuan Dao's words, Shunxiao Zi calmed down and recalculated his plan. Absorbing power, teleporting attacks. Long-range attacks will definitely put me at a disadvantage. The travel time of the attack gives them a chance to react. But if I'm fast enough and reduce the wind-up time, close quarters combat, that's my specialty. Shunxiao Zi's expression changed. He smirked. Youngsters. Shunxiao Zi's entire body erupted in brilliant flames. Without another moment's hesitation, he shot towards Liang like a bolt of lightning. Using his superior speed, he circled his opponent in unpredictable patterns, causing Liang to exclaim in surprise. So fast. His skill is on a completely different level from that old man before. Both his power and speed are far superior. Suddenly, Liang noticed something. Shunxiao Zi clenched his hand into a fist, pouring all his strength into the coming blow. With terrifying speed, the fist flew straight towards Liang. The distance between it and his opponent's face was mere inches. Liang seemed to have anticipated it, dodging the punch by a hair's breadth. His face remained calm, but his eyes held a hint of regret. It'll just get absorbed anyway, Liang muttered. At the same time, He activated his ability to absorb the power from Shun Xiaozi's punch. Shun Xiaozi didn't flinch, even seeing his opponent block his attack. He calmly assessed the situation. So you can defend at close range, not just from a distance, he murmured. But only in one direction. As long as I'm fast enough. I can surround him, so he has no time to react. Shun Xiaozi had suddenly realized his opponent's weakness. Liang was in a position where he had to calculate carefully. He could only summon his spirit beasts to defend. But one of the beasts he had cultivated was destroyed by that old man, which was incredibly frustrating. Theoretically, if his power was depleted, he shouldn't have lasted long. But what kind of spirit pill did he take to recover so quickly? Fine, I'll settle this debt later. First, I have to deal with the problem at hand. While Liang was still calculating, Shun Xiaozi suddenly vanished. It startled him. In front of Liang now was a fiery vortex. It seemed Shun Xiaozi was pouring all his energy into this move, moving so fast he created a whirlwind. Before he knew it, the vortex had surrounded Liang. He couldn't help but be shocked. So fast. I've never seen speed like this. Liang's eyes darted around, searching for a gap, but he saw no way out. Suddenly, an attack came straight for him. Shun Xiaozi let out a determined roar, pouring all his strength into this one blow. Faced with the sudden attack, Liang had no time to counter. But just as Shun Xiaozi was about to hit Liang, a teleportation moved Liang out of the way, making him vanish right before the old man's eyes. Shun Xiaozi couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out Liang had used his partner's ability to escape the blow. He then offered a polite thank you, but immediately followed up with a complaint. But when he first attacked, why didn't you help me? The girl just replied calmly. Because I wanted to see you get hit. Damn it, what's this old man's background? How is he so strong? Liang couldn't help but marvel at Shun Xiaozi's terrifying power. Hearing this, the girl teased him. Aside from blindly loving your little pets, you know nothing about this world. He's the ancestor of a Yuhua, sacred land. His Taoist name is Shun Xiaozi. Among the people you've killed, there were quite a few brilliant and courageous figures. But I bet you can't remember a single one of their names, can you? With that, the girl gently placed a hand on her chest and took out a purple stone. She said smugly, You know why I'm so arrogant this time? Because the master entrusted me with a secret weapon. Having said that, she licked the glowing arsenic stone. A strange sensation spread throughout her body, causing her to moan, It feels so good. Ji Yuandao looked at the scene before him and immediately sensed something ominous. What is this? Such a malicious power. On the other side, the enemy smiled brightly, speaking with a playful tone. Let's have some fun today, shall we? Facing this aura, even those in the midst of battle couldn't help but shudder. The aura of this power is extremely similar to that expert's, but it is laced with a deep gloom, creating a feeling that they are both opposites and yet complementary to each other. Ji Yuandao thought to himself, What is going on? Could the expert have a twin brother? Impossible. It's not quite the same. This stream of power radiates extreme evil, yet it also feels like a cry for help. But there's one thing I am certain of. This power is akin to the experts. Both are terrifyingly strong. Shun Xiaozi, facing this aura, couldn't help but feel fear as well. What kind of power is this? It feels somewhat like the person in the wooden house. He seemed to realize something, and his gaze shifted. The one possessing this power isn't alone. Witnessing everyone on the opposing side trembling in fear of her power, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, none of you will escape. Be good and become power for my master. As she spoke, the surrounding aura manifested into a giant skull. This new source of power formed countless pink thorny vines, tightly binding everyone on the other side. It's too tight. I can't break free. I can't breathe. Realizing a vine was shooting at breakneck speed toward Yue Huang, who was sitting there, they shouted, Yue Huang, run. Yue Huang only raised her head at that moment. It seemed she had been completely oblivious to the situation until now. She wondered, what is this? Right then, a light flashed from Yun Huang's body. The pair of birds the two sisters had molded together slowly appeared. Before the battle had broken out, Jiang Chun had been by Mu Yun Huang's side. Seeing her nodding off at the table, he asked curiously, Sleeping so soundly? Did you stay up late last night? He suddenly noticed a familiar object on the table. He He took a closer look. Isn't this the pair of small chickens you two sisters made together? Yin Huang, fix him up. It seems she put a lot of effort into this. The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more amused he felt. Although she often talks about resenting her sister, in reality, she still loves her very much. Since she has such affection for her sister, I'll give him a hand. Thinking this, he quietly took the pair of chickens away. Yin Huang, who was dozing off, suddenly slammed her head onto the table, jerking her awake. As soon as she opened her eyes, she screamed. The things I made last night are all ruined. A little later, Jiang Chen spoke to her. Yin Huang, I have something I want to give you. He scratched his cheek, a bit embarrassed. Last time, I saw you sleeping, so I took the liberty. He handed her the item and continued. I helped you fire these in the kiln. Yin Huang couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the object in his hands. It was the pair of chicks the two sisters had made. Now, they were returned to her. Back to the battle. Seeing the glowing object on her sister, Yue Huang was astonished. Isn't that the thing I destroyed back then? The two clay chickens suddenly emitted a massive power, creating bolts of golden lightning that surrounded the two sisters, shattering the enemy's attack. Everyone was astounded. Liang, seeing the master's attack neutralized instantly, wondered, what is happening? On the other side, Shen Xiaozi also murmured, Yin Huang, Yue Huang. Yue Huang felt the power coming from the two clay chickens. An indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. This feeling, it's his power. It's increasing ceaselessly. It's turning into a golden core. Why is this feeling of excitement rising in my heart? At that moment, she suddenly understood. So that's it. We have always yearned for understanding and support from each other. The golden core slowly approached her mouth. Simultaneously filled with jealousy and provocation, she thought, as she swallowed the golden core whole. But you know what, sister? Your smile is the most beautiful thing in my life. Your eyes are a scenery I never tire of. Your warmth is my most precious gift. I admit I was jealous. There was a complex and bitter emotion in my heart. Their faces drew closer and closer. I was afraid of losing the person I love. Worried that my feelings wouldn't be reciprocated by you. Afraid that I would be the one getting hurt. At that moment, she was lost in her train of thought. Yue Huang gave Yin Huang a gentle kiss. I'm sorry. I was too selfish. Right now, I just want to tell you one thing. I love you. The sincere bond between the two sisters suddenly created a strange new power. Something that had never existed before. A golden light radiating from the two grew brighter and stronger. Their powers intertwined, forming a massive spiritual orb. Yin Huang and Yue Huang had now become a single, unified being, perfectly combined. As the two sisters merged into one, a new entity appeared, both powerful and breathtakingly beautiful. The men who witnessed this spectacle couldn't help but marvel. Whoa, the two sisters have fused into one, and she's a peerless beauty. Meanwhile, Liang was still confused, unable to comprehend what was happening. What in the world is going on? This power, it seems to have appeared out of nowhere. He couldn't believe that the two sisters, who had been so weakened, could possibly merge together. Exactly. One of them was clearly on her last breath, and the other was on the verge of a mental collapse. For them to successfully perform this fusion is simply impossible. The two of them stared intently at the fused Yue Huang and Yin Huang, at the bizarre event unfolding before their eyes. I see now. Someone must be nearby, hiding in the shadows and using their spiritual power to help the two sisters. What you say makes sense. It's very likely he's concealing his power, so we can't sense his presence. Perhaps he's secretly controlling this battle, because only he would have power rivaling our masters. Contrary to their speculation, Jiang Chen was actually somewhere else entirely, seemingly enjoying a delicious meal. Ma'am, your noodles are as amazing as ever today. Huh, if you like them, I'll get you another bowl, sir. Meanwhile, Yue Huang Yin Huang, with her newfound power, slowly raised a hand toward Liang. In an instant, both villains burst into flames. The others in the battle felt a sense of peace return to their hearts. A warm feeling spread through them. What a warm feeling in my heart. Could this be the legendary? The ultimate technique, the six-path true fire, blazed with increasing intensity, incinerating them. Liang tried to counter with his own techniques, but to no avail. Why? I can't absorb it. Damn it. It hurts so much. What in the world is this fire? Yue Huang Yunhuang smiled smugly, watching the two of them struggle. Then, she raised her hand. She clenched her fist tightly, unleashing an incredibly powerful technique. Liang immediately felt a murderous aura from just the clenching of her fist. The ultimate technique, heaven-piercing ice and fire. A combination of both fire and ice, inflicting unimaginable pain upon its target. The sight was magnificent, a combination that seemed impossible. Ice and fire were merging before their very eyes. Those below couldn't help but exclaim at the beauty of the technique. So beautiful. Is this a symphony of ice and fire? Su Linger and Yun Lan couldn't help but stare, completely captivated. At that moment, Yue Huang Yunhuang was enveloped by 4 angelic wings. A brilliant light emanated from within her. The fused body of Yue Huang Yunhuang gradually faded away. After the light, the figures of 2 young women appeared. Yue Huang and Yin Huang had completed the fusion process, and now appeared side by side. The sight moved Su Linger and Yun Lan to no end. So beautiful. The scene of the 2 sisters falling freely through the sky was truly breathtaking. Just then, Yin Huang slowly opened her eyes. She saw her sister in front of her. Tears welled in her eyes. Sister, you're awake. Overcome with happiness, Yue Huang immediately hugged her younger sister tightly. Having just woken up, Yin Huang didn't understand what had happened. Seeing her sister's reaction felt strange. Sister, what's wrong? What happened? You're being a little overly dramatic. Qin Yunzi slowly approached the 2 sisters from behind, his voice filled with astonishment. Truly incredible. Not only did you break the curse on your sister, but you also unleashed extraordinary power that allowed us to escape. It was all simply miraculous. Hearing Qin Yunzi's praise, Yue Huang humbly replied, actually, the credit doesn't belong entirely to us. In that moment, the image of a man suddenly appeared in her mind. It was him, the memory of her time with Jiang Chun, of the moment she saw the golden core, suddenly rushed back, and Yue Huang couldn't hold back her tears. She screamed out in agony. This is all your fault. Yue Huang screamed at Jiang Chen's face. You're the one who made my sister end up like this. Why did you want to take her from me? As she spoke, she sobbed uncontrollably. I will never forgive you, she declared. She collapsed against Jiang Chen's chest, her voice weak. I beg you, my little sister is dying. Please, save her. I'll do anything you ask. Faced with the beautiful woman's heartfelt plea, Jiang Chun just smiled faintly. I'm sorry. I can't help. What did you say? Not even you can do anything? Jiang Chun answered calmly. In my view, there is only one person who can save your sister, and that's you. Yue Huang still couldn't accept it. She said through her tears, but I'm the one who did this to her. I misunderstood her. I trusted the enemy, and I caused a wound that can never be healed. Jiang Chun replied softly. Don't you already know the truth in your heart? Love always has 2 sides. Where there is warmth, there can also be pain. The problem between you and your sister wasn't caused by me. I didn't take your sister from you. If you truly love her, then no one can ever take her away. I'm sure your sister feels that too. The image of Jiang Chun began to fade from her memory. The one who can save her isn't me. It's you. Feel it with your heart. Only you can save your sister. With those words, he vanished. Hearing her story, Yin Huang called out to Yue Huang, Sister. Yue Huang heard her. She immediately responded with all her heart. Yin Huang, little sister, I'm so sorry. It was all my fault before. I misunderstood you. I let my jealousy and desires cloud my judgment. Can you forgive me? And also, Jiang Chun is truly a good person. That last sentence made Yun Huang's eyes go wide with surprise. After everything was explained, everyone present was overjoyed for the 2 sisters. It was a truly touching scene. Gong Yuan Dao, with tears streaming down his face, expressed his admiration. To think the treasure the 2 of you created together with one heart would turn into a golden elixir. It not only helped the 2 of you, but all of us as well. A method so subtle, yet so effective. He truly lives up to the name of a great expert. Qin Yunzi laughed happily, adding, what's more, the Taoist cultivation of you 2 sisters has deepened even further. Damn it, I'm so jealous. Gong Xian also couldn't hide his awe, and I was able to witness such a rare and beautiful sight. I can die with no regrets. Dushan Mo, however, just looked envious. I want to eat a golden elixir too. Shen Xiaozi, after replaying the entire series of events in his mind, seemed to have realized something. So that's how it was. First, he let everyone watch a good show to raise their power so that those two could confront the evil forces, buying more time for the two phoenixes to merge. Then, he transferred that power to the two sisters through the golden elixir, shattering the enemy's attack, averting the crisis, and defeating those two scoundrels. Every single step was meticulously calculated. It was absolutely flawless. Could it be that Jiang Chun foresaw everything? Shun Xiaozi even imagined a prideful Jiang Chun saying, "Everything is within the palm of my hand." Thinking of this, Shun Xiaozi was suddenly overcome with guilt. I thought he was the villain pulling the strings, but it turns out I was the fool. It was all because of my own arrogance and recklessness. Because of me, the cultivators who came with me all. How can I face the families of the cultivators who died? Shen Xiaozi suddenly noticed Liang lying motionless. His body was covered in wounds from the battle. He muttered, "It's that kid. He's badly injured, but he's still faintly breathing." To survive a blow like that, his life force is extraordinary. I wonder if it's because he's absorbed the lives of so many innocent people. But his current state is perfect for an interrogation. I have to find out who the mastermind behind all this is. Suddenly, Shun Xiaozi was startled. Wait, something's wrong. He stopped breathing. The worsening situation made him anxious. This is bad. One of them escaped. This is a crisis. She got away. She must have gone to inform her master. That person's power is terrifying. We're in danger of suffering heavy losses. If they send reinforcements, things will become incredibly complicated. After a moment of thought, Shun Xiaozi made his decision. Fine. Let them come. We'll be ready. I'll deal with it when it comes. For now, let's just take this brat back. Just then, Qin Yunzi appeared out of nowhere. He wore a bright smile. Well now, little Xiao Xiao, I trust the misunderstanding has been cleared up. The truth is right before your eyes. There's no need for me to say any more. Shun Xiaozi's face was etched with deep regret. Yes, I was wrong. He gritted his teeth in anguish. He realized the price of his mistake was far too great. The others gradually gathered around Shun Xiaozi, saying in unison, "We will help you." Shun Xiaozi analyzed the situation. He assessed everyone's condition. Let's take them back to the wooden house first. We'll decide what to do when the great expert returns. The more he thought, the more ashamed and guilty he felt towards everyone. I'm grateful to all of you. When that great expert returns, I will apologize to him. I have been a fool. Gong Yuan Dao took the opportunity to poke fun. That's right. You are a foolish old man. I talked until I was blue in the face, and you still didn't believe me. Hey, I'm warning you. Don't push your luck. Just then, a figure appeared. It made the arguing crowd fall silent. Ahem. Jiang Chun walked over with a satisfied look on his face. He smiled and said, "I'm back. Why is everyone outside instead of in the house? I sold all the pottery today, and I bought a lot of food to bring back." Linger and Yunlan greeted him cheerfully. "The great expert is back. You've worked hard, senior. Let's go get the things." The sisters Yue Huang and Yin Huang also chimed in, "Boss." Jiang Chun suddenly noticed them. "Miss Yue Huang, you're back too?" Yue Huang whispered, "Thank you for your guidance, boss." Yue Huang understands now. Jiang Chun looked confused. "Guidance? Thanking me? What did I do?" Yue Huang replied, "That chicken." Jiang Chun suddenly understood. "Oh, Yin Huang showed it to you. It really is quite adorable. Not to mention, you two sisters made it together. I think that's very meaningful." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed someone approaching. "You are?" Shen Xiaozi was silent. It seemed there were 1,000 things he wanted to say. He felt his knees before Jiang Chun without hesitation. Then, with all his might, he slammed his head to the ground. The kowtow was so forceful it seemed it would blow everyone else away. Without a shred of hesitation, he shouted, "Please forgive me, sir. This one was blind and failed to recognize your greatness." The onlookers couldn't help but be stunned. Senior Shun Xiaozi, you're going too far. Yue Huang and Yin Huang were also shocked. Ancestor, what are you doing? Jiang Chun was the most shocked of all. So shocked his soul nearly left his body. He had no idea what was happening. Shun Xiaozi ignored everyone's attempts to stop him. His head remained bowed to the ground. I have offended you many times before. I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. So today I must use this ceremony to atone. Great expert, you were magnanimous and did not hold a grudge against this petty man. You even protected my Yin Huang and Yue Huang and kept them safe. In this battle, you helped us defeat the evil ones and saved everyone from peril. Shen Xiaozi spoke with a sincere tone. I truly hope you can forgive my rude behavior from before. Jiang Chun was completely baffled. This is getting more and more confusing. Have I met this person before? Why don't I have any memory of him? Helped Yue Huang and Yin Huang? Could it be? An idea suddenly struck him. Could this man be their father? The two sisters were fighting before. Their father was probably heartbroken. I used the pottery to help them reconcile. So their father is this emotional. But kneeling like this is a bit much. A few words would have been enough. As for that battle, did I miss something? Jiang Chun thought in silence for a moment. Then he smiled gently. He looked at Shen Xiaozi with a kind gaze. He extended his hand. Please get up. You're overdoing it. Jiang Chun continued slowly. I did teach them a few things, but their achievements today are the result of their own efforts. Besides, they've helped me a lot too. Yin Huang even helped me fire the glaze. No one owes anyone anything. Please stand up first. We can talk more inside the wooden house. Jiang Chen's generous words left Shen Xiaozi utterly astonished. Not only is this man's power immense, and his foresight godlike, but his heart is also so vast. Could this be the legendary reincarnated omnipotent being? The more he thought, the more he admired him. He gazed at Jiang Chun with sparkling eyes, which made Jiang Chen's hair stand on end. Why is he looking at me like that? The guardian of a weird female cultivator is just as weird, I guess. Jiang Chun quickly changed the subject. He pointed at the motionless Liang. Why is there someone lying on the ground? Is he injured? Shen Xiaozi hastily explained. That's the scoundrel who impersonated you and went on a killing spree. Jiang Chun began to piece things together. He thought, could the battle they mentioned have been them ganging up on this one person and dragging him back here? He looks dead, not moving at all. But for what I can see, with a little care, he should recover. But should I save this murderer? Wait. Jiang Chun suddenly realized something. It seems this person's internal wounds are even more severe than his external ones. Bring this man into the wooden house. I will treat his injuries. Shen Xiaozi immediately objected. His voice was full of indignation. What? You want to heal this scoundrel? He's a vile demon. A merciless killer. We should leave him in this state, interrogate him for information about the mastermind, and then execute him to honor the fallen cultivators. That's the right thing to do. Yingluan nodded in agreement. That's right. This man's power is extremely high. If he recovers, his allies will come to rescue him, and he will slaughter us all. Gong Yuan Dao also chimed in. Exactly. He drained me of all my energy last time. If it weren't for the boss, he would surely have caused even more disasters. Jiang Chun looked at the man and was startled. Could this be the energy vampire from before? Truly terrifying. Shu Lingyi gently interjected. I think everyone should listen to the senior. I'm sure he has his reasons. Yaman added. With the senior's power, there's no way he can escape. Gong Yuan Dao was gradually convinced. I also think the great expert must have his reasons for doing this. Shen Xiaozi had no more arguments. He had to agree. If the great expert has decided to save his life, then I, too, have a request. Could you please also save the cultivators who followed me? Jiang Chun was a little confused. The cultivators? Shen Xiaozi pointed into the distance, where countless injured cultivators lay scattered. When Jiang Chun saw the scene, he was utterly stunned. Jiang Chun stood frozen before the crowd, his mind in turmoil. Why are there so many cultivators here? What happened before I got back? What did these people do? However, after a closer look, he realized there was still hope for them. The only problem was their severe lack of energy. It was as if their strength had been completely drained. Jiang Chun considered carefully. I can save them, but there are so many. I'll exhaust myself doing it alone. He turned to the people around him and said, Everyone, listen up. I have a mission for each of you. Everyone was curious about what Jiang Chun was going to say. A mission? Are we about to level up? What's the mission? Can we even complete it? Jiang Chun was being mysterious. It is. The air grew tense. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, Jiang Chun shouted, Let's all cook together. His words left everyone dumbfounded. Jiang Chen beamed. He threw his hands up in the air and said, "Everyone, come and help with the cooking." Ling'er and Yunlan glanced at each other. They seemed to be communicating with their eyes. "All right," they both replied in unison. Their faces were full of joy. Gong Yuandao and Gong Xian also tacitly agreed. They thought, "I know this much. Haha, my boy. I'm not going to lose to you." Only Shunxiao Zi looked bewildered. "What is this? Shouldn't we be saving people first instead of preparing a meal? I'm getting more and more confused." His heart is almost too compassionate. A short while later, in Jiang Chen's courtyard, the cultivators were arranged in rows on the ground, waiting their turn to be examined. Yinlan looked exhausted. Wiping away her sweat, she thought to herself, "I've finished what Master asked of me. Although there aren't many wounds, their bodies still need to be cleansed. But now there are even more people who need treatment." The more Yinlan thought, the more worried she became. How can we possibly save this many people? I have a feeling some of them aren't going to make it. Is it going to be too late if we only treat them after we finish eating? At that moment, Jiang Chun was fully absorbed in the kitchen, concentrating on his cooking. Medicinal cuisine is a method of nourishing the body by adjusting one's diet, aiming to provide sufficient nutrients and maintain health. Through scientific eating, we not only absorb essential nutrients, but can also tailor our diet to suit each individual's health condition. During the food preparation process, the chef must meet strict requirements. First, the selection of fresh meat is a critical factor, as its freshness directly affects the flavor and texture. Fresh, high-quality meat typically has a bright red color and good elasticity, ensuring it's as juicy and tender as if it were butchered the same day. So fresh, the nerves are still twitching. Second, the meat cutting technique also plays a crucial role. Each type of meat has a specific way of being cut to preserve its freshness and taste. Beef should be sliced against the grain, while pork should be sliced with the grain. Third, marinating is an indispensable step to enhance the dish's flavor. Using the right spices stimulates the palate. Finally, the cooking process requires adherence to the proper temperature and time for each type of meat, ensuring the preservation of its natural freshness and original flavor. Yue Huang caught a whiff of the food's fragrant aroma. She felt as if her body and spiritual power were about to reach their peak. "This scent, my body feels like it's being pushed to its limit. Am I about to have another breakthrough? I can't let that happen right now." Shen Xiaozi was also captivated by the smell of the meat. What kind of miracle is this? The seven-colored light surrounding his body not only glowed, but also pulsed in time with his breathing. This aroma was causing his cultivation to skyrocket. The man before me is no longer just Jiang Chun. He is a mighty, powerful being. Could this be the reincarnation of a great master? Qin Yunzi didn't miss the chance to poke fun at his friend. "Huh, why do you look like you've never seen anything like this before? Are you convinced already? Just you wait. There's even more drama waiting for you." Tu Shan and Mo also transformed into her human form. "It's almost time for my favorite meal. With so many delicious dishes today, I can't let my appetite lose to anyone. This way, I'll get even closer to achieving my ninth tail." Yinlan immediately reminded her, "If you've already turned human, then hurry up and lend a hand. We're swamped with work over here." Hearing this, Tu Shan Mo cleverly reverted to her fox form. "I'm just an adorable little fox. What help could I possibly be? Besides, I can't let the master see me like this." Yinlan could only sigh. "You are unbelievable." Yinglan and Gonyuan Dao were actively catching chickens. This is a rare opportunity for cultivation. Let's use all our strength. It's time to show what we've achieved. It's just plucking chicken feathers. Why are you two being so dramatic?" Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Yun Huang and Yue Huang were instantly filled with vigor. The sisters are so lively. That's right. We can't lose either. Besides, we have an advantage over them. With that, they unleashed their magic. Six-path true fire grand roasting technique. Immortal locking ice freezing art. After a moment of combined effort, the two of them had completed two incredibly appetizing looking dishes. Finally, it's done. We're also out of reserve ingredients. Jiang Chun, after a long time at the stove, had also completed a table laden with food. He stretched, feeling undeniably tired. Everyone was thrilled. "Time to eat. Time to eat." Jiang Chun scratched his head and said, Thank you all for your hard work. Could I trouble you to help me bring these dishes out to the injured cultivators in the courtyard? I still have one last dish to make. It's not for us to eat. The sisters, Yun Huang and Yue Huang, immediately agreed. Yes, master. A moment later, in the outer courtyard, the cultivators were still lying down, waiting to be treated. Yin Huang gently fed a piece to an injured cultivator. There's enough for everyone to have a portion. So this was the master's plan. Come to think of it, the first time I met the master, I was also gravely injured. My breathing faint. The master's food possesses extraordinary divine power. Back then, I recovered in an instant. They will surely be the same after they finish eating. The cultivator tasted a single bite. He immediately sat up and shouted, "Oh, my dear mother and father." He then snatched the plate of food from Yin Huang's hands. "Quick, give it to me." Yin Huang had a struggle to hold him back. "Hey, one person can't eat a whole plate. What is this feeling?" The meat is so fresh and delicious that juice bursts out with just a light bite. Its flavor is delicate, with a perfect crispness that makes you want to eat it forever. The piece of meat feels like it's dancing on my tongue, as soft and fluffy as a cloud. The rich aroma fills my entire mouth, intoxicating me. It's as if a flower has bloomed in my mouth. Its fragrance so sweet. Who am I? Where am I? After savoring Jiang Chen's divine cuisine, all the cultivators felt a miraculous transformation within their bodies. The rich flavor of the food filled them with vitality, completely restoring their qi si and dantian. Their previous severe injuries also began to heal strangely, leaving no trace behind. The cultivators couldn't stop exclaiming in admiration, marveling at the miraculous nature of the food they had just eaten. I can't believe I had the chance to taste such a miraculous dish. My physique has instantly reached its peak state. My depleted spiritual power is now overflowing. Could it be that the old master specially arranged this opportunity to help us achieve a breakthrough? One excited cultivator said. Hearing those words, Shun Xiao Zi's face twisted in confusion. He had no idea what was going on. Just then, Jiang Chun walked out with a cheerful expression, a plate of food in his hands. Is everyone awake already? That's wonderful news. However, for the near future, you should all focus on recuperating and consolidating your vital essence. Although my food has nourishing and healing effects, to fully recover to your original state, you must rely on yourselves. Seeing their benefactor, the cultivators were overjoyed. They immediately knelt at Jiang Chen's feet. We wholeheartedly thank you, Master. Please accept our bows. Thank you for saving our lives. Please accept us as your disciples. We are willing to climb a mountain of blades and plunge into a sea of fire for you. We will never back down. Hearing this, Jiang Chun broke into a cold sweat. He thought to himself, how could I possibly feed this many people? He skillfully refused them. I didn't even charge you for that meal. And now you have the nerve to ask for more? Besides, I have urgent matters to attend to. With that, Jiang Chun found a way to slip away, heading to a secluded place. As expected, he was now alone. Jiang Chun thought to himself. He then scooped up a spoonful of food. Noting Liang's special constitution, he had prepared the dish with extra care. He then put a spoonful into the mouth of Liang, who was still unconscious. The moment it touched his lips, Liang woke up instantly, as if he had never been injured at all. Where is this place? Wasn't I seriously injured? How? Liang asked in confusion. Jiang Chun still wasn't satisfied. He forced another bite on Liang. Have another bite. Liang, having just woken up, had no idea what was happening. Seeing a man forcing him to eat, he panicked. What was this situation? In a deep corner of the forest, Mei trembled as she muttered, "Damn it, I never thought they could break the master's formation." She hurriedly activated her demonic magic. A stream of light enveloped her entire body. Even Liang. Unforgivable. Could there really be someone in this world stronger than the master? Impossible. I don't believe it. The master is the strongest of all. At that moment, her magic erupted more violently. Streams of purple and orange energy gently lifted her body into the air. She couldn't help but feel terrified. What is this? What was that technique in the end? Master! Master! Mei cried out helplessly for help. Save me! Save me! The entire painful scene was recorded by a communication orb. The master seemed to be watching his subordinates please with calm indifference. He murmured, I gave them protective talismans. I never expected them to be defeated so miserably, relying on the power I bestowed upon them. They blindly underestimated their enemy. I have truly raised a bunch of useless trash. If I hadn't been here to help her control the origin of her body and circulate the power, I'm afraid she would have died long ago. He pondered deeply. However, that guy's power is truly abnormal. If this succeeds, who knows? At this moment, he seemed to be speaking to someone else. Should I go meet him personally? To obtain his power, for you and me. The silhouette of a young woman gently appeared behind him, as if answering that question. It is fine. I can still wait. He suddenly opened his eyes, startled. Then wait for me a little longer. Returning to reality, he spoke to his servant. Let me check on the situation with Liang. He isn't a cultivator, nor is he human. His aptitude is also inferior. He must be dead by now, right? However, the image that appeared in the crystal ball was Jiang Chen's ridiculous face. Seeing that face, even a powerful figure like the Lord couldn't help but shudder. What the hell is this? Returning to Liang's current situation, he was still terrified by Jiang Chen's generosity. Have another piece. What you're eating now isn't enough to recover your body. Can you just sit still? Jiang Chen thought to himself. Is this guy brain dead or something? Did he get beaten, stupid? Meanwhile, Liang was still suspicious of Jiang Chen. Isn't this the person from that wooden house? Have I been taken as a prisoner of war? Jiang Chen seemed to understand Liang's worry. He smiled and comforted him. Don't be afraid. I already know everything about you. This sentence made Liang panic even more. He knows everything. From an instinctive perspective of prey, Liang felt like a tiny creature, while Jiang Chen before him was like a ferocious beast threatening him. Little brat, if you dare lie to me, I will kill you, Liang thought internally. Is he using divine medicine to heal me? Once I'm fully conscious, will he slowly torture me then? What do I do? Death is better than this. I absolutely cannot drink it. Liang's limbs trembled. He feebly resisted Jiang Chen. Let me go. Jiang Chen still didn't understand why Liang was acting this way. Does it not suit your taste? The more Liang listened, the more it sounded like a threat. Not suit my taste. How is that possible? Just one sip earlier filled my body with strength. It's miraculous. Liang clenched his trembling fist. If possible, I want to drink more. Asterisk, drink even more. No, I can't. Asterisk. Asterisk, how can I have such thoughts? I can't let him win. Asterisk. Jiang Chen, out of options, sighed. All right then. I'll switch to a different medicine. Realizing his chance had arrived, Liang immediately turned away and quickly cast a spell. Here is my chance. Let's perish together. My final spirit artifact. I'm betting everything on you. Jiang Chen suddenly thought of something and muttered to himself. All right, if he's awake. Body recovery doesn't necessarily rely on feeding. Jiang Chen's nonchalance made Liang freeze mid-action. Jiang Chen turned to speak to Liang. Otherwise, let's try doing it this way. Oh, this little guy is... The majestic dragon from before seemed to have run out of energy. It suddenly transformed into a cute little dragon. Hearing Jiang Chen's praise, it obediently clung to him. Jiang Chen smiled. So cute, isn't it? Is this your pet? He thought to himself. I truly didn't misjudge you. You have a special connection with living creatures. Basically, you aren't someone who kills indiscriminately. Liang saw his move broken. His jaw dropped. His whole body went stiff. He was speechless. My spirit artifact. What is happening? Jiang Chen, realizing the person in front of him was truly a good guy, became even more determined to treat him. Don't be afraid. Come here, let me check your pulse. So scary. This is too scary. Liang only had time to scream his final words. You, don't come over here. Jiang Chen gently touched Liang's hair. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Liang could no longer maintain his human form. He transformed into an incredibly adorable exotic beast, chirping, asterisk, cheep cheep. Asterisk. Jiang Chen hadn't expected this either. Ah, damn it. I revealed my true form in front of a human. Jiang Chen immediately brought Liang to Ying Lan and Qing Yunzi. Is this the legendary exotic beast of the mountains and seas in the cultivation world? I'm finally lucky enough to meet one. I've been in this world for so long and only heard about them from others. Now I get to touch one with my own hands. A dark thought suddenly popped into Jiang Chen's mind. If I sell it, would it be worth a lot? The two of them looked at the beast in Jiang Chen's hands. Sweating profusely, they exclaimed, "So this is what you are?" Qing Yunzi explained. "This is the Gu Jiao of the demon race. Like a bird, but not a bird. Like a leopard, but not a leopard. It has the ability to consume human souls." Hearing these untrue words about his tribe, Liang could not keep his cool. "We do not eat the filthy souls of humans. That is just your prejudice. Your hearts are entirely filled with arrogance and prejudice. You are the most disgusting and cruel race." Facing Liang's murderous gaze, Qing Yunzi couldn't say a word. Staying beside this person, I'm becoming less and less normal. I have to think of a way to leave quickly. I must notify the Lord. Who knows what else will happen? But in the face of Jiang Chen's warm embrace, Liang dispelled his negative thoughts. Now, he only felt warmth. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was still calculating if selling this exotic beast would fetch 10 taels of silver, and even thinking that its meat must be delicious. Yinglan felt somewhat reassured by now. As expected, there is no need to worry. No matter how dangerous a person or creature is, when they're beside the expert, they become gentle and approachable. That's right, we worried for nothing. But wait, what if the expert isn't here? Just now, he clearly stated he harbors hostile intentions and great hatred toward humanity. Senior, how do you intend to handle this demon next? Jiang Chen heard the question, thought for a moment, and then suddenly had an idea. That's right. Having said that, he immediately cast a spell. A golden collar instantly appeared. Before anyone realized it, it was already around Liang's neck. I made this a while ago, intending to take the little fox for a walk. Since he's here, let him use it first. Huh. It looks quite suitable on him, doesn't it? Jiang Chen's face showed satisfaction. The collar on Liang's neck emitted a strange energy, affecting his body. TCH, what is this? My body feels increasingly unstable. Liang was suppressed by the collar. He couldn't help but scream. This power is... The Lord, who was watching Liang from afar through the crystal ball, was also surprised. This power is amazing. He stared intently at the orb, his heart filled with ambition. I want to obtain that power. With this energy... Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out, startling him. What is that? Is something breaking? Looking in the direction of the sound, he quickly teleported to the source of the noise and realized with horror. We're done for. In front of him was the soul-containing orb, now cracked. The vessel collecting the souls was broken. The souls inside were trying to escape. After a series of events, the mastermind behind it all was no longer happy either. Because the soul vessel had leaked, all previous efforts had now vanished into thin air. Everything was eroded by that power, leading to the destruction of the soul vessel that maintained the energy. Sure enough, even sitting still gets you involved in trouble. It's all because of him. The vessel shattered. The souls trapped inside flew out. In the Great Hall, vengeful spirits swarmed. A gloomy aura covered everything. He watched the flying spirits. Although his own energy was very strong, if I can get that power for myself, then I won't need to rely on this trash anymore. With that energy source, opening the Great Gate will be within my grasp. Obtaining his energy. Consider it heaven helping me. Gazing through the eons of spring and autumn. Darkness is born at the edge of the sky. I have finally waited for this day. It is no longer a distant dream. Just you wait. Back to the present. After wearing the strange collar, the energy in his body was completely drained. Liang suddenly lost all strength. Smoke rose from his entire body. He collapsed to the ground, his tongue lolling out. It looked as if his entire life force had been sucked out. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. They silently thanked Liang. Thank goodness they weren't the ones wearing that bracelet. He fainted. This bracelet is truly extraordinary. If he doesn't listen, we can just make him wear it. It seems they aren't very compatible with this bracelet. He fainted the moment he put it on. We should take it off and leave it for the little fox. The little fox spirit expressed its thanks, but had no intention of accepting. However, Liang's condition gradually improved. Just as he was dreaming of cultivation techniques in his sleep, he didn't like the stew I made for him earlier. It must be because I'm not a good cook. I wonder what he likes to eat. That person stared intently at Liang's sleeping primordial spirit. Suddenly, an idea for a dish popped into his head. He said, "You all carry on. I'll be right back." Elsewhere, in the great Yin Imperial City, the captured resentful spirits seemed to be drawn to a certain place. In a small garden, a lady was watering the flowers with a watering can. A 3-year dream has come to its end. The mortal world is tasteless. That resentful spirit entered a flower. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed in the courtyard. "My dear wife, I've missed you so much." The lady heard the familiar voice. She couldn't contain herself. Is this? Heavens! In his sleep, Liang seemed to hear a sound that was incredibly familiar. It was simple, yet stirred his soul. Could this be fate? Liang didn't know. But the feeling of longing persisted. Back then, Liang was very young. He sat on the ground and said to the person opposite him, "Grand Preceptor, I'm ready." The Grand Preceptor smiled and replied, "I have watched you grow up. This day has finally come." "Ha. I'm still a little excited." Then he continued, Come. This is the biggest fruit from the divine tree. I wouldn't even give it to your older cousin." As he spoke, the Grand Preceptor took out a large peach. Liang asked innocently, "Is that all right? If older cousin wants it, let him have it." The Grand Preceptor laughed. "Silly boy, this fruit can't be given away so casually." Liang was curious. "Why not?" The Grand Preceptor explained. "Because it's tied to this star's growth, you silly child. Our clan has survived to this day, thanks to the divine tree and its fruits. The larger the fruit, the more powerful the energy it contains." Liang asked again, "So what kind of energy is it?" The Grand Preceptor said, "You'll know once you eat it." Liang's eyes were fixed on the peach. It looked so beautiful. He was extremely curious. What kind of power would this thing bring? Without another thought, Liang opened his mouth and took a big bite. The sweet, juicy flavor that filled his mouth was delightful. But what was even more special was the immense energy surging from his dantian. Liang looked down at his hand. A speck of light flew up from it. He watched intently as the thing before him transformed into an adorable little beast. The Grand Preceptor said with a smile, "This is your spirit beast." Liang's spirit beast looked at him and smiled. "Nice to meet you." "Hello. Thank you for entrusting your life to me." "Well, that's all. I'll be going now." Liang quickly called out, "Don't disappear." The Grand Preceptor comforted him. "Don't worry. It will appear again. You just need to cultivate more diligently. To be able to stabilize your spirit beast form on the first try means you're already very powerful." The Grand Preceptor joyfully hugged Liang, praising him. "You truly are the pride of our clan." Your Grand Preceptor is very pleased. That was a memory from a long, long time ago. But Liang had never forgotten. "Grand Preceptor, I'm very happy too." He slowly opened his eyes. What a beautiful dream. But as soon as he came to his senses, Liang was thrown into a state of panic. He looked around in a daze, wondering, what happened to me? Who am I? Where am I? Wait a minute. I remember now. I am. But when he looked down, he saw a large peach being held out to him. He stared intently at the peach in his hand. It looked exactly like the fruit from the divine tree in his clan, which had been destroyed. A voice spoke. "This is a peach I just picked from the tree in my backyard. It's perfectly ripe right now. Eat it while it's fresh. It's very good for your body." Liang was so shocked he gasped. The backyard? A fruit from a tree? The divine tree must take root in a spirit vein. It must absorb the unique sun and moon essence of the demon realm. It takes 1,000 years to bear this special kind of fruit. A person like him couldn't possibly have the right conditions on this mountain. His yard doesn't look like much, but it seems to be protected by some kind of powerful formation. This is miraculous. How did he do it? I must be hallucinating because of my severe injuries. But the energy from this fruit feels so real. Liang was so helpless he wanted to cry. I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. Could this man truly be an ancient ruler with the power to change the rules of the world? In reality, he didn't know anything. Liang was suffering and struggling so much. While he just cheerfully told Liang to hurry up and eat, Liang looked at him and said, "Don't waste your effort. I know with my current strength, I can't defeat you, but I will not compromise. Kill me or cut me down, do as you please." Hearing this, he seemed to have a change of heart. He thought for a moment and then asked, "From what I can tell, you don't have such a resolute personality. What happened that made you hate the human race so much? The people you killed don't seem to have done anything to offend you, did they?" Liang's face darkened. He laughed coldly. Ha. Didn't do anything to offend me? How ridiculous. If they really hadn't done anything, then my clansman wouldn't have. Before he could finish, someone ran in from outside and yelled frantically, "Great expert! Something terrible has happened." According to a letter from Gong Brothers' family in the city, there's been a riot. He asked, feigning surprise, a riot? In his mind, a riot was just some looting or fighting. What does that have to do with me? Is an ordinary person like me supposed to fight them with the things I sell? The person continued, "There are a lot of things in the city, flowers, grass. Pots and pans are about to turn into spirits. Not only do they have human forms, but they can also talk." The more he heard, the less he understood. His expression froze. He asked in astonishment, "What is going on?" Gradually taking human form, and they can talk? Liang's expression was just as strange. He basically already knew where the root of all this came from. He also noticed Liang's expression. Then it's highly likely this brat is the one behind it. I once heard of a paradox. A ship sails on the sea. One by one, its rotten wooden planks are replaced. When all the parts of the ship are new, is it still the same ship? The human body is the same, made up of basic particles. And from the moment we're born, we are constantly metabolizing. The rate of this metabolism is much faster than we imagine. The elements that make up your body today are vastly different from yesterday's, not to mention a few years ago. And yet, we always think that you are still you. The you of today and the you of a few years ago are still one and the same. So why is that? Whether an object is itself does not depend on its constituent elements, but on its internal structure. The relationship between the elements and the continuity of space-time. As long as the structure doesn't change, we're still ourselves. As long as the continuity of space-time is maintained, the ship, though its planks are replaced, still maintains its continuity. Just as the human body, though constantly metabolizing, does not affect the continuity of space-time. Even if 1,000 planks are changed, the ship is still that ship. Therefore, these people are the same people whose souls you took before. Liang chuckled and said, "Actually, it wasn't me, it was my spirit beast. The collected souls are concentrated in the spirit beast's core. But the one who helps the spirit beast maintain its form and strength is me. Once my strength is damaged, the spirit beast's form will also become unstable. My previous strength was like something in water, unstable. Perhaps that's why the master's vessel had mishap, causing the souls to escape. But why did these souls attach themselves to ordinary objects?" This was what puzzled Liang. He stared intently, thinking to himself, could it be that the very nature of my power has been? No, this can't be. I have to test this again. With that thought, Liang glanced around for a moment, then summoned his spiritual energy. "Master, look over there. He's about to hurt someone else again. Don't you dare be disrespectful." However, before Liang could even touch an innocent bystander, a mysterious force stopped him. The person, seeing Liang trying to reach for him, frowned and asked, "Is something wrong?" At that moment, Liang's face darkened. He wondered in embarrassment. Why is it ineffective? This power hasn't even been used yet. What is going on? Liang realized with a start. He had failed. The aura of his power was different now. Liang jumped in frustration and shouted, "This isn't right. This isn't right at all. My power is out of control. Let me try one more time." A curious crowd gathered to watch. As his spiritual energy once again manipulated a soul, the soul flew over and became fixed inside a teacup. The teacup, now possessing a soul, levitated and spoke. "Thank you, my benefactor." Liang roared in anger. "Who's your benefactor? This is infuriating." He gritted his teeth and thought, wait a minute. Has my power turned into helping souls find a vessel? Impossible. I can't just create souls out of thin air. These souls must have already existed. All I did was help them settle into a new place. Does this mean I can no longer take souls from others? This is all because of him. My hope has been destroyed. I have to kill you. Enraged, Liang transformed into his true form and lunged forward, biting the man's arm, startling him. The man asked in annoyance, "Why did you bite me?" Suddenly, Liang realized a profound truth. Wait, if he possessed this man's power, wouldn't the souls of his clansmen be able to return to the divine tree? After those people kill my clan, they burn the divine tree to the ground. But this man has boundless magical power. If he could change the nature of my own power, doesn't that mean he could also restore my clan's divine tree? After the divine tree is restored, I'll find the souls of my clansmen and continue using my ability. That way, I can bring them all back to my side. Father, mother, chief, grandmaster, my friends. At this thought, Liang couldn't hold back his tears. The man asked with an awkward smile, "Is my flesh so unappetizing that it made you cry?" Liang immediately let go, leaving a bite mark on his sleeve. He said, "My apologies. Please forgive my unreasonable behavior. I know you are very powerful. Although I don't know why you are treating me with such kindness. I beg you, you must help me. Help me restore my clan's divine tree." Your clan's divine tree? What happened to your clan's divine tree? Although his farming skills were top-notch, he didn't know if the divine tree he mentioned was a real plant. After all, this was a world of cultivation. Liang said, trembling, "My clan's divine tree was by humans." The man was horrified. What? He had only ever heard of humans being oppressed by the demon clans. Never of a demon clan being bullied by humans. The tree was burned down. Plants are naturally afraid of fire, but their life force is incredibly strong. Even a prairie fire cannot destroy the grass. It will grow again when the spring wind blows. If the roots underground weren't completely incinerated, there might still be hope to save it. But I'll have to see it with my own eyes to know for sure. I can't offer a specific method without seeing the actual situation. However, the final chance had finally arrived. But why should I go out of my way to help him? He impersonated me before and almost made me take the blame for his crimes. Luckily, those ladies knew my character well. Otherwise, I would have become the scapegoat. If you want my help, fine. But you must agree to one condition. Liang replied, "As long as you can restore the divine tree and bring my clansmen back, I would even offer up my own life. There's no need to go that far. What value does your life have anyway? I just want you to promise me you will no longer do evil things. If you don't cause trouble, I won't have to clean up your messes in the future. Give me a break. Besides, I know that wasn't your true intention. If I can help you restore your family's tree, you must promise me you will not kill indiscriminately anymore." Liang was silent, seemingly struggling with an internal conflict. Telling him to let go of his past hatred was perhaps too cruel. That very hatred had sustained him until today. How ironic. Humans had destroyed his clan, but it was also a human who brought him hope of saving them. After a moment of hesitation, he finally nodded. "I agree. Very good. Let go of killing, and you shall instantly attain enlightenment. Now, let's go back to my wooden house and prepare. This is my first time traveling far from home. I feel like there's a lot to arrange." Someone walked over and asked, "Senior, you agree just like that? I have my own calculations." He felt a bit helpless. If I'm going to be away from home, everything at home must be properly arranged. I don't know how long this trip will take. There are a few creatures at home that can't come along. At the moment, the most common people in the house. They handle the daily cleaning, take care of the backyard, and earn money to buy food. You, Yin Feng, and another person who might be their father. If the misunderstanding between them has been resolved, it's best to let them stay together to have time to get to know each other. As for those other cultivators, I need to find a suitable reason for them to return home first, because I really can't afford to feed so many people. For the journey, I need to conserve energy for travel. I can handle the cooking myself. If I get sick, I can also prescribe my own medicine. That's right, what I need right now is support. Let's just go with this for now. The decision was clear. Yin Lan and Su Linger both looked displeased and confused. The master wants to go out again? Yes, and before I leave, there are many things to prepare, especially the mode of transport. He didn't want to walk. Cultivators like them can just fly on their swords, right? It sounded confusing. What kind of transport does the master mean? Perhaps the master wants to conceal his true strength, so he won't use his spiritual power. This is also a form of cultivation. But all four girls looked displeased. Why couldn't they go with him? The list of chosen ones included those who were confident, smug about being selected. He explained awkwardly, because they look very reliable. Why is that? The world inside the house was instantly divided into two factions. On one side was the chosen group, as proud as peacocks. It's understandable if you don't take me. But why is this fox coming along? This fox is very picky. I'm afraid no one will be able to serve it once I'm gone. On the road, it can keep the other one company. They reluctantly agreed. That's true. None of US can compare to the craftsmanship of the two Shan Fox clan, one of the 10 great demon clans. Their position in the demon world is adjacent to the Gudiao. It's quite a coincidence that important figures from both clans ran away from home. The little fox was being hunted, and as for the four unlike, his entire clan was wiped out. Liang asked irritably, "Who's a four unlike?" He replied with a laugh, "Anyway, let's stick with this team composition. Next, we need to prepare supplies. Food, daily necessities, self-defense tools, travel expenses, a map, and route planning. My life is very important," he said with a smile. "Since I arrived here, I've never been outside of Great Yin City." It was hard to believe. How can that be possible? The old man thought to himself, wait a minute. The master must have a deeper meaning behind saying that. Perhaps he wants to test me. Although I have some knowledge of the demon clan's territories, I've only ever set foot in the lands of the Jinshi Dapeng clan, which borders the human territories. To reach our destination quickly, we need to have a clear understanding of the 10 great demon clans and their specific geographic locations. The Jibing clan, with their dragon-headed human forms, are famous for their ability to control the weather and their majestic appearance. The warriors of this clan often wear dragon-scale armor, showcasing their bravery and combat prowess. The Bai Zhe clan, with their profound knowledge of astronomy and geography, are versed in both the past and the future. The entire clan exudes a scholarly aura. They are polite and skilled in the 5 spirits healing arts. The Faden clan, originally enlightened herbs and trees, have human forms with heads of wood spirits. This clan is modest and non-confrontational, always acting with caution. The Fieri clan, despite their unsightly appearance and stubborn nature, possess immense natural strength and are masters of forging, creating many peerless magical artifacts of the Wood Marionette clan. With forms like living sculptures, they live in trees and absorb the spiritual energy of all things, possessing the ability to convert essence into power. The Chongming clan, with their double-pupiled eyes, have the power to bewitch the mind and see through the thoughts of others. The golden-winged Great Peng clan, with their extraordinary background and the backing of ancient gods, are often arrogant and disobedient. The Tushan Fox clan, one of the ancient clans, possesses the mighty 9 tails, but this power has not appeared for a long time due to internal disputes. Besides them, there are the Qilin and Chaos clans. And according to the plan, to reach our destination by the shortest route, we must pass through the territories of 2 demon clans. The Wood Marionette clan and the Fox Demon clan's lands are adjacent. If we want to pass through safely, we need to go to the Fox clan first to prepare. The Golden-Winged Great Peng clan is located in the outermost region, and we've fought with this clan before, which works to our advantage. The next layer consists of the Bai Zhe and the Tao Tai. I suggest we choose the Bai Zhe clan because they are reasonable. After that is the Tushan Fox Demon clan, and at that time we'll have to face that fox. Don't worry, last time my father was beaten into submission. Boss, I have traveled through the demon realm before. Just follow this route. In that case, we'll have to pass by the little fox's home. She puffed her cheeks and pouted, grumbling, I have to go home, but I haven't even cultivated my 9th tail yet. I was planning to return and bring glory to my ancestors only after becoming a 9 tails. And now I have to go back early. However, the great expert needs me now. This is my time to shine. Even if I haven't reached 9 tails when I return, my current power, which is nearing 8 tails, already surpasses most of the current elders of Tushan. Who knows, maybe this time I can even deal a fatal blow to our enemies. Make it so they never dare to bully my clansmen again. This is another great opportunity for me. I have to seize it, bring glory to my ancestors, avenge my grievances. Even so, for some reason, she suddenly felt something was off. It made her seem a little less adorable. After comforting the disappointed girls, he dragged his tired body and began to prepare the provisions. He thought to himself, that guy's named Liang, right? Is he a vegetarian? Or do I need to prepare something separate for him? Fermented foods are also a good option. Just then, someone walked in. He turned to look. It was the Yue Huang group, here to express their dissatisfaction. Yue Huang said, Boss, please reconsider. Though we are women, we are also powerful experts. He nodded. I know you are all experts among experts. Putting aside the weakest one, him. It's not that I don't trust you, it's the opposite. A woman's mind is often more thorough. You can be meticulous and detail-oriented in all aspects. I don't know I'll be back from this trip. All matters, big and small. A home will need someone to handle them. I can only feel at ease if I leave it to you. After a little coaxing, they were placated. That's right. The great expert is leaving this time. Only a few of them will remain at home. If the master sends reinforcements, they will surely be the ones to face them. This isn't a lack of trust. It's the greatest trust of all. He believes they have the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The great expert is even entrusting this precious house to us. We must complete our mission. What they thought and the reality were two different things. Actually, it was because the parents of these young ladies were too terrifying. If anything happened to them, he definitely wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. The trees were lush and green. Golden fish swam playfully in the small stream. Shi Xiang stood in the middle of the courtyard, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. This garden is filled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After absorbing it, the wooden objects are truly like fish in water. Shi Xiang transformed into a qilin and said, I heard everything. Please, take me with you. If I go, I will surely bring that person along. But your true form will be exposed before the great expert. Perhaps we should go and greet him first. Shi Xiang was resolute. I don't know why, but I feel that I must go this time. Something is waiting for me. It seems I've forgotten something very important. The answer is right in front of me, but I can't remember. With that, she flew off instantly. Wait for me. I'm coming with you. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was at home. Xiang Xiang suddenly appeared at his door, pulled it open, and said, I want to go too. Xiang Xiang's sudden appearance and form gave him a fright. Before he could realize what was happening, he was knocked to the ground by her massive foot. What is going on? Seeing this, the others ran over to check on the situation. Xiang Xiang was still pinning Jiang Chun down, making him tremble as he struggled to get up. She pleaded earnestly, please take me with you. The video ends here. Don't forget to hit like so Bear can release more great series. Thank you and goodbye, everyone.